Dreamscape presents A Frozen Woman by Annie Ernaux, translated by Linda Coverdale, narrated by Tavia Gilbert. Fragile and vaporish women, spirits with gentle hands, good fairies of the home who silently create beauty and order, mute, submissive women. Search as I may, I cannot find many of them in the landscape of my childhood. Not even in the next best model, less elegant, more frumpy, the ones who work miracles with leftovers, scrub the sink until you can see your face in it, and take up their posts outside the school gates 15 minutes before the last bell rings, all their housework done. Perfectly organized unto death. The women in my life all had loud voices, untidy bodies that were too fat or too flat, sandpapery fingers, faces without a trace of makeup or else slathered in it, with big blotches of color on the cheeks and lips. Their cooking skills did not go much beyond stewed rabbit and rice pudding. They had no idea dust was supposed to be removed on a daily basis. They worked or had worked on farms, in factories, in small businesses open all day long. There were the old ladies we visited on Sunday afternoons, with their boudoirs and the bottle of eau de vie to sweeten their coffee. Wizened women, all in black, whose skirts smelled of butter going rancid in the pantry. No connection with those sugary grandmas in storybooks who wear their snow-white hair in a neat bun and coo over their grandchildren while they read them fairy tales. My old ladies, my granny and my great-aunts, they weren't nearly that chummy and didn't like it when you jumped all over them. They'd lost the habit. A peck on the cheek was all, at the beginning and end of the visit, so after the inevitable, "You've gone and grown some more," and "still studying hard in school," they really had nothing more to say to me. Too busy talking with my parents in patois about the high cost of living, the rent, the lack of living space, the neighbors. They'd look over at me every once in a while, laughing. On Sundays in the summertime, we visited Aunt Caroline, biking along bumpy roads that turned into quagmires at the slightest shower, bound for the back of beyond, 2 or 3 farms and their pastures lying out on a plain. Caroline was never home, so after a perfunctory knock on the door, we'd check with the neighbors and eventually find her tying up bunches of onions or helping out with a calving. She'd come home, poke at the fire in her wood stove, break up some kindling, and fix us a light meal of soft-boiled eggs, bread and butter, and parsnip wine. A real wonder, that woman. "You're still bursting with health, Caroline. Aren't you bored out here?" She thought that was funny. "What do you mean?" she'd protest. "There's always things needing doing." Ever get scared, all alone? That really surprised her, put a twinkle in her eye. What could anyone get up to with me at my age? I didn't listen much, and slipping past the blind wall of the house, edged with nettles taller than I was, I'd go off to the pond to pick through the broken plates and tin cans my auntie dumped down there, all rusty and full of water teeming with bugs. Caroline would walk a little way along with us when we left, a good kilometer or so in nice weather. Then our bikes would leave her behind, a tiny dot in the fields of colza. I knew that this 80-year-old woman, swathed in blouses and skirts, even in the worst of the dog days, needed neither pity nor protection. No more than did Aunt Elise, swimming in her own lard but full of bounce and a lousy housekeeper. When I crawled around under her bed, my dress picked up dust pom-poms, and I'd inspect the dried crud on my spoon for a moment before daring to plunge it through the wrinkled skin of my poached pear. "What's the matter with you? You're not eating?" she'd ask, and her puzzlement would explode into a huge guffaw. "That itty-bitty pear isn't going to plug up your fanny hole." Then there was my grandmother, who lived in a crummy prefab between the railway and the lumber yard, in the neighborhood called La Gaîté. Whenever we arrived, she would be gathering greens for the rabbits or doing some mending or washing, which irritated my mother. "Why can't you take it easy at your age?" Reproaches like that exasperated my grandmother, who only a few years earlier had been hauling herself up to the railroad tracks by gripping clumps of grass so that she could sell apples and cider to the American soldiers after the Normandy invasion. She'd grumble a bit, then bring in the pot of boiling hot coffee threaded with white foam and pour a drop of eau de vie on the sugar stuck to the bottom of the cups. Everyone would swirl the brandy gently around. They'd talk, nattering on about the neighbors, a landlord who wouldn't make repairs, and I'd be a touch bored, as there was nothing to explore in that little house without a proper yard and almost nothing to eat. My grandmother would slurp greedily at the dregs in her cup. Her high cheekbones were as shiny as the yellow boxwood eggs she used to darn socks. Sometimes, when she thought she was alone out in her scrap of a garden, she peed standing up, spreading her legs beneath her long black skirt. And yet she had come in first in the canton on the exam for the primary school certificate, so she could have been a teacher. But my great-grandmother had said, "Not on your life. She's my eldest girl, and I need her at home to raise the other 5. A story told 100 times why her life hadn't come up roses. Once she'd been like me, running around, going to school, with no idea what was coming, and then disaster struck. With 5 youngsters to hold her back, she was finished. What I didn't understand was why she later had 6 of her own, without any dependence allowances either. You didn't need a map to figure out early on that kids, chicks, everyone I knew used to call them, put you truly in the hole, just buried you alive. And at the same time it seemed irresponsible, careless, the sort of thing you'd expect from poor people who had no common sense. Those large families I saw all around me meant swarms of runny-nosed brats, women pushing baby carriages and staggering along with bags of groceries, and constant griping at the end of every month. Granny had fallen into the trap, but you couldn't blame her. Back then, it was normal to have 6, 10 children. We've come a long way since. My aunts and uncles were so fed up with big families that my cousins are all only children. I'm an only child, too, and an afterthought as well. That's what they call children born late in life, when a couple who hadn't wanted any, or any more, changed their minds. I was their one and only, period. I was convinced I was really lucky. The sole exception was Aunt Solange. Poor Solange, with that brood of hers, my mother always said. She lived in La Gaîté, too, and we often went there on Sundays. The neighborhood was like a vast playground where you could do anything you wanted. In the summer, I joined my 7 cousins and their friends, shrieking on the seesaws we made from planks stacked next to the lumber yard. In the winter, we played tag in the one big bedroom crammed with beds. I adored all this warmth and uproar, almost enough to want to live there. But my Aunt Solange frightened me. She was old before her time, always puttering in her kitchen, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Once she spent months laid up in bed when her uterus decided to prolapse on her. Then there were the times when she would get this vacant look in her eyes. She'd open a window, close it, move the chairs around, and bang, she'd start screaming that she was going to take the children and leave, that she had always been unhappy, while my uncle just sat calmly at the table, glass in hand, not saying a word, or else sneering, "You wouldn't have any idea where to go, you idiot." She'd rush weeping out into the courtyard, threatening to throw herself into the cistern, but her children or the neighbors would grab her first. As for us, we'd head tactfully for the door as soon as the shouting started. Looking back, I would see the youngest girl crying open-mouthed, her teary face pressed against the window pane. I don't know if my other aunts were happy, but they didn't have that beaten-down air Solange had, and they didn't let anyone slap them around. With their red cheeks and lips, they were always in a fever of activity, always in a hurry, with barely a moment to stop on the sidewalk, clutching their grocery bags as they leaned down to give me a little air kiss and rumble, "What have you been up to, my girl?" No fond displays of affection either, none of those puckered-up mouths or cajoling looks people use to talk to children. These women were a bit stiff, abrupt, with tempers that exploded in swear words. At the end of family dinners, at First Communions, they would laugh until they cried, burying their faces in their napkins. My Aunt Madeleine would practically split her face in half, she'd laugh so hard. I don't remember ever seeing a single one of them knitting or patiently stirring a sauce. They'd serve cold cuts and other charcuterie, then produce from the pantry a pyramid of white paper stained with pastry cream. They couldn't have cared less about dusting and cleaning, although they made the ritual apologies, please just pay no attention to the mess. Not domestic, these women. Nothing but outdoor types, used to working like men ever since they were 12 years old, and not even somewhere clean like a textile mill, but in a rope factory or cannery. I liked to listen to them, ask them questions about the whistle, the coveralls they had to wear, the forewoman, the times when they'd all be laughing together in the same room. And it seemed to me that they were going to school, too, only they didn't get homework or detention. At first, before I began to admire teachers, those awesome and superior beings, before I learned that watching jars fill up with pickles is not a great profession, I thought what my aunties did was a fine way to earn a living. Towering over my grandmother and my aunts, those incidental figures, there is the woman all in white, whose voice resounds within me, envelops me. My mother. Living with her, how can I not be convinced that womanhood is glorious, and even be persuaded that women are better than men? She is strength and the tempest, but also beauty and lively curiosity, a figurehead that opens the future for me, assuring me that one must never be afraid of anything or anyone. A woman who fights against one and all, the suppliers and delinquent payers in her business, the blocked storm drain in the street, the big shots always trying to keep us down. In her wake, she carries along a soft-spoken, gentle man, a dreamer who mopes for days over the slightest annoyance, but who knows heaps of silly stories, riddles, 32 white horses upon a red hill, and songs he teaches me while he's gardening and I'm collecting worms to toss into the chicken yard. My father. I don't make any distinction between them in my mind, just that I'm her darling, his pet, their afterthought, and I must be like her because I'm a little girl and I'll have breasts like hers, a permanent wave, and stockings. In the morning, Papa goes to work, Mama stays home, she does the housework, she prepares a tasty meal. I drone along with the others, repeating everything without asking any questions. I'm not yet ashamed that my parents aren't normal. My father doesn't leave in the morning or in the afternoon or ever. He stays home. He waits on customers in the cafe and the grocery store. He does the dishes, the cooking, the weeding. He and my mother live together in the same activity, with the men coming and going on one side, the women and children on the other, and all this makes up my world. They know the same things. They worry about the same things. He empties the cash register drawer every evening. She watches him count the take, and one or the other of them says, "Slim pickings," or sometimes, "A good haul." The next morning, one of them will deposit the money in their account. Not exactly the same work, true. There's always a code, but theirs owes nothing to tradition except the laundry and ironing for my mother, the gardening for my father. As for the rest, it seems to have evolved according to their personal preferences and abilities. My mother mostly looks after the grocery store, while my father tends the cafe. On one side, the noontime rush, a tight schedule, customers who don't like to stand around waiting, women who want all sorts of things, a bottle of beer, a packet of snowy pins, a wary crowd in constant need of reassurance. You'll see, this brand here is really much better. A performance, a line of patter. My mother emerges exhausted and beaming from her shop. On the other side, men spending hour after hour over a nice friendly glass. A quiet sit-down, no one watching the clock. No point in hurrying, no need to talk up the merchandise or even talk at all, since the customers hardly let you get a word in edgewise. Lucky for us, my mother says, who ought to know, because my father's a bit temperamental. Besides, tending the cafe still leaves him time for lots of other chores. When I finally wake up, to the music of pots and pans mixed in with songs and commercials on the radio, I go down to the kitchen to find him washing the dishes from the night before. He fixes my lunch. He'll be taking me to school, cooking dinner. In the afternoon, he'll do some carpentry in the courtyard, or slip out to the garden with his spade on his shoulder. It doesn't make any difference to me. He's always the same man, a bit off in the clouds, whether he's peeling pretty potato ribbons that curl between his fingers, grilling sausages that make our eyes sting with smoke, or teaching me how to whistle while planting leeks. A serene and reliable presence at all times. Compared to the working men in the neighborhood and the traveling salesmen who are gone all day, my father seems always to be on vacation, which suits me fine. On those Thursdays when my playmates insist that it's too cold for hopscotch in the courtyard, we play dominoes or a board game in the cafe. In the spring, I go with him to the garden, his pride and joy. He teaches me the funny names some vegetables have, Queen of Sheba onions, and a lettuce called Lazy Blondie. I help him stretch the string over the freshly turned earth. Together, we put away a hearty lunch of cold meats and black radishes, turning over our plates to have a baked apple. On Saturdays, I watch him kill the rabbit, then make it pee by pressing on its still soft belly. He peels off its skin with a sound like the tearing of old fabric. Papa Boo-Boo, who rushes in distress to inspect my bloody knee, goes to fetch the medicine, and will sit for hours at my bedside when I have my chicken pox, measles, and whooping cough, reading Little Women to me or playing hangman. Papa Chick, you're sillier than she is, says my mother. Always ready to take me to the fair, to Fernandel movies, to make me a pair of stilts, to teach me some pre-war slang, the cat's pajamas and other moldy oldies that tickle me no end. Indispensable, Papa, taking me to school, waiting for me at lunchtime and in the afternoon, standing with his bike a little apart from the throng of mothers, with bicycle clips on his pants legs, upset if I don't appear right away. Later on, when I'll be old enough to come home by myself, he'll watch for my return. A father already getting on in years, amazed at having a daughter. In the unchanging golden light of memory, he crosses the courtyard, head bent because of the sun, a basket under his arm. I'm 4 years old. He teaches me how to hold the ends of my sleeves in my fists when I put on my coat so that my sweater doesn't bunch up around my armpits. Nothing but images of gentleness and solicitude, householders whose word is law, loud-mouthed domestic tyrants, heroes of the battlefield and workplace. I know nothing of you. I am my father's daughter. Oedipus? I couldn't care less. And I adore her, too. That deep, throaty voice. That's her. At parties, when it gets late, I fall asleep on her lap. Drafts, slammed doors, everything around her is always in motion, even exploding, like the ashtray that sails through the window one stupendous day to shatter on the sidewalk in front of the bewildered delivery man who has made the mistake of forgetting some item or other. Just one of her fits of anger, the simple, reinvigorating kind. This business is for shit, but for shit, she screams. And then peace. The jar of poppy red candies that turn your tongue scarlet, the big box of assorted cookies the two of us plunder to console ourselves for her bad temper. We know that she shouts for exercise, for fun, and that in reality she'll never get enough of being the boss. Even though it's only a small shop, she's still the boss. When she lets down her guard, she says she played her cards right after all. The store takes up about 3/4 of her time. She's the one who sees the salesman, checks the invoices, figures out the taxes. Days of gloomy muttering when she sits at her paperwork, going over her additions in a low voice, licking her finger to thumb through the bills, and is absolutely not to be disturbed. An exception, this silence, because on other days she's surrounded by lively noise, the clanking of bottles, the clatter of the scales, stories of illness and death, when the only quiet moment is the little sum totted up on the camembert wrapper or the kilo bag of sugar. Then it's back to the latest news of who's dating, who's looking for work, who's going through the change of life. My first contact with the outside world is through my mother. My childhood features none of those homes where the only sounds are the faint tack-tack-tack of a sewing machine, the discreet noises of mothers who leave everything in apple pie order as if by magic. Sometimes I go with other girls from my class to ring doorbells in the well-to-do part of town, along the Rue de la République or Avenue Clemenceau. Clutching our Tuberculosis Society stamps, we wait for a long time before the doors finally open only a crack, revealing timid women cowering in hallways filled with cooking smells, shadowy, depressing women who quickly shut us out again, displeased at having been bothered. As for my mother, she's the center of a vast network of women all telling her the stories of their lives, but only in the afternoon when they do their shopping, of children who come in 3 times in 1 hour for 2 chocolate mice and 1 Malabar bubble gum, of old folks who are slow to pick up their change and the bags they've set down at their feet, steadying themselves with one hand on the counter. I never imagined she would do anything else. Mama is a careful housekeeper. She cleans house very carefully. Double the L and add a Y. What are they talking about? House cleaning where I live is the Saturday tornado, the smell of Javel water, the cafe chairs upended on the tables, and my mother standing in a flood of water, her hair hanging down in her eyes, shouting at me not to walk on the wet floor. Around Easter time, it's the stale, chalky odor of roughly scrubbed walls, bedclothes piled in a corner, furniture pushed aside and stacked into shaky pyramids, and my mother on all fours scrubbing the parquet with steel wool. I can see her pink garters, and for days afterwards the chairs stick to our thighs. My father and I are intimidated by this tumult of water and polish, and all the commotion seems to exhaust my mother as much as it does us. Luckily, I enjoy burrowing in the tunnel of rolled-up mattresses. And best of all, we go through this only once a year. The rest of the time, the cleaning is quite casual. A sheet to be ironed, the shop bell, a customer, and it's anybody's guess whether the sheet and the iron will still be cluttering up the kitchen table at the end of the day. At 5 in the afternoon, she'll exclaim, "I've got a few minutes. I'll pull the spread up on my bed." Her only obsession, as far as I know, the unmade bed. That and the obligatory laundry on Tuesday, when business is slow. A frightening ceremony that begins the day before with water lugged in from the outside pump so that the colored wash can soak in tubs all night. Then, disheveled and gummy with sweat, she toils as though possessed in the steam of the laundry room, and no one is allowed to go near her. She reappears around noon, wreathed in the sweetish smell of washing, mute, the personified hatred of I don't know what. But dust doesn't exist for her. Or rather, it's something natural, not a problem. I feel the same way. It's just a dry veil powdering my cozy, a trail of lace when I take a book from the shelf, motes dancing in the sunbeams, something to be wiped off a vase or notebook with one sleeve. Between 12 and 14 years old, I will be amazed to discover that it's ugly and dirty. This dust I don't even notice. "Say, that hasn't been done in a long time," remarks that snake Brigitte, pointing at a spot low on the wall. I look. What hasn't? My girlfriend shows me the thin top edge of the baseboard, all gray. She's right. You mean to tell me we're supposed to clean there, too? I'd always thought that was normal dirt, like fingerprints on doors and the yellow smudge over the stove. I'm vaguely humiliated by the realization that my mother is failing in one of her duties, since apparently this is one. Even later on, I'll be stunned to learn that we're also supposed to scrub the gas burner, the undersides of the sinks, the backs of the fridge and stove that no one ever sees. There's all sorts of stuff in women's magazines like Femme Pratique and Bonne Soirée about how to make everything whiter and shinier, how to change your home into a bottomless pit of cleaning. And you're supposed to think it can be done quickly in a twinkling. My mother's version of quickly is eating soup and then meat from the same dish to cut down on the washing up, announcing brightly that this sweater doesn't look too dirty, so why don't I wear it another day, letting everything get quietly dusty and worn. She doesn't fool away time, as she puts it, on endless knitting. Occasionally, on a winter Sunday, as though seized with remorse, she tries to buckle down, The two of us laboriously count the moss stitches of a scarf that will never grow beyond 20 centimeters. The kitchen, that's his department, except for the inevitable pudding from a package on Thursdays and the crepes or fritters on holidays. The house smells festive from top to bottom, and the scent of spring is often in the air, too, since it's Shrove Tuesday or mid-Lent. The crepes fly all afternoon as she offers them to the cafe regulars. My hands are glazed with sugar, my stomach is all upset, and we skip dinner that night. Or there's the cake mix for women in a hurry. Clear your schoolwork off the table so it doesn't get filthy. And the mounds of powder collapse into the yellow sea of eggs. I am allowed to stick my finger into the batter for a taste. She lets me have half the raisins, and we both scrape the creamy bottom of the mixing bowl. During the next 2 weeks, she won't crack a single egg. Cooking and cleaning are always the exception with her, depending on how she feels. You never know when she's going to do some polishing or wash down the walls, or maybe make a cake for a nice surprise. And she still has the time, despite her bookkeeping and her customers and the shelves to be stocked, to get up at 5 when the mild weather begins, so she can loosen the soil around the rose bushes and the sweet william, and she rubs my face with May dewdrops when I wake up. It makes your cheeks bloom. Above all, any time, any place, buried in a book. That's where I find her superior to him, since he reads only the daily paper after dinner expressly to catch up on the local news. I envy her that strange, faraway look, withdrawn from me, from us, and the silence that envelops her, the absolute stillness that suddenly comes over her body. Afternoons, evenings, Sundays, she brings out a newspaper, a book from the public library, or sometimes even one bought in a bookstore. "I'm talking to you. How can you stand all those novels?" hollers my father. "Let me finish my story," she answers back. I can't wait to learn how to read, so I can understand those long tales without any pictures she finds so enthralling. The day comes when the words in her books stop droning on, and the miracle occurs. I'm not reading words anymore. I'm in America. I'm 18 years old. I have black servants. My name is Scarlett, and the sentences are racing toward a last page that comes all too soon. Gone with the wind. "How about that?" she explains to her customers. "She's only 9.5. And to me she says, "It's good, isn't it?" I answer, "Yes." Nothing else. She is never able to explain much about what she feels or thinks, but we understand one another. From that moment on, we share those imaginary lives my father ignores or despises, depending on his mood. "Wasting your time on lies, that's all it is." She informs him that he's jealous. I lend her my Bibliothèque Verte series of classics, Jane Eyre and Alphonse Daudet's Le Petit Chose. She slips me La Veillée des Chaumières. I sneak the ones she won't let me read from the cupboard, De Maupassant's Une Vie, or Anatole France's Les Dieux ont soif. Together, we window shop at the bookstore on the Place des Belges. Sometimes she asks, "Want me to buy you one?" It's like standing in front of the pâtisserie, gazing at the meringues and nougatines. The same longing and the same impression of extravagance. "Tell me, would you like one?" The only difference from the pastries is that the bookstore owner does the picking and choosing, obviously, because outside of the popular romances of Délie and Daphne du Maurier, she's in unfamiliar territory. The store smells dry, a trifle dusty, pleasant. "Give it to my daughter," she says before paying. She promises that later on I can read a wonderful book, The Grapes of Wrath, and she either doesn't know how or doesn't want to tell me about the novel, leaving it for when you're more grown up. It's splendid to have a beautiful story waiting for when I'll be around 15, like my period, like love. One of the reasons I'm eager to grow up is the right to read any book I want. Neighborhood Bovaries, silly women lost in their idiotic daydreams, they're all hopelessly romantic, it's a fact. But why does it bother men so much, even my father? And later on, when my husband sees me sitting idle in the evening, he'll want to know what the hell I think I'm doing, dreaming my life away like that. Papers to correct, the kid to put to bed, barely 5 minutes left for reading before it's time to sleep. How can I keep on dreaming? It's true that I'll feel guilty, as though I were being lazy by not being busy. No, my mother doesn't confuse her store with the coast of California. And the serial story magazines she slips under the ironing when the shop bell rings never keep her from doing her bookkeeping. I know that soon I'll have to follow in the footsteps of those sweet, well-brought-up young ladies of La Vie en Fleurs and the Brigitte series in 20 volumes, to be continued. All those slaves or queens whose stories begin at 18 and end with marriage at 20. Even my indefensible Scarlet with her scads of dresses and beaux. At the other end of the spectrum are those lurid, large-print, true-life confessions in magazines like Confidence. Unhappily married women, seduced and abandoned girls, the massive chain of inevitable feminine tragedy that fascinates me terribly when I'm around 10 years old. Women's reading, the bizarre idea that you have until you're 20 to succeed in life. Perhaps that's why I'll prove so spineless on the terrace of the Café Montaigne and later on. No. I think the way people look at you is stronger than any old books, and I hate that insult men use. You're letting yourself get carried away. You're just imagining things. Poor girl. A good way to disguise all sorts of dirty tricks. To excuse missed rendezvous. No, I'm serious. You've really got way too much imagination. Well, I could never wish for a mother whose face would not light up over books and magazines and newspapers, who wouldn't treat herself every week to a little vacation worlds away from the canned goods and the customers on credit, all that cold packaged grub. A mother who would think that reading was just plain rubbish. My mother tells me, eyes shining, it's good to have an imagination. She prefers to see me reading, talking to myself in my games, writing stories in last year's school notebooks, rather than cleaning up my room and endlessly embroidering a dish towel. And I remember her favorite reading as an opening on the world. Too young to identify with 18-year-old heroines, I invent some family connection or acquaintance that allows me to traipse after them, off to those castles and exotic places and torrid tropical climes, as my very own self, with which I'm quite satisfied. Books, travel, and foreplay. Delise Le Secret de Coucou Nord turns my parents' bedroom into a Chinese boudoir, thanks to blankets and spreads draped over the chairs and window, while pillows piled on the linoleum become voluptuous cushions. My Corvette is about to sink in a storm at sea. The chair balanced on the bed is tipping dangerously, and I'm Pedro, the little emigrant. My mother comes in, takes a look at the messy bed, at her Sunday dress dragging around my ankles, and says laughingly, "You're playing? That's good, have fun." Reading, playing, dreaming. But every Sunday, and sometimes on Thursdays, also going off to explore the streets and sights around town. Not forgetting people, as though we don't see enough characters every day as it is. My mother feels the need for more. All sorts of pathetic wrecks, losers, old folks, invalids who will never get better, who got a foot caught in a machine, who cracked up on a bike in a drunken stupor. My mother has no idea that children should be protected, cocooned, that their tender sensibilities should never be bruised, that ceaseless vigilance against marauding germs is required. She takes me everywhere with her, to visit old Alice who has no sensation in her legs all wrapped up in a blanket, and a faith healer may well have told her she's on the mend, but I doubt she can even feel herself pee. Old man Merle in his one room with grubby sheets on the bed and cats clustered around a dish of scraps. The mothers of newborn children in the neighborhood, women secretly ravaged in mysterious ways. It's nice to go into strange houses where there are always funny things to look at. Oval engravings of Lourdes, odd-looking vignettes on painted wood, a cuckoo clock, Dolls won at the fair, collections of those little animals that come free in a packet of coffee. Lots of smells, too. I've no need to learn from a dictation exercise that each house has its own odor, which sends my classmates into a flutter. What, you're kidding? You mean it stinks? In my opinion, they don't know diddle. Our visits last a long time, so I get restless, wondering why they don't turn on the lights at nightfall, watching their faces gleam in the shadows. Once outside, my mother grips my hand. You can't see your own feet on those roads without any streetlights. It's as dark as a blackamoor's bum, she says, and I laugh. The nursing home is interesting, too, with the chapel and those big staircases like the ones in castles. The best way to live would be off in a trailer, all by itself on the outskirts of town, near a quiet bridge where nothing ever crossed, neither cars nor trains. An old woman holds my mother's hand for a long time. Then they play cards. On the way back, I find out she was having her fortune told. How marvelous. He hardly ever comes with us, our stay at home, and when he does, he drags his feet, without even glancing at anything around him, because he hates taking a walk for no good reason. And it's often for no good reason. Just to look, to get a breath of air, have a chat, talk off the top of my 7-year-old head that my mother and I set out, hooked up, arm in arm, off to the woods to see the daffodils, along nameless streets, puzzling streets. There is no school on the Rue de l'École, and why name the Rue de l'Enfer after hell? City streets full of children who stop playing to stare as we pass, streets with lovely houses haunted by invisible beings behind lace curtains, keeping our eyes open for something new and different, half-demolished buildings with their rooms open to the sky, advertisements painted on walls, bullseye windows in rich people's houses, streets downtown at Christmas time, where we gaze ravenously at the creche scenes and fir trees, finally sinking our chattering teeth into the delicate shell and swirling frosting of a chocolate éclair. There are exceptional days of astounding discovery. The trip to Rouen. We spend the morning in perfumed palaces, those huge department stores, Le Printemps and Monoprix, and the afternoon in churches that are green on the outside, black on the inside. Near the cathedral, we stop in front of a store selling books about the devil and Ouija boards. I walk along the slippery pavement, and for the first time I have a feeling I'm not myself anymore. Look up, she says. A gargoyle stretches out its neck. Here we are on the stairs in Joan of Arc's tower, or in the basement of the Musée Beauvoisine, the only ones viewing the disappointing mummies, or down in crypts, gaping respectfully, and trying very hard not to laugh, at row after row of tombs belonging to people we've never heard of. And now, here we are ordering unfamiliar dishes in a restaurant, waiting anxiously for my first coquille Saint-Jacques. And what if I don't like it and can't clean my plate? Then the trembling island of scallops to be explored with spoon and tongue, followed by the fear we won't be able to pay for all this. But she calmly gets out the money. Don't worry, we're rich today. My father nods without a word when I tell him of our exploits in the big city. What is it that drives her out and about, always going to exhibitions, prowling through the quaint parts of town? Why does she act like some well-meaning social worker dropping in on loonies, cripples, and derelicts? Shouldn't a woman stay demurely at home with her husband and children? As though I would ever ask myself such questions, when I am convinced she is perfect. She teaches me that the world is made to be pounced on and enjoyed, and that there is absolutely no reason at all to hold back. Granville Road, Kenver Avenue. I'm improving my English, not much, but I walk miles on the outskirts of London, Highgate, Golders Green. I sit alone in milk bars drinking Bovril. I'm 20 years old, dazzled by this change of scenery, and there's more. Strolling on the Via Tullio in the gardens of the Villa Borghese. And here they are already, those rude jerks, those dream spoilers. getting in the way with their Fräulein, hey miss, oh mademoiselle, ooh la la, French, Francesca. But all paths are still wide open. Like the ones after my exams, faceless roads stretching into the distance, where I savor a delicious feeling of absurdity. And then there are those orderly gardens in the suburbs where I walk to try and shake off our first quarrel. I'm not setting out in search of adventure anymore, but running away. A laughable flight lasting a few hours, the pretense of a grand departure that will only lead me back to the stable. Later on, I won't be able to go out anymore if I suddenly feel like enjoying some fresh air. I couldn't possibly just leave the baby in his crib. And still later on, there will be no point in even thinking about running away, because it wouldn't do any good. And I'm stuck in the kitchen, shedding hot tears over a hot stove. A well-broken little horsey. No, my childhood was not one long idyll. I remember the slaps she gave me when I tore my dress, my lies, wishing she were dead, choking with rage, the boredom when imagination flagged, thinking if only I had a sister, the desolation in the air at the end of days when we hadn't had too many customers, those fickle, wily creatures you often have to keep your eye on. All my fears of dying. But when I look back from womanhood to girlhood, I know that I was spared at least one shadow over my youth, the idea that little girls are gentle and weak, inferior to boys, and that they have different roles to play. For a long time, the only world I know is the one where my father cooks and sings nursery rhymes to me, where my mother takes me out to a restaurant and keeps the family accounts. No question of masculinity or femininity, words I would learn later on. Just the words without really understanding what they mean. Even if I have been persuaded that what you've got in your pants makes a big difference, what a laugh. But no, seriously, did I ever pay for it, raised in that outlandish fashion, without respect for conventional roles? I admit I'm rather pleased to be a girl. Because of my mother, of course. And then I get a good look at what a man's world is like in the cafe. 4/5 of them drink too much, talk nonsense, and kill themselves working at tough, dirty jobs on construction sites. Shouting, gesticulating, ready to take on anything and anyone, tongue-tied until they've had a snootful, but afraid of no boss on earth once they're in their cups. Their conversation is just hot air. The bad ones beat up their wives. The good ones hand them their pay envelopes and in return get their Sundays off to go chase after their youth at the bistro or on the soccer field. What women do, I can see for myself in the store, is much more important. They shop for all the food, for sewing thread, for a pencil and double-sided ruler when it's back to school time, never any wild extravagances. A can of crab meat demands some serious thought. And to top it off, gripes my mother, they're always comparing prices so they can pinch every penny, but easy does it because they're the ones who hold the purse strings. And when they buy a big box of butter cookies, they want to get their money's worth. A sense of responsibility, at least in the ones who keep a proper house. I must have heard it 100 times, this phrase that means so many things. Not throwing money out the window, scrubbing the children's faces before sending them to the store on an errand, at least on Sunday, but also keeping one's man on a tight rein, not letting him drink up his wages or change jobs at the drop of a hat. And I vaguely sense that almost all women's problems come from men. I don't brood over this, since my role model is my mother, and she's nobody's fool. Being a little girl is, first of all, just being me. Always so big for her age. Her face is a mite pale, but luckily she's got solid meat on those bones. Bit of a tummy on her. Won't get her waist till she's 12 or so. Without suspenders or a tight belt, says the dressmaker, that skirt won't stay up. Suspenders. I want her to be comfortable. All my clothes have to be comfortable. And made of sturdy stuff, so they'll last a long time. I'm completely unschooled in wheedling, affectations, coy smiles, and tenderizing tears. My mother disapproves of fuss-pots, and thinks crying is simply putting on an act. Waterworks? Then you won't piss so much tonight. A little girl hungry for as much pleasure and happiness as she can find, without a care for the effect on others, staying in bed on Thursday and Sunday mornings until I feel faintly nauseated in my burrow of blankets, watching myself prance naked in front of the mirror, reading while I eat bread slices spread with hot apple butter at noon on school days without waiting for my lunch, endlessly riding my bike in the courtyard between the beds of asters and the empty crates. My bike, the marvelous dream machine. I feel airborne on the saddle, bumping gently between the shifting ground and the motionless sky, reeling off my exotic stories to the rhythm of the whirling foot pedals. Playing in the summer with my cousins or some neighborhood girls at those elaborate games that begin in a fever of excitement and joyous cries, pause while we eat our lunch sitting astride the crossbeam of the seesaw, and become bogged down in arguments, fights, or what are prudently described at confession as nasty conversations, in the hope that the voice behind the grating will not demand details. Pretend christenings and weddings where we use up all our energy getting ready to play. And why did we ever start this game? So we lose interest, and then it's time to scamper out into the street in search of new adventures. The most thrilling ones are swiping peaches and pears and running into some boys we can holler at from a ways off, happily calling them squinty-eyed, blubbery nitwits, so that at the first signs of pursuit we can shriek, "Mama, they're bothering us!" "You started it," she replies. The ritual climb up the rope in the playground. The rope goes around the right leg, the left foot goes over the right, your whole dress creeps up, you strain to reach the ring at the top of the beam before tumbling back to the ground, the rope burning like fire from ankle to thigh. I spit in my hands, and then up I go and down I come again. Never any calm, unhurried games. In company, I talk loud and fast to make up for the solitary murmuring of an only child. As for the natural reserve of little girls, their modest demeanor and supposed timidity, I don't see any of that in either me or my playmates. The dainty darlings who play Dolly's tea party and pick pretty flowers, we call them fraidy cats and stuck-up prissies. We enjoy our exuberance, which school, with its staid amusements, its get in line and keep quiet, does little to dampen. Screaming, hiding where no one will ever find us, getting all messed up, daring? That's the big word. I dare you to ring old Lady Lefebvre's doorbell. Say that out loud. Show your whatever. Sneak that peach. I'm unaware that in another language, our high spirits are called vulgarity, bad manners, that properly brought-up young ladies do not shriek like fishwives or hang out in the streets, and that they say fudge or shoot instead of you-know-what. The bistro's working-class clientele and the generations of peasant women that came before me are not really conducive to the creation of a goody two-shoes. It isn't always easy to do what is expected of me. My mother gives me lots of dolls, true, but I detect a note of pity in her manner, as though she were making a concession to my tender years. Still, she hands them over with a good grace since I am the one asking for them. I'm not allowed, however, to go out in the street with those ridiculous items, a baby doll in a carriage. The word for dolls in our local dialect is druine, and my druine stay home. A vague memory of invariably curly hair, blankly staring eyes, and lips that are never parted wide enough for me to stick in a morsel of food. A parade of them, lost, broken, and obstinately replaced. For the pride I take in showing them to my playmates, with such a lovely dress and the crocheted booties, and she cries. When the admiration dies away, I put her back in her cradle and go off to jump rope. I keep thinking a miracle will occur, that I will love the next one and knit clothes for her and not leave her in the back courtyard. Joy at the new arrival, anxious selection of a first name, careful preparations for the baptism. After that, there isn't much I can do with her. How do you take care of a dolly? I'm not real handy at sewing dresses and bonnets, and whenever I ask my mother for help, she tells me to buzz off. That cold face carefully tucked into her baby buggy makes me sad. lying there motionless and me so lively, with a hint of spring in the mild air caressing my arms, bare for the first time since the end of winter, and the taste of mid-Lenten crepes on my fingers. I look at her and I can't think of a single thing to do with her. Lonely child with doll. My dream would be for her to love me back. Her body is hard. Her kiss-me-red smile is empty. The only way to put some life in her is to torment her, put her through some of those metamorphoses that can't help but lead to trouble. It always starts with the hair, braids, shampoo, curlers, haircut, the fatal progression. Because of that devastated head, poor little Baldy, I feel I can do anything. Toss her up in the air so she'll land in silly positions, skirts up around her ears, or hold her hand and whirl her around at the shoulder on the rubber band that passes through her chest, one-armed in 2 seconds. Then I can commit the ultimate sacrilege, digging out of her belly the salt shaker thing that still coos, "Mama!" when I turn it over. With the small naked dolls called bathers, it's different. They look too much like babies, so any tortures would be obviously criminal. But they can wind up in some unusual situations as well. If only I dared reveal the part played one summer afternoon by my diminutive companion, a baby doll named Michelle. I don't play favorites with games. I like them all. Skip rope, hopscotch, handball, pass the thimble, where you pass something small from hand to hand. Such disappointment when I'm not chosen. Such pleasure when I am, feeling the token slip between my palms like a secret proof of friendship. Bike riding with both feet on the handlebars, steal the bacon, building houses from dominoes, climbing trees. Some Sundays in La Gaieté, I go out in the street with my cousins and the neighborhood kids, and to my surprise, the boys ignore us girls. They fight among themselves, rolling in the wood shavings around the lumber yard, leaving the girls to watch. So I attack them, tickling and biting, but I cannot make them really play with us. What is it I shout that day? Perhaps one of their own bad words I send back at them in provocation. As I remember the scene, 2 14-year-olds, big kids, turn toward me. One of the boys shouts to the other, "What's to become of that one?" Contemptuously, threateningly. I have an idea of what he means because I often listen in on what men talk about in the cafe, but I can't think of a thing to say, can't fathom the hitherto unsuspected connection between liking to fight and saying bad words, as they do, and becoming a slut. I can still see myself, hurt and offended, but worst of all, I don't understand, don't even have the heart to jump on him and start punching. What will become of me? I will become someone. I must. My mother says so. And to start with, I need a good report card. Saturdays she tallies up my 10s in dictation and arithmetic, but doesn't scold me for the inevitable 4 in sewing and fairly good in conduct. She raises her eyebrows at the slightest dip in my grades and won't let my father make any excuses for his daughter. Don't I have all the time I need to learn my multiplication tables and conjugate my verbs? They never disturb me when I'm doing my homework or playing my games to ask me to set the table or dry the dishes. Don't you worry about anything but your own little self, they say. Oh, the greatness of this gift. The beauty of those sacrificed older sisters. The charm of the helpful little girls who bring in the cracker tray when apéritifs are served. That sort of thing doesn't happen in my house. It's even frowned on. And a child's delight at thinking herself useful. The idea that if you keep your room neat and clear the table nicely, you will be loved. Not for me. Responsible only for myself and my future. That's vaguely terrifying now and again. It would be so much easier to please people by peeling vegetables and being sweet to everyone than by constantly working hard and doing well in school. Now and again, but not often. The gray, overcast sky of September, men's voices making a loud hubbub in the cafe, the asters humming with bees, almost time to go back to school. The future. I'm between 7 and 10 years old. I know that I was put on this earth to do something. There's no brother whose prospects would take precedence over mine. I now realize that my mother's attitude was also a calculated one. Just because she doesn't belong to the middle class doesn't mean that her girl shouldn't aim high. She wants a daughter who won't go toil in the factories as her mama did, who will be able to say shit to anyone and live a free life. And to my mother, education is that shit and that freedom. So nothing is asked of me that might hamper my success. No little chores or housework that would tire me out. And it's important that this success not be denied me because I am a girl. For my parents, becoming someone has nothing to do with gender. And it doesn't require wearing a bridal veil, either. Patiently, persistently, they persuade me, and from an early age, that marriage is only another adventure, like going to school and earning a living, just as it is for a boy. During our walks, my mother provides all sorts of examples for me not to follow. Little what's-her-name, who was such a nice girl and so smart, but she failed her baccalaureate exams because she was engaged. And another girl who set her heart on making a good marriage left in the lurch. According to my mother, the town is swarming with dumbbells who have made a mess of their lives, and I can see that I will have to watch my step, especially since my neighborhood isn't oversupplied with good examples. There is Mademoiselle Dubuc, bent double by the weight of her huge briefcase as she gets off the train from Rouen, where she's in medical school. Mademoiselle J, who teaches English at the public school. She buys her milk and a few other items from our store every day. Not a vast throng, true, but they're mademoiselles, not little what's-her-name or the who's this girl? You should be well prepared for life before anything else. So naive, my mother. She thinks that education and a good job will protect me from everything, including the power of men. I have to say that there's something missing from her directions for living. Little girl raised in a permissive atmosphere, provided with a glorious self-image. Well, not quite. I'm on my own when it comes to my thingy, more warm and alive than my legs or belly. She calls it my nookie. In my head, I write out, nucky, mucky, yucky. Dirty, something to hide. Will you stop parading around in your slip? Go cover your bottom. To be washed quickly with a stern expression. Floundering alone in the dark with my fear, and later my shame, and the need to go after what feels good. I want to know, learn, understand, and I keep my ears open for any peculiar expressions the grown-ups use. I still feel disgusted when I think of my body when I was a little girl, my dreams and conversations with other children. I have completely blocked out that period ever since adolescence. At 15, set on the idea of offering a boy my complete innocence all tied up in a ribbon. Heart, body, and soul, and he, like a god, will enter me as though he were entering an empty house. Determined to forget those fumblings and childish games, and to believe that pleasure will begin with him. Actually, the first time is in a dream before I'm 5. The church they sometimes take me to when there are grand processions is vast, dark, and I am alone. I feel like peeing, in a nice way, tingling and sweet. I crouch at the foot of the big gleaming pulpit, and I want to go so badly that it burns inside me, but it doesn't spurt out. Then I notice the priest staring at me, in his 2 gowns, the black one and the very short one of lace. My desire becomes excruciating. Night falls. I want to sweep away all shame, speak triumphantly of my discoveries, admire how cunningly I deceived the adults around me, the stubborn way I resisted the ideal of the angelic little girl and the inquisitions of the priest, a different one, not the one in the pulpit, whose breath stank in his confessional box. Because it isn't sad or bad to have hunted instinctively for the secret of that mysterious longing by exploring the little red house enclosed within 2 white shutters, so disturbingly smooth and fragile as though it had been flayed. A hidden picture. My uneasiness years later in front of those triptychs in the Prado with their half-open panels. Red, white. The queen pricked her finger and blood fell upon the snow. Open the shutters. Cautious examinations, sometimes involving tea parties with the dolls, and when I look at them on other days, they seem to remember. Amid the commotion of the classroom when our first-grade teacher isn't there, Chantal twirls in front of drooly old Geneviève, her feely finger pressed to her temple. Flipping up her skirt, she pulls aside the crotch of her panties and quickly spreads the wings of her secret place. Down flops the skirt. "Come on, Geneviève, do it!" Geneviève, who's not quite all there, shakes her head, won't play the game. "Mustn't, it'll bleed." She's close to the truth. I also think it's an open wound right in the middle of the body, but one that neither hurts nor bleeds. Until I'm about 9, this image has no depth to it in my imagination. Mine, as my girl cousins and playmates and I call it, never looks exactly like yours. Some girls show and others look. Some let themselves be touched, others do the touching. I'm not sure which group I should be in. The second, probably, because I'm often the youngest in these sessions and haven't any novelties to show off. Brigitte has a pointy chin and gives fascinating and meticulous lessons in anatomy, her eyes flashing from beneath her constantly tumbling ringlets. She loves that, showing and telling about the real red that will come, the black already starting to appear. We don't know many names, and never suspect that there could even be serious words for these things in the dictionary. Everything is it. Soon we would get it. We'd be well-developed, as the grown-ups say, and later we could do it. How scared we are of being discovered by our parents in the middle of one of these instructive sessions. I bet they'd send us to reform school. And we laugh bravely. Impossible to resist this curiosity about our bodies. Where in all this is the nothing allocated to us? Although I do not yet know this, by boys. Everything on the contrary. The seed of a marvelous story that comes to me in small fragments not easily glued back together. But do I even really try, since I'm not bothered by weird or incredible things? After all, it couldn't be a simple matter, or adults wouldn't be making such a fuss about it. I make progress, thanks to whispered nuggets of information, furtive games, and the inquisitive contemplation of couples locked in each other's arms in public parks. It's impossible to separate the awakening of my body from this disjointed body of knowledge. My charming, well-bred friends of later years will tell me how they were taught everything all in one go. The little flower, the seed, sitting on Mama's lap, and she calmly draws a pretty picture. Everything is harmonious and geometrical, too. It all fits together. Description of the parts and detailed explanation of the schedule of operations. I don't envy them. They didn't get the personal instruction sheet either, the only one that counts. My earliest memory when I am 4, a neighbor boy my age is standing next to me, hosing the wall, and someone whisks me away from this vision. The revelation of a tormenting difference that would later delight me at the age of 8, when it can be benignly studied from afar on a statue, the famous satyr of La Gaîté, or closer up on the younger brothers of cheeky playmates. "Francis, show us your whittler." Don't have to ask twice, whenever you want, except the game gets tiresome after a while. But giggles always when looking at the boys' thingamies, whereas the sight of ours turns us more serious than catechism class. Just mentioning theirs was hilarious. Willy Wee Wee, Piddling Peter, PID for short. And it was funny to slip it into harmless songs as a challenge. "I betcha I will." "You won't." "Just listen." Singing on the swing. "If he had a dick, he'd be a lot more slick, but there wasn't any more, so I showed him the door." A curiosity, a plaything, almost ridiculous. My mother calls it the same name as those scraggly plants that grow in window boxes. Miseries. "Cover up your misery, Grandpa Milon. There are children around." For a long time it seemed to me a useless thing, pure difference. Because men make babies with their fingers. The first version of the story to be acted out. The problem is, how long does it take? A minute or an hour? Never determined. Not even when I reach the next version and learn what the misery is for. And all those marvelous doubts. A huge poster on the way to school intrigues me. A woman lying down with a man's head buried in her lap. Confidence, the weekly family magazine. My mother announces in the store that ads like that are a disgrace. Can a man do it with his head, too? And this knee grown-ups joke about, playing kneesies under the table. That smooth surface says absolutely nothing to me, but still, you never know. For a long time, everything takes place on the surface, as far as I'm concerned, and I never suspect any penetration can go farther than that tiny groove behind the closed shutters. Even my period I imagine to be a series of minute red polka dots that will one day spot my skin. Brigitte's lessons must not have been too clear. The next version of the story is quite startling. Do I guess, or does someone whisper in my ear? The memory is muddled now. It's the moist pee-pee hole, the one babies come from, that is used, not the little red house. No more play acting. The experience would be useless and painful. For a while, I am perturbed by this discovery that the important part of my mine is a hidden tunnel where I've never felt anything, a silent and invisible hollow. The difference now becomes clear, logical, and disconcerting. I curb my astonishment, as usual. During my childhood, for as far back as I can remember, nothing ever shocks or worries or disgusts me. I must have accepted the new arrangement and ignored any uneasiness I felt over this unknowable part of me inside my body, so that I might think only of the promise of pleasure. Doing it can't be anything else. The most important thing in the world. An act that I unconsciously disassociate naturally from the terrible consequences that are inevitably involved. Having a baby. A skip-rope rhyme popular in the 4th and 5th grades, the year of our solemn communion. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes me with a baby carriage. Never mind. First the pleasure. I always erase the rest of it in my fantasies. Childbirth. The only thing that fascinates me with horror, because I learned about it in Gone with the Wind, the ropes, the hot water, and screaming your head off while you clutch the bars of the bed. Torture and terror. Dire rumors of difficult births requiring forceps, probably something like the pliers my father uses to get the tube off the wheel rim when he has to fix a flat on my bike. I always thrust aside that episode of my story, preferring to concentrate on more cheerful developments, the appearance of breasts, hair, and blood, marvels I watched for with keen curiosity. And it takes so long, especially for the last metamorphosis, this miracle that arrives without warning, for you know neither the day nor the hour, it just happens, and like all the things that are supposed to happen in my body, I never imagine any afterward. One day I'll be a girl with my period, I'll strut about in a halo of red glory, I'll go to sleep with my new self, and life will be close to reaching perfection. Except for childbirth, which resembles a punishment, I think of all my transformations as celebrations. I don't believe in the pain that makes some girls wince every month. My mother never complains, and I cannot associate the happiness of finally having it with stomach cramps. I am sure I will not suffer. And also that I will like to do it. It isn't simple, the business that lies ahead, and I don't know much about boys, but I'm sure it will be fun. The bicycle bumps along over the dark ground in the courtyard where no grass grows as I wind my way around the crates, drawing ever closer to my imaginary India and Argentina with every turn of the pedals, but closer as well to that glorious body of tomorrow for which everything will be possible. To travel and make love. I don't think anything seems more wonderful to me when I am 10. The lines of the body and the heart should not be confused. The latter line tends to be somewhat dotted. Was I really a little girl in love? Do the boys, those objects of curiosity and obligatory partners of my reveries, have names and faces? I invent many of them from my reading. Charles, rejected by Scarlett, becomes my fiancé during the period of the sufficient and indispensable finger. In La Semaine de Suzette, a girls' magazine, I find 14-year-old heroes, just the right age, whom I accompany in search of treasure hidden in country houses off in Brittany. There are some real-life sweethearts. My girlfriends pick out lots of them for me. You've got this one, and that Fouché boy. I'm so proud I sort through them and say which ones I like the best, swearing cross my heart that if I ever get the chance, I'll go all the way with that one. What chance? We say hi. That's it. Don't even dare use first names. That would be a sure giveaway. Can't remember the names now. Most important are the ones I don't brag about. There's that sweet altar boy with the pasty complexion who accompanies the old lady, the pew attendant on the right side of the church. He appears with downcast eyes between the reading of the gospel for the day and the elevation of the host. He wears a pretty surplice of lace over his red gown, which is a bit short, so I can see his shoes. He holds out his slender, damp little hand, into which I place my 20-franc piece. I hold out my hand for my 10 francs of change. Every Sunday I wait for a look, something, but my conquest is always a flop, and God and the Virgin aren't helping. I don't yet understand that simply being there is not enough to attract attention. You have to turn on some charm, be a bit flirty. And how dumb can you get, throwing yourself at the boys like that? They want to be the ones making the moves, etc. All the tactics I'll learn about later on. Now for the guys I boast about. A tall boy who has just gotten his primary school certificate is over at my house, when suddenly he grabs me violently from behind with one arm, plants his lips on my neck, and dashes off. This confuses me. I have not felt faint at the touch of his burning kiss, delivered while I was watching our bunnies nibble the crackers I had brought them. Perhaps I was not prepared for this event. But anyway, that's it. I can tell everyone I've been kissed. Then there's the one whose name is sheer magic for years. Simon. Black eyes, white teeth, sparkling smile. It sounds like a soppy love song, but that's him. Plus his white shorts set off his nice brown thighs. We roller skate together one whole afternoon, and he never falls once. Summertime. We say goodbye on the road into town. I wait for the bus with my father. I can see the beginning of the street where Simon lives from the bus stop. We wait a long time. I look at the asphalt on the road, the empty lots sporting rusty pieces of junk, and the factories in the distance, making a sound like the roar of the sea. I'm unaware that this is my first scene of parting. I think I'll be coming back the following year. Simon says, raise your arm. Simon says, take a step. He's the one speaking to me through that girl on the playground. I write his initials everywhere. And still the same thing, even further back. They've taken me to hear a military band on the Place des Belges. Cloudy sky, the color of smoke, a sea of backs huddled in rough woolen coats. Among all the heads, I notice the nape of a soldier's neck. He's blowing away on a bugle, I think. Sometimes I see the hint of a profile, or he puts an arm down. I keep coming back to that skin between the razor-straight line of his hair and the khaki collar. I do not stand there endlessly scraping the toe of my shoe along the ground, or trying to see patterns in the gravel, or imagining a tiny house between people's feet. All the things you do when you're stuck in one place. That day, gazing at that neck, I understand what happens between a man and a woman, what all Brigitte's descriptions never make me feel. Something luminous. Nothing to do with toilet talk. The first real presence of a man. On vacation, out in the courtyard under fluffy white clouds, I'm swinging, talking to myself. The cases of empty wine bottles give off a musty smell. A customer drops by the cafe. In her white smock, my mother busies herself over by the shelves. I hear a steady metallic pounding from a workshop, the piercing whine of a power saw, the rumble of trains on the tracks nearby. Men are the movers and shakers of the world around me. They build roads and repair motors, while women make only discreet noises inside houses, the knock of a broom against a baseboard or the murmur of a sewing machine. I am 10 years old, and like all little girls, I have no idea of this. The surrounding hum of the city means nothing to me. Nestling inside it is my existence, precious to me and my parents. The world of boys doesn't threaten me. Nothing but an intermittent dream, a promise of happiness. Neither bright light nor shadow. Not yet. Years that I thought were full ones. Illusion. Undermined, no doubt, by second thoughts, the sly smiles of prudes, religion, the discovery of other role models. My spinster school teachers never make as deep an impression as my mother does, but they too are strong, active women, all-powerful, with hands that write difficult things on the blackboard, and a way of waiting with that set look on their faces, arms crossed, be seated and be quiet. They know everything, and even though I don't love them because they seem so strange to me with their words and their refined manners, I admire them. It doesn't bother me at all that women are more knowledgeable than men. The men I see at school wear long black dresses like my grandmother, the chaplain, and the priest. The headmistress drags this last through the classrooms each trimester to hand out grades. He beams moistly at us, just a touch gaga, in contrast to the flushed and furious principal, who is always ready to explode at our laziness and stupidity. Of course, she's the one who counts. I've no reason to fear her, as far as grades go. A good reputation, the truly narcissistic high opinion of oneself that this provides, scholastic success, freedom, self-confidence, a taste of power, obviously. The teachers overlook my rambunctiousness, which stays with me for a long time. An only child so thrilled to find 20 playmates to chatter with, even if half of them are show-offs and crybabies who wail at the slightest bump. The other half, neither as well-dressed nor as well-mannered, they're enough to make me happy. Our dear ladies couldn't make ends meet with just the upper crusters, so they have to take on the daughters of farmers because it pays good money, and then they round out the list with girls from working-class families with big ideas. Elisabeth, who comes to class in winter with her mother's stockings sewn to her panties, and Chantal, who is such good company downtown after school. Together we buy Raymond Radiguet's The Devil in the Flesh, because of the cover. Bernadette, a champion at giving the teacher impudent looks from under her bangs. Don't you be rude, young lady. Unfazed. My pals. They don't often win the cross, the handsome copper medal awarded on Saturdays to the most deserving, the diligent, the obedient, the fakers who can smell the teacher coming 100 meters away and snap into angelic poses. The headmistress awards the medal in person with a kiss. You should see them glow, the winners. On Monday, they wear it to school, pinned to their blouses with a superb bow with 2, even 4 fat loops of ribbon, a real flower. Some of them must polish the thing with twinkle. I have a terrible knack for it. They keep on giving it to me, although you certainly don't deserve it, my dear, for your behavior, or for neatness. Remember, says the head, fixing me with a stern eye, one may receive 10s in everything and yet not please the good Lord. Once there was an extremely gifted little girl. Not one of you could have held a candle to her, who passed all her exams brilliantly, every one of them. Do you know what she is now? Deep silence. I'm still standing there, waiting to get the cross. They push her around in a wheelchair. She has the mind of a 2-year-old because of a disease sent to her by God. For one moment, no more, I wish I were at the very bottom of the class. Even if God obviously doesn't care about grammar or arithmetic, my mother does, while marks for good conduct and pretty drawings in our notebooks, in her opinion, are cat piss. The cross? Stuff and nonsense. Besides, I keep losing it, and my mother hates having to hunt through the cupboard drawers and find it wedged between some cookie boxes. No pretty ribbon bow. I haven't time for that. Study hard, that's the main thing. Under these conditions, it's difficult to believe everything the headmistress says. The pleasure of being thoroughly myself when I recite a poem, conjugate a verb, or solve a math problem without a single mistake. Strength. Support and comfort in the face of the fact that the teachers clearly prefer certain students, the ones I call show-offs, daintily dressed, with curls, a little barrette here, a white collar there, mother's little darlings. My braids are pinned on top of my head, no hair in my eyes, it gets in the way. One of my mother's unshakable principles. The sweetie pies, the cute pixies, they're just naturally charming, that's what I figure. The ones the teacher in charge of school plays, pageants, and all the other festive hopping around put on to entertain the families inevitably picks when she shows up in the classroom to muster her troops. I need 6 daisies for the waltz of the flowers. Stand up, girls, let's see. You there, you'll do nicely. Usually it's the same ones. I have hopes at first. Too bad, maybe next year. Once I was picked and sent back 2 minutes later. I'm always too big, no matter what class I'm in. Too clumsy, paralyzed at the idea of moving my arms and legs around while people are watching. Rejected. The chosen ones enjoy their special status for weeks. They are fetched for rehearsals right in the middle of class and receive mysterious messages at 1 o'clock in the assembly hall. Finally, they appear one evening under the lights in spotless tutus, revealing their secret identities as living dolls. If I'm not a doll, then what am I? Quick, come to me, my make-believe appearance, the one I invent for myself when I'm bored in school, taking Rosaline's long blonde hair. It would be a crime to cut it, the teacher says. Françoise's round, rosy cheeks, the slim figure of Jeanne, a young Greek goddess. I'd read that somewhere. The only thing of mine I keep is my eyes. They're nothing special, but I'm attached to them. Secretly, I'm already busy with the next installment of the outlandish story I tell myself to replace the real girl with a paragon of grace and delicate beauty. Before the bell at 1:30, the big girls of 12 and older are talking, laughing. One of them wears red ankle boots and a blue blouse. I adore her because I'm going to be like her, and I'll press the back of my hand to my forehead the way she does and exclaim, "Algebra, what a drag!" I possess nothing like her round face and slender limbs, but I'll get there, at the same time as I get to the algebra. I love looking at her, which isn't easy. The others flock around her, hiding her from view, but she reappears, unaware of my existence, because big kids don't give a damn about little ones. I never identify with tall, sturdy girls, or ones who have boyish features, who don't conform to the standard image of the pretty little girl. Roland, my deskmate for 1 whole year, resembles a shepherd out of a book of Bible history. Her pale mouth whispering next to my ear repulses me. Vague and awful suspicion. Sometimes there's not a great deal of difference between boys and girls, physically. Yet many of my classmates fall into this blurred category. Why does it upset me? I must already have it firmly in my head that girls are supposed to be all gentleness and soft curves. All these faces among which I seek my own. No, at 10 years old, I am not yet as complete a person as I would have liked to be. Although they aren't brutal about it, our teachers do their bit, under a sugar-coating of religion, to erode our will and self-confidence, as though they were denying us the same favor they had themselves been granted, to teach and make their own ways in life. I remember everything. My astonishment and disbelief, and the teacher. Sylvestre is her name. She can't stand me, always reprimanding and making fun of me. She looks like Sainte Thérèse of Lisieux, with her hair caught up in a barrette and hanging down her back. All bubbly that day. Tell me, girls, what would you like to be when you grow up? A farmer, yes. A secretary, that's very good. And she asks us why, helping us with our answers. She cuts me off short. You'll run a grocery store like your mother, surely. I can't get over it. I'd been going to say teacher. Well, she must know better. Too bad. Now it's Marie-Paul's turn. She's calmly grinning from ear to ear. And you? Me? I'm going to be a mama. Howls of laughter from everyone, even the little prigs. We are all collapsing on our desks, looking around at one another, because that makes it twice as much fun when you laugh. A furious Mademoiselle Sylvestre barks at us. Be quiet, you little imbeciles. She begins to speak softly, slowly sweeping her stern gaze across our upturned faces. Being a mama, for your information, is the most wonderful job in the world. No one bats an eye. Farmer, doctor, we've even had a nun, grocer. All that goes out the window. I still remember my total incomprehension. perhaps because this is the first time anyone has ever thrown all my convictions into confusion. She has a real gift, Saint Sylvestre de Lisieux. 2 truths for the price of 1. A grocer's daughter I am, so a grocer's daughter I will always be. Besides which, there is no destiny more glorious than pushing brats around in a baby carriage. Don't bother your head with that. Just study. My mother sets me straight again. Coercive, but reassuring. Yet they must have had some effect on me, those 12 years of listening to my teachers harp on and on in praise of sacrifice and selflessness. The body is a cesspool, intelligence a sin. The prayers aren't the worst of it, but the lives of the saints. And yes, that white lamb, whipped, tortured, fed to the lions. Blandine, the same scenario. Maria Goretti, a knife plunged right in the heart. And I weep in class over Joan of Arc. Bernadette was almost illiterate, girls, but do you know that poor, modest shepherdess was chosen by the good Lord? Even though he could certainly have picked someone much more educated, and the 3 children of Fatima, and the 2 humble shepherds who saw the Virgin at La Salette, blah, blah. Fascinating. Simplicity, innocence, the mortification of the body, and even the ne plus ultra, martyrdom, like the scrofula afflicting Saint-Germain. These women sacrificed their lives, and nothing, girls, could ever be more pleasing to God than that. Sucking blissfully on caramel lollipops, tackling the climbing rope, whispering in line, all that is vaguely sinful. The leitmotif is making sacrifices. For example, not talking even though you'd like to, going without dessert, doing the dishes for your mama. Whenever you don't want to do something, do it. Keep a notebook and write your sacrifices down. Some girls fill their notebooks with numbered lists. Emulation is renunciation. Maybe it's the same song and dance in the religious dumps for boys, the same regime of purity and fear, but they can't be kept down as much as we are. They're allowed to fight, encouraged to become leaders, and the good fathers don't despise balls, duas habet. I become convinced early on that women are more pious than men. They pack the church on Sundays, while my father waits for Low Sunday to go to confession and take the sacrament at Easter time. He hates the whole business and only goes at all to avoid a huge scene at home. Women have to be more pious. If a man isn't religious, it doesn't matter, because we girls are here to save the world through our prayers and exemplary behavior. Luckily, I feel overwhelmed, utterly unworthy despite all my efforts, and my sacrifices do not fill me with the anticipated happiness. I'm careful to hide my infamy. The joy I feel at racking up those good grades, seeing things I'm not supposed to, pinching candies from my mother, my natural naughtiness, my sloppiness simply impossible to hide, smudges on my notebooks. How can I explain that I do my homework on the kitchen table? Fingerprints on my sewing squares. Cleanliness is next to godliness, mademoiselle. I am exposed. Stain. That troubling word. The stainless virtue of Mary. How can I ever conceal all the violence and longing I trundle about inside myself? It's so hard, with a guardian angel at one's back and God everywhere in one's conscience, that big staring eye floating up in a corner of the ceiling, the first lesson in the ethics book. During our catechism sessions in the freezing chapel, I try vainly to hide in the back rows with all the gigglers, but the headmistress makes sure I do not escape the attention of the bespectacled chaplain. And the Friday confession slip's an awful custom. We write our names on pieces of paper that the teacher collects and sends to the priest. Later, when we are plumb in the middle of a geometry problem, a student will enter and hand a slip to the teacher, who stops the class to read the name out loud, so that we all know who is scrupulous enough to wish to be pure and spotless in the eyes of God. How proud they are getting up to leave the classroom, returning 20 minutes later with another piece of paper and another name. The daisy chain of good little girls. The secret shame of staying seated, noticed immediately by one's teacher and classmates. Once a month, crawling with revulsion, I join the chain, but resistance is best, and silence. All in all, I prefer the guilt of hidden transgressions to that atrocious, flaccid moment after confession. Kneeling between the statues of Saint Cecilia and Saint Laurence, I hate having admitted to the priest that I have committed the sin of pride, that I have stolen plums and sung dirty songs. That nervous tongue wetting thick lips, that fetid curiosity, I just hate myself. Little girls must be transparent to be happy. That's too bad. Me, I feel I'm better off in hiding. Convinced that this attitude will carry me through, I protect myself from within, with a solid dark core of wickedness and desires. This same defense mechanism also means that I am scared witless that the Virgin will appear to me, and then I'll have to become a saint, which doesn't appeal to me one bit. I want to travel, to eat papayas and rice with chopsticks, and use what gifts I have to become a doctor or a teacher. So whenever they lecture us, I use some and leave the rest behind. One always leaves less of it, however, than one thinks, especially since it's difficult, even impossible, to figure out all the connections involved, like the one between that admiration they instill in us for the Virgin, the mother of us all, and the Church is our mother as well, and the respect we owe to your dear mamma. I hope that you help out at home, girls, because you could never show her enough gratitude. Who does the cleaning? She does. Who irons your dress? She does. And the meals, and so on and on. It's a heavy burden, the maternal iconography dispensed by the good sisters. When you distress your mamma, she goes off all alone and cries. The two streams of tears running down the Virgin's cheeks. Whatever would become of you without your mamma? The teacher's tone grows threatening. I imagine the earth as a wasteland where I wander blindly, alone in the world. I still feel a cloying anguish when I recall the sing-song of those voices, so horribly sugary and tragic. Do your very best to show your gratitude. Embroidered doilies, raffia baskets, sashes of corded cotton. We start getting ready right after Easter, spending the end of every afternoon busily working on our Mother's Day presents. The whole thing is a joke to me, a kind of school holiday. Needle in hand, I have a wonderful time listening to stories and telling some myself, taking a stitch about once a minute. Suddenly, the icy reprimand, "Mademoiselle, I have my eye on you. You aren't doing a thing, and you will never finish your doily in time." I feel like blurting out the truth, of which I am quite certain by the age of 11. My mother doesn't care a hoot for her present. She will spend the entire morning of the Sunday in question running from one end of the shop to the other, and the small package placed between her napkin and the plate of canned sardines will embarrass her no end. "Oh, how sweet of you. Let me give you a little kiss." And then, "Let's put it away so it doesn't get dirty." That's the end of that. No question of me reciting the short poem we've all been taught. The two of us would feel absolutely ridiculous. I'd never dare admit such things, especially when the teacher announces in front of the whole class, "If you don't finish your doily, it means you do not love your mamma." I beaver away at my embroidery, convinced that I'm a monster, even if Mother's Day in my house is a load of poppycock. On such occasions, I have the disquieting feeling that my mother isn't a real mother, one like all the others. Neither weepy nor coddling, still less house-proud, she is someone I do not often recognize in the composite picture provided by the teacher. That spirit of self-sacrifice, the perpetual smile, and that deference toward the man of the house. Imagine my surprise and skepticism, but not too much embarrassment yet, when I don't see any of these traits in my mother. And if the teacher only knew that she uses bad language and sometimes leaves the beds unmade all day long and tosses customers out of the cafe when they've tied one on too tightly. And it's so irritating, the way the teacher whispers, "Your mamma." At home and all around my neighborhood, we say mama. Big difference. That mama stuff is for other mothers than mine. Not the ones I know well in my family or among our neighbors. Always in a complete snit, griping about how children don't come cheap, walloping kids right and left to keep them in line. It's just unbelievable how much they lack that inner glow so characteristic of the mamas our teacher describes. I see them after school when I go to meet my father, who waits for me with his bike. Elegantly dressed, refined ladies, the kind referred to in fashion magazines as the mistress of the house, who simmer delicious dishes in their cunningly decorated homes while their husbands are busy at the office. I see the ideal mother as part of a way of life that has precious little to do with ours. Marie-Jeanne isn't a very good friend of mine, but one day in June she invites me to her nice house, with its small garden, to have a glass of lemonade. We are going to sell raffle tickets together on her street. The dark hall, hung with paintings, opens onto a gleaming white kitchen like the ones in catalogues. A slender woman in a pink blouse moves quietly between the sink and the table. A pie, perhaps. Through the open window, I catch a glimpse of flowers. The only noise, tap water running gently over strawberries in a sieve. Everything is clean, bright, neat. A woman light years from my mother, the kind of woman to whom a child could recite a Mother's Day poem without feeling silly. A sleek woman, and happy, I think, because everything around her seems lovely to me. In the evening, Marie-Jeanne and her brothers will calmly eat the meal prepared for them, like a scene of domestic harmony from the moralizing poetry of Sully Prudhomme, without any shouting or the anxious counting of money on a corner of the table. Peace and quiet. Paradise. 10 years later, I will be the one in a silent, sparkling kitchen with flowers and strawberries. I have stepped into the picture, and it's killing me. Anyway, until my adolescence, it doesn't strike me as strange that my father washes the dishes and my mother lugs around bottle racks. Cooking, sewing, and ironing are not high on my list of values, or anybody's for that matter, since at school they send the hopeless dummies dozing in the back of the class off to home economics in a classroom up under the eaves. The 10-year-old ballerinas in their tutus give me a brief pang, but out in the courtyard I fly high on my swing and ride my bike while I dream my dreams. I have energy to burn, my mother says. Doesn't matter if I'm pretty or ugly, graceful or not. I love to watch myself in the mirror in my rosebud panties and slip, capering around music only I can hear. Soon I will be 12 years old. One summer night, unable to sleep, my face pressed to the window, I see the sun rise for the first time. When the darkness has paled to the light of day, I fall asleep in the astonishment of a strange and precious discovery, as though I have done something forbidden. Still happy and free. That year. In a few years, I will become a girl emptied of herself, swollen with romantic ideas in a world reduced to other people's expectations. My defenses crumble. I remember the summer when I was 12, and I can already see the first signs of this collapse. My growing interest in the love stories my mother reads, and the most sentimental songs on the radio. The melting Étoile de Neige and Bolero, with guitars singing beneath a red and black sky. Then there is my discovery that men are interested in girls who are curvaceous, and especially interested in their thighs when they're wearing shorts. When Claudine goes down the street, the workers on scaffolds whistle, and she's only 2 years older than I am. I worry. Will I be considered curvaceous? I'm putting off reliving my adolescence. I can already tell that I'll be cheating, praising everything that seemed so unspeakable and lousy at the time. My real body, pleasure, my fleeting realization that I am not a truly feminine girl, and ridiculing all that I found so wonderful, like being noticed by boys, having a certain look or style. I'm going to say that the romantic daydreams that filled my thoughts during math class are so much twaddle. I'm writing myself and can do as I please. I can turn myself in any direction I like and easily put new words in my mouth. But if I'm trying to show clearly the path I took to become a woman, then I shouldn't spit on the great lump of a girl weeping with rage because her mother won't let her wear stockings and a revealingly tight skirt. I should explain, without calling myself a fool. Are those years even over? It probably goes back to when I was 15, that fear I have of seeing myself in a mirror before I've had time to adjust the eyes and smile, putting on my best face. I'm still looking for the reflection of an imaginary body, the one that began to dance before my adolescent eyes, A slender, beautifully proportioned body with an attractive bust and an alluring face. Which mask should I pick? I've just got to get that body. Or else I'll never have a boyfriend. No one will ever love me, and life won't be worth living. The beauty factors are charm and love. The result is the meaning of life. That equation moves right into my brain, and a lot more deftly than ax to the second power plus bx plus c equals 0 ever did. The formula is written everywhere. In the novels serialized in my mother's newspapers, in the stories the bookstore owner recommends as suitable for a 14-year-old, the popular romance collections of Délie, Magali, and above all, the My Daughter's Library series with Elisabeth, Madame Bernage, and her Brigitte books, all works with high moral standards, and it isn't hard to figure out that this means the girls in these stories will get married without ever having made love beforehand. Still, they do lead enviable lives as pretty, polished young ladies. Chaste, educated when necessary, often with their baccalaureate, but no profession afterward because they're supposed to get married. Nurses during wartime, of course. Girls living freely off on their own? There are some. Black sheep who wear too much makeup, bad girls who pay for their loose ways with sorrow, remorse, illness, and poverty. I have a real fondness for those bohemian types, tough and adventurous, but obviously not heading in the right direction like Brigitte, who makes a fine marriage, is well off, and winds up the happy mother of 6. These antiseptic goody-goodies, I find, are always connected to the middle-class way of life. And if I feel that the good girls end up in better shape than the reckless ones, it's because they live in a shimmering dream of security and harmony. In the summertime, such women make jam in sprawling country houses, with birdies twittering everywhere, while the ones who thought they could live just as they pleased are coughing and spitting off in a garret somewhere. I prefer happiness, naturally. And then, in class, in the street, there are girls who saunter around with conceited expressions, fetching smiles. They make their skirts dance and pull their sweaters tight to show off their swelling breasts with a confidence that surprises me. And they're the ones who have a boyfriend waiting for them in a street near the school, who are all excited on Saturdays about the teen party that evening, who turn up on Monday with the new slang picked up from the boys. I really crammed for that math test, but I flunked it anyway. Dreamers, too. I feel that they live life intensely. 0, mademoiselle. You did not even open your geography book. Sometimes I wonder what goes on in your head. Sly smiles from the friends in the know, curious looks from the others. And the unprepared student, not one bit flustered, even proud, as if she were in possession of a secret, compared to which the world's oil production is just so much kid stuff. Sitting down again with a superior air, she casually fluffs up her blonde bangs with a forefinger. Supreme freedom. I admire girls in love before I join their ranks. What a sinking feeling when one of those privileged creatures leaves me with a "so long" when school lets out, crossing the street to join the boy who has just appeared on the opposite sidewalk. I go on home through a desert. Sometimes I meet Claudine, sashaying along on her high heels, a real vamp, terrifically cheap-looking but trailing admirers. I can't help envying her. While I do my homework in the evening, I listen to the radio. One day, you'll see, we'll meet and you'll belong to me. I, too, will be chosen. But how? By throwing the whole business into gear. By energetically creating a seductive image for myself. With what servile diligence do I latch on to all the outward signs of the right femininity, the come-hither kind, and how tenaciously I try to prove I am a young woman at the age of 14. But as I see things at the time, those stockings, that straight skirt, those high heels, aren't supposed to change me into a sex object, but to make me happy by getting me chosen. Plus, when I can finally parade around with stockings and an appropriately busty sweater, I will have the impression of proclaiming my freedom. A bra? My dream. It doesn't occur to my mother to buy me such a thing. She is a country woman and has never worn one. I don't dare mention it to her, because that would be an admission that I want my breasts to show. But what's the point of being stacked if it's not properly packed? Look for the Lou label wherever fine lingerie is sold. Luckily, a pal slips me one of her bras and I am saved. My wish finally fulfilled. Girl talk in the recreation yard, and even later in the Cité Universitaire. Mine are a disaster. I'm sure she wears falsies. Her boobs are so big she looks like a cow. You're as flat as a pancake. What you want is just enough to fill the hand of an honest man. A major concern. I admire myself in front of the mirror wearing those little cloth cups on my chest. Front view, profile, shoulders back, arms raised. It's like a game. Yet men's remarks are already more or less accepted in advance. What kind are you wearing? The white ones with lace are the sexiest. Nice set you've got there. Why feel humiliated? They're just breasts like any others. Twisting and turning before the wardrobe mirror at 14, I am already reduced to my appearance in my own eyes. All that is missing is the gaze of the other. In composition class in 8th grade, Marie-Thérèse likes to study herself in the dark reflection of the open window, running through a series of barely perceptible motions. She lifts her chin, lowers her head, thrusts out her breasts, pulling on her pendant at the same time to make them stand out. All those girls who can never get enough of looking at themselves, anywhere, in shop windows, between the pairs of shoes and the mannequins in their dresses, girls who always have a comb and mirror in their pockets. A quick pass with the comb, a pretext for checking your face while softly stroking your hair. In the girls' room, each one in front of her mirror, changing her mouth, her eyes, obscene. I do it too, hypnotize myself with my own reflection. Brigitte, my bra provider, says that she's too skinny. I'm a bit chubby and too tall, and men don't like tall women. She complains of being obliged to wear falsies. She has a habit of twisting her hair around a finger, and she smiles with her mouth closed because her teeth are crooked. Hard to do, given the hysterical laughter that comes over us out of the blue. We'd lost track of each other since the time of those instructive sessions in the bathroom. 2 years older than I am, she has quit school and is taking shorthand typing classes. We become friends because it's useful on Sundays. With 2 of us, we can go to the movies, to the motocross, or to the shop sales. She is my instructor because of the 2 years she has on me and because her entire small and determined self makes what she says so vivid that it seems indisputable. She arrives around 2 on a Sunday afternoon in a flutter of excitement. "So you're wearing your pleated skirt today." And then the critical appraisal, "It makes your legs look fat." Followed by, "Did you notice I washed my hair? It's all electric." Next we compare outfits, try on each other's things, a favorite pastime, and how do I look in this or that? One day when I've tied a cotton kerchief around my head, I await her verdict. A little smile, and suddenly, in her affected movie star voice, "You're a perfect wallflower." Annihilation in 5 seconds. But in her gloomy moments, she is equally hard on herself. Beauties we're not, just standard issue. Not 1 square inch of flesh escapes her expert eye. Not a single toe can wiggle freely. No legs are idly crossed. She's constantly calling me to order. "Hairy legs are ugly. You should wear polish on your toenails. You show too much thigh when you sit down." The body under constant surveillance and restraint, abruptly shattered into a heap of pieces, eyes, skin, hair, that must be dealt with one by one to reach perfection. Not an easy task, since a single detail can spoil everything. Did you see that one with her droopy butt? Most of the time, Brigitte is able to persuade me that she has a personal style, perhaps something along the lines of the actress Françoise Ernaux, attractive and mysterious, but definitely not too flashy. It's frightening how well she knows the code. Be as cute and desirable as you like, but whatever you do, don't let anyone think you're easy, one of her words. Unbeatable at detecting what looks tarty, a frizzy permanent, too bright a red, high heels with pants, or country bumpkin, a slip showing, wearing green and yellow together. She skillfully avoids these twin perils. At her side, I sometimes feel like a bloated eyesore, since my mother is still choosing my clothes and she's unaware of all these subtle distinctions. Even I am hard put to believe that black pants make you look cheap while the same ones in gray are fine. Looking back on all this, I now realize that Brigitte was trying not to look like a factory worker. An office job. That's different. And her dream is the simple, fresh, natural look that will land her a good catch. Sober, hard-working, but preferably not working class. She would like to have love affairs. With the crooner Luis Mariano, she wouldn't hesitate. But they never work out. In the romance novels and photo stories she lends me, the women are all treated like doormats. Their lives are a shambles, and then wham! Happiness. That doesn't work out for Brigitte, and I don't believe in it anymore. Her devotion to the idea of complete self-sacrifice doesn't suit me either. She says that when you love a man, you'll take anything from him, even eat his shit. Later I will hear other women, more cultured and refined, go on about passion, losing oneself in the other, and so on, but it's basically the same thing. I start using Brigitte's strange words. I've already seen them often in print, but hearing them in her mouth proves to me that one can use this language in real life. She talks about seducers and femme fatale, about sensual mouths. Her other main interests intrigue me as well. She cuts out photos of film stars like Danielle Gellon and Gérard Philippe from Cinemonde. So do I. She can tell you all the new songs, and her secret desire is to go on a radio talent contest and be discovered, but she never dares, or maybe isn't sure she'd win. I envy her ability to take down a song like C'est Magnifique in shorthand. 5 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, 2 girls stagger out of the movie theater on Place des Belges. The world is a shimmer of gray. People's heads look tiny and ugly. The girls drift through the crowd, slowly flowing along the shopping streets. Tentative pauses before the dresses and magazines. Gérard Philippe and Michel Morgan continue to run toward each other across burning Mexican sands. Some guys are following us. Don't answer, they'll think you're encouraging them. Brigitte is teaching me the ropes, running through the rules over and over again. Look good to everybody, but don't let just anyone come up to you. Especially if they're guys from the boonies. We get tired of strolling in front of the same windows. No one interesting. Then we move on to the streets without stores, sometimes going as far as the edge of the forest. The primroses may be blossoming by the side of the road and the pussy willows bursting into bloom in the woods at the end of March, but with Brigitte I'm never off on a voyage of discovery. As far as she's concerned, nature is where you get some fresh air after you've been cooped up in an office all week. Even stargazing is turned to good use. If you count 9 of them for 9 days running, then you'll dream of the man you'll marry. I go along without protest on these truncated walks. We talk about songs, movie stars, boys. No, more than that. Brigitte often lets herself go, forgetting the tame sentimentality of nous deux, and her proper young lady pose falls by the wayside. Together we talk about it. And girls I know are not supposed to talk about it. Endlessly informative she is, and she sets me free every Sunday with her jokes and raw language. With her, the world is one big sex organ, a colossal itch, a flood of sperm and blood. She knows everything, that men go with men and women with women, what you have to do so you won't have a kid. Incredulous, I rummage through the night table. Nothing. Underneath the mattress I find a rumpled napkin, stiffened by stains, a horrible object, a real sacrilege. What word does she say, the one men use? Cum? Cream? We wouldn't know them yet. Maybe the scientific term, perhaps she read it somewhere. Sperm. But what is writing it compared to hearing it out loud in your parents' bedroom when you're 13 years old? We tell each other stuff that would have appalled our elders. Anything at all can become obscene. Legs waving in the air, organs gaping or erect, the banality of porn rags. Our stories are better, and more cheerful, too. No discrimination. Our conversations, whether technical or just for laughs, give equal time to both sexes. Impossible to feel ashamed with Brigitte on the day I feel that first shudder under the sheets. That happens to me too, she laughs. But don't go telling the priest, it's none of his business. And what a triumph when I announce to her that I have it now too. No more pretending to have monthly cramps for me. I'm perfectly comfortable with my new condition. No, I hadn't imagined it like this. Casually lifting my pleated skirt, pulling down my panties, and sitting on the toilet seat, not thinking of anything in particular, the elastic tight around my thighs just over the knees. Utter astonishment. Seeing what I've never seen before. My own blood. That blood. Part of my life is over. I sit staring the way fortune tellers study tea leaves. That's it. 5 minutes later, my mother is joking awkwardly. Now you've become a young woman. Neither more nor less of a young woman than I was the day before. It's simply a marvelous event. Impossible to tell my mother how pleased I am. Brigitte is the only one who will understand that. I'm already going over the story in my head, so there I was, off to school on Monday as usual, and planning to mention to her as well my fear that it will suddenly stop, and the fact that while I would have liked a nice limpid stream, I've got a swampy dribble, and what's hers like? It seems I can talk to her about anything. Surely it's this frank language that binds me to her, and that will later make me feel ashamed. No pruderies, as at school, nothing you can't confess. Me, I like looking at women's bosoms in the movies. I can still hear her confident tone on those summer Sundays as she nibbles on the grass blades she keeps plucking and spitting out. Women don't enjoy doing it, my mother told me. Then those cat's eyes of hers, and her laugh. Too bad, I'm going to enjoy it. I like the talk about our bodies and the laughter above all, but I'm sure that it's wrong. The ideal, that other Brigitte, the one in the series of books for girls who goes to art shows and never says a dirty word. My Brigitte, she doesn't forget that either, the code of the real young lady. I'm going to enjoy it. But she gets up, gracefully smooths out her dress and puts on a dignified expression, nose in the air. All our talk is kept just between us, so that other people won't take us for depraved sluts who have been around. The code is even built into our secret conversations. I learn everything there is to know about virginity from Brigitte, and no mistake. The painful opening of this door by a man, breaking a seal of good conduct whose absence is impossible to hide, except with shots of astringent lemon, which aren't a sure thing anyway. After Mass one day, Ernaux, Brigitte's friend from the office, throws her head back and half closes her eyes, saying rapturously, "He told me if you're not a virgin on our wedding night, you hear me, I'll strangle you." We're in front of the electric household appliance and luggage store. What a thrill. As for unwed mothers, tough luck. Men can screw around as much as they want. In fact, it's actually better for them to have experience so they can initiate us. In spite of my active childhood and natural curiosity, I simply accept the idea of being offered up on my back. I don't find this passivity disgusting to imagine. Dreaming of a big bed or looking up at the sky from a grassy couch, a face bending over me. The rest of the process is always in his hands, never mine. I admit we dare to describe our periods and our longings, but marriage begins to seem obligatory and sacred with Brigitte. And although we talk about our sexuality, it is tacitly understood that we cannot imagine being able to go all the way with it. Not easy to determine the respective effects of conditioning and freedom. I thought the line my girlhood followed was a straight one, but it goes off in all directions. One thing is certain, my Brigitte period proves calamitous for my mother, whose glorious image takes some rude knocks. The damage is petty but telling. Dusty furniture, unmade beds, a spreading waistline. On my own home ground, Brigitte makes me see what I had hitherto felt without attaching any importance to it. No, my mother doesn't know how to cook, not even to make mayonnaise. Housework doesn't interest her, and she isn't feminine. That terrible pronouncement one day during an argument, "Your mother's a cow." Most of the time it isn't that direct. More of a laughing matter and lots of you-knows. You know, your hairbrush could use a good soak. You've never heard of ammonia? Very useful. The economic approach. My mother makes my dresses, all of them. It's much less expensive that way. I always reply that my mother hasn't the time, which is true, but why make that excuse and be ashamed to say that she'd rather see to her business and calculate her profit margins? Why be ashamed to admit she wouldn't know how to sew a dress for me? Worst of all, Brigitte's prying eyes the first time she found my father mashing the potatoes. Oh, what an extraordinary sight. And the horrible astonishment of her pointed question, "You're the one who does that?" Strange animals in a zoo from another planet. You're the one who peels the potatoes. You're the one who does the dishes. Other girlfriends later on will show their amazement less blatantly, perhaps, but I can feel it all the same. Your father's the one who... What a weird aberration. What a joke, like the guy in the Paris Match cartoons, the one wearing the frilly apron. If only my mother had some attenuating circumstances, fragile health or a horde of brats, but no. As though they have deliberately chosen to live in an abnormal fashion. I fail to persuade Brigitte that this way of doing things is unimportant, and even rather practical for the business. A house husband. Unbelievable. And suddenly they're both ridiculous. My gentle father is now a milquetoast, and my mother, with all her vitality, is wearing the pants in the family. Now I am ashamed that he puts up with doing the dishes, that she shouts like that. And how I cherish the image of an industrious but discreet mother. A little Dresden china figurine, what a dream. Instead of that powerful explosion. They're so awkward, the both of them. They don't fit the pattern. Which pattern? The one you see in nice, decent families, or families that are trying to be that way. It's not proper for a man to be peeling vegetables. He ought to be a bit like the others, interested in sports, yelling at the slightest bad grade, grounding the culprit, sending slaps flying right and left. At school, these blustering fathers are a big success, and some girls proudly recount the latest paternal exploits. He locked me in my room, no parties until Easter. He's their enemy, but they seem to adore him. Maternal authority doesn't go over as well, however. Too much hidden resentment involved. To top it off, we get Les Femmes Savantes in 9th grade, and we're obliged to find those learned ladies comical. It's Molière, after all. To dump on Philemont and applaud Chrysale in her big monologue, even though I secretly don't think it's very funny. Brigitte's house is a shining example of normality for me. Madame Desfontaines, always there, busy in her kitchen. A little washing, a little sewing, dainty chores, and don't go into the dining room, you'll get it dirty. A tiny universe, to my eyes, preoccupied with trivial tasks like polishing the doorknobs. What a joke. And how can anyone seriously spend 5 minutes wondering whether to make noodles or shepherd's pie? A universe in slow motion, impressively quiet to someone who lives day in and day out in the crucible of voices I call home. The silence of those kitchens in the afternoon. Empty, oppressive. Not like the silence in school when the students are working. That full silence ready to explode into shouting and laughter outside. A numbing silence. I can't wait to leave. That's where I discover an astonishing and unexpected domestic complicity between mother and daughter. Did you see your sweater? I washed it in soap flakes, like new. I'm going to make you a new bedspread. Cretonne would be nice, I think. And so on. Brigitte helps out in the kitchen and smugly makes me feel that I don't know how to do a thing. It's true. I can't whip up a mayonnaise or even peel a carrot efficiently, but I could say that in school I manage rather well. No, that won't make up for it. Everyone understands that for a girl, not knowing how to do a thing means being incapable of cooking, cleaning, ironing properly. How will you cope later on when you're married? The big question, with its irrefutable logic to rub your nose right in it, can't even boil an egg. Well, just wait. You'll see how your husband likes eating out of cans. Makes me giggle. Marriage is so far off. And I watch absent-mindedly as Brigitte pulls her sheets taut, smoothing every wrinkle from the bed, instead of drawing the covers up like I do. all the same, I start to think there must be something missing. Since all girls and women have to look after their homes, I should learn those things too, as well as my future profession. One summer during my adolescence, despite my mother's shrugs, "Don't waste your time with that, go ride your bike," I clean my room every morning, and even hers too, since I am now so easily offended by messiness. I iron dishcloths, handkerchiefs, simple things to get into the habit. I hang up the wash, a towel, a clothespin, a shirt, a clothespin, slowly festooning the line as the mild September breeze caresses my legs. Girls' work, quiet and innocent. On Sundays, I make chocolate mousse, proudly. I can do it, too. At the family dinner on August 15th, Ascension Day, I bask in the attention. They all dig in, happily stuffing themselves with my chocolate mousse, saying, "Much better than store-bought." No more, "What's to become of that one?" The exultation of being complete, with nothing missing anymore. But I shouldn't make too much of this ironing and baking. It's fun. A game. A relaxing change from reading. A way to stave off boredom toward the end of vacation. An excuse to taste with impunity the provoking sweetness of eggs and sugar beaten together. To eat whole spoonfuls of warm melted chocolate. As soon as school starts again, that's the end of domestic diversions. First things first. My mother, the teachers, that's what they all tell me. I believe them, but the future is clouding over. Primary school teacher will be fine. Bad enough that people say teachers don't get married. School becomes a drag. I'm into a serious slump. After I hit the 8th grade, nothing really interests me anymore in class. The Schall formula, or Euclid's postulate. Pretend that you have lost something dear to you in 250 words or more. Well, I couldn't care less. The French Revolution, Hiroshima, a few explications de texte, perhaps a flicker of interest. As far as work is concerned, I've outlived my former enthusiasm. My eager curiosity is all gone, leaving only a fierce desire not to fail, sheer pride and nothing more. Or else I don't dare bank entirely on my charm, keeping 2 irons in the fire, whatever the cost. I prefer to think that I'm not completely shucking off a certain idea of myself. If I do nothing, I am nothing, my mother's words. But what energy it takes during those desperate years not to lose ground. Evenings when I spend 3 hours cranking out my geometry homework, tracing straight lines and perpendiculars with a song by Aznavour running through my head. In class, I slouch in my chair, elbows on the desk, face propped up in my hands, eyes seemingly riveted on the book or the blackboard. The perfect position for daydreaming. I developed the habit of switching off the teacher after the first few words. For 4 years, I never listened to one lesson from start to finish, and try to catch up in the evenings with my textbooks. Some teachers dictate the lessons, which is more tiring, but with a bit of practice you can manage to write while thinking of something else. Boys, fantasies of romance, songs, longings. Yes, I heartily recommend the seated position. I'm wrapped in a big soft dream from which I emerge painfully to translate a Latin passage. As we walk home from the movies on Sunday, when I think of the homework awaiting me, while Brigitte trots along at my side toward her cozy evening of getting her clothes ready for Monday, washing her hair to look nice for the accountant, sometimes, just for a moment, I envy that placid, carefree existence. What will we be quizzed on tomorrow? And what about all those things I still have to learn, those pages to write, those exams to pass? How about a little job? Typing's pleasant enough. You'd have money to buy clothes and go out whenever you want, like most girls. A life of pure futility and waiting. My parents' acquaintances and customers are starting to make knowing remarks. Well, your girl's going to be leaving you one of these days soon. My mother gets a mite testy. She's got plenty of time. Let her enjoy her youth. But sometimes she adds, marriage is a part of life, and says she'd hate to see me left an old maid. These days I long to take it easy, not be so responsible, and I tell myself that studying is a practical way to spend the meantime, because, after all, you have to go on living while you wait for your grand passion. Letting someone take your hand, mon enfant, ma sœur, Baudelaire's invitation to a voyage of love, the gleaming kitchen, the strawberries under a musical stream of water. One day you'll see, we'll meet, and you'll belong to me. And nothing in school to successfully counteract this confused obligation, to please, to be loved, to be chosen. The good sisters rant about modesty, fulminate against wearing pants that arouse men's desire, another reason to wear them, and urge us to read Christiane, a magazine with photographs of girls in the most incredibly dowdy outfits, wearing idiotic smiles of beatific Christian joy, who wax ecstatic about the upright life and pure, honest friendship with boys. The sisters pass around now that you've become a woman, a set of instructions for body and soul that reeks of restriction and boredom. Nothing but pitfalls to be avoided, in delicately veiled terms, and above all, watch out for boys, as they are physically very different from you in their reactions, the victims of a sudden imperious impulse that they cannot control. Whereas we, it seems, don't feel all that much, so if we give in, it's on purpose, a fine distinction. To this advice for perfect innocence, our favorite insult between us girls, I prefer the novels and tips on how to have a blooming complexion in Écho de la Mode, a popular women's weekly. The only religion that makes my heart beat faster at the age of 15 is love. I'll do anything if you ask me. Piaf is right. And I wake up for Corneille's Le Cid, love and honor. Preposterous, but in any case preferable to the War of the Austrian Succession. Are my classmates all off in dreamland the way I am? I remember I sure slept through that. In French, in math. All apparently diligent. Homework always done, never any rebellion, nothing but chuckles and whispering. We just want to get by, a herd with no ambition. There are exceptions. Le Gay, the workaholic, one of the few we all know will go far, but forget admiration. What a weirdo, sullen, dressed any old how, and so we rather pity her instead of envying her brains. After the big push at the end of 9th grade, complete collapse in the 10th. Our math teacher is an enormous woman who wears a black cloak over her checked blouse. She's a screamer. Mademoiselle, you are not putting your hearts into it. Nothing but numbskulls and lazy lumps. A little enthusiasm, if you please. Pure Greek. As the years go by, the faces in the classroom change. Some weeding out. First the ones without much money, off to be secretaries or sales clerks. Then the shopkeepers' daughters, also in the selling line, but with a different air, and the farm girls who vanish forever into their acres. Others arrive. The convent school is full of shooting stars, scatterbrained things expelled from lycée, languid lovelies who get married during the next school holiday, airheads forever off in the clouds, and always a tyrannical father thrown in for good measure. Children of people of means, girls who care only for dancing, partying, and listening to the moody songs of Brassens. I soon fall under their influence, replacing the picture of Jean Marais in my math notebook with one of James Dean seems like an improvement to me, as does switching from Mariano to the Platters, never realizing that it's still the same crush. Discussing the future with my new friends means talking about flirting, the same as with Brigitte. Pop stars, boyfriends, clothes, and gossip about one another are the main topics of our conversations. I feel I've come a long way. Now we hit the bumpy part of the story, telling my good fortune la-di-da, except it isn't that good, more like a drubbing that leads to humiliation and revolt. I head toward boys the way one sets out on a journey, with fear and curiosity. I don't know what they're like. The last time I looked, they were throwing chestnuts at me on street corners in the summer and snowballs outside the school gate in the winter, or shouting insults at us from the opposite sidewalk with me calling them jerks or assholes depending on the circumstances, namely whether there were any adults around or not. Restless, manic creatures, a bit silly. It has taken a whole blessed afternoon of roller skating to transfigure one of them. They have probably changed as much as I have. I set off in their direction, lightly equipped with advice gleaned from girl talk, Écho de la Mode, novels, songs, A few poems of Musset and an overdose of dreams. Bovary's little sister. And deep down inside, hidden away as indecent, the desire for a pleasure I've discovered on my own. This other half of the world is a mystery to me, true, but I am sure I'm going to enjoy the party. The idea of any inequality between boys and myself, of any difference beyond the physical ones, simply never occurs to me because I've never experienced such a distinction. What a disaster. The party never gets going. A strapping girl, dressed okay but hardly fetchingly, her straight hair ritually permanented each May ever since her first communion. In men's language, we're talking dog. Lots of girls know instinctively how to make themselves attractive. Not me. One day, in despair, I spit at my face in the mirror. Sunday afternoons get more and more grim, and there is Brigitte, always so leery of being approached. It takes me a long time to figure out she is looking for the real thing. She is dying to make love, but only after getting married. Always turning her nose up at our Sunday followers, but then I'm not interested in them either. Hey, girlies, haven't we met somewhere before? The admiration of zeros, that's twice nothing. I ignore them with no trouble, quite as unfairly as the guys I'm sure I'd like are ignoring me. But how and where to meet them? Brigitte has just one male coworker in her office, and he's going steady with a hairdresser. The only girls who would invite me to their parties are the daughters of dentists, wholesalers, and foundry engineers, my former goody-goody classmates, and they aren't my friends. There's not much mixing in a little town of 8,000 inhabitants. The public dance on Saturday nights. You're kidding. Nothing but housemaids and factory girls. Why don't I have a brother? He'd take me out, he'd have friends. All those girls constantly talking about their brothers. He just got his baccalaureate. He's home on leave. He says that motor scooters are kid stuff. The brother god. Too bad for me. Sometimes the trip isn't an easy one, which leaves luck. And there's not a whole lot of that around. As pickups go, it's a good one. He says his lines perfectly. Perhaps just a bit too quickly. Tall, tanned like a model in an Ambre Solaire ad, a warm voice with a pleasant timbre, like a soap opera star's. He says something complicated, adding, "That's from Racine, I think." I can't tell if he's putting us on, because the only Racinian play I've read is Les Plaideurs. Brigitte is flipping through her magazines, and I'm eating peaches at the edge of a field right outside town. The Racine part is just before he lays his Vespa at the side of the gravel road and comes over to sit down casually, wrapping his arms around his knees, playing with his dark glasses and speaking in a relaxed manner. Well-phrased things. Not like that "haven't I seen you someplace before" bunk. Quite nicely done. Just like a movie without the music. And yet it's horrible. I have never been so upset. My hands are trembling as I try to peel my peach, dribbling juice all down my wrist. Panicky embarrassment. Alone, I would have bolted. I hate him for talking, and because we really don't know what to reply, aside from yes, no, it depends, 14, 9th grade, Gérard Philippe, Becau's my favorite singer. He's studying us from behind his sunglasses. Brigitte is sucking on her grass blade and periodically emitting little bleating laughs. He's wearing shorts, no shirt. I can see his muscles, his skin. Good looking. It's scary. That's when I leave childhood behind, in the shame of that gaze directed half at me, half at my friend, that all-purpose sweet talk intended for either one of us at the same time. I could stop here, pretend that the game horrifies me. Not true, since I stay right where I am. After all, it's wonderful to be watched from behind dark glasses. He leans over to look at Brigitte's magazines, looking up at each of us in turn. You ought to wear your hair like this. He shows me a girl on the cover of Nous Deux. And you, Brigitte, like this. He doesn't tell us we're cute. Even better, he implies it. What's the expression? To tame. Frightened young things, wary little kittens. The nice tanned boy isn't going to hurt you. It's probably normal for men to talk to girls this way. I grow tame. Slowly, I persuade myself that this chance meeting resembles an adventure. An interesting guy, 23, a chemist, he says. I even dare ask him where he lives. Despite his skillful patter, however, our vacation pickup artist is unable to pry apart the Siamese twins we form out of fear, even more out of jealousy, so that he can take us for a ride on the Vespa, each in turn. Ciao, he tells us. See you tomorrow. Ciao, a new word. We are impressed. Then, for the first time, I indulge in that strange conversation about boys and feelings, the circular conversation you keep thinking will clear everything up, an interminable commentary in which you become all bogged down. Did you hear? He's a chemist. Did you hear? He's 23. I didn't think he was that old. Me neither. Laughter. You could see the hair on his stomach. Laughter again. There's more where that came from. We can't save ourselves with obscenity. A really neat guy. He must have all the girls he wants. Flattered that he chose us when there's so much better around. The murmurs of slaves, incense offered to the god. Just talking about him, I'm falling in love. I make resolutions for the following day. I shouldn't be so aggressive. It must have put him off a bit. We debate who should take the first ride on the Vespa. Brigitte hums Mes mains dessinent dans le soir, la forme d'un espoir. Hope springs eternal. Our bikes are leaning against the embankment where we left them 3 hours earlier. What an adventure. Later on, when I'm 20, I watch Molière's Don Juan up on stage, putting the moves on Mathurine and Charlotte's each in turn. It's fascinating, and I feel sick. We weren't that silly and provincial. That taken in, yes. The next day, I put my hair in a ponytail, like the one on the cover of Intimité. Even though we go back the following days as well, until Brigitte's vacation is over, he never shows up again. Sometimes we tell ourselves he had to return unexpectedly to Le Havre, and sometimes we decide he thought we were mousy or prissy. Too late. Not one iota of revolt or contempt. We aren't angry at him. Submissiveness in all its perfection at 14 years old. Later on, I take that ride on the Vespa 100 times, between the defenestration of Prague and verbs that take the subjunctive. My first adventure, somewhat revised, in particular by consigning Brigitte to oblivion, becomes one more of the many love stories with which we all while away the time in class. Now I can say it. A lousy creep who couldn't manage to chalk up 2 morons. But that's not how I think of it at the time. Gérard, I love you. That's how I write it up on my scratch pad and in my head. My first love. It's the only language I know. Actually, he doesn't make it past Christmas. I think he's old at 23. An inequality I do notice and easily find repulsive. And I have hopes of meeting other Vespas. What will happen to me? There it is, the one and only big question, my entire metaphysics until the age of 17. Leaving school after class, nose to the wind, wearing a fashionably baggy coat, a hard-won look that makes me seem like a big gawk of a girl. But too bad. Oh, this fragile victory, my appearance. A trifle, a look, a remark is enough to demolish me. And they're past masters of the deflating pinprick, Brigitte and my classmates, but they're not the ones I have to please. It's over, Mother, I can't hear you anymore. Listen to my high, thin little voice. It doesn't sound like yours. You drive me crazy by missing the point when I tell you Françoise is going out with so-and-so, that Marie-Jo goes to parties every Saturday. I harp on the freedom of others in hopes of cadging a bit for my own personal use. Nothing doing. Blind to comparisons. Luckily, you're not like them. But I am. At 16, I no longer recognize the upright and determined image of myself you throw in my face. Relaxed small-town pickups, more like impromptu palling around. Either you know each other or you will one day, never any rough stuff. Strolling along, watched by the same old ladies at their windows and the same shopkeepers standing in their doors, we feel spied on but protected. A far cry from the big city prowled by tomcats of sex and crime. Who's picking up whom, I'm not too clear on the difference at this point. Like many other girls, I do the roundabout, passing and repassing in front of the stores while boys pass and repass as well, sized up out of the corners of our eyes, the not-too-bads and the god-awfuls. We loiter. Office workers, students at a business school, a few from the Lycée of Rouen on Saturdays and Sundays. They're a late discovery for me, boys my own age. At first I find them funny, more or less amusing with their puns and spoonerisms, so sure that we girls can't do that. Really witty. How did I manage to live without, I thought it was an oyster, but it's not. I'm not forearmed by a bourgeois intellectual education against the nastier wordplay, and I haven't got the proper young lady's, oh, my virgin ears reflex of wrinkling my nose at vulgar allusions. Of course I laugh, but I must soon admit it's always the same tired jokes. She's a carpenter's dream, flat as a board, and I've already heard the dirty stories from Brigitte. The boys seem almost as wild and ridiculous as they did in their snowball period. And surprise, always talking about themselves, their likes and dislikes, their classes, their detentions, their motor scooters, and their balls. Listening to men, paying attention to them. Now it starts. You can let them talk, or you can laugh. Unless you choose to play dumb, saying silly things on purpose to crack them up. She's sweet, they laugh, mocking and conceited, and always dragging us into their universe. Come bowling, play some pool, I've a race, a match today, yes, I'll come watch you. They never imagine we might also have our own world, interests, school, girlfriends. But that's enough of that. You know those nuns of yours are all old dykes, period. When I feel like talking about the difficulties of advanced math, about my favorite writers, Rousseau, for example, they're annoyed. And girls' algebra problems are nothing compared to theirs. At home, at my school, girls have always been encouraged to study hard, but with them such success is a drawback, makes them suspicious, another pain in the ass. Bookworms turn them off. They like their girls unspoiled, with no complexes. They make fun of me when I want to go home and study. I must get used to the idea that for a long time, no boy, no man, except my father, will attach any importance to what I do. Teacher? Upshoot the eyebrows. Lawyer? You'll get swollen ankles from being on your feet all day. Some of them are repelled. That nice blonde guy, so kind and loving. But honey, I'm afraid all this studying will wear you out. Why don't you find a job as a secretary? Having brains must be what means you're not a real woman anymore to them. One day I'm with some boys, and we run into Le Gay, the top student in my school. When I say hello, the others start hooting and choking with laughter. What a ghastly sight! Who is that horror? She's incredibly smart, I protest, because I do envy her a little, deep down in spite of my timidity. But I'd rather die than hear people talk about me the way they do behind her back, and I can't even imagine giving up the things she sacrifices. Admiring glances, my vague hopes for the future, love, intimacy, the other. There it is already, the awful mess I won't be able to escape. I need boys, but to please them I'd have to be simperingly sweet, admit that they're always right, use feminine wiles. Kill what still resists, the love of accomplishment, the desire to be really, truly myself. That or loneliness. That or looking at my lips and breasts and telling myself they're useless. That, obviously. But I don't go about it the right way. I sneer aggressively at their boasting. I try stubbornly to talk about what I love. Books, poetry. Oh, enough, they say. Stuff it. Why, when I can put up with the talk about soccer and inoculations against hoof and mouth disease, a vet school student, and the ritual jokes about comparing penis sizes in the shower at the lycée? Just a minute, my girl. Not the same thing at all. Listen carefully. Prick up your ears. You mustn't be a pain around boys, don't you know that? What I don't know is how to hide from a boy that I like him. Men want to do the choosing, sweetheart. So what? I like to choose too. I still don't understand the difference. This blunder, switching roles, immediately gets you labeled a pushover. She's easy. No such thing as an easy boy. One day I'm out there cruising happily without thinking about it. I pass in front of the business school. He should be getting out now. Not there. Never one to stand around. Where is he? Rue du Nord. The roundabout. I'm off and running. A bunch of them. Then a voice like a punch in the face. Her again. The dirty creep. I storm off with my book bag, seething with rage. I don't know how to behave. I'm either too much or not enough. Standoffish and boy-crazy at the same time. A dizzy smile, breathless with admiration, and then tired of the role I have to play. I don't want that ride on the scooter anymore. I feel it's all my fault. Boys will be boys, it says in my English grammar book. An example of a universal truth. That trip. What am I waiting for? If I'd listened to myself, I think I'd still be there waiting. True love would be so wonderful. But all around me in class, and Brigitte too, they know. Well, I don't. The best way to get it over with, just calmly choose a partner. He's online with me at the post office. Furtive glances, harmless conversation, kept up until the roundabout. Boring, and his thick mouth, his math student look, good grades but not one of the top stars, don't say anything to me. He'll be the one. Trot out the smiles, friendly expressions. Fine, see you Monday. No, really, it's not bad. Even if it isn't like a scene from a novel, even if I am tossing all the tender preliminaries out the window, why always drench things in syrup, carve two hearts on a tree trunk to guarantee a fond memory? 3 days of waiting, windy days in late March, like a 3-day retreat before First Communion, the same slowness, the same torpor. I prepare myself and my head a lot more than my body. I go over everything in my imagination, figure out how much time I have, because my mother keeps a close watch on me. My navy blue sweater, the white collar, my bangs combed, I'm ready an hour early. Liberation, ceremony or sacrifice, who knows? I can still feel how determined I was, striding off to the traffic circle. What's going to happen to me? Whatever it is, I'm the one making it happen. When I see him coming toward me in a duffel coat, wearing a big smile, I'd like to run away. You take the rough with the smooth, and I'm the one who started this. Limp phrases, our steps echoing on the deserted sidewalks. It's Monday, so 3/4 of the shops are closed. The poster from Sunday's film is still up, Les Jeunes Années d'une Reine, with Romy Schneider. Quietly boring. Not so much freedom after all. I'm not in charge. At most, I'm allowed to suggest, why don't we take that street? He gives me a funny look. Quick, put on the ditzy act. I just love daffodils. The gardens over that way are full of them. Come on. First, the arm around the shoulders. Heavy. Terrible. The voice, suddenly lower and softer. Aha, here it comes. The opposite sex has scratchy cheeks, a hard body, and breathes heavily. Touched neither by the grace of pleasure nor the blessing of a great emotion, I am somewhat surprised. There is no sunshine, and I don't feel at all as though I were in a dream. It's more like the acute consciousness that follows a night of insomnia, when you can see and hear everything but just can't find the right words. An old woman chatting over a gate with her neighbor looks over at us and remarks, "Everyone has their springtime, that's how it goes." He's holding me too tightly. I feel like a fool walking along stiff-legged, stopping every 10 yards. I'm thinking of the baccalaureate exams and the coming summer. I've moved on to the next stage. One of my questions has been answered. I trot home happily. "You were at the dentist's a long time?" "Yes, the office was crowded." My mother looks at me from behind her counter. Today I'm paying her back for her silence about Nookie and everything else. I go up to my room, thinking about what the other girls have told me. I washed myself right after. I absolutely had to, and my heart was beating like wild. Me, I look at myself in the mirror, wondering why I feel just the same. So far, so good. I'm eager to continue the trip. A single encounter and the swift revelation of a complicity that has never ceased to move me. There hadn't been the slightest flicker of triumph in his eyes. There, I got you. Or else I haven't yet learned to recognize it. I'd seen only a boy who didn't talk much, a face already like a brother's. Over the next few months, we spend about 40 hours together. I keep track, as though I were adding to a hoard of special moments. The sun warms my face, but the earth is still cool beneath my back. During my walks in the country with my mother, I'd often caught sight, at a distance, of shapes with blurred outlines. Couples. I hadn't been able to take my eyes off them. Whatever were they up to? And here I am, in turn, amazing. I'm living the great dream of my childhood, the scenes of kissing and embracing so often imagined and acted out. Where is the guilt I thought I would feel? And the love? The idea that going out with a boy is some kind of pinnacle of experience is definitely dead, almost laughable. Our 2 book bags lie side by side in the grass, but a life together? Forget it. For the first time, I'm terrorized by the idea of marriage. I'm beginning to emerge, to disencumber myself. Enough of this true romance foolishness, the love of my life stuff. There'll be other guys besides Remy. I tackle my classwork with a blunt new energy. I need to pass the first part of the baccalaureate so that next year in 12th grade, I can seek the answers to questions that have been bothering me ever since I began finding this business of love and men less complicated than I'd thought. I read Sartre, Camus, naturally. How frivolous my problems with clothes and bad dates now seem. Liberating texts that release me forever from serial stories and women's novels. I ignore the fact that these books were written by men, that their heroes are men as well. Roquentin or Merceau. I identify with them. What do you do with your life? The question has no sex. Neither does the answer. And this I naively believe. That year of my back. I have one motto: don't ever do anything you'll regret. Where did I pick up that maxim? I'm not reading Gide yet, and it never occurs to me that this ambition is impracticable for a girl, but it soon will. Going out with my parents or Remy, which would I regret not doing? Easy, so find some pretext, lie nonstop, and bingo, I'm off. Yes, but what do I do with this desire that arrives along with summer skirts and the heavy petting sanctioned by 2 months of dating? I always want to go further. So does he. His hand fumbles behind my back for the first time, a stunning development. I hold my breath and hear the faint click as the strap is unhooked. But as in those novels I no longer read, I push him violently away. Because they come flooding back in on me, all those cautionary precepts for girls, and sweep away my principles of freedom. No one respects girls who go too far. Once you start, you can't stop. The slippery slope, the downward path so luridly described in Confidence. And what if I end up like Marine, whom all the boys call one size fits all? When her ponytail flashes on the corner of Place des Belges, they all cackle, "Here comes the doormat!" And the girls giggle, too. For years I never hear anyone defend the sexual liberty of girls, and certainly not the girls themselves. Marine has slept with at least 3 guys, so she's a slut. I worry, am I maybe a bit sluttish around the edges, as they put it? Liberty, sluttery. I don't feel strong enough to choose to be a tart. And then the rhythm method, some fine figuring, infallible. We've all got it neatly copied in a notebook. But I don't believe that little calendar can tame the mute, invisible thing. As though the uterus and ovaries didn't exist, but they're always waiting, like a baby bird's beak. Impossible to gauge precisely the strength of this fear. All those Greek and Racinian tragedies, they're in my womb. Fate in all its absurdity. One sunny day, your life is over in one fell swoop. The bridal veil or a small suitcase and the kid, a miserable fix. Compared to that, Camus' revolt and philosophical aspirations to freedom don't amount to squat. I'm fond of my silent companion. We have good times, sometimes, and I'm dying to make love with him. No, I don't feel like having my future grind to a halt on the 28th of each month. I'll never be closer than I am at 17 to sexual freedom and a glorious sensuality. And I discover immediately that they are out of reach. This first clearly perceived difference drives me to despair. I feel it will never be abolished. Boys are free to desire, not you, my girl. Resist. That's the code. Resistance methods? The usual defensive game of dividing my body into territories from head to toe. Permitted area. The uncertain field of current maneuvers. The forbidden zone. Seed territory only, inch by inch. Each pleasure is labeled defeat for me, victory for him. I had not anticipated experiencing the discovery of the other in terms of loss, and it isn't amusing. My girlfriends and I reveal our cowardice with shame, never with pleasure or pride. I prefer to be alone again. Saved. My girlhood is marked by magic words that help me to live, summing up events in a kind of ethics in action. Saved. Not so much my virginity, that mute and tiresome scrap of skin. I have never managed to persuade myself that it's worthwhile. At most, it's useful. The last parry, a mealy-mouthed argument for refusal. No thanks, I'm a virgin. But I rediscover the happiness of walking really and truly alone through the streets, looking at other men without feeling guilty, laughing heartily in class instead of whispering secrets and passing notes under the desks, all that sentimental mush that girls indulge in over boys. Weeks stretch out ahead of me, clear of routine dates, saved from a dependence that had been settling in without my noticing it. I want new things. To pass my back exam and escape the good sisters, to spend my senior year at the lycée, a year I know will be a revelation. I can't let religion wreck it for me. And I long for the big city, too, for anonymous streets lined with tall old houses. Rouen, the reward city of my childhood, the festive city, will finally become my everyday city. I will leave the small business life behind, the omnipresent smell of coffee that seems to have soaked into the very walls, the voices chanting about the weather, the cost of living, and death. Am I strong enough? My father says nothing. My mother thinks it over and exclaims, "Leave if you want to. A girl's not meant to be tied forever to her mother's apron strings." I pass my back and prepare to move to a room in the girls' hostel in Rouen. Brigitte has gotten married. There they are, the both of them, sitting next to each other at a table in the cafe, paying me a visit after their honeymoon. I don't know what to say to them, as though there were no longer anything in common between a couple and a single girl. What should we talk about anyway when our former conversations were devoted to love and boys? Now that she's taken care of in that department, she can just sit there and smile. I watch her beaming excitedly. "We found an apartment. I'll keep working for a while until we've got our furniture." So many cockeyed plans, so many songs crooned by Mariano, so many dreams, to end up with this guy who looks so clumsy sitting next to her and who replies to my "what are you having" with a glass of umbrella juice. It's just not fair. The first one of us to betray... I don't know what exactly. The hopes of our childhood, our taste for adventure. Some light has gone out in her. She's so careful. A nice lady on her best behavior. Watch out, don't say anything dumb. He's listening. The awkward reserve of a young couple. Each time I feel as though my girlfriends have died and left me still alive. But not saved once and for all. That would have required looking at every boy with empty eyes, forgetting the warmth and nearness of another's body. Thank you, Remy, for those gifts. 3 months after him, already someone else. Then the same feeling of dependence. The straight line of liberty is something I admire without being able to walk it. Years of unbelievable complications and compromises lie ahead of me. There are lots of those girls you see alone for months. They're so serious, almost haughty. And one fine day you catch them off in a dark corner with someone. Loud surprise and disapproval. You never would have thought that of them. And then they're alone again. They must be cracked. And I'm one of them. I had believed in the lycée as a land of liberty, equality, fraternity. Now, here in class, the 26 girls in pink smocks seem absolutely foreign to me, more strange than all the boys I've ever met in my small town. Some of my fellow students still seem like children, without any affectations or sense of style, but when they take off their smocks, they slip on well-cut jackets of butter-soft suede. Other girls wear makeup and short skirts that are fashionably but discreetly full. There are no bubbleheads or clowns, as there had been back in the convent school. In this senior class, the popular type is the wholesome girl, straightforward, in a navy blue blazer. The 26 of them are right out of the Brigitte series, from the nicer neighborhoods of Rouen, Biorel, Mont-Saint-Aignan, but I don't recognize them immediately. I find their casual attitude toward everything chilling. They carp at the teacher and make fun of a scholarship student from the countryside around Dieppe, who still uses words in the Norman dialect. They talk seriously about sexuality, about Freud, with no laughter or obscenities. They seem oblivious to boys and any interest in sleeping with them. I feel dirty and cheap next to them. And their self-confidence astonishes me. They never seem to work. Just imagine, I got 15 out of 20 and I didn't even crack a book until 10 last night. It's so cool, being brilliant without even trying. I can't get over it. Because where I come from, everyone looks down on slackers. And they've all got unheard-of ambitions. Psychiatrist, poli-sci, hypocagne. Faced with their self-assertiveness, their confidence, I take my doubts and my habit of working as little as possible for signs of a real inferiority. We are all the same sex in our final year at the Lycée Jeanne d'Arc, but not of the same social background. My sisters, those girls? What a strange idea. They're a much greater obstacle to my future than the boys are. Everything my mother ever said to encourage me, you can be whatever you want to be, is collapsing. The young ladies from Biorel are stifling my ambition. When I go home on Saturday, I seem to notice fewer people in the store. The supermarket is stealing away our customers, so how can I be greedy when I feel responsible for the canned goods gathering dust on the shelves? Professor, librarian, such a long and difficult path. School teacher, I'd start earning money right away. The girls in my class talk about going to university as though they'd already reserved their places. Not me. Hypocagne, what is that exactly? She looks at me pityingly. Anique, well, if you don't even know that. I can see some girls are more free than others. Not one friend. I walk along the Boulevard de l'Isère to the hostel, 113 francs per month, meals included, 3 times less than what a suede jacket costs. The lycée students' table, the technical college table, hairdressing apprentices' table. Neither contempt nor animosity, absolute indifference. Definitely not all one happy family. Different social backgrounds, first of all. In my tiny cell, I can hear the girl on my right gobbling cookies, the one on my left slamming drawers and endlessly whistling the bridge on the River Kwai. Often, at night in the bathroom, I stand up on the toilet to reach the ventilation window, the great rumble of Rouen, the sirens in the harbor sometimes, and countless lights, the anguish of solitude, the loneliness that will claim me one day. Just across the street, families are at dinner. It's like a series of paintings. A woman flings back her shutters. I can make out green plants, armchairs, feel the warmth. And tonight I'll be reading The Critique of Pure Reason, the 10 o'clock evening slump. I don't know what it whispers to an 18-year-old boy, but to this girl, between paragraphs of Kant, it slips the same old story. Why don't I just drop all this studying, take some lousy teacher's job, and then one day I'm bound to wind up with a real family of my own? At moments like that, the categorical imperative, existentialism, and every book Simone de Beauvoir ever wrote mean zip to me. After all, my philosophy teacher is married, so it must have seemed rational to her at one time. The next day I feel guilty. What's the point of soaring in the sublime realm of philosophy, expatiating on the immortality of the soul, only to revel in an ideal straight from École de la Mode and secretly dream of settling down? I'm no better than Brigitte. Out in broad daylight on the Boulevard de l'Isère, I consciously reject the fate glimpsed through the bathroom window. I stare and stare at girls barely older than I am trundling baby carriages, and I feel completely repelled by their larval, slimy little darlings. One afternoon in May, my mother and I stroll from stand to stand at a trade fair. She's not buying anything, and I'm bored. Neither of us has said a word in ages. What am I doing here in front of these endless dining rooms, bedrooms, vacuum cleaners, electric mixers, while demonstrators are grating carrots in every corner and frying eggs in miraculous pans? None of this has anything to do with me. Suddenly, my mother turns to me. Her face powder is flaking off, and she's pale with fatigue, but her eyes sparkle. "Don't worry," she smiles at me. "You'll have all this one day." At first, I don't understand. This? The pink bathroom, the television, the mixer? This, which never comes without attachments, necessarily supposes a husband and children for good measure. So she's thinking about it for me as well, except she has it postponed until after I've settled into a profession. How sad. We keep plodding through the dust and the brochures, and I feel as though I were in the backstage labyrinth, cluttered with props of a play that appalls me, even though it isn't scheduled to be put on until much later. So many contradictions. Those of us at the lycée who board in the hostel often gather in groups of 3 or 4 in someone's cubicle, eating candy, chatting about teachers, clothes, vacations, dates. Sometimes we'll go crazy, scrambling over the partitions, tussling over a piece of chocolate, horsing around for laughs. Viviane and I fall onto her bed. She keeps on laughing, and her eyes almost disappear into her flushed cheeks, so red. Too red. The same expression Brigitte used to have in the bathroom, but then it didn't bother me. On the contrary. And I felt like touching, but now I get up again as casually as I can. That's the end of that. No more curiosity about a body like mine. The sanitary napkins in the garbage cans make me feel sick. I don't know when or why I lost interest. Perhaps I was simply afraid of becoming abnormal. Baudelaire's lesbian femme damnée. How frightened I was at 15. So it's still boys. De Beauvoir's Le Deuxième Sexe is a real eye-opener. Prompt resolutions, neither marriage nor even love with someone who sees me as an object. A brilliant plan on the way to the lycée. But where is he, this brother, as I call him, with whom I'd like to make love without having to go through all that falderall? You've got great hair, cute tits, just the way I like them. Someone with whom I could laugh and share things. No more fear of contempt, of I took that one around the block, but confidence, equality. A rare bird, surely, out of the ordinary. I hold on, I wait. Then the blundering starts all over again that year, and later on, I'll spare you the details, the same old runaround. I'll think I found him, this brother, for an evening, a week, a month. In reality, I'm falling into the most obvious traps. The flattering comparisons. You look a little like Annette Streuberg. Mylène de Mongeau. The list is endless. The first name bit. A face like that. You look like a Monica. The poetry scam. Quand le ciel bat l'or. Baudelaire, Verlaine, Prévert. How well I know that trio of pimps. And all my efforts to be agreeable, to understand him, share his interests, I really do my best. What I go through to communicate with him, with them, jazz, modern painting, even bird songs with an ornithologist, even the pilgrimage to Chartres, prayers and blistered feet for an RC, just to be nice. After all, what's so terrible about seeing El Perdido instead of L'année dernière à Marienbad? He can like westerns if he wants to. I'll go see the René without him. Because reciprocity, 0. And I change my appearance to suit them. I like you in black. Wear your hair up. You'll look good in a purple dress. Docile, dumb, but still inclined to backtalk, aggressive. I want to let them know that they're not fooling me. I'll do what you want, wear my hair up and so on, but it pisses me off and your westerns eat shit. As far as being a pill goes, you can't do better. Things always turn sour between me and my brother. That senior year at the lycée, I don't pay much attention to boys. I have more important things to worry about than being sweet and landing a beau, as the Mont Saint-Aignan girls in their navy blue blazers put it. My comfy routine at school will soon be over. The class bells, the friendly teachers, and the martinets. An institutional setting, but reassuring. And I haven't really decided what I want to do. The other girls aren't worried. I'll see after the back. Probably law school, 'cause it's all just memorization. Propaedeutics, languages. University, in any case. Some girls already know. The ever-popular hypokhania, that terrifying Greek word for the first-year class preparing to take the entrance exam for the École Normale Supérieure. Medicine. Well, of course, her father's a surgeon. Poli-sci, where does that take you? Everywhere, didn't you know? They couldn't care less about the profession itself. It's the courses that interest them. Me, I run around collecting forms and documents. How to become a professor, teacher, social worker, how many years of study, how many openings will there be? And I could weep with perplexity in front of all those possibilities. Hilda hasn't got a care in the world, sitting on the terrace of the Café Métropole late in June. A chubby doll with candid eyes, one of those girls who is always chumming up to others, tagging along when you go to buy a record or a scarf. We've been sort of friends now for a few weeks. She smiles saucily at everyone, her china blue eyes twinkling. She's excited about her coming vacation on the Côte d'Azur, thrilled at having done well on the bac. Looking cuter than ever with her waif haircut a la Jean Seberg. "I can't believe how lucky I was," she burbles. "I never thought I'd pass the second part." She agrees with me. Choosing a career is very important, but all the while she's busy craning her neck and thrusting out her bosom, trying to attract attention. It dawns on me that scholarly and professional achievements come second with her. Second to the happiness of being Hilda, a spoiled, pert little thing, and that she would gladly give up that success to make a love match, for example. She's thinking of college as a way to gain time. What separates me the most at that moment from Hilda and her joyous indolence? Our different mothers or social backgrounds? Both. My mother, says Hilda, irons like an angel. A homemaker in ecstasy before her daughter, her living doll. A house in the suburbs of Rouen, the easy life. My whirlwind of a mother, her words. You must find something useful to do. And the small business that I grew up with, and money so tight at the end of the month, not to mention my aunties with their verdigrised eyeglasses, one of the discreet charms of working in a vinegar factory. We have nothing in common. A wretched summer of indecision. Not medicine, that temptation. Too long, therefore too expensive. And where would I get the money to set up a practice? Law, where does that get you? And I have no connections. Toward mid-July, I get all excited about a career in social work, teaching maladjusted children. It's time I did something for others. Individualism is full of shit. I'm carried away by all my reading over the past year. I see myself dashing from hovel to prefab, singing and dancing with a dozen children, all around the cobbler's bench. In my cubicle at the hostel, surrounded by the slamming of suitcase lids, I soar to heights of self-sacrifice. Then my enthusiasm wanes. I have no vocation. A disconcerting discovery. In Nouvelle Galerie, buying myself a gingham skirt like Brigitte Bardot's, I look at the salesgirls in their pink smocks, carefree, laughing nonchalantly, handing me skirts. They probably never had to choose a future. Like Hilda, but at the bottom of the ladder. If only I had a true vocation, anyone at all. I trudge back up Rue Jeanne d'Arc, so tired. I don't realize it, but my fatigue is really depression. In October, Hilda registers at the Faculty of Arts. So do I. Statistically, a typical female decision, and on top of that, solidly middle class. There they are again, of course, the well-bred young ladies of Mont Saint-Aignan, twittering in front of the lecture halls, still sure of themselves, and sure to be shocked by the crude language and behavior of the male students, a vulgarity that is my secret ally against these girls under the circumstances. But I haven't decided to study literature just for the hell of it, to while away the time with a little culture and not much trouble. For Hilda, it's an obvious choice, in the nature of things. whereas for me, it's a calculated risk. Standing in front of the not-yet-opened door of the lecture hall, I casually swing the baggy purse containing my loose-leaf binder, hiding that little proletarian shiver, the fear of having more ambition than brains. Even though once I get going, I make for the only profession I know by heart, teaching, I still have to make it to the end. Prof, the word that ploofs like a pebble into a puddle. Victorious women, queens of the classroom, loved or loathed, never insignificant. I haven't yet wondered which one I'll be like. Sitting on a bench halfway up the banks of seats, I thrill above all to my new life. This adventure, my chance at freedom, don't blow it. Finally, they're sitting next to us. The boys, taking notes on the same lecture on Racine's Phèdre. Not better than we are or any smarter. More unruly, some of them, but only before the lecture begins to cause a stir. They'd never shout to the lecturer's face that he's a piece of shit. Always ready to raise fucking hell, as they put it, in the cafeteria, in the student union, outside the lecture halls. But good little boys once inside, to my astonishment. I've certainly seen champion loudmouths in our cafe, and I've known meek guys who acted tough riding around on their motor scooters, but I hadn't thought to find them here. Silly me. In a philosophy class, the blonde assistant professor looks sternly out at his audience before launching into a lecture on time and consciousness. The guys around me sit quietly, pens poised, their concentration so thick you could cut it. Not one question. Same silence in history, where not a single male voice, of those shouting in the corridor a moment ago, interrupts the triumphant soliloquy of Professor Ernaux. Evidently, it doesn't bother them any more than it does the girls to be treated as retards by the professor. Unless they're afraid of drawing attention to themselves any time before the exam. As far as conformity and passivity are concerned, there's perfect equality of the sexes at the university level. But I discover that there are women's studies and men's studies. Literature, languages, that's stuff for broads. I hear that word for the first time as well. A man's better off going into the sciences, a girl assures me. I don't see why. Still the same stubborn refusal to go along with differences I don't accept. I hear the most amazing things. Literary creation is like an ejaculation, says the prof in a course on the poet Charles Péguy. All critics are impotent. This from an assistant in the philosophy department. Writing reduced 100 times to the activity of the penis. But I don't take this seriously. I translate, or rather it reaches me already in translation. Literary creation is orgastic, without any distinction between male and female. And when I read the poetry of Paul Éluard, myself I go toward life, my appearance is that of man. It's myself I think of. That men call us broads or dogs is humiliating, but then I'm not all that gracious in my vocabulary either. I often divide boys into morons, show-offs, and pricks, which I don't realize, along with Hilda, has an obscene meaning. I have to admit that the prick is the male counterpart of the dog, a dull sort with no flirting value. Companions in the lecture halls, pals in the student restaurants, train passengers staring into space. I'm never dependent on any of them for more than 3 weeks. They come and go in the landscape of my boredom. 4 years. The period just before the supermarket cart, the what'll we have for dinner tonight, the saving up to buy a sofa for ourselves, a hi-fi system, an apartment. Before the diapers, the little pail and shovel on the beach, the men I don't see anymore, the consumer magazines so we don't get swindled, the leg of lamb he loves more than anything else, and the mutual calculation of lost freedoms. A period when we might have a yogurt for dinner, pack in a half hour for an impromptu weekend, talk all night long, spend Sunday in bed reading, hang out lazily in a cafe, watching the other customers, feeling ourselves float among these anonymous lives, pout shamelessly when depressed. A period when the conversations of settled couples seem rooted in a futile, almost ridiculous universe, We could care less about traffic jams, the holiday death toll on the highways, the weather, and the price of beef. No one's toddling at your heels yet. All girls go through this period, the length and intensity of which may vary, but they're not allowed to remember it with nostalgia. Shame. How dare you look back with longing on these selfish, suspect, childish days when you weren't responsible for anyone but yourself? No one mourns a young woman's life. No folklore or songs celebrate it. It doesn't exist. A useless time. For me, 4 years when I am hungry for everything. For words, books, learning, people. To be a student, even on a scholarship, is a dream of freedom and egoism. A room far from the family, a loose schedule of classes, eating or not eating regularly, tucking your feet under a table in the resto universitaire, or tucking yourself into bed to read Kafka with a cup of tea. The luxury of patching things up with a mother whose loud, unfeminine ways don't matter to me anymore. A closer look has shown me that the gentle mothers like Hilda's, who cries if you look at her cross-eyed, are a pain in the neck, because you've got to be careful all the time not to worry or upset them. Mine questions me eagerly and naively about my new life, and conspiratorially slips me 20 francs, in case you need something, books, going to cafes. No other needs, of course. Buying, owning, not in my vocabulary at the time. On the Rue Bouquet, I look up at the tall private houses with their old curtains. Order and stability. But to me it's just a stage setting, doesn't concern me and never will. I'm off to livelier, bustling places where you can meet people. Classrooms, station cafes, the library, movie theaters, and I return to the absolute silence of my room. A marvelous alternation. In the morning, I see women shaking out dust cloths, making endless signals on their window panes, dragging in garbage cans. Their actions don't interest me. They're part of a ritual that has no place in my life. What do I feel for her, that woman pushing a stroller whom I pass on my leisurely way to class, laughing and arguing with my friends? Indifference. Pity, as I automatically step aside to let her go by on the sidewalk. The world they live in, these women with husbands and kids, is dead to me. Sometimes at noon I buy a half-liter of milk, 2 yogurts, and a baguette at the grocery store behind the train station. I'm timid and ill at ease. First-hand experience in my mother's store has taught me that they could very well do without customers like me who bring in so little. Clutching my purchases between my coat and notebook, I quickly get out of the way of the housewives and mothers with their serious shopping lists, and I breathe the air outside in the street with pleasure, ready to swear that the most common of feminine fates will never be mine. Pick and choose as I might among these images of freedom and discovery from that earlier time, they all look like a film shot outdoors, in streets, parks, seascapes, or in bedrooms. No kitchens, no dining rooms. I'm lying on a bed. Book, Virginia Woolf's The Waves. Same scene, different book. Crime and Punishment. June, finished with exams. I'm walking along the Rue Jeanne d'Arc, breathing in the evocative smell of the cafes in summertime, or talking with Hilda in the little park of Square Verdrel, where the desultory cruisers belong to the season, and the happiness of knowing classes are over. Or I get off a bus out in a pleasant suburb of Rouen to conduct a survey on housing conditions, knocking on doors answered by women who remove their aprons and usher me into neat living rooms as they shoo away the children. Do you find the number of rooms sufficient? Do you use the loggia? I alertly write down the answers to questions the importance of which has hitherto escaped me. Practical, impractical, they hesitate, formulating their replies as they slowly stroke the polished surface of the table. I feel a shiver of desolation. How can they live like this? And then, oof, another 50 francs in the bag. No regrets. With the money from your opinion on loggias and kitchen facilities, madame, I travel through Spain with a girlfriend, do Rome on my own. At the Escorial, German girls kiss the tomb of Don Juan. In a little street nearby, I meet him. He has blue eyes. The next evening in Madrid, In the Buen Retiro, at the end of a corridor in a no-stars hotel, I climb up on the toilet, the way I did in the girls' hostel in Rouen. A little square of sky between the black walls of an interior courtyard and the hum of the city, but this noise doesn't distress me anymore. So goodbye, Juan, maybe next year at the Escorial. In Rome, each morning I leap the last 3 steps of the staircase. The concierge is sitting under the arch near the door, enjoying a bit of fresh air with her little girl. Buongiorno. And I'm off to the Trevi Fountain, the Piazza Navona. She's from the other side. I'm not sure of what exactly. Condemned to answer buongiorno to girls who clatter downstairs and out into the streets. Poetize, poetize. Go on and make your idyllic movie about freedoms long gone. It's true that I love this life, that I think of the future without despair. And I'm not bored. I really do make all sorts of disillusioned pronouncements about marriage to my student girlfriends when we talk in my room in the evenings. Sheer idiocy. A living death. Just look at the mugs on those married couples in the resto. They sit facing each other, eating away without a word, mummified. When Hélène, licence in philosophy, concludes that it's a necessary evil, after all, in order to have children, I think her ideas and arguments are preposterous. Personally, I cannot imagine motherhood with or without marriage. It also irritates me when almost all of them boast of knowing how to sew properly, iron without making sloppy creases. They're happy to be something more than intellectuals, and since my pleasure at creating a successful chocolate mousse had disappeared at about the same time as Brigitte did, their pride exasperates me no end. Yes, I am living just like a boy my own age, getting by on a state scholarship, some modest parental support, babysitting and the odd survey job, a student going to movies, dancing, reading, and studying hard for exams, someone who thinks the idea of marriage is hilarious. Things aren't exactly the same, though. I'm well aware that I was never the kind of strong young woman who deftly makes her own way in life. I was still inept with men. Being pals, clear-eyed, honest friendship, forget it. Sometimes it takes almost nothing. A few chats with a man, a swift glance from across the table in the library, to turn the figure in the landscape into a marvelous and desirable being. Get it into your head, be pleasant, you're always overdoing it, you have to lead them on by the nose. Like Hilda, so seductive and never at a loss, but the Machiavellianism demanded is unbelievable. And fearsome perseverance. Cultivating the feminine mystique seems to me like an exhausting enterprise that can't leave much time for thinking about other things. I must certainly be too easy, but then I suddenly turn difficult. Calmly, confidently, Guillaume, the med student, explains to me, in his room with Modigliani women plastered all over the walls, that there are 2 kinds of girls, the relaxed and the uptight. The former screw, the latter don't. It's entirely within my power to transform myself from uptight to relaxed, to stop being repressed. We all know virginity is unhealthy, so come already, shit. I could care less about whether or not I keep this membrane that prevents me from using Tampax, but that language. Word of mouth has it that there's something more reliable than the Japanese calendar, the diaphragm. Fine, but you should hear this law student cackling in the cafeteria. My chick pops in her rubber cap at night and washes it in the fountain the next morning. Sexual freedom. What a thrill. Not much difference between the guys at the traffic circle on their motor scooters and these college students. So you have to change them frequently, regretfully, because it's just not nice behavior for a girl. Better to find the right one. But how? Where is he, etc.? I can't figure it out, and I'm not the only one. The women's dorms at the Cité Universitaire are worse than the Lonely Hearts column in Nous Deux. Hélène, so fluent in philosophical jargon, careens from one heartbreak to another. Isabelle, absolutely mad about a guy who never looks at her. She cries in the street and won't even be able to take her exams. all of them entangled in irrational melodramas, nourished by the pop songs of Jacques Brel, Ferré, but Aznavour as well, and even Jean-Claude Pascal, since everything's grist for the romance mill. A complete con, and we're suckers for all of it. He told me I was the real thing. How nice. And jealous of one another into the bargain. Distrustful. We won't invite her. She's too pretty, obviously. What else could it be? The grinds and bookworms, those girls are out. Wet blankets. Being good company means the same thing in college as elsewhere. Being attractive. The ingenue is also still going strong. Look at this neat thing I bought to curl my eyelashes. And even the girlish act. Chewing gum in class, swinging your purse nonchalantly, teasing the boys, collecting little stuffed animals and penne dolls. Studying the causes of the French Revolution, time and consciousness, fine. You want to be a teacher, okay, but keep your femininity. So tell me, how does my hair look? I'm a fright without hairspray. Lend me your long-sleeved blouse for the crepe party. We have the feeling of slacking off, of playing a role that is intellectually too small for us. It's that or solitude, always the same problem. You don't talk about the crumminess of real life. You keep your female humiliations to yourself as though you were at fault, deserved them, were responsible for everything, for botched deflowerings, inconclusive lays. You call this screwing? For their crudeness? At most, shameful, veiled allusions, if you only knew what he asked me to do. Sometimes we get wind of horror stories. Michelle, the redhead who was always with that guy, killed herself with barbiturates. And Jeannette, a whole pail of blood, she did it with soapy water. We can't get enough of the whispered details. And it would have been twins. Fate. The man? Free. Indifferent. The bastard does as he pleases. We all agree on that. And at the same time, absurdly, we hope that somewhere there is a man who will not turn out to be the usual disappointment. You walk into the trap with your eyes open. Oh, mad passion, surrealist predestination. I'll bite hook, line, and sinker. A man who will even spare me those snares and all that humiliation. Villa Borghese, those jerks gesturing like lunatics at me from behind statues. Piazza Venezia, that insulting pickup artist preying on tourists. How come you don't want to? Got your period, have you? And all those dog men sniffing at our heels when my girlfriend and I try to enjoy the gardens of the Prado. A man who will protect me from the others permanently. Time flies. First, second, third year. Soon I'll have my licence. Teacher. Some of the girls walk openly hand in hand with a boy, vanish from classes, reappear sometimes with a famous, dreamy, smug look. They're married. I'm a little less contemptuous. My relatives are asking, has she got a fiancé yet? My parents protest, I have my studies to finish. And once in a while they add that I'm a lot happier as is. But they don't go into details. It's really an excuse to justify my strange behavior. There's always someone to tell me, after all, you don't want to end up an old maid. That insidious pressure. I'm not a girl living alone. I'm an unmarried girl whose existence is still unsettled. So, what are you up to? Where are you going on your vacation? That's a cute dress. No one knows what to talk about with an unmarried girl. Whereas a husband, children, an apartment, a washing machine, endless topics of conversation. I couldn't care less. Inexplicably, my existence seems to lack weight, even to me. The anxiety of 10 p.m., the black hole of the parking lot seen from the top floor in the Cité Universitaire, or at the Métropole, sitting around a table with some seedy companions, prematurely aged at 22 by the neon lighting. Loneliness can easily lead to wallowing in misery. White nights and onion soup at dawn on the quays of the Seine, babysitting and youth hostels, a life far from the rat race. That's all great fun. But there's also the feeling that this freedom resembles a void. I distribute tracts outside the resto. I attend a rally against the Organisation de l'Armée Secrète in Algeria. but it's almost as if I were an extra in a movie. I'm floating, one of the words we girls use to describe that strange torpor on certain days, the sensation of being insubstantial, unreal. Cars stream down Rue Jeanne d'Arc. I weave my way through the flow of people on the sidewalk like a bubble of silence untouched by the noise around me. Sometimes I think that with a man at my side, all my actions, no matter how insignificant, winding the alarm clock, fixing breakfast, will become charged with life, take on a weight that would let me stop floating, get a grip on the world. I'd met him the day before. Some girls, even one of my male friends, would tell me later that I'd made a tactical error, that I should have let him stew a bit. Impossible. Love what passes this way only once. Whether this is the sort of idea a woman gets into her head or not, it has been following me ever since adolescence. And since I was leaving the next day for Italy, I didn't have time to fool around. Making love seemed to me to be an absolute requirement for a perfect night with him, for a real relationship. An incestuous brother. Defloration, devirgination, primitive, unacceptable words. Laughter and complicity, speaking freely, finally. The overhead light in that hotel in the Alps burned all night long. In the morning, rain. Weeks of despair among Italian monuments. When the smell of sweat and tobacco vanished from the pullover I wore that night, I wept. Later, a train stops in Bologna at 5 a.m. It's the same poignant dawn I saw at 12 years old. I feel at home in the world. Factories are emerging from the blue darkness. Traffic hums. I'm alone. I'm free. I'm going to find him again. I don't see any contradiction anywhere. Still later, we're in a room full of cloudy mirrors near the Stazione Centrale, hitchhiking on the Autostrada. For a long time, we don't meet twice in the same spot. We pick the restaurants in train stations, the entrance gates to parks. Hotel rooms, 20 francs a night, quite steep. Love on the run. Nothing pleases me more, including the melancholy. One more room to be a memory in a future I'm not certain will include him. From one day to the next, I keep telling myself it could be ciao between us. We keep up the appearances of freedom. I'm writing a thesis on surrealism, love, freedom, the exhilarating impression that my life is surrealistic. We're finishing up our studies in 2 cities, 600 kilometers apart. Nothing in his life or in mine has changed, aside from these rendezvous that always seem like adventures. My backaches on the Paris-Bordeaux night train in a compartment without couchettes are the prelude to happiness. Raw October mornings, the owner of the Café New York sets out his chairs on the terrace. As the aroma of coffee percolates through the air, we finish waking up with large café crème, some bread and butter, walks, movies. Box Matteo's Passion, both of us on the bed. The same room now. His. Not ours. I go and stay with him there. My visits are vacations for the 2 of us. No work when we're together, aside from a few required poli-sci courses for him. While he's in class, I take walks. I don't know anyone. It's my pleasure city exclusively, since I take my exams in Rouen. Bordeaux love, Bordeaux reward. I change my scenery on Rue Fondodège, Rue des Trois Conilles. On the train home, I can chart a whole geography around his face. Jealousy, spats, the suitcase half-packed in a fury, often. But why spoil a treat that only lasts a few days? And I want to take away happy memories. So, then, perfection. The before picture is lovely, isn't it? Rather like a with-it ad for liberated women. Girls today can't stand to be tied down. They enjoy life to the fullest. With Coca-Cola, or what's-his tampons. Not quite. You have to leave room for weakness and fear. He's holding my hand in a cafe near the Gare Saint-Jean. Set me free, wails Ray Charles. Of course, the only moral rule. I watch people in the street, the girls going by. We've set no restrictions on each other, and in that crowd are cunning ones who will gladly give up their freedom, who will try to catch him. I hate train stations. My reflection in the mirror. Satisfactory, but at 22, behind the real face is already the threat of another. Imaginary, terrible, with creepy skin and sharper features. Old equals plain equals lonely. And always those questions, so natural, seemingly so harmless. Are you two still together? Are you planning on getting married? My parents' desolation over this uncertain situation. We'd really like to know where all this is going to lead you. Love has to lead somewhere. And their secret pain. It would be so much more pleasant, less stressful for them to watch the usual story unfold, the announcements in the newspaper, the questions proudly answered. A young man from Bordeaux. She'll be getting her degree soon. The church, City Hall, setting up house, the grandchildren. I'm depriving them of traditional hopes. My mother's panic when she learns you're sleeping with him. If you go on like that, you'll ruin your life. She thinks I'm being had. Tons of novels are surfacing here, girls seduced and abandoned, and with a kid. Tiresome battles between the two of us every week. I do not yet know that while they're urging me to give up my freedom, his parents are playing a scenario that is just as traditional, but in reverse. You've plenty of time before you settle down. Don't let her get her hooks into you. Men's freedom is very well looked after, indeed. The air is mild and faintly blue along the Cour Victor Hugo. October exams are now over, and we are drinking a glass of juice, as usual, at the Montaigne. He looks at the street, the cars, stroking and pulling at his blonde beard. Abruptly, he says, "It's from Camus. Loving someone is agreeing to grow old together." He's right. Wouldn't you say so? I'm holding my breath. We should get married. How do you feel about it? I remember the sudden softness that turns me to jelly in my wicker chair, my unavowable joy masked by, we'll have to think it over. The future, even old age, seem as golden as that day, gleaming with a distant, delicate poetry, the gentle words of Camus. Growing old together. It's as if a blessing has alighted on me out of the blue, and driven every iota of good sense clean out of my head. Marriage, what does that mean? In the evenings, we imagine how it would be. We would get our degrees. I'd find a job in a lycée, he'd work in some office. We'd live in a furnished apartment for a while. We'd figure out how to make a bit more money. That's as far as our imaginations take us. It's just another plan. One that wouldn't change our lives, or only very little. We'd each continue to pursue our own interests. Music for him, literature for me. The only problem we can see is whether we should be faithful to each other or not, because we've already grappled with that one. And the unpleasant prospect of always and forever seeing the same face looking at you. In short, the usual commonplaces about marriage. And for the finale, another trite idea. We simply have to take the plunge. It's a necessary adventure, a challenge, even if we don't feel all that up to it. We both start having doubts, and quickly. Occasionally, we have the fleeting impression that simply talking about marriage is quite enough. An exciting prospect, like hitchhiking to Denmark. But if we never get around to actually doing it, well, so what? We want to be doubly sure that we are really meant for each other, that there isn't some mistake. At other times, we feel our uneasiness comes from uncertainty itself, and that we should take our cue from Pascal's wager, spring boldly for marriage, and worry about the rest later. My super cowardice, impossible to admit. In the last circles of love, I want my womb to come into play and decide for me, making love the way you read the cards to learn the future. But the signs of what really lies ahead for me, I miss them all. I take a break from working on my thesis on surrealism and step outside the library in Rouen, crossing Square Vertrelle, where the mild weather has brought the swans back to the ornamental pond, and suddenly I realize that I'm living perhaps my last weeks as a single girl, free to go where I like, to skip lunch this noon, to work in my room without being disturbed. I will permanently lose my solitude. How can two people stay out of each other's way in a tiny apartment? And he'll want his meals every day. All sorts of pictures flash through my mind, and they're not a pretty sight. I repress them, ashamed of being a spoiled only child, selfish and uncaring. One day he's tired and has a lot of work to do. Why don't we eat in the room instead of going to the resto? 6 p.m. on Cours Victor Hugo, women rushing to the Docks supermarket across from the Café Montaigne, taking this and that from the shelves without hesitation, as though their heads were completely programmed for that evening's dinner, and tomorrow's as well, perhaps, for 4 or more people who all like different things. How do they do it? Perhaps it's the crowd, the heat, most of all that automatic pillaging of the shelves by these women. I wander from one aisle to the next at a complete loss. Outside of steaks, eggs, and packets of soup, I don't know how to make anything quickly. It would take me hours to fix what he likes tonight. Cucumbers, French fries, a chocolate mousse. I'm surrounded by stuff to eat, without any idea what to get, and on the verge of tears. I'll never make it. I don't want any part of this life punctuated by shopping and cooking. Why didn't he come to the store with me? Finally, I buy quiche Lorraine, some cheese, and pears. He's listening to music. He unpacks everything with childlike enthusiasm. The pears are soft in the center. You've been had. I hate him. I'm not getting married. The next day, we go back to the Resto Universitaire, and I forget. All my fears, forebodings, I stifle them, suppress them. Okay, when we live together, I won't have as much freedom or spare time because there will be the shopping to do, the kitchen, house cleaning. Some, anyway. Then why are you shying away, being such a coward when lots of girls manage to adjust, and with a smile instead of fussing the way you are? On the contrary, they lead real lives. I persuade myself that marriage will free me from this useless self going around in circles over endless questions, that I will achieve equilibrium. A man, a shoulder to lean on, someone down to earth who banishes tormenting thoughts. Why doesn't she get married, then? It'll calm her down. Even your pimples will go away. I laugh, of course, but in a vague sort of way, I believe it. Sometimes I think that he's self-centered and never takes an interest in what I do, never looks at my books, André Breton or Louis Aragon. Well, I read his sociology texts. Then feminine wisdom comes to my rescue. All men are self-centered. Moral principles, too. Accept the other in his otherness. Where there's a will, there's a way. His misgivings must erupt in his sudden bad moods, his fits of aggression that almost lead us to break up. An hour later, things are patched over. We drink to our reconciliation with a fruit juice at the Montaigne. He smiles at me. We'll make it, don't worry. The futile agitation of the last few weeks arrives, leaving no time for any questions. Announcements, rings, doctor's appointments, dress, cookware, coffee grinder. Entertaining, but I won't have time to finish my thesis by the June deadline. Yet this wedding is only a formality, no great expense or festivity, just the parents and the witnesses, because all that complicated rigmarole with a long gown and wedding reception, we both agree, is for fakers who want to show off. We're going to do things more informally. A concession to society and our parents. Even the priest is for them, really. They'd be so hurt. And a contract signed before a notary. But we're not taken in by all this, oh no. And what a good time we're going to have. It's the only way to get through it. Because of this attitude, we have the marvelous impression that we are doing things differently, getting married as a lark. True, it isn't a solemn affair, what with watching all those weddings one after the other one Saturday morning at the town hall. 15 minutes and next, please. And hearing those words, so worn out and familiar that they sound like a stage play, will you take this man, and then galloping off to the church where a new wedding traffic jam shunts us off into a chapel. With only 10 people, they could even have popped us into the sacristy. The ring he tries to slip onto my finger is too small and stops halfway, interrupting the ceremony. It just won't budge. The priest is growing impatient. Too bad. The pinky will do. Things aren't so jolly in the restaurant afterwards. It's hard to feel festive at a banquet when the guests don't know one another. They're so different. My father seems off in his dream world as he tucks into his rock lobster, leaving my mother to chat. Across the table it's the reverse. My father-in-law is a senior executive, an imposing, strong personality with natural authority who takes charge of the conversation. But his delightful and bejeweled lady wife is not dreaming. She's listening to her husband and bubbling with laughter at his jokes. "You'll see," he'd told me. "My mother's charming." I've often heard that said about mothers, but in his case it's an understatement. A woman obviously incapable of annoying anyone, with marvelous tact regarding the right moment to murmur to her husband that perhaps, Robert, you're overdoing it just a bit. Next to her, I feel like some variety of woman with all the rough edges showing. It's almost as though we weren't even of the same sex. This couple makes me feel somewhat nervous, but I never imagine that the picture they make can ever come to reflect us. The shadows lengthen around the flower beds, along the restaurant terrace. We're on the bank of the Seine, gazing out at the dark forest of Bretonne. I used to come walking here with my mother, at Caudebec. Waiting for the bus in the evening, I'd see the same black forest from the other side of the water, and the landing stages for the ferry. I was a little girl. Well, that's over and done with. Huge joke or not, I'm married. He's sitting next to me, smoking, a bit groggy. Menstruation, making love, that had to come, but getting married? Everything that I've just experienced seems like all those things that are neither deliberately willed nor firmly rejected, and are therefore bathed in a romantic glow. One of those days, I know, that reveal their significance, only with time. We're heading for Bordeaux in a rattletrap of a car, off on another adventure. Of course, he's the one at the wheel. Small detail. You really want to drive. He asks and agrees, as though humoring the silly whim of a stubborn child. I give up so as not to seem like a fool. Marriage doesn't weigh heavily on me, at first. On the contrary, an incredible lightness. Saying my husband, hearing my wife, is droll, incongruous. So I avoid the word husband, and he often says mon femme, and there's something of the brother in that. Even better, the pal. My name, the one I learned to write slowly, perhaps the first word my parents required me to spell correctly, the one that meant I was myself wherever I went, that rang out sharply when I was punished and glittered on the honor roll, on letters from those I loved. This name has melted away. When I hear the other, shorter name with its muted sounds, I hesitate a few seconds before claiming it. For a month, I float between two names, but painlessly. Disorienting, that's all. Barn or palace, mansion or shack, country cottage with a garden in back. The skip rope whistles and snags on a heel. Palace? Can't afford it. We'll take the shack, the furnished apartment for a modest budget. In the crushing heat of Bordeaux in July, the car clatters over the cobblestones, with all our worldly goods packed into the back seat. Blankets, pots and pans, record player, typewriter. We hurtle down dank streets to emerge onto esplanades glaring white with sunshine. A terrible rodeo between light and shadow to find a place to live. The game of marriage is no longer amusing. Frightening rents, squalid premises, the bastards. But we're not much more than 20, sweaty from our hunt through the streets, feeling triumphant and in league against these maggoty landlords of crummy furnished rooms in big gloomy buildings. The chase ends at a detached house with a garden in a suburb, and a twinge of regret, as I would have preferred the center of town. My former world, University, library, cafes is suddenly too far away. In its stead, silence and flowers and the excitement of moving in. We'll put some Hessian cloth over there, the record player here, the first record, exploring the kitchen, seeing if the gas works. A ridiculous house with its mismatched Rococo furniture, rubbishy rejects, to be abandoned next year after our final exams. The first months of marriage are like a return to childhood. I mimic the gestures of married women. 2 steaks, I say to the butcher, adding, nice and tender, because that feels right. I've heard it often enough, and I'm trying to appear confident so no one will know that I don't know anything about cheap cuts of meat. And dinner for 2, charming. The tomatoes gleaming in their vinaigrette, the inviting aroma of fried potatoes, us at the little table, loving tenderness, cooking for newlyweds, a Dutch interior of peace and harmony. Our mini tableware, 2 plates, silverware for 2, a couple of glasses and a frying pan, less than Snow White had for the 7 dwarfs, and it'll dry all by itself on the drain board until the next meal. Too bad about the stovetop turning brown from all the boiled-over food, and the dust beneath the furniture, the unmade beds. Once in a while we borrow the landlady's vacuum cleaner, and he's the one who runs it, without complaining. We go to the supermarket together, shopping on a tight budget. A leg of lamb, let's splurge. And drawn together by our lack of money, sharing the laughter and sense of risk inspired by our adventure. Where's the slavery I'd read so much about? I have the feeling our life from before is simply going on in closer quarters, that's all. The second sex? Completely off base. We've been married for a month. 3 months now. We're back at the university, and I'm teaching Latin. The days are shorter. We work at home together. How serious and fragile we are. The touching image of a young, modern, intellectual couple. An image that could still move me if I weren't trying to discover how it can gently suck you in and swallow you whole, while you never lift a finger to save yourself. I'm working on La Bruyère, or Verlaine, in the same room with him, not 2 yards away from where he's sitting. The pressure cooker, a wedding present, so useful, you'll see, is hissing merrily on the stove. United, alike. Shrill ringing of the kitchen timer, another present. Here the resemblance ends. One of the 2 figures gets up, turns off the gas, waits for the whirling top to slow its crazy dance, opens the cooker, strains the soup, and returns to the table piled with books, wondering, now where was I? Me. The difference is off and running. The Resto Universitaire closes for the summer, leaving me on my own to play Dolly's tea party with the pots and pans for lunch and dinner. I have no more idea than he has how to prepare a meal. Aside from breaded veal cutlets and that chocolate mousse, nothing really convenient. Neither one of us used to help Mama in the kitchen, so why am I the only one who has to muddle through? How long does a chicken take? And do you take the seeds out of summer squash? Who has to pore over a cookbook, scrape the carrots, wash the dishes as a reward for fixing dinner? Well, he studies his constitutional law. Who gave him the right? Come on. Do you think I'm going to wear an apron? This cracks him up. That sort of thing is for your father, not me. I'm humiliated. My parents, the freaks, a couple of clowns. No, I haven't seen many men peeling potatoes. My father, out in the kitchen, is not the right role model. That's made very clear. His father is beginning to loom on the horizon. The master of the house who lets his wife do all the housework. Such a cultivated, eloquent gentleman. And you want him to pick up a broom. That's a good one. Are you crazy or what? Period. Just get on with it, old girl. Despair and discouragement in front of the canary yellow cupboard in the apartment. Pasta, eggs, endive, all this stuff waiting to be dealt with, prepared. No more decor food. The stacks of canned goods from my childhood, the rainbow-colored candy jars, the surprising dishes of the cheap little Chinese restaurants of the good old days. Now it's chore food. I don't kick, scream, or coldly announce, well, today's your turn. I've got my La Bruyère to do. Just some pointed allusions, some tart remarks, the foam of a seething resentment that mustn't be brought out into the open. Then, nothing more. I don't want to be a pain in the ass. And is it really worth jeopardizing our happy times together by fighting about peeling potatoes? I even begin to wonder what such trifles have to do with the problem of freedom. And worse, I think that I'm perhaps less efficient than other women, and a lazy bitch to boot, hankering after the days when I sat around with my feet up, a useless intellectual who can't even break an egg properly. Time to change. Back at the university in October, I try to find out how the married women manage. Some even have children. What discretion, what mystery. It's not easy. That's all they say, but proudly, as though it were glorious to be overwhelmed with work. The rich, full lives of married women. No more time for questions, for stupid hair-splitting. That's what real life is, a man. And you can't expect him to live on a couple of yogurts and some tea. Get with it, girl. So day after day, from scorched peas to salty quiche, I grimly try to take care of our food without grumbling. You know, I really like eating at home instead of at the Resto U. It's much better. He is sincere and thinks he is pleasing me no end. I feel as though I were sinking. English translation, mashed potatoes, the philosophy of history, quick, the supermarket is about to close. Studying in stops and starts is diverting, but what you wind up with is a hobby. With much difficulty and no joy, I finish a thesis on surrealism I had begun the previous year with enthusiasm. Don't have the time to turn in a single paper in the first trimester. I certainly won't be able to get the CAPES, the Secondary Teacher's Training Certificate. My former goals are becoming strangely blurred. My determination is flagging. For the first time, the possibility of failure leaves me indifferent. I'm banking on his success, and he is working away harder than ever, intent on getting his license and passing the poli-sci exam in June. He concentrates on his goal, gathering himself for the effort, while I'm growing torpid, spread too thin. Somewhere in the wardrobe lie some short stories. He has read them. Not bad. You should keep at it. Of course he encourages me, and hopes that I'll get my teacher's diploma, that I'll fulfill myself, like him. When we talk, it's always in the language of equality. When we first met, off in the Alps, we discussed Dostoevsky and the Algerian Revolution. He's not so naive as to think that washing his socks fills me with happiness. He tells me over and over that he can't stand stay-at-home women. Intellectually, he champions my liberty. He draws up schedules for errands, shopping, vacuuming, so how can I complain? And how can I be angry with him when he puts on his contrite face like a good little boy, finger to his lips for a laugh, to tell me, "My sweetums, I forgot to dry the dishes." All our disagreements dwindle and become bogged down in the amiableness of the early days of married life, in that baby talk to which we grow so strangely addicted, from "my pet" to "bunnykins," and which lulls us tenderly, innocently. But it doesn't put me completely to sleep. One day, the scene, I throw it all in his face, higgledy-piggledy, with shouts and tears, that he decides everything and leaves me to do all the work. And suddenly I hear my friend, who only yesterday was talking politics and sociology with me, who took me out sailing, yelling, "I'm sick of this shit. You're not a man, all right? There's a small difference here, and when you can piss in the sink standing up, then we'll see." He's got to be joking. It's not possible, him saying things like that. But he's not laughing. I walk for hours through the silent streets, past the suburban houses and their flowers. Welcome to the surrealist life. All the immediate paths to freedom seem blocked by mountains. The wife leaving after 3 months. How disgraceful. It must be her fault. One lets a decent length of time go by, after all. Be patient. Perhaps it was just hot air, something he set off the top of his head. The machine that automatically smooths everything over has just turned itself on. I go back. I don't pack my suitcase. Not even half full. A few trivial events, markers along the way. One day he brings me Elle, or perhaps it's a Marie France. If he bought me this magazine, it's because he sees me differently now. Thinks I might be interested in 100 ideas for salads, or inexpensive ways to brighten up your home. Or else I've already changed and he thinks I'll be pleased. I'm not putting him on trial. I'm trying to retrace our steps. The two of us begin to settle into routines that bid fair to turn into ruts, leading from cozy comfort to monotony. The afternoon news at 1, the satirical weekly Le Canard Enchaîné on Wednesdays, a movie Saturday night, a tablecloth on Sunday, love only at night. On the radio, a voice is singing, C'étaient belles les filles de bord de mer. The girls were pretty at the seaside. I'm stringing beans. Through the kitchen window, I can see houses and gardens, while at that moment, on the beaches of Lacanau or Pila, girls are sunning themselves, bronzed and free. A tacky billboard for suntan lotion, I know, but I feel that I will never again be a girl at the seaside, that I will slip into another image, the one of the perpetually cleaning and permanently smiling woman in those household product ads. From one image to the other, the story of the apprenticeship that makes me into a new woman. Quiet entrance of that other family, the model family, the right model this time. They live not far away. Would never impose themselves. Well-bred people, short visits, the occasional dinner invitation, a charming couple. The man of the house, as talkative as ever, a constant flow of witty remarks and spoonerisms of all kinds, as his indulgent wife looks on, beaming. But watch out, no fool he. Behind all the jests, there's authority in his voice and eye, in the way he calls for the menu in restaurants, makes pronouncements on the subject of wine or the tactics of bridge. Always perky, his lady wife, never still for a moment. She drags me away. Let's leave the men to their talking. We'll go fix the dinner. No, son. We'll take care of everything. You just be in the way. On goes the apron. Out comes the chopping board. Parsley on the cold sliced meats. A tomato cut in the shape of a rose. Tra-la-lee. A hard-boiled egg to garnish the salad. Tra-la-la. A lively dance accompanied by burbling patter. Oh, you don't have a scruffy pot scrubber. They're ever so handy. When she burns herself, she says, shoot! Sometimes she confides in me. I earned a degree in natural science. I even taught classes for a while. And then I met your father-in-law. Laughter. And the children came, 3, nothing but boys, you can just imagine. More laughter. And that was that. Men, she sighs, briskly wiping the sink with a dish rag. They're not always easy to live with. But she smiles complacently as she speaks, as though they were children and should be forgiven their misbehavior, because you can't change them, you know. She commiserates maternally with me, makes excuses for me. Doesn't all that studying wear you out? It's no wonder you haven't time to clean things properly. I hate that insidious way of minding someone else's business. Her indomitable niceness bothers me. It's like a sticky trap, obliging me to answer the same way, all sweetness and light, puerility and fakery at the same time. How can I dare say anything? So even-tempered and agreeable. Women like her are relaxing, he tells me one day, attentive to others, as though there were nothing, but nothing, more wonderful in a woman. I had not been familiar with the catalogue of feminine perfections, but I begin to become acquainted with the list. "Coffee!" bellows the lord and master. "Coming, coming!" chirps his bustling spouse. "Oh, don't pay any attention, pet. It's a game they play. He hollers and she jumps, but they adore each other, believe me. You really shouldn't let it upset you." It's getting late. My father-in-law slips behind the wheel of the DS. She climbs in with youthful agility and waves goodbye, with a gloved hand. Each visit leaves me dazed with melancholy. No one else finds her twittering or her domestic sprightliness ridiculous. Everyone, her sons, her other daughters-in-law, admires her for having devoted herself to her children's education and her husband's happiness. It never occurs to anyone that she might have had a different life. Intentional, unintentional. Our methods of contraception leave room for surprises. Even when it's definite, we can still decide otherwise. The little old lady with the bifocals charges 400 francs and doesn't look any dirtier than my Aunt Elise, whom she resembles with her black dress and putty-colored complexion. Why choose yes? Among all the possible meanings, I choose this one for the two of us, to ward off a breakup, to transform what was only chance into fate. For him, at the worst, the satisfaction of virility, everyone would see that he had it in him. And at best, curiosity. What's it like to be a father? For me, the desire to know everything, the same haste as before when my heart raced with longing as I thought about relations between a man and a woman. Also, the obscure belief that one must live one's femaleness in its entirety to be complete, and therefore happy. Perhaps a petty, unavowable form of revenge. He listens to Bach. He studies. So do I, but less, because cooking and dishwashing eat away at my Bach and my studies. So I'll give him some responsibilities and aggravations. Nothing like a kid for that. There is all of this in the yes. That is how I learn it is possible to want something, and its opposite. Just when both sides have been heard and there's nothing more to add, I start having doubts. I know I'll be stuck for months in a life revolving around baby bottles and diapers. Forget the capes, no time of my own at all. And as for dreaming, what a laugh. I realize that the little old lady would be the responsible solution, as far as both he and I are concerned. I'm ashamed to announce our news to my mother, ashamed of the carelessness she'll see in all this. She'll immediately imagine me drudging and fussing and be less than thrilled. In fact, she reacts to the announcement of a baby on the way, almost as though I've disgraced her. And my father is distressed over our wretched luck. Quite a different tune from his parents. I cannot understand my father-in-law's pride in having a third grandchild. I even feel disgusted by my familial womb. There's the stomach-turning smell of hot milk in the morning, all those foods that taste strange to me. I try to find a fruit or cookie that still has the same flavor as before. Between me and the rest of the world lies a greasy, stagnant pool with a sweetish stench. I feel limp, torn from myself. I read that morning sickness is a bad sign, that deep in my heart I must not want the child. I don't believe this, finding it normal that the body should rebel and lodge a protest against this tenant. During the first months, it seems more like a stomach ulcer than a life in the making. And lo, the child leapt in her womb, the aged Elizabeth in the Bible, millions of grand words, translated into baby talk by the giving birth without pain midwife. The papas-to-be are just ever so happy to feel babykins wiggle in your tummy-wummy at night, you'll see. Me, I'm astonished, feel like laughing at this battered-looking belly, while he seems at a loss, and I can see that it must be frightening for a man. The splendid pregnancy, triumphant fulfillment of body and soul, I don't buy it. Even pregnant dogs snarl for no reason or doze crossly. It isn't parading my huge belly around the streets or even the evening kicking sessions that make me feel my true maternity. That sort of pride isn't any more worthwhile than gloating over an erection. There is no shortage of reasons to feel melancholy during those 9 months. Africa, where we won't be going now, the way we'd planned. My exam is becoming more and more tentative, and there is a host of worries. Who will take care of the baby? How much will it cost? Secretly, I'd like to remain pregnant for as long as possible so I won't have to give birth. I want to hang on to my last months as a woman who is only a woman, not yet a mother. My last days before the 6 daily breastfeedings, the diapers, and the crying. I'm afraid of what will happen after the baby is born. I try not to think about it. My imagination gets no further than the delivery, described in glowing terms by the midwife, a veritable cinch, proof of which is offered by a record on which you can hear a woman in labor breathing rhythmically, every word soft and low, and then suddenly, so touching, the first wail of the newborn, in definite contradiction to the ghastly images from childhood, the blood and forceps, the scenes of agony from Gone with the Wind, the ropes, the hot water, the shrieking. To distract me from my worries, there is also the purchase of all the required paraphernalia. Here we are for the first time, the two of us, in one of those stores crammed with enticing displays of tiny, brightly colored clothing, dainty finery, embroidered bibs, rompers, flashy rattles, all sorts of accessories for your living doll. Mickey and Donald everywhere. On porridge bowls, on crib linens, unreal, this Lilliputian universe. I have the feeling of a terrible regression, for him and myself. Diapers, infants' shirts, toddlers' outfits, baby carriage, high chair next in the park. You know, says the salesgirl, the first one is expensive, but everything can be used again for the others. More strongly than on our wedding day. Such a carefree day, really. I feel the quiet tug, beneath this colorful layette, of a whole new mechanism coming into gear. What shall I say about that night? Horror, no. But I leave to others the lyricism, the poetry of torn entrails. I am in pain, damn that midwife. I am a panting, hunched-up animal that prefers darkness to the slightest glimmer of light. Since there is no point in seeing the compassion in his eyes, he can't do a thing for me. The same images over and over for 6 hours, an experience of suffering neither rich nor varied. I'm on a raging sea, counting the seconds between waves of pain trying to engulf me and across which I'm supposed to scamper at top speed, puffing away. 2 horses keep trying to pull my hips apart, a door that refuses to open. A single, clear, fixed idea. Queens gave birth in a seated position, and they were right. I dream of a big commode. I'm sure it would all be over just like that. The pain, naturally. Sometime during the middle of the night, the child disappears among the waves. Instead of a big chaise percée, there are the glaring lights, the hard table, orders given from the other side of my belly. The worst, my public body. That part like a queen's delivery, anyway. The water, the blood, the stools, the cervix dilated in front of everyone. Listen, that's not important at such a time. It's not the same, just an innocent passageway for the child. Even so, he has to see this whole debacle, get a good eyeful of my misery, has to know what it's like, participate, decked out in a white gown and cap as though he were a doctor. But to be this liquefaction, this thing writhing in front of him, will he ever forget this sight? And what use is he to me in the end? Like the others, he repeats, push, breathe, don't lose the stirrups. And he panics when I stop behaving like a stoic mater dolorosa and starts screaming. You're spoiling everything, madame. Be quiet, he says. Get control of yourself. So I grit my teeth. Not to please them, just to have done with it. I push as though I were trying to shoot a soccer ball up into the clouds. I'm abruptly emptied out, all pain gone, with the doctor scolding me. You've torn yourself. It's a boy. For an instant, the vision of a skinned rabbit, a cry. Often, afterwards, I watched this film again, trying to make sense of this moment. I was in agony, I was alone, and suddenly, this little rabbit. The cry so unimaginable 1 minute before. There's still no meaning, simply that there wasn't anyone, then there was. I find him again a half hour later in my room in the clinic, completely dressed, with a full head of black hair, lying right in the middle of the pillow with the sheet tucked up around his shoulders, looking strangely civilized. I must have imagined they would hand him to me naked, save for a diaper, like an infant Jesus. I proudly make a show of following the instructions of the government's booklet on baby care. The best milk is breast milk. You owe it to your child. But I never get over my apprehension of the second when the gums clamp on to drain me like an insatiable suction cup. But that still isn't how I begin to understand and feel my own maternity, which comes to me at certain silent moments in the clinic. He's reading the Brothers Karamazov near the window, while I go over some notes, stopping often to bend over the little bed next to mine with a kind of stupefied anguish. I've begun watching his breathing, carrying within myself the possible death of my child. Each morning I dash half asleep to the crib. Stories of smothered babies, the covers, the undershirt, fate. Later I will sit in the movie theater in the evening watching the film through the blurry image of a child screaming with pain in the empty apartment. Pleasure, too. The smooth, warm, pliant skin, the song before words, and all the first times, the toothless grin, the tiny head looking up shakily while he lies flat on his tummy, the hand grasping the sliding bead on the crib rail. Perfect moments. I've known others, certain books, landscapes, the warmth of classrooms filled with my students. These moments don't contradict one another. First child-bearing, then child-rearing. Mothering, they say, the landlady and my mother-in-law. That's sweet. Mothering. Smile for Mama, Kichiku, nighty-night. Too good to be true. I discover the joys of a day divided up by 6 diaper changes and 6 bottles. I try, but it isn't enough. My milk dries up in 10 days. At 5 in the morning, I stare fixedly at the bottle heating in the double boiler, glassy-eyed. That people are leaving for work at the same hour, that the garbage men are out there tipping the cans into the truck doesn't console me. I feel as if we were in different dimensions. Food and shit, relentlessly. Obsessed with germs and gas. Idealize the humble chore, of course. The choice tasks lovingly carried out, etc., the transfiguration of shit. Perhaps there's poetry in sour dribbles of milk and dirty diapers. On sunny mornings, washing all the little white and blue togs in the bathroom and hanging them on the line. I can see how one might love all that. Tell oneself, this is the life. Never. If I were to start loving it, I'd be lost. Fortunately, as a student, he is often there. He can see all the diapers and bottles and hear the wailing at supper time. Not something he can wriggle out of anymore. No verbal smoke screens. Oh, leave your dishwashing and come listen to some Bach. No lovely schedules on paper. It couldn't have been more obvious. If I were left to take care of kiddo on my own, it would mean the end of my studies and the girl he'd married, the one so full of plans. He doesn't want that girl to die. He's not a narrow-minded bully, and would never accept my overnight transformation into a baby buggy pusher. He needs to believe that I'm as free as he is. He cannot stomach the brutal picture of a dish-rag wife, and of course I'd put up a fight. Suddenly abandon my childhood dream of having a profession, the sometimes vague but never quenched hope of doing something. I couldn't. A diploma. What a fairy tale. It's laughable, pathetic to cling to the idea of passing a competitive exam. You can be happy without that. Fall back on your inner resources. Strange that you should have a child and want to run right out to the research library. You have your whole life ahead of you for that. But your child needs you now. Arguments and reproaches fall thick and fast. Luckily, on this point I am stone deaf. What man would have given up classes and notebooks to clean house and take care of a baby? So me neither. And fairy tale or not, the exam is what is going to keep me from being swamped by dirty dishes and diapers. It's the last sign of my independence, my guiding star. We share the mothering. You take the evening bottle, I'll do the morning one. We'll take turns rinsing out the diapers in the shower. Equal priority on attending classes. Not instant nirvana. Not oodles of fun lugging Evian bottles or pacing up and down, waiting patiently for the burp. But bearable. Sometimes amusing. Never the resentment of being the only one feeding and wiping. And sharing the shit means there's less of it. Sometimes it seems like love. He walks carefully between the desk and the wardrobe, stops in front of the window, retraces his steps. Against his shoulder lies a white package with a wobbly little head at the top. All's right with the world. His hands know how to place kiddo in the crib as gently as mine. He knows as well as I do how to wipe the milk delicately from the sticky mouth and check the bottle's temperature by shaking a few drops onto his bare forearm. We have no idea how to do anything. We learn together. I have boundless confidence in his care. Nobody could measure up to him. Not the landlady playing peekaboo with kiddo. Not all the nursemaids on earth. This sharing seems quite natural to me. No question of thanking him day and night, as though it were some heroic feat, a sacrifice he has undertaken to allow me to have a profession. After all, I don't demand fulsome praise for the shopping, cooking, and dishwashing that have been permanently assigned to me. I still have loads of illusions. I never imagine that he will soon find it beneath his dignity to take my place occasionally at the baby food dish, and that later on, no, he won't be sorry he fed and changed kiddo, but he'll think of it as a quaint little episode from our relatively unsettled and impoverished student days. It's true that we haven't taken our proper places in society. My tutoring students in Latin doesn't seem like real work. The cheap food at the Resto Universitaire fills in on days when I fall down on that job. The curtains can stay filthy and the furniture unpolished, since they aren't ours. It's pouring on the Cour d'Albret. Nothing but furniture in all the store windows as we go from one to another, hand in hand, avoiding the puddles. Looking for an armchair. The material's too bright on that one, and the modern style looks tacky. The first piece of furniture we have shopped for together, the first of our very own. It's fun. The saleslady informs us, in a confidential and respectful tone, that it's mahogany, made in England. She strokes the leather of the seat and armrests. And now a slightly haughtier air. In what style is the rest of your furniture? We hesitate. Well, there is none. An English armchair fits in with everything, absolutely everything. I'm wearing an old blue raincoat with a hood. His hair is slicked down by the rain. You can pay on the installment plan, of course. She despises us. A gullible young couple, and she's trying to stick us with her armchair. Enough of this. We exchange looks. We'll think about it. Goodbye. Outside, laughing in the rain. Quick, kiddo's home all alone. And then he remembers seeing a rustic armchair for 300 francs at the Manufrance department store. Tomorrow. Lower middle-class couple fitting themselves out, following a well-trodden path. It doesn't feel at all like that to me. I still see us as free spirits traveling light. And the armchair, just an extravagance, like a record, only a bit more expensive. Not the purchase of a staid couple settling into their niche in society. I feel we're still living an adventure, so I can imagine our future together without wavering. Soon we'll be leaving the furnished rooms in the suburbs of Bordeaux. For what city? He has just finished his exams, and the positions advertised in Le Monde have all the charm of a catalogue of vacation spots, at least for the first month. Personnel director in Bourges, community center administrator in Fontenay-aux-Roses, university graduate, Martigues, Versailles, Aix-en-Provence. The names fade from the map, along with our hopes. It's not as easy as we'd thought to find a real job. The only thing left is an executive position in a city I envision as completely white, surrounding a slate-blue lake set among glittering mountains. The excitement of packing. Adieu, Bordeaux. Vive Annecy. Of course I blow the capes. That's no surprise. Everyone told me so. Insane even to have tried. You asked for it. So what? He passed, and that's the main thing. And I think so, too. I'm counting on him. I've stopped taking complete charge of myself. I'm convinced, however, that I haven't lost any of my former freedom, aside from some selfish bad habits that probably aren't worth worrying about. We've been living together for 1.5 years. Annecy. Lake and mountains, snow and sunshine, swimming, skiing, a tourist paradise. On the last Sunday of October, we don't see any tourists. They're long gone. Nobody in the streets except for the ones by the cemetery. Our apartment building is not far from the main gate. As I unpack the luggage in F3, our second-floor apartment, I can see cars stopping at the flower shop, where hundreds of pots of chrysanthemums are set out. North Africans in balaclavas and shabby jackets pass by as well, carrying bags or hampers of food. On the sidewalk below, across the street from the florists, there are some benches and a concrete urinal. I go shopping an hour after we arrive because it's the first thing to do. We have to eat. Find a grocery store, a butcher's shop, a bakery. I don't have time to look around at my new neighborhood. My first memory of Annecy is standing online in the store. Did I forget anything? Butter, salt. Everything seems more expensive than in Bordeaux, and the merchants all look so sullen. I return with my purchases amid a throng of people carrying chrysanthemums. The steaks are tough. He tells me we'll have to find a different butcher. It isn't until the afternoon that we drive out to the lake. There are swans on the shore, as in the postcards, but the mountains look bald without any snow. To the right of a stretch of lawn before the lake sits a big plastery casino, obviously closed. You can take walks here with kiddo. It must be nice when it's sunny. I hate Annecy. That's where I get sucked in. Where I live the difference between him and me, day after day, floundering in this shrunken woman's world, choking on petty tasks and problems, awash in loneliness. I become the guardian of the hearth, in charge of supplies and maintenance. What had come before was a picnic. Annecy, the ultimate apprenticeship in the role. Years of just the basics, without any of those comforts that help you bear up. A grandmother to babysit, parents who get you out of the kitchen every once in a while with a little dinner invitation, or enough money to pay for a cleaning lady or a mother's helper. Me, I have nothing beyond the essentials. A husband, a baby, an apartment. Enough to discover the difference between the two of us in its pure state. The words house, food, education, work no longer have the same meaning for him and for me. I begin to see in these words nothing but burdensome, oppressive things from which I can free myself only a few days, or at most a few weeks every year. Want to give your wife 2 weeks off from kitchen duty? Call the club. And freedom. What is that starting to mean? Oh, well, sniff the kind souls of this world. You shouldn't get married if you can't take the consequences. Men get their wings clipped too, you know, and just look around at those who don't earn more than the guaranteed minimum wage, who weren't lucky enough to get a good education, who make bolts all the livelong day. No, it's too easy to spout all sorts of pitiful tales to keep a woman from speaking up, so I just keep quiet. That first morning, I'm alone at 8 o'clock in F3 with kiddo crying, the kitchen table littered with breakfast dishes, the bed unmade, the bathroom sink ringed with shaving scum. Papa goes to work, Mama does the housework, rocks baby, and prepares a tasty meal. And I thought that first-grade refrain would never apply to me. We'd had long periods together during the day until then. He wasn't peeling the potatoes, but he was there, and the potato peeling had seemed to go faster. I look at the bowls, the full ashtray, all the morning mess to clean up. How quiet the apartment is when kiddo stops singing. I see my reflection in the mirror over the dirty bathroom sink. 25 years old. How could I ever have thought to find fulfillment in this? The bare minimum and nothing more. I'm not going to let myself be had. Plonk the bowls in the dishpan, wipe off the table, draw up the bed covers, feed kiddo, bathe him. No sweeping, absolutely no dusting. The last vestige, perhaps, of my reading of The Second Sex. The story of an inept and hopeless battle against dust. Anyway, there's not much furniture yet, beyond what we need for sleeping and sitting down. Grimly, I return to my books, without daring to consider my chances of success, without thinking about the near, so near future, when kiddo will be crawling all over, getting into everything, sleeping only during his afternoon nap. I plunge into French phonetics, reciting paradigms with the fervor of those who chant novenas in hopes of seeing their desperate dreams come true. I don't hold out long. But nothing's ready. It's 12:20. You have to organize things better than this. You should finish feeding the baby before I get here. I'd like to relax while I'm home for lunch. I'm working. You understand? It's not the same life anymore. And what about my life? Impossible to take any courses. There's kiddo, the shopping and cooking, and so on. A run-of-the-mill domestic squabble. Later, we eat steak and spaghetti without a word while the radio fills in the silence. Voices come and go, playing some kind of stupid word game called tirlipo. I wash the dishes, he's still sitting at the table. It's not possible, he says in a weary, subdued voice. No, not possible to imagine such moments before marriage. I don't excuse him. I don't want to fall into the trap of always understanding, of feeling guilty for not having greeted him with a smile, piping hot dishes on the table and the annoying baby tucked out of sight. When I start working outside the home, it would be a fine thing if I even suggested that I was entitled to the same privileges he demands. But he's right. It's not the same life. He's caught up in the system. Work from 8 to noon, from 2 to 6 plus overtime, slaving away to prove he's indispensable, competent, and executive of real ability. There's no room anymore within that agenda for kiddo's cereal, still less for cleaning the bathroom sink. A routine in which it is also better to have the table set, the wife smiling in welcome, providing peace and quiet for the man of the house, so that he might depart refreshed at 1:45, ready for the fray. I don't know which rubs my nose harder into the difference between us, him or the system. When he comes home at noon, he finds the table set, kiddo in bed for sleepy buys, and the transistor radio next to his plate. The sink cleaned, the ashtrays emptied, the folds of the bedspread nice and straight. The bare minimum is putting on weight. Part of it is to please him, to avoid his reproaches. But that's nothing compared to the idea that begins to seem more and more obvious to me. It's a shame to neglect such a pretty little home. Society does its work well. Guess what the young couple buys with its first earnings? A Spanish lampstand of lathe-turned wood, an old mirror, a card table, a second-hand piano, sheer voile curtains. One by one, objects come into our lives, arranging themselves around us. Still hand in hand, here we are again in front of the store windows. Living rooms, bedroom suites, available on the installment plan. We like things that are gently used, reasonably priced antiques, bargains in the homey and unobtrusive style favored by the magazine La Maison de Marie Claire. Saturday, step by step, hours spent looking, comparing, discussing. Not big enough, wrong color, more bronzy, shinier, without the fringe, rather blah, too expensive. Look at that lamp. Did you see the price? Next month. Do you think they'll still have it? It would look really nice in the living room, you know? We float home with the lamp. He tries it out right away. An iridescent lampshade, faint shadows on the ceiling, a circle of light on the mahogany table. He puts a leather-bound book down inside the circle, moves it a touch to one side, replaces it with an ashtray. Perfect. We look at each other, smiling. Of course we know that happiness is not to be confused with the possession of things. We know all about the difference between being and having, and Marcuse, and we're perfectly aware that things are alienating shit. But really, it would be crazy to live in an empty F3, and we don't buy just any old junk. We have taste, and we put a lot of thought into our purchases. It's almost an art. So I feel that our aesthetic attitude frees us from any taint of consumerism. And we move on to the stove, so spotless you don't dare fry an egg. The gleaming fridge with a floor pedal so you can open the door when your hands are full. To the dump with the gas cooker. I feel disoriented in front of these brand new appliances, but they're fun, too. The window in the oven door, the temperature control knob, the broiler. Madame, with your Laura, she even has a name, this stove. You will easily be able to prepare all sorts of tempting dishes for your family. Hogwash. Still, I am not displeased to watch the first soufflé of my life rising in the oven, and he is astonished. A real success. Bravo. Childish, but harmless, I think. Even a subtle link between us, the soufflé gaily shared, the mirror we just bought, which he hangs carefully on the wall. Pass me the picture hook and the hammer. A charming little nest for the three of us. What a change from the nondescript furnished apartment of the previous year. However did we stand it? Innocent joy. But what's behind all this is that insidious entrapment at the store windows. The imperturbable logic of the system getting its claws into us. Sheer voile curtains, your own furniture that costs you an arm and a leg for which you go into debt. How can you not take care of these things? How could you let them grow ugly and filthy from daily use? Dust sheep gamboling under the bed, the russet tracery of boiled-over milk on the burner. That was then, but this is now. The beauty of our surroundings must be maintained. Harmony must be preserved. Don't I have a fancy new vacuum cleaner with a raft of gadgets to suck up even invisible dirt specks? I'll make an effort. So what if getting the dingus out of the closet and switching around all its silly attachments and stuffing it back where it came from takes 3 times as long as a brisk pass with a broom? No, I don't enjoy it, galloping furiously from one room to another, from one outlet to another. I feel I have to. Or else we would have to live differently. So differently that I can't imagine it. Annecy is a position with good prospects for the future. After lunch, well, ciao, see you tonight. Solitude. Not the solitude of 18, peering out the window of the bathroom, or that of the hotel room he has just left, in Italy, in Rouen. A solitude of empty rooms with a child who cannot talk yet. My occupation, a series of trifling and unrelated chores. I can't get used to it. As though I have been summarily put away on a shelf. He'll have the cold air of the streets, the smells of stores opening for business. He'll arrive at the office and have to buckle down to work. But he'll have the satisfaction of completing a dossier. I'm jealous, yes, why not? That dread of not proving equal to a task, and the pleasure of carrying it out successfully, I love that too. What challenges and triumphs does this cozy apartment offer me? Keeping a mayonnaise from separating? Or turning kiddos' tears to smiles? I begin to live in another time. No more sweet, mellow hours passed lounging on the terrace of a cafe, the tranquility of the Montaigne in October, the forgotten hours spent reading a book through to the last chapter, talking with friends. I've lost something I've known since childhood, the rhythm of time devoted fully to a task, followed by moments in which mind and body suddenly open and float free in repose. He has not lost this rhythm. At noon, in the evening, on weekends, he finds time to unwind, read Le Monde, listen to records, balance the checkbook. He even finds time to be bored. Relaxation. My time is now constantly cluttered with a hodgepodge of jobs. Laundry to be sorted, a shirt button to sew back on, an appointment at the pediatrician's, we're out of sugar. The inventory that has never moved or amused anyone. Sisyphus and that rock he rolls endlessly back up the hill. At least it's dramatic. A man on a mountain outlined against the horizon, whereas a woman in her kitchen tossing some butter into a fry pan 365 times a year, that's neither heroic nor absurd, that's just life. You know, your problem is that you can't get yourself organized. Organization, the watchword of women everywhere. Magazines overflowing with advice. Save time, do this, that, and the other, like my mother-in-law. If I were you, I'd try it this way, much faster. But it's really a method of sticking yourself with the most work possible in the least amount of time without pain or suffering, because that would bother those around you. I fall for it all, too. The memo pads for shopping lists and the reserves stockpiled in the cupboard, the frozen rabbit for unexpected visitors, the bottle of vinaigrette made in advance, the breakfast bowls set out on the table the night before. A system that relentlessly devours the present. You keep moving forward the way you do in school, but without ever seeing the end of anything. Speed is my motto. Forget the sprightly dance, the loving touch of the dust rag, tomatoes carved into roses. I go full tilt, stampeding through the housework, trying to free up an hour in the morning, which often turns out to be a mirage, but most of all I keep my eyes on the great prize of the day, that personal time regained at last, but constantly threatened. My son's afternoon nap. For 2 years, in the flower of youth, I see all the freedom of my life hang by the thread of a dozing child. First, suspense, waiting for his regular breathing, and silence. Is he asleep? Why isn't he sleeping today? How irritating! And finally, he nods off. A fragile respite, poisoned by the fear of a premature awakening because of a car horn, a doorbell, a conversation out on the landing. I'd like to wrap his sleeping world in cotton. 2 hours in which to cram for the capes. Shouts outside, the squeaking of his teddy bear, the clatter of tumbling building blocks. Each time I think, that's it. But isn't he the sweet baby, waking up all happy and full of bounce? I know. And I snap up the blinds, warbling like everyone else. Now we've had our sleepy time, so let's go pee-pee, and we'll take a walk in the park, feed some bread to the swans. And I whip up the old maternal joy with lots of laughs, songs, and tickles for kiddo. Not for me, the unworthy desire to park him in his playpen and go on studying, with Stoppel's foam plugs jammed into my ears. Above all, I must be a real mother, dashing into the bedroom as soon as he wakes up, scrupulously checking his training pants, getting ready for our stroller outing, but not rushing him, suiting my pace to his. Whatever possesses me? Sour-smelling, runny-nosed brats of my childhood, abandoned to the less-than-watchful eye of a tired neighbor or a dotty grandpa, as though I could take you as examples. Your mothers were poor and knew nothing about childcare, whereas I live in a pretty apartment with an inflatable baby bath, scales, and bum cream. It's not the same, and that psychoanalytical curse. The first 3 years are the decisive ones. Well, I know it by heart. It weighs on me 24 hours a day, and on me alone, of course, since I'm in complete charge of the child. And I've read that Bible of modern, organized, germ-conscious mothers who keep house while their hubbies are off at the office, never the factory. I'm raising my child. Me, the mother, obviously. More than 400 pages, over 100,000 copies sold, everything you need to know about the job of being a mama. He gives me this guide as a gift one day after our move to Annecy. The voice of authority, the lady in the book, tells how to take baby's temperature, give a bath, and at the same time someone is murmuring like a counting rhyme, "Papa, he's the boss. The hero, he's the one who's in charge. That's only natural. He's the biggest, he's the strongest, he's the one who drives the car that goes so fast. Mama, she's the good fairy, the one who comes when baby is hungry and thirsty. She's always there when she's called. Page 425. A voice saying terrible things, that no one could ever take care of kiddo as well as I can, not even his father, who has no paternal instinct, just a paternal streak. Crushing. And a sneaky way of making you feel afraid and guilty. He calls you. You pretend not to hear. In a few years, you'd give anything in the world to hear him say once again, "Mama, stay." So, every afternoon, I take kiddo out for a walk so that I will be an irreproachable mama. Out for a walk, it's called. Out, the same word as before. But there is no more outside for me, just a continuation of the inside, with the same preoccupations, the child, the butter, and the box of diapers I must buy on the way home. Neither curiosity nor discovery, nothing but necessity. Where is the color of the sky? The sunlight glinting off the top of the walls. At first all I know of Annecy is canine territory, the sidewalk. Always nose to the ground, tracking the height of the curbs, the width of a gap, go, no-go, weaving around obstacles, lampposts, trash baskets, people walking blindly into the stroller. At the park, we women sit quietly on the benches or dawdle along the paths in the middle of the afternoon, killing time, waiting for the child to grow up. They ask me how old mine is, compare him with theirs, teeth, walking, messiness. Later on, when kiddo can toddle around and play with other children, we keep a sharp eye out, ferociously protective behind our bland smiles, in league against the filthy dogs who do their business so close by, and the big kids of 12 with their bicycles on the paths. It shouldn't be allowed. Not much more than that to talk about. I remember conversations I had with my girlfriends, not even 3 years earlier. Those exciting discussions of romantic matters, so unlike these listless observations about our kids. But is there really so much difference between "I'm going out tonight with who's this, what dress should I wear?" and "we have to leave now, Papa will be home soon," which I find myself saying along with everyone else? Each of us is isolated by the famous halo of the married woman. So we fall back on chatting about the children, a safe subject, because we don't dare let ourselves go and really talk, as though the shadow of a husband were always between us. The surrounding landscape is superb. The lake, the blue-gray mountains, and in June, when the casino orchestra comes out onto the terrace to play for the tourists, the faint strains of blues and pasos dobles reach the sandbox. Life, the beauty of the world. Everything is outside of me. There is nothing more to discover. Home, dinner, dishes, 2 hours nodding over a book, trying to work, bed, start all over again. Love-making, perhaps, but that as well has become a domestic activity. Neither an adventure nor something to look forward to. I go home through the downtown area because of the wide sidewalks. Single girls and men go into the cafes. while I enter the only place in the city where I won't be incongruous with a young child, a place for women, from the checkout girls to the customers, with shopping carts so you can push around the baby and the groceries without growing tired. The supermarket, my reward for going out. Yes, I know. Kiddo laughs to see the swans, crawls on the grass, and then he learns to throw balls, gaze in wonder at the tricycles, sail down the slide with a serious expression. But me, any talk about feeling trapped, stifled, immediately arouses suspicions, another one who thinks only of herself. If you are unmoved by the grandeur of this duty, to witness the awakening of a child, your own son, madame, to nourish him, protect him, guide his first steps, answer his first questions, the voice should rise higher and higher, then slam down like the blade of a guillotine, then you should never have had a child. The most wonderful job in the world. Take it or leave it, but don't go into details. I never do feel the grandeur. As for the happiness, I don't need "I'm raising my child" to tell me when it pops up every now and then. Always unexpectedly. One September afternoon, I buy him a red car. I watch him go down the stairs of the Prise Unique variety store, step by step, fiercely, greedily clutching this toy to his breast. And that earlier day when he launched himself upright into space for the first time, from the armchair over to me, his little face straining with effort, then breaking into a smile when he succeeded, once, many times. I don't need to remember everything to prove that I was also a real mother, as I had been a real woman. Neither do I wish to become involved in that argument of comparisons and contrasts. Don't you think that these moments with your child are more enriching than typing or making ball bearings, or even, aren't they worth all the books in the world? It's real life, not make-believe. I was given the business about it being the most marvelous thing in the world, and that's what kept me from going to the old lady with the bifocals. Today, I want to write about the life I never expected. The life that was unimaginable to me at 18. One spent with baby cereal, vaccinations, plastic pants that need scrubbing, and de la Barre teething syrup. A life completely and absolutely in my care. I have the burden, but not the responsibility. I'm raising kiddo alone, but under supervision. What did the doctor say? His nails are too long, you should cut them? What's that on his knee? Did he fall? Where were you? Accounts to render constantly, but the tone is normal, soft-spoken, not tyrannical. In the evening, when he picks up a beaming kiddo, washed, fed, and freshly diapered for the night, it's as though I've lived the entire day for these 10 minutes. The presentation of the child to the father. He tosses him up in the air, tickles him, covers him with kisses. I look on, laughing in a sort of cowardly contentment. Hours of paying attention to a child, not myself, as his own mother did with him. What are you complaining about? Divorced and unwed mothers have no man to whom they can offer up their sacrifices at the end of the day. But sometimes, in the park, pushing the stroller, I have the strange feeling that I am walking his child, not mine, that I am an active and obedient cog in an asepticized, harmonious system that revolves around him, the husband and father, and reassures him. Modern woman in slacks and fur-lined pea-jacket, walking in public garden with child. Just for good measure, a few swans on the lake or a flock of pigeons. A pretty picture that would have pleased him if he'd happened along. As for him, he has never crossed Annecy with a child in a stroller, shoving everyone carefully off the sidewalk while chanting, "Excuse me, excuse me." He's never sat waiting on a bench for the afternoon to go by and the child to grow up. Annecy is something for him to discover at leisure after work, with his hands in his pockets and the freedom to explore the whole city. I know only the streets where I take the stroller and do the shopping, going to the butcher's, the dry cleaner's, the pharmacy, useful streets. In the evening, when I leave Kiddo with him and go out alone to a store or to a doctor's or hairdresser's appointment, I barrel along the sidewalk like a demented blue bottle. I have to relearn how a woman walks when she's alone. He must cherish an image of the apartment, our home, as a refuge. Not as a place that requires constant tidying and jumps on you as soon as you come through the door, with groceries to put away, the baby's food to prepare, his bath to draw. When you get right down to it, we don't live in the same apartment. He lights a cigarette, glances around the room at the soft glow of the lamp, the gleaming furniture. He goes to piss in a sparkling toilet and washes his hands in a sink cleaned daily to perfection. He returns along the spotless tile floor of the hall to the living room and his newspaper. He can enjoy the coziness of his surroundings, relax and appreciate the comforts of home. He hasn't washed, scrubbed, or snooped around everywhere like a dung beetle. Enjoyment, period. Whatever you do, don't leave a dust rag, the Ajax, or a floor cloth lying around. What's that doing there? And he brings me that, holding it at arm's length. A ridiculous item that clashes unspeakably with the decor. Nothing but neatness and beauty. 2 p.m. In the kitchen, all traces of lunch are gone. You can see your reflection in the sink. I've put back on the table the rustic pot, ornamented with shepherds piping on a blue background. There's a discreet odor of furniture polish. Kiddo is asleep. Why this tidiness? For whom? Simply so that if anyone were to drop by, I wouldn't have to say, like my aunts, "Please excuse the mess." I've been busy since 7 a.m. to reach this void. This must be the time of day when women swallow pills, pour themselves a little glass, or take the train to Marseille, the world at a standstill. He is hungry. What does it feel like to spread your napkin over your lap and watch the arrival of food you haven't selected, prepared, fussed over, kept an eye on? Food that's a pleasant surprise, instead of something you've been smelling at every stage in its preparation. I've forgotten. Of course, there's also the restaurant. But not often you have to find a babysitter, and it's a big deal, something of an extravagance. "I'm taking you out tonight, my dear." Not his customary twice-daily feast. No need to say thank you. "Oh, good, you've made celery remoulade." The steak is rare, the sauté potatoes sizzle in their serving dish. By this time, I've been breathing them, almost pre-chewing them for a good half hour. Constantly tasting, checking the salt, are they done yet? And it's enough to cut your appetite, the real one, that makes your mouth water with desire. At least let him eat. Let him repay all my efforts. I'm already adamant on this point. I want that plate cleaned, no leftovers. They're like a waste of my time and energy. And then to have old food sitting around in the fridge to be retasted, rehashed, reserved, it makes me sick even to think about it. I don't want to lose completely the thrill and joy of eating. Women who nibble, always disparaged as frustrated, infantile sneaks, getting their oral satisfactions on the sly. Oh, what bad manners. Me, I think those tidbits of cheese and chocolate, those tastes of raw cookie dough, keep my sense of hunger alive. The munchies, my personal fast food, no plate, no eating utensils, nothing to remind me of the mealtime ritual, my revenge on that eternity of grub to plan, buy, fix, 365 meals multiplied by 2, 900 sessions with the fry pan, the pots on the stove, thousands of eggs to crack, chops to turn, milk cartons to empty, the natural work of women, all women. having a profession soon, as he does, won't get me out of the kitchen. What chore does a man have to take on every day, and twice a day, just because he's a man? So far away, the occasional little chocolate mousse of my adolescence, my happy alibi to show I knew how to make something with my own two hands like other girls. Pounds and pounds of food, cooked and eaten right away, sustaining life, but it depends on your point of view. Because from mine, it seems more like a death march. I get well into the habit, writing shopping notes down on the memo pad hanging in the kitchen with its cunning red bow, cooking simple dishes during the week and something special on Sundays and for family gatherings. Oh, please do have some more. My dear girl, it's simply delicious. Let them stuff themselves to the gills and gaze at me with fond delight. She's really taken to it, hasn't she? Who would ever have guessed she would turn out to be such a good cook? What a wonderful surprise. I stop comparing things with the way they were before. I pretend that cooking is nothing, as natural as bathing every day. I try to take some satisfaction in it, leafing through the recipe book, which gives the impression of infinite creative possibilities, never the same dish twice. But it gets to me anyway. 7 in the evening, I open the fridge. Eggs, cream, lettuces, everything's lined up on the wire shelves. Absolutely no desire to fix dinner, and worse, not the slightest idea what to make. Provider's block. As though I've forgotten everything. A minute of torpor until the fridge kicks in, a sort of call to order. Make something, anything, keep going. So I fall back on what I know by heart. Fried eggs and spaghetti. Worst of all, supermarket schizophrenia, so unpredictable. I push the cart along the aisles, flour, oil, canned mackerel. Hesitation. Always a warning sign. Next to me, other women are gaily pillaging the shelves with expert hands. Others are posted in front of the canned goods and cookie boxes, reading labels, studying the ingredients with terrific concentration. I'm sure I need loads of things for tomorrow, the rest of the week. I no longer feel like getting anything. I move up and down corridors of provisions that seem more and more like one big blur. It all horrifies me, the music, the lighting, the other women's determination. I'm stricken with nurturing amnesia. I feel like bolting then and there, making an effort. I blindly toss in cheeses and some prepackaged cold cuts, waiting calmly in line behind victorious carts overflowing with food and proudly pushed along by women shoppers. Only outside can I breathe freely. Existential nausea in front of a fridge or behind a supermarket cart. What a good joke, he'd like that. Everything about these years of apprenticeship seems shabby to me, insignificant, hard to express, except in picayune complaints, scattered whines. I'm tired, I've only got 2 hands, why don't you do it yourself? This domestic sing-song springs spontaneously to my lips, and he listens with deaf ears, as though such language were nothing out of the ordinary, or simply the recrimination of some underling. Grousing, the boss has privately dismissed, as negligible and obtuse. Of course, one can keep track all the time. I fix him breakfast, I brush his suit. He should unplug the sink and take out the garbage. You buy yourself a record, so I get a book. Shit? Fine. I reply, son of a bitch. It doesn't seem much like a fair exchange of freedoms here. I keep tabs anyway. Exhausting, this nitpicking that leads me to spend money on a book or leave the garbage can full. Neither for pleasure nor through real rebellion, but for revenge. Ever since the beginning of the marriage, I've had the impression of chasing after an equality that continually eludes me. I can always make a scene, a real corker, acting out everything. Revolt, divorce, forget thoughtful discussion, an hour's devastation, the red sun in my colorless life. feeling my temperature rise, trembling with anger, lashing out with the initial challenge that will shatter all harmony. I'm sick of being the maid. Watching for him to slip on the mask, waiting for the good replies, the ones that will goad me into recovering a lost language, violence, and the desire for something else besides this. Words tumbling out pell-mell with that vulgarity he so detests, to tell him that this life stinks, that I'd rather die than be like his mother. Naturally, I attack him through his most sacred cow. The pleasure of being able to scream myself crazy without him putting me down with a superior smile, no big words, if you please. But the time will come when I won't allow myself to pitch a fit because of the child. Aren't you ashamed in front of him? Dignity. In other words, submission. A father with a firm hand and a mother who keeps mum. Very good for children's nerves. A grey Sunday, perhaps. One of those early afternoons, always so dreary outside the tourist season. I must certainly have fed Kiddo, and we've had our dinner too. Roast beef, beans, perhaps a custard for dessert. My after-dinner mint, the dishes. Suddenly, a casual observation. The latest Bergman is playing at the Ritz. And then, would it bother you if I went to see it this afternoon? Finally, in the face of my silence, what good is it for two of us to stay with the kid? I don't cry. I don't shout. A logical conclusion. That's marriage. Choosing between one or the other's depression, both would be a waste. It's also clear that my place is with my child, and his at the movies, not vice versa. Off he goes. Later on, he'll go play tennis in the summer, go skiing in the winter. I will take care of Kiddo, take him out for a walk. Oh, those lovely Sundays. At 3:00, up go the blinds in Kiddo's bedroom. The deserted street, the park, the swans. Jealousy, sometimes. Seen from the window of F3 or from behind the stroller, the world is divided in two. The women he could have, the men I no longer can. In the evening, wolfing down his supper, he tells me about his day. Skiing gives you an appetite. My husband goes hunting every Sunday. Mine loves to sail. Fishing, cycling, bridge, the clarinet, pétanque, billiards, they've got lots of hobbies. And the wives are always understanding, almost proud. He'd spend every day at the Choral Society if he could. And your wife, does she have any interests? She'd like to take up tennis again, but I don't know how keen she really is about it. Those interests fade away all by themselves, one after the other, naturally. Stop bitching at me. You're perfectly free to go skiing if you want. Yes, indeed. Aside from the cooking, the kid, and the housework, I'm metaphysically free. As for preventing him from leaving me alone with Kiddo, making him stay, he has a fine time throwing all my former principles in my face. Being independent, not clinging to each other or holding each other back, and so on. Go ahead, call me superglue or something snootier, a praying mantis, a castrating woman. I tell him thanks, I've read Freud too, but no, I don't feel like being castrating. What a lousy image. And then, which is preferable, that solitude. The outings with Kiddo, or the phony communion of two hearts in front of the TV and dispiriting family jaunts on Sunday to a deer park, a zoo, a scenic panorama, the fathers carrying their kids on their shoulders while they eye other men's wives, and vice versa. Pitiful. Nap time on Sunday is the same as on any other day. I cram for the competitive exam, still my guiding light. With 2 months to go, I opt for the daycare center. And guilt, of course, handing over the naked little body to the nurse at the creche in the morning, and not immediately recognizing the toddler in the plaid municipal smock at the end of the day. Hearty congratulations are always offered to the valiant wife of a man who has managed to pass his exam while holding down a job. But of course, you had a hand in his successes. All that moral support and keeping the children quiet, taking care of everything so he could study. A husband, though, would more likely receive sympathy. What an ordeal it must have been with that wife of his. In any case, mine prefers the sympathy. To be congratulated like a humble female, suspected of having helped me. What a humiliation. A black eye for any self-respecting executive. Masculine values, the sacred difference between us. I learn a thing or two about them before I'm through. Checking the list of exam results, feeling washed clean of a year's hard work, wandering through the streets where the smell of a cafe bar would fill me with sudden happiness, amid the throngs of students in June or October, savoring my success all day long. That was before. I get my capes and I can't feel any joy at all. Too many anxious naps, too many baby clothes to wash, too many pressure cookers to keep an eye on, and carrots to peel in the middle of the history of dramatic theory or the modern novel. Another stroke of luck. I feel that the jury has somehow rewarded not my intellectual accomplishments, but my merits as a wife and mother. I am a teacher. The goal of my studies, and then my hope of liberation, of a life beyond going to the park and scrubbing saucepans. I almost arrive late on the first day of school. The mother's helper has missed her bus. The tumult of the hallways. Then 40 faces, 35 the next hour, then another 24, and those fidgeting bodies, those eyes and the voices, stilled for the moment, but ready to bombard me with questions. A far cry from my little apartment with its kitchen filled with sunshine, a gentle world of dusting and making baby cereal, and the docile tenderness of a child. No matter how I've cursed that cocooned existence and tried to fight back, it has gotten to me after all. I have stage fright something fierce that first morning. Simply talking and being listened to feels strange after the torpid silence of home or kiddos twittering. But the pleasure does come. Perhaps it's the pleasure of power. I have a hold on the world once more, and even my solitude among those 40 students is exhilarating. I am alive again. When classes are over, I am brimming with projects, ideas for trips, the library. Away with the bland summaries of the Lagarde and Michard anthologies. I'll find texts they will enjoy. I remember the slight coolness at the end of that warm September day, and the impression that my existence has been thrown wide open by everyone I've met at school. I can see all those different and still nameless faces, some scowling, others looking quite pleased with themselves, and one girl slumping at her desk, lost in a daydream. I'm eager to prepare the next day's classes and to read the note cards the girls have given me with information about their families, their likes and dislikes. At the same time, I feel a welcome fatigue and would enjoy listening to a record before tackling my work. Later, I might have stretched out, put my feet up, like him. He's right. You don't feel like doing much else. But whoa, here's the big difference. Sitting down, cuddling with kiddo, reading Le Monde. The fantasies of a woman exhilarated by her first day on the job. As soon as I arrive, the mother's helper leaves. I get to fix kiddo's dinner, and ours won't appear magically on our plates all by itself. My schoolwork must wait till after kiddo's bedtime. My husband will watch TV. I'm not a teacher. I will never be a teacher. I am a wife-mother-teacher, nuance. I begin the second cycle of my apprenticeship. The bitterest years. The most difficult to recall. I had certainly longed for a profession, the beacon beyond those afternoon naps and trips to the park. On the one hand, Housewives, my special horror. On the other, single women with what I suppose must be empty lives. Obviously, I think I have it better. You stop measuring your life against the one you wanted and start comparing it to those of other women. Never to men's lives, what a thought. And yet our male colleagues can march with stately tread from the lycée to their cars, go hold forth at union meetings, listen to themselves talk and vote on motions regarding their disastrous working conditions, bickering endlessly about the limits of their job descriptions. Teachers shouldn't have to supervise the students or correct detention assignments. They'll split hairs forever to avoid doing one extra lick of work. Male habits, no doubt. Me, wife and mother, I've got to run. At noon or 5 o'clock, they want to discuss things after work. No time, ciao, guys. My kid's waiting and I have to stop by the butcher's. I will not be the teacher I had thought to be. Efficient, flexible, available. Simply functioning at all is hard enough. Classes, errands, papers to go over, nothing in the fridge. There's been a mistake. Jack of all trades was a Jill. Do the same work as a man, but never lose sight of your home. Drop it off at the door when you enter the lycée, pick it up again when you leave. In the evening, pouring the package of spaghetti into the boiling water, with kiddo wandering around underfoot, I feel as though my life were cluttered right up to the brim, with no room for even the tiniest drop of the unexpected, the slightest curiosity. I don't dare think like this. Listen to all of them. Teacher. What an unusual job for a woman. 18 hours of classes, at home the rest of the week, lots of vacation time to take care of the kids, to dream, the kind of job that's easy on the family, a woman realizing her potential, bringing home some bacon, still a good wife and mother too, who could complain? What's more, I fall for that bit about the total woman, and take pride in juggling everything: meals, child, 3 French classes, guardian of the hearth and fountain of wisdom, super gal, not just an intellectual. In short, I've got it all together. As a last-ditch effort when all else, and especially serious reflection, has failed, try wishful thinking. If there's a total man out there, someone together enough to come home from the office, tie on an apron and give the kids a bath, then he's keeping pretty quiet about it. Since I am right in the middle of this difference, these are not the kinds of arguments that occur to me. I find it normal that he doesn't do any errands, because men look too silly and out of place behind a shopping cart. It doesn't surprise me when his salary is considered a handsome sum for the 2 of us. Well, mine is a supplement, a fair amount, but from which numerous deductions must be made for the mother's helper, taxes on a second income, leaving only a paltry figure when compared with his. So how can I dare say that I'm not working simply for the pleasure of it? I feel guilty leaving him to watch the child on Saturdays when I have meetings at school, because it keeps him from his tennis. And I hesitate to ask him to take out the garbage, for what is the point of this drop of water in the sea of housework? I even try gentle persuasion. Oh, much more effective with men, dear, and nagging does so get on everyone's nerves. And very important, 2 voices. One for the students, energetic with an almost masculine authority, like that of those fathers who bellow and box ears at home, an outdoor voice. While the other one is for the apartment and for going out with him, a little bird voice, harmless, intervening modestly, discreet about all its outside life, classes and teaching. The gung-ho, dedicated types, those women are a pain in the ass. Luckily, you're not like that. You're more level-headed, which means that I keep my mouth shut about my job. Vacation. I take my place among the women sitting on the sand, surrounded by buckets and shovels, while the unmarried girls run off toward the waves. And because the worst consolations lose their sting after a while, I tell myself that their turn will come, and they'll be tied down with the kids while their husbands spend the day sailing. I put my faith in family holiday camps, wall-to-wall families with the 2 dining halls, the sticky one for the shrieking children, the deadly boring one for the parents. And what are you doing this afternoon? It's nice here. I'm with the visiting nurse service, and you? We breathe the air of Provence one year, of Aquitaine the next. We both sun ourselves without buckets or shovels during kiddos' supervised naps at the children's center, and we dance at night under the pines, pretending to live the way we used to when we weren't yet bound by salaries, lunch, and dinner together, the child. Nothing but pretense. Driving back on the autoroute, nothing to fantasize about. Another 2 weeks that won't leave any cherished memories behind. I remind myself I'll have to buy some laundry detergent for all our dirty clothes, some bread, ham, and milk. Can't you pay attention to your child? Keep him busy? He's driving us nuts and I'm trying to drive. I spend weeks in a real family environment, the worst. Gossiping with my sisters-in-law, stringing beans, while the patriarch and his sons are fishing or playing écarté. His lady wife proudly calls them to the table. "Everything's ready, men." Surrounded by this good humor and joyous acceptance of roles, I feel weird, out of step. It's not nice to be so jealous of the men. Let them relax, enjoy themselves like kids. You mean you'd rather he were off chasing skirts, vacationing on his own? He must be sick and tired of having a wife and brat on his back. As for me, more than a month left before school starts again. A precious month to play housewife and doting mother while he toils in the office. I hope you realize how lucky you are to be a teacher. Finally, enough time to give all our clothes a good inspection and remove any stains, to take kiddo to the slide and swans myself, try my hand at peach preserves and avocado and shrimp salad, and to read for pleasure, to write poetry during the peace of nap time. In a nutshell, a modern woman, practical, but not a stay-at-home mom, creative around the edges, drawing, sofa cushions, crewel work, crossword puzzles. And where did I read that Virginia Woolf also baked pies? Not incompatible, you see. 2.5 hours. Kiddos asleep, paper, pen, anything, diary, poem, novel. Dreading his awakening. But more than that, I cannot manage to believe in the reality of what I'm writing. Just a form of relaxation between the avocado shrimp salad and taking my son to the park. Make-believe creation. Kiddo wakes up. Back to the serious business of dressing and feeding him, then off to the park. Another literature break tomorrow. What's still best, at nap time, is to leaf through Le Nouvel Observateur, work out a game of solitaire, or sun myself on the balcony. Suits my present way of life to a T. I emerge slowly from the PP years. Kiddo goes off to nursery school. Diapers and stroller, no more than unpleasant memories. And haven't I waited for this time, my growing freedom, the return of just, or almost, like before. Made it. A whole slew of things to do on offer. The union. Why don't you join the theater club, come to the Freinet lectures on teaching methods, learn how to ski or play tennis? I no longer even know what I really want to do. I try everything. Nothing sticks. Too time-consuming, and I'm always doing things by halves, excusing myself from meetings, kiddo has the measles, and leaving early to fix dinner. All that stuff is nothing but a break in the family circle, an invitation to domestic neglect. And as for something on the side, a few more conversations might have done it. A colleague, blonde, attractive, worst option of all. And wherever would I stash a secret love affair? The simplest adventure, no risk, something I can just drift into, is close at hand, and all I have to do is stop taking those 21 poisonous pearls in their pill dispenser in the medicine cabinet. How can I have let it come to that? Hardly a twinge of bad conscience, before jumping headlong into the only undertaking with universal approval, blessed by society and my in-laws, a job that won't piss anyone off. I trumpet everywhere the noble motive that gets me off the hook, Having only one child is so sad, unhealthy. Two's perfect. Remy and Colette, André and Julien. Touch Mama's tummy, your little sister's in there. What a heartwarming scene. My real motive is that I can no longer think of any way to change my life except by having a baby. I will never sink lower than that. 8 days. Nothing. Strange how I don't believe it. The alarm goes off one February morning, 6 hours of classes ahead. Incredulous, I discover that nausea has grown in my stomach overnight like a mushroom. Vomit or weep? Now I see what kind of an adventure I've chosen. The romping of those first years, the walks with one hand pushing the carriage, kiddo holding on to the other. Farewell to teacher training courses, the union, the snowy slopes that give him a playboy tan all winter long. Endless Sundays with 2 children to watch instead of 1. Bravo, what imagination! He's taken aback by this pregnancy plotted on the sly. Doesn't seem to approve at all, as though he thought the initiative ill-advised. Immediately, a prudent distance. You're the one who'll have to deal with it, chum. No need to say more. I know that in 9 months I'll be the only one fiddling with powdered formula and sterilizing bottles. No more playing around at papa-baba like the first time. Ah, youth. Now the role is sacrosanct. How could he? He works all day, etc. What a silly idea, me whining at him, with that wonderful maternity leave I'll be getting. My belly starts blowing up again. Less of a shock, I'm already used to it. A humid summer in the apartment, the sleek heat of the esplanade by the lake where kiddo plays with his ball, home through the shady streets. I feel completely sluggish, holding my hand out to keep tourists from bumping into me, weighted down with a heaviness that isolates me from the world and the future. In spite of everything, I am in no hurry to go stretch out one night on the torture rack at the Clinique Beau Rivage. I want to enjoy, as long as possible, my last moments with only one child. My whole story as a woman, going down a flight of stairs, and hanging back at each step. From my bed, I can see a blue thread of lake and fat autumn flies bouncing off the window pane. He's perfect, round, a little glutton. These are golden afternoons. I doze, nodding over my breasts, which blossom regularly and turn lumpy, curled up in the plush landscape of childbed. Take advantage, old girl, snooze away. Let the buzzing ladies of the clinic tend the huge queen bee, and above all, don't worry about questions that might prevent, it's true, your milk from welling up into the little mouth. Just play with the stretchies and the doll sweaters that are pouring in, and write those triumphant birth announcements. Number 2 is here. And 10 times an hour bend over the cradle to study that tiny new mug and check on his breathing. Really appreciate what you've chosen in the way of adventure, because it's the last time. I call a truce. I'm not playing anymore. The illusion of a voluntary decision. All I did was produce the ideal family, the one that Brigitte, Hilda, all of them imagined on those days of dreaming of the future. 2. That's just right. Just right. In other words, the threshold of saturation, the impossibility of getting deeper into the shit, in the literal and figurative senses of the word. Seen from the lycée and my big belly, maternity leave looks like one big vacation. You become less and less picky. Ear-splitting wails at 5 in the morning, first batch of milk, drop off to sleep, rough awakening at 7, family breakfast, get kiddo ready for nursery school, second batch, then housework, then cooking. A dizzy pace, not 1 minute to myself. But how sweet that it is of him to do the shopping, on top of his job. Thanks. Thanks. To keep awake until the last bottle, I watch television with him. Fatigue. Solitude. But what does it look like from the outside? Oh, what a banal image. A young woman waiting at the front door of the nursery school with a cute baby carriage and an adorable child fast asleep. I don't complain. When my leave is over, things will get worse. I'll go back to my students who have been temporarily taken over by another teacher, to evenings spent correcting their papers and preparing classwork. A stranger will be taking care of Benki, and I'll have to give her instructions every day. This infancy is the real thing, the one I'd been spared with Kiddo. I am completely on my own, obsessive, finicky, and nothing escapes my eye. This one isn't going to marinate in his own pee-pee like his brother during those student years. I'll take him for leisurely walks in the park. I'll be a mama like the one in I'm Raising My Child, which has been resurrected for the occasion. I'll have my moment of gratification every week, weighing him on the baby scales. The washing machine is ruminating on its cargo of laundry. The living room smells pleasantly of lemon oil. In the soft lighting of the apartment in the early evening, I build Lego houses with Kiddo, and I say, "Quick, it's time to give your little brother his bottle. Papa will be home soon." Papa kisses the children, tickles Benki to make him laugh, and settles down with Le Monde. After doing the dishes, I join him in front of the TV, one big happy family. When the weather is nice, I go placidly off to the park, without running anyone off the sidewalk with my baby carriage. I sit on a bench next to the old folks and the women with young children. I wait until it's time to pick up Kiddo at nursery school. This must be what life is like. I'm 28. You get into a panic. Frighten yourself silly. It's astonishing how much endurance a woman has. They call it heart. I managed to bring up that second child, and teach 3 French classes, and do the shopping and the cooking, and replace the broken zippers, and buy the boys' shoes. What's so amazing about that? Since, as he keeps reminding me, I'm one of the privileged few, with that mother's helper coming in 4.5 days a week. But then, what man doesn't belong to a privileged class, with his favorite housekeeper constantly on duty? Naturally, I'll have even less time for professional interests and hobby clubs, things that men and single women can enjoy perhaps later. And why stay in a lycée, which eats up my time as a mother with papers to correct, classes to plan? I, too, will gladly take advantage of that convenient refuge for married women who teach and want to manage everything. Collège, grades 6 through 9, where the work is a lot easier, even though I like it less. Pursuing a career, that's another thing best left to men, and my husband is doing quite well for himself, so that's enough. Differences? What differences? I don't notice them anymore. We eat together, sleep in the same bed, read the same newspapers, listen to political speeches with the same skepticism. Our plans are made in common. A new car, a different apartment, or an old house we could fix up. Trips to take when the children are older. We even express the same vague desire for a different way of life. Occasionally, he remarks with a sigh that marriage is a mutual restriction. And we're content to agree on that. My years of apprenticeship come to an end without my noticing it. Habit takes over from there. Inside the home, a series of unobtrusive noises. Coffee grinder, saucepans, and outside a teacher, discreet and sensible, an executive's wife who wears cacharel rodier, a frozen woman. We return home at Kiddo's pace, walking along the wintry streets of Annecy. In the square in front of the railroad station, water no longer splashes down the statue in the center of the fountain. All bundled up, Benki leans out of his stroller, trying to catch the pigeons zigzagging around the basin. I feel as though I no longer have a body, and have been reduced to a gaze directed at the facades of the buildings around the square, the gate of the École Saint-François, the Savoy Cinema where they're playing... I can't remember the film. Just on the verge. Just. Soon, I'll have one of those lined, pathetic faces that horrify me at the beauty parlor when I see them tilted back over the shampooing sink, eyes closed. In how many years? On the verge of sagging cheeks and wrinkles that can no longer be disguised. Already me. That face. This recording of A Frozen Woman was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 1981 by Éditions Gallimard. English translation copyright 1995 by 7 Stories Press. Sound recording copyright 2019, Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with 7 Stories Press, Inc. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com. Dreamscape presents A Man's Place by Annie Ernaux. Translated by Tanya Leslie. Narrated by Tavia Gilbert. Introduction. A few nights after I finished Annie Ernaux's A Man's Place, I dreamed that I was walking through a forest in the very early spring. Melting ice was dropping from the trees, and I felt as if I were making my way through an extremely beautiful, intense, but ultimately friendly bombardment of glittering projectiles. When I awoke, it occurred to me that the dream might have been inspired by the powerfully affecting experience of reading Ernaux's book, which was first published in French in 1983, in English in 1992, and is about to be reissued here. The clear, unadorned, often staccato sentences of her narrative, less than 100 pages in length and divided into sections rarely longer than a page or two, struck me as having been oddly like those dazzling vestiges of winter that the trees in my dream had shed, it seemed, for my benefit, or perhaps as a message that I was only dimly capable of receiving. In fact, the reading experience was even more magical than the dream. Because those icicles, Ernaux's spare and precisely chosen phrases, had somehow managed, in falling, to arrange themselves into a highly complex and elaborate pattern. As a result of some wondrous alchemical process, her words had come together to form a detailed and complete portrait of a human being, an animated, dimensional representation of a person, rather like a hologram. Specifically, a hologram of Ernaux's father, who, by the time we have read A Man's Place, seems as simultaneously familiar and unknowable as someone with whom we have been intimately acquainted for our entire lives. Throughout the book, its subject is only referred to as my father. The customers at the cafe he runs with his wife call him, in Tanya Leslie's stellar translation, the boss. When his widow prepares his corpse for burial, she calls him my poor little man. His tombstone and the new visiting cards Ernaux's mother acquires refer to him as A Day. Ernaux's father dies at the beginning of the book, or more accurately, at the start of its second section. The first passage has been a characteristically unembellished account of its author as a student, passing the test required for her certification to teach in a secondary school. The second part opens in a way that will give the reader a sense of Ernaux's style. My father died exactly 2 months later to the day. He was 67 years old, and he and my mother had been running a small business, a grocery store and a cafe, in a quiet area of Seine-Maritime, not far from the station. He had intended to retire the following year. The rest of the narrative could be seen as an exploration of the distance, a half-inch of white space on the page, a chasm in real life, between the passing of the examination and the death of Ernaux's father. Of course, the two events are unrelated, or so we might think unless, after finishing the final page, we go back and reread the epigraph from Jean Genet. Writing is the ultimate recourse for those who have betrayed. The betrayal that Ernaux appears to have in mind is that of rising from one social class to another, of moving beyond one's parents to enter a world so alien to them that their offspring might as well have taken up residence on a distant planet. Waiting for news of her first job, Ernaux thinks, "One day I shall have to explain all this. What I meant was to write about my father, his life and the distance which had come between us during my adolescence. Although it had something to do with class, it was different, indefinable, like fractured love." Her book is, among other things, a drastically pared down but nonetheless complete biography of a man who began his working life on a farm and rose to become first a soldier, then a factory laborer, and finally, together with his wife, who is the subject of an equally eloquent companion volume, A Woman's Story, the owner and proprietor of the modest grocery cafe in the provinces of northwest France. It is a nuanced psychological portrait, composed entirely of facts and observations, of a man who worked to improve the milieu he and his family inhabited, without ever ceasing to see that milieu from the perspective of the boy who had woken at dawn to milk the cows. He was a cheerful man. He had never set foot in a museum. He would pause to admire a pretty garden, a cluster of trees in blossom, or a beehive, and had an eye for fleshy girls. When the meal was over, he cleaned his knife on his overalls. He always slept in his shirt and vest. Meanwhile, his daughter Annie was not merely acquiring more education than her parents, but gradually moving into social, economic, and psychic territory from which it was possible, indeed unavoidable, to see her father's world view, his manners, his style, his language, and every small and large thing about him, from a growing distance of which he, too, was painfully aware. "As a child," writes Ernaux, "when I tried to express myself correctly, it was like walking down a dark tunnel. Because the schoolmistress corrected me, I naturally wished to correct my father and tell him that expressions like 'to disremember' and 'some when' simply didn't exist. He flew into a terrible rage. On another occasion I burst out, 'How do you expect me to speak properly if you keep making mistakes?' Looking back, I realize now that anything to do with language was a source of resentment and distress, far more than the subject of money." You can't help thinking that one consequence of these troubling disagreements about language is a quality of Ernaux's writing that might best be described as meticulousness. Meticulousness of language, meticulousness of thought. The result is a logical, rational, cool-headed narrative about the most emotional of subjects, the life and death of a parent. Early on, Ernaux reports, she attempted to write a novel with her father as its main character, a project she abandoned with feelings of disgust. "I realize now that a novel is out of the question. If I wish to tell the story of a life governed by necessity, I have no right to adopt an artistic approach, or attempt to produce something moving or gripping. I shall collate my father's words, tastes, and mannerisms, as well as the main events of his life. In short, all the external evidence of his existence, an existence which I, too, shared. No lyrical reminiscences, no triumphant displays of irony. This neutral way of writing comes to me naturally. It was the same style I used when I wrote home to tell my parents the latest news." The irony is that Ernaux could hardly have written anything more moving or gripping, or for that matter more heartbreaking. A man's place is among the most subtle, compressed, engrossing, delicate, understated, and thoughtful books ever written about family, about class, about growing up and leaving home. We feel that Ernaux has written a letter to inform us all, her readers, about the latest news, the news about what it means to be born and to die, to be a child and a parent, haunted forever by fractured love for those we love and who love us most. Francine Prose. May I venture an explanation? Writing is the ultimate recourse for those who have been betrayed. Jean Genet. The practical test for my CAPES examination took place at a lycée in Lyon, located in the Croix-Rousse area. Footnote: Certificat d'aptitude au professorat de l'enseignement de second degré, the secondary teacher's training certificate, issued by the French state. After obtaining their license, bachelor's degree, applicants take 1-year course, followed by a probationary year when they are taken on as trainee teachers, stagiaires. A new lycée, with potted in the buildings for the teaching and administrative staff, and a library fitted with a sand-colored carpet. I waited there until they came to fetch me for my practical, which involved giving a lesson in front of an inspector and 2 assessors, both distinguished lecturers in French. A woman was marking papers haughtily, without a flicker of hesitation. All I had to do was sail through the following hour, and I would be allowed to do the same as she did for the rest of my life. I explained 25 lines referenced by number, taken from Balzac's novel Le Père Goriot, to a class of 6th formers from the maths stream. Afterwards, in the headmaster's office, the inspector said to me disapprovingly, "You really had to push them, didn't you?" He was sitting between the 2 assessors, a man and a short-sighted woman with pink shoes, and me opposite. For 15 minutes he showered me with criticism, praise, and advice. I was barely listening. I wondered if all this meant I had passed. Suddenly, in unison, the 3 of them stood up, looking very serious. I too rose to my feet hurriedly. The inspector held out his hand to me. Then, looking straight at me, he said, "Congratulations, madame." The others repeated congratulations and shook hands with me. The woman smiled. I kept thinking about this scene while I was walking to the bus stop, with anger and something resembling shame. The same evening I wrote to my parents telling them I was now a qualified teacher. My mother wrote back saying they were very happy for me. My father died exactly 2 months later to the day. He was 67 years old, and he and my mother had been running a small business, a grocery store and a cafe, in a quiet area of Seine-Maritime, not far from the station. He had intended to retire the following year. Quite often, and just for an instant, I can't recollect which came first, that windy April in Lyon, when I stood waiting at the Croix-Rousse bus stop, or that stifling month of June, the month of his death. It was a Sunday, in the early afternoon. My mother appeared at the top of the stairs. She was dabbing her eyes with the napkin she must have taken with her when she went upstairs after lunch. She said in a blank voice, "It's all over." I have no recollection of the minutes that followed. All I remember are my father's eyes, staring at something behind me in the far distance, and the curled lips exposing his gums. I believe I asked my mother to shut his eyes. Also standing round the bed were my mother's sister and her husband. They offered to help us wash and shave the body before it grew stiff. My mother suggested that we dress him in the suit he had bought for my wedding 3 years previously. There was an air of simplicity about the whole scene. No crying or shouting, just my mother's red eyes and the frozen rictus on her face. Our movements were calm and orderly, accompanied by simple words. My uncle and aunt kept saying, "He made a quick job of it," or "Doesn't he look different?" My mother spoke to my father as if he were still alive, or inhabited by a form of life apart, like a newborn baby. Several times she affectionately called him, "My poor little man." After my father had been shaved, my uncle straightened the body and held it up so that we could remove the shirt he had been wearing for the last few days and change it for a clean one. His head hung forward on his bare chest, mottled with tiny veins. For the first time in my life, I saw my father's penis. My mother covered it up quickly with the clean shirt tails, exclaiming lightheartedly, "Hide your misery, my poor man." When the body had been washed, my father's hands were joined together around a rosary. I can't remember whether it was my aunt or my mother who said, "He looks nicer like that," meaning more decent, more presentable. I closed the shutters and woke up my son, who was having an afternoon nap in the next room. "Grandpa's having a snooze." My uncle broke the news to the family in E, who immediately came round. They went upstairs with my mother and myself and stood in front of the bed. After a few moments' silence, they talked in hushed voices about my father's illness and his sudden death. When they came downstairs, we gave them something to drink in the cafe. I don't remember the doctor who was called in to sign the death certificate. Within a few hours, my father's face had changed beyond all recognition. Towards the end of the afternoon, I happened to be in the room on my own. The sunlight filtered through the shutters onto the linoleum floor. He was no longer my father. His sunken features seemed to have developed into one large nose. In his dark blue suit, which hung loosely around his body, he looked like a bird lying on its back. The face he'd had just after his death, that of a man with wide, staring eyes, had already gone. I would never see that face again, either. We started to think about the funeral, the undertaker's firm, the service, the announcements, and our mourning clothes. I felt that these preparations had nothing to do with my father. They concerned a ceremony which, for some reason, he would be unable to attend. My mother was extremely agitated. She told me that the night before he died, my father, who could no longer speak, had groped towards her in an attempt to kiss her. She added, "You know, he was a handsome lad in his youth." The smell set in on the Monday. It was something I hadn't imagined. First faint, then overpowering, the stench of flowers left to rot in a vase of stagnant water. My mother closed the business just for the funeral. Otherwise, she would have lost customers, and she couldn't afford to do that. The body of my dead father was lying upstairs, while she served pastis and red wine downstairs. In distinguished society, grief at the loss of a loved one is expressed by tears, silence, and dignity. The social conventions observed by my mother, and for that matter the rest of the neighborhood, had nothing to do with dignity. Between my father's death on the Sunday and his burial the following Wednesday, the regulars would sit down and comment on the news laconically. They would speak in low voices, "He went out like a light," or else affect a cheerful attitude, "So the boss finally packed it in." They told us how they felt when they had heard the news. "It knocked me for 6, it did," or "I didn't know what to think." They wanted my mother to know that she was not alone in her grief. An act of courtesy on their part. Many customers recalled the last time they had seen him alive and in good health, searching their memories for all the details of that last encounter, the exact time and place, the words they had spoken, and what the weather had been like that day. Such a painstaking description of a time when being alive was simply taken for granted showed what a terrible shock my father's death had been for them. They also asked to see the boss, out of politeness. My mother didn't agree to all their requests. She distinguished between the good customers, prompted by genuine feelings of sympathy, and the bad ones, whose sole motive was curiosity. Just about all the regular customers were allowed to pay their last respects to my father. The wife of a foreman who lived nearby was turned down because he had always loathed her and her tight, puckered lips. The undertakers came on the Monday. The stairway leading from the kitchen to the bedrooms turned out to be too narrow for the coffin. The body had to be wrapped in a plastic bag and dragged, rather than carried, to the coffin, which lay downstairs in the middle of the cafe, closed for an hour. It was a laborious operation, punctuated by the men's comments on the best way to proceed, how to negotiate the corners, and so on. There was a dip in the pillow where his head had rested since Sunday. We didn't clean the room while the body was still there. My father's clothes were lying on the chair where he had left them. I unzipped the overall pocket and took out a wad of banknotes, the takings of the previous Wednesday. I threw away the medicine and put his clothes with the dirty laundry. The day before the funeral, We cooked a side of veal for the meal which was to follow the ceremony. When people do one the honor of attending a burial service, one can hardly send them home with an empty stomach. My husband arrived in the evening, suntanned, embarrassed by a bereavement in which he had no part. He seemed more out of place then than he had ever been. We slept in the only double bed, the one where my father had died. In church there were quite a few people from our neighborhood, housewives and also factory hands who had taken an hour off work. Naturally, none of the other shopkeepers had made the effort. Neither had the high-ranking officials with whom my father had dealt over the years. He didn't belong to anything or take part in anything, just paid his yearly contribution to the tradesmen's union. In his funeral oration, the priest spoke of an honest, hard-working life and a man who had never done anyone any harm. Then there were the handshakes. Owing to a mistake made by the sacristan conducting the service, everyone who had shaken hands with us came round a second time. Maybe he devised this stratagem to increase the number of mourners. The second round of handshakes took place quickly and in silence. At the graveside, when the coffin was lowered into the pit, swaying between the ropes, my mother burst into tears as she had done at my wedding during the service. We held the funeral lunch in the cafe, where the tables had been set up in long rows. After a difficult start, the conversation began to flow. The child, who'd had a good sleep, went from one guest to the next, offering a flower, some pebbles, or whatever he could find in the garden. My father's brother, who was sitting at the far end of the room, leaned over and shouted in my direction, "Remember when your father used to take you to school on his bike?" He had the same voice as my father. The guests left around 5 o'clock. We put the tables away in silence. My husband took the train home that evening. I stayed on with my mother for a few days to settle the usual formalities which occur after someone has died, registering the death at the town hall, paying the undertakers, replying to messages of sympathy and ordering new visiting cards. Widow of the late A.D. It was a blank, empty period, devoid of thought. On several occasions, as I was walking down the street, I thought, I'm a grown-up now. My mother used to say to me, because of my periods, now you're a big girl. We collected my father's clothes so that we could give them to people who might need them. The jacket he wore every day was hanging up in the storeroom. In it, I found his wallet. There was some money, his driving license, and in the part which folds back, a photograph slipped inside a newspaper cutting. An old photograph with serrated edges. It showed a group of workers, all wearing caps, arranged in 3 rows, staring straight at the camera. The sort of photograph one found in history books to illustrate an industrial strike, or the Front Populaire. I spotted my father in the back row, looking serious, almost worried. Many were laughing. The newspaper cutting gave the results of the entrance exam to the Teachers' Training College in Rouen, listed in order of merit. The second name was mine. My mother gradually calmed down. She continued to serve the customers as before. Living on her own, she developed sunken features. She took to visiting the graveyard early every morning before she opened the shop. On the train journey home that Sunday, I tried to keep my son entertained so that he would behave himself. People traveling first class have no taste for noise and restless children. I suddenly realized with astonishment, now I really am bourgeois. And it's too late now. Later that summer, while I was waiting for news of my first job, I thought to myself, one day I shall have to explain all this. What I meant was to write about my father, his life and the distance which had come between us during my adolescence. Although it had something to do with class, it was different, indefinable, like fractured love. A while later, I started writing a novel in which my father was the main character. Halfway through the book, I began to experience feelings of disgust. I realize now that a novel is out of the question. If I wish to tell the story of a life governed by necessity, I have no right to adopt an artistic approach or attempt to produce something moving or gripping. I shall collate my father's words, tastes, and mannerisms, as well as the main events of his life. In short, all the external evidence of his existence, an existence which I too shared. No lyrical reminiscences, no triumphant displays of irony. This neutral way of writing comes to me naturally. It was the same style I used when I wrote home, telling my parents the latest news. His story opens in a small village near Ernaux, 25 kilometers from the coast, a few months before the turn of the century. Those who didn't have any land were hired by the wealthy farmers of the area. My grandfather worked as a carter on one of these farms. In summer, he also helped out with the haymaking and harvesting. He had done nothing else all his life since the age of 8. On Saturday evenings, he brought back the week's pay to his wife, and she gave him his Sunday off so that he could go and play dominoes and have a couple of drinks. He came home drunk, feeling thoroughly depressed. At the slightest thing, he would lash out at the children with his cap. He was a harsh character. Nobody dared pick a quarrel with him. His wife really had it tough. His meanness was the driving force which helped him resist poverty and convince himself that he was a man. What really enraged him was to see one of the family reading a book or a newspaper in his house. He hadn't had time to learn how to read or write. On the other hand, he could certainly count. I only saw my grandfather once, in the old people's home where he was to die 3 months later. Holding me by the hand, my father took me through a huge ward and led me between 2 rows of beds up to a little old man with a fine head of white, curly hair. He was a kind-hearted soul, laughing all the time as he watched me with his twinkling eyes. My father slipped him a quarter bottle of eau-de-vie, which he hid between the sheets. Every time they spoke of him to me, they started by saying he could neither read nor write, as if this initial statement was necessary to explain his life and personality. My grandmother had learned how to read and write at convent school. Like the other women in the village, she was employed as a cottage weaver by one of the factories in Rouen. She worked in an airless room, where the faint daylight came through long, narrow apertures scarcely wider than loopholes. The material had to be protected from the sunlight. She was a clean woman, with regard to both personal hygiene and domestic matters. In our village, this was seen as the greatest virtue of all. The neighbors inspected the washing on the line to see how white and worn it was, and they knew exactly whose night bucket had been emptied. Although the houses were separated by hedges and embankments, nothing escaped people's attention, not even at what time the men rolled in from the cafe, or which woman's sanitary towels were conspicuous by their absence. My grandmother even had style. At parties she wore a cardboard bustle, and she didn't pee standing up and fully dressed, like most country women did, simply because it was more convenient. As she approached her 40s, having borne 5 children, she was given to bouts of depression and would stop talking to people for several days at a time. Later, she developed rheumatism in her hands and legs. In the hope of getting better, she would visit Saint-Riquier and Saint-Guillaume-du-Désert, rubbing the statue with a cloth which she applied to her inflamed limbs. She gradually lost the use of her legs. They hired a carriage to take her to see the saints. They lived in a small house with beaten earth floors and a thatched roof. All you needed to do before sweeping the floor was sprinkle it with water. They lived on their own poultry and garden vegetables, and the dairy produce my grandfather got from the farmer. Confirmations and wedding receptions were planned several months in advance. People went hungry for 3 days so as to make the most of it. On one occasion, a child who was recovering from scarlet fever died choking while he vomited the pieces of chicken which had been forced upon him. On Sunday afternoons in summer, they went to village fêtes, where one danced and played games. One day, my father reached the top of the greasy pole, but slipped down before managing to unhook the basket of provisions. My grandfather flew into a rage which lasted for hours. "You clumsy oaf." Crossing the bread, going to Mass, attending Easter communion. Religion, like hygiene, gave them a sense of dignity. They dressed in their Sunday best, sang the credo together with the wealthy landowners, and put a few coins in the collection plate. My father was a choir boy, and he liked to accompany the priest when he was called in to administer Holy Communion. The men took off their hats as they walked past. The children always had worms. To get rid of them, a small pouch filled with garlic was sewn into the inside of their shirts near their navel. In winter, their ears were stuffed with cotton wool. When I read Proust or Mauriac, I cannot believe they are writing about the time when my father was a child. In his case, it was more like the Middle Ages. He had to walk 2 kilometers to get to school. Every Monday, the teacher inspected their fingernails and the front of their vest and checked their hair for lice. He was a harsh man and rapped the boys' fingers with an iron ruler. In short, he was respected. Some of his pupils were among the first in their canton to have passed their primary certificate. 1 or 2 even made it to teachers' training college. My father missed class when he had to harvest the apples, tie the straw and hay into sheaves, and sow and reap whatever was in season. When he and his elder brother went back to school, the master would yell, "So your parents want you to remain as ignorant as they are." He managed to learn how to read and write properly. He liked learning. In those days, one just said learning, like eating or drinking. He liked drawing, too. Heads, or sometimes animals. At the age of 12, he was in his last year as a junior. My grandfather took him away from school and got him a job on the farm where he himself worked. One couldn't afford to go on feeding an idle person. One didn't even think about it. It was the same for everyone. My father's school reader was called Le Tour de la France par 2 enfants. In it, one could find the oddest sentences. For instance, one should learn always to be content with one's lot. Page 186 of the 326th edition. Charity towards the poor is the most precious thing in the world. Page 11. A family blessed with affection possesses the greatest riches of all. Page 260. The most gratifying thing about wealth is that it helps alleviate the poverty of others. Page 130. Its moral recommendations for poor children were as follows. An industrious man never wastes a single minute, and at the end of the day he discovers that every hour has brought him something new. On the other hand, an idle man is always finding excuses to put off his work. He falls asleep and lets his attention wander, not only in bed but also at mealtimes and during conversation. The day draws to an end, and he finds he has achieved nothing. The months and years go by. Old age is suddenly upon him, and still he has achieved nothing. It was the only book he remembered. Somehow it seemed real to us. He started milking the cows at 5 o'clock in the morning, cleaning out the stables, grooming the horses, and milking the cows again in the evening. In exchange, he was given a place to sleep, free meals, some pocket money, and they did his laundry for him. He slept above the stables on a straw mattress with no sheets. All night long the horses would dream, beating against the ground with their hooves. He thought about his parents' house, which had now become forbidden territory. Every so often, one of his sisters, a maid-of-all-work, appeared at the fence with her bundle of belongings, staring silently. She could never say why she had run away from her employers yet again. The grandfather would swear at her. In the evening he took her back to her boss's house, covering her with shame. My father had a lively, playful personality. He loved telling stories and playing tricks on people. There was nobody his age on the farm. On Sundays he served at Mass with his brother, who also worked as a cowherd. He joined in the village fêtes, danced with the girls, and met up with his old schoolmates. We were happy in spite of everything. We had to be. He continued to work as a farmhand until he was called up. One didn't count the hours one worked. The farmers used to scrimp and save. One day the slice of meat served to an old cowherd stirred. Underneath it was crawling with worms. The situation had become intolerable. The old boy stood up and demanded that they no longer be treated as dogs. He was given another piece of meat. It wasn't the battleship Potemkin. From dawn until dusk, there was the October drizzle, the baskets of apples one tipped into the cider press, the chicken droppings one shoveled into buckets, and the rough working conditions which made one hot and thirsty. On the other hand, there was the galette des rois, footnote, a round flat cake made of puff pastry and filled with almond paste, traditionally consumed on Twelfth Night and containing a lucky charm. The person who gets this charm is proclaimed king and given a gold paper crown. The jokes in the Ernaux almanac, the homemade cider, the frogs one blew to bits with a straw, the roasted chestnuts and Shrove Tuesday, tippity-tippity-toe, give me a pancake and I will go. It would be easy to write something along those lines. The relentless passing of the seasons, the simple joys and quiet of the countryside. The land my father worked belonged to others. He saw no beauty in it. The magnificence of Mother Earth and other such myths were lost on him. During the First World War, the only people left behind on the farms were the young, like my father, and the old. They were treated with consideration. He followed the advance of the troops on a map pinned up on the kitchen wall, took to reading naughty magazines, and went to the cinema in E. Although everyone read out loud the text below the pictures, many hadn't time to reach the end of the line. He used the slang he had picked up from his brother when he came home on leave. The washing of the housewives whose husbands had been sent to the battleground was subjected to close scrutiny by the other women in the village. Every month they made sure that none of the linen was missing. The war revolutionized people's lives. The villagers took up the yo-yo and drank wine instead of cider when they went to the cafe. The girls who went dancing grew less and less keen on country boys because of the smell that clung to them. My father discovered the world through his national service. Paris, the métro, a town in Lorraine, the uniform that made them all equal, companions from all over France and the military barracks, larger than a real castle. They let him exchange his own teeth, ruined by apple cider, for a new dental plate. He frequently had his photograph taken. When he returned home, he decided to give up culture, which was what he called the world of farming. The other meaning of the word, and its spiritual implications, held no interest for him. Naturally, the only alternative was factory work. At the end of the war, E was just starting to become industrialized. My father got a job at a rope factory, which took on boys and girls from the age of 13. He worked indoors, on dry, clean premises. There were set working hours, and separate lavatories and cloakrooms for men and women. After the siren was sounded in the evening, he was free, and he no longer smelt of the dairy. He was out of the first circle. One could find better-paid jobs in Rouen and Le Havre, but it meant leaving the family, the poor, forlorn mother, and braving the smart town boys. 8 years of cattle and country plains had dulled his nerve. He was considered respectable, which for a worker meant that he wasn't lazy and didn't drink or live it up. He was keen on the cinema and the Charleston, but kept away from cafes. He wasn't politically minded and didn't belong to a union. His superiors approved. He had managed to buy himself a bicycle and would put aside some money every week. My mother must have been impressed by all this when she met him at the rope factory. Before that, she had worked in a margarine plant. A tall, dark man with gray eyes, he held himself upright and was a trifle conceited. My husband never looked working class. She had lost her father. My grandmother was a cottage weaver who took in people's laundry and ironing to finish bringing up the last of her 6 children. On Sundays, my mother and her sisters went to the cake shop, where they bought a paper cornet filled with pastry crumbs. At first, my parents weren't allowed to go out together. My grandmother didn't want her girls to be taken away from her too soon. Each time one left, it meant parting with 3/4 of her pay. My father's sisters, who worked as housemaids for middle-class families, looked down on my mother. Factory girls were accused of not knowing how to make their beds and of running after the boys. The village people disapproved of her. She wanted to copy the fashion she read about in magazines. She wore short dresses, made up her eyes, painted her fingernails, and was among the first to have her hair cut short. She had a loud, booming laugh. Despite what they said, she never let herself be touched up in the lavatories, but went to Mass every Sunday and had made the effort to embroider her trousseau and hemstitch her sheets herself. She was a lively, cheeky worker. One of her favorite remarks was, "I'm just as good as them." In her wedding photograph, one can see her knees. Under the half veil hugging her forehead, she is staring hard at the camera. She looks like Sarah Bernhardt. My father is standing at her side with his small mustache and starched white collar. Neither of them is smiling. She was always ashamed of sex. They never showed their affection or gave each other caresses. In front of me, he would give her a quick peck on the cheek, almost, it seemed, out of obligation. Quite often, he would say ordinary things to her, staring straight into her eyes, while she lowered her gaze and tried not to smile. As I grew up, I realized he was alluding to sexual matters. He liked to hum "Parlez-moi d'amour." She gave a poignant rendering of "Voici mon coeur, pour vous aimer" at family gatherings. He'd learnt that the only way to escape one's parents' poverty was not to impregnate a woman. They rented accommodation in E, in a group of houses on a busy street with a back courtyard shared by the other tenants. 2 rooms on the ground floor and 2 on the floor above. It was the dream of the upstairs bedroom come true, and it meant a lot to my mother. Thanks to my father's savings, they managed to get everything they needed: a set of dining room furniture and a wardrobe with a mirror for the bedroom. A little girl was born, and so my mother stayed at home. She was bored. My father left the rope factory for a better-paid job with a roofer. Originally, it had been her idea, the day they brought my father home, voiceless and badly shaken, after falling from a rafter he had been mending. Why not take over a business? They started saving again. They ate lots of bread and pork. Among the business available, they had to choose one which required a small amount of capital and no particular skills, just buying and reselling goods. It had to be inexpensive because it would bring in little money. On Sundays, they would get out their bikes and go and visit small cafes and village stores. They asked around to see whether there was any competition in the neighborhood. They were afraid of being done, afraid they would lose everything and lapse back into working-class poverty. L, 30 kilometers from Le Havre. The town was steeped in fog all day during the winter months, especially in the narrow part which followed the river banks, known as the Valley. It was an industrial estate built around a cotton mill, one of the most important in the area up to the 50s, once the property of the de Genete family, and subsequently bought out by Boussac. After finishing school, the girls were taken on at the mill. Later, they would leave their children at the crèche, open from 6 o'clock in the morning. 3/4 of the male population were employed in the weaving industry. The only grocery in the area lay at the bottom of the valley. The ceiling was so low one could touch it with one's hand. It had dark rooms which needed electricity in broad daylight, and a tiny courtyard with a lavatory which emptied directly into the river. It wasn't that they liked the setting, but, after all, they had to live. They took out a loan to buy the business. At first, it was dreamland. Whole shelves of food and drink, tinned pâté and packets of biscuits. They were surprised at earning money so easily by expending so little energy, just ordering the goods, unpacking them, weighing them, and keeping the accounts. "Thank you. Good afternoon." The first few days, as soon as the bell rang, they both rushed into the shop, firing the usual questions. "Can I get you anything else?" They enjoyed it. They were the boss and the boss's wife. They began to have doubts when one of the customers, after filling her shopping bag, said in a low voice, "I'm a bit hard up at the moment. Do you think I could pay you on Saturday?" The scene was repeated with another woman, and then another. It was a matter of either giving them credit or else going back to the factory. Credit seemed to be the lesser of the two evils. Facing up to the situation meant that luxuries were out. No apéritifs or tin delicacies except on Sundays. It also meant falling out with the family, to whom one had given liberally at first, to show that one had the means. They were always afraid they would eat into their capital. In those days, especially in winter, I would come home from school breathless, dying for something to eat. None of the lights were on in the house. They would both be in the kitchen. He would be sitting at the table, staring out of the window, she standing by the gas cooker. I was greeted by a wall of stony silence. Occasionally, he or she would say, "We'll have to sell." It wasn't even worth starting on my homework. People did their shopping elsewhere, at the co-op, the Famille Ster, or wherever. At that point, any innocent customer who walked through the door seemed to be a slap in the face. He was treated like a dog and made to pay for those who never came. The world was leaving us behind. Running a store in the valley was barely more profitable than working in a factory. My father had to get a job on a building site in the Bas-Seine. He worked in big rubber boots because of the water. One didn't have to know how to swim. During the day, my mother ran the business on her own. He was both worker and shopkeeper, and as such was doomed to a life of solitude and distrust. He didn't belong to a union. He was afraid of the right-wing Croix de Feu partisans who marched through L, and of the Reds who were after his business. He kept his ideas to himself. You don't want ideas when you're in trade. They gradually carved a niche for themselves over the years, hovering above the poverty line, but only just. Because they granted credit, they had kept the large working-class families, the ones who were down to their last penny. They realized that it was the needy who supported them, and were understanding, seldom refusing to chalk it up. At the same time, they felt they had the right to give a good talking to those who turned up penniless, and to scold the child who had been sent to the shop empty-handed by his mother because it was the end of the week. "Tell your mother she'd better pay, or else I'll stop serving her." They were no longer the humiliated party. Dressed in a white coat, she was the perfect shopkeeper. He kept on his overalls to serve. Unlike the other women, she didn't say, "My husband will have a fit if I do that, or if I go there." She constantly battled with him to get him to go to church. He had stopped attending Mass during his national service, and to give up his bad manners, which meant behaving like a laborer or a worker. He left her in charge of the deliveries and the accounts. She was the sort of woman who could go everywhere. In other words, she could fit in socially. He admired her, although he teased her whenever she announced, "I've broken wind." He got a job with the Standard Oil refinery, which was on the estuary of the River Seine. He did the night shift. He had trouble sleeping during the day because of the customers. His face became swollen, and the smell of oil clung to his body. It was inside him, and it became his only nourishment. He stopped eating. He was earning a high salary, and prospects were good. The workers were promised a magnificent estate with indoor bathrooms and lavatories, and private gardens, too. In the autumn, the fog lingered in the valley all day. During heavy rainstorms, the river flooded the house. To get rid of the water voles, he bought a short-haired bitch who broke their spines with a single snap of her jaws. There were others worse off. The year 1936 was to be remembered as a dream. Although he was astonished at what the new political order had achieved, he had the sad conviction that the situation wouldn't last. The business never closed. He spent his paid holidays behind the counter. Their relatives turned up and were duly pampered. They were only too happy to display such abundant provisions to the brother-in-law, be he a railway man or a boiler maker. Behind their backs they were referred to as the rich, which was the worst possible insult. He didn't drink. He wanted to maintain his status, to look more like a shopkeeper than a worker. In the oil refinery, he was made foreman. It's taking me a long time to write. By choosing to expose the web of his life through a number of selected facts and details, I feel that I am gradually moving away from the figure of my father. The skeleton of the book takes over, and ideas seem to develop of their own accord. If, on the other hand, I indulge in personal reminiscence, I remember him as he was, with his way of laughing and walking, taking me by the hand to the fun fair to see the huge, frightening merry-go-rounds, and I forget about everything that ties him to his own social class. Each time I face this dilemma, I have to tear myself from the subjective point of view. Naturally, I experience no joy in writing this book, seen as an undertaking in which I must remain close to the words and sentences I have heard. Occasionally, I have resorted to italics, not because I wish to point out a double meaning to the reader and so draw him into my confidence. Irony, pathos, and nostalgia are something I have always rejected, but simply because these particular words and sentences define the nature and the limits of the world where my father lived, and which I too shared. It was a world in which language was the very expression of reality. One day, the little girl got back from school with a sore throat. Her temperature remained high. It was diphtheria. Like the other children in the valley, she hadn't been vaccinated. My father was at the oil refinery when she died. When he got back home, his wailing could be heard from the far end of the street. He entered a state of shock which lasted for weeks, then went through a period of depression when he would just sit at the table and stare out of the window, refusing to speak. He would beat himself for the slightest thing. My mother would tell people, "She died when she was 7, just like a saint," drying her eyes with a cloth she produced from her apron pocket, a photograph taken in the backyard, near the edge of the river. A white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, a pair of trousers, flannels most likely, sloping shoulders and slightly rounded arms. An expression of discontent on his face. Maybe he wasn't quite ready for the photograph. He is 40 years old. Nothing in the picture to account for the past suffering or his hopes for the future. Just the obvious signs of age. The slight paunch, the receding hairline, and those, more discreet, of his social condition. His arms hanging stiffly at his sides, and the washhouse and lavatory as a setting. Hardly the choice of a middle-class person. He wasn't called up in 1939. He was already too old. The oil refinery was burnt down by the Germans, and so he took to the roads on his bicycle. She was 6 months pregnant and had been offered a lift in someone's car. In Pont-Audemer, he caught some shrapnel in his face and was treated at the only chemist that was open. The bombing continued. On the steps outside the basilica in Lisieux, he met up with his mother-in-law, accompanied by her daughters and their children. They had brought bags stuffed with their belongings. The steps and the esplanade were swarming with refugees. They thought they would be safe there. When the Germans entered the town, he returned to Elle. The grocery store had been ransacked from top to bottom by those who had stayed behind. My mother came back, and I was born the following month. In school, when we couldn't understand sums, they called us the war children. Up to the mid-50s, this war epic would be recited in unison at Christmas dinners and confirmation receptions, with the inevitable chorus describing the fear, cold, and hunger during the winter of 1942. Despite everything, one had to go on living. Every week, my father cycled 30 kilometers to an old warehouse which the local wholesalers no longer used. He brought the goods home on a cart hitched up to his bicycle. During the heavy bombing which hit that part of Normandy in 1944, he continued to go for fresh supplies, begging for extras for old people, large families, and all those who couldn't afford to buy on the black market. In the valley, he was seen as a hero. He acted this way because he had to, not because he chose to. Looking back, he felt sure he had contributed something and had lived the war years to the full. On Sundays, they closed the business and went for a walk in the woods, where they picnicked on custard tarts made without eggs. He carried me on his shoulders, singing and whistling as he walked along. During air raids, we would hide under the billiard table with the dog. When he thought back to that period, he had the feeling it was fate. At the time of the liberation, he taught me to sing La Marseillaise, adding tas de cochon at the end to rhyme with sillon. Like the other people around him, he was in a gay, lively mood. When we heard the sound of a plane, he took me by the hand and led me outside into the street. He told me to look at the bird in the sky. The war was over. Heartened by the spirit of optimism that swept France in 1945, he decided to leave the valley. I was often ill, and the doctor wanted to send me to a sanatorium. They sold the business and moved back to E, where they believed the dry, windy climate — there were no streams or rivers — would be good for my health. We traveled in the front of the removal van and arrived in E at the height of the October Fair. The town had been burnt down by the Germans, and the booths and merry-go-rounds rose from amongst the debris. For 3 months they lived in a small 2-room flat with mud floors and no electricity, which had been lent to them by one of the family. None of the businesses they could afford were for sale. My father got a job filling in the holes left by the shells. In the evening, my mother would comment, holding the rail for dishcloths, which one found on old-fashioned gas cookers, "How low can you get?" He never replied. In the afternoon, she would take me for a walk all round town. Only the center of E had been bombed, and the shops had been set up in private houses. Just one image to illustrate the extent of the deprivations we endured. One day, night has already fallen, in a narrow window, the only patch of light in the street, pink, oval sweets sprinkled with white sparkle in their cellophane bags. They weren't for us. We didn't have any coupons. They found a business in a rural area halfway between the station and the old people's home, a café cum grocery store, which also supplied coal and firewood. As a child, my mother was sent there to do the shopping. It was a farmer's cottage with an extension in red brick at one end, and came with a garden, a large courtyard, and several outhouses used for storage. To get from the shop to the café, one walked through a tiny room with a staircase leading up to the attic and bedrooms. Although this became the kitchen, the customers continued to use it as a passageway. The goods that needed to be kept in a dry place — coffee, sugar — were stored on the stairs and around the bedroom walls. The ground floor afforded no privacy whatsoever. The lavatory was in the backyard. At last we were living in the fresh air. My father's life as a worker stops here. There were several cafes nearby, but his was the only grocery store in the area. The town center remained in ruins for a long time, and the smart delicatessens of the pre-war period had temporarily been set up in yellow huts. Now there was nobody to do them any harm. This expression, like so many others, is inseparably linked to my childhood. I have to concentrate to exorcise the suggestion of threat it carried in those days. Unlike the working-class population in El, the people from our neighborhood were artisans, blue-collar workers employed by the gas board or by middle-sized factories, and old-age pensioners belonging to the lower-income bracket. The families here tended to keep to themselves. Stone-built houses separated by railings stood alongside low, single-story tenements, giving on to a shared courtyard. There were small vegetable gardens everywhere. It was a café for regulars, habitual drinkers who dropped in before or after work, and whose place was sacred, gangs from the building sites, as well as a few customers whose position meant they could have chosen a less proletarian establishment, a retired naval officer and an inspector from the National Health Service. In other words, humble people. The Sunday clientele was different, with whole families rolling in for an aperitif around 11, lemonade for the children. In the afternoon, it was the men from the old people's home who had been allowed out until 6. They were a merry, noisy lot and enjoyed singing popular songs. Occasionally, when they'd had one too many, they had to sober up on a blanket in one of the outhouses before being fit to be sent back to the nuns. Going to their Sunday local was like visiting the family. My father was aware of the social role he played by offering a temple of freedom and rejoicing to those who, as he put it, had not always been like that, although he couldn't exactly say why they had turned that way. Obviously, for those who had never set foot in the cafe, it was just a boozer where one drank oneself silly. The girls employed by the underwear factory next door would turn up after work to celebrate birthdays, weddings, and departures. From the shop, they bought packets of sponge fingers, which they dipped into vin mousseux, bursting into peals of laughter, bent double over the cafe tables. As I write, I try to steer a middle course between rehabilitating a lifestyle generally considered to be inferior and denouncing the feelings of estrangement it brings with it. This was the way we lived, and so of course we were happy, although we realized the humiliating limitations of our class. We knew full well that it wasn't quite good enough at our place. Consequently, I would like to convey both the happiness and the alienation we felt. Instead, it seems that I am constantly wavering between the two. Although he is approaching 50, he is still in his prime, his head held perfectly straight and a worried expression on his face, as if he is afraid the photograph will come out wrong. He is wearing a suit, dark trousers and a light jacket over a shirt and tie. The snapshot was taken on a Sunday. During the week, he would have been wearing his overalls. Anyway, one always took photos on Sundays because one had more time and was properly dressed. I am pictured beside him in a flounced dress, both arms outstretched, holding the handlebars of my very first bike, one foot touching the ground. He has one hand on his belt, while the other is dangling at his side. In the background, the open door of the cafe, the flowers on the windowsill, and, just above, the plaque bearing the liquor license. One always likes to be photographed with one's proudest possessions. In his case, the business, the bicycle, and later, the Citroën 4CV. He is resting one hand on the roof of the car, causing his jacket to ride up around his shoulders. None of the photos shows him smiling. Compared to his early youth, the shift work at the oil refinery, and the rats in the valley, it was plainly a life of happiness. We had everything that was necessary. In other words, we didn't go hungry. We bought meat from the butchers 4 times a week, and the 2 rooms where we lived, the cafe and the kitchen, were properly heated. I had 2 sets of clothes, one for school days and one for Sundays. When the former was worn out, the Sunday clothes would be extended to weekdays. I had 2 pinafores for class. The child has everything she needs. Nobody at the convent school could say I wasn't as good as the other girls. I had just as many things as the chemist's or the landowner's daughter: dolls, rubbers, pencil sharpeners, fur-lined winter shoes, not to mention my rosary and my Roman Catholic missal. They were able to smarten up the place, getting rid of everything that looked old-fashioned: the beams, the fireplace, the wooden tables, and the straight-backed chairs with their straw seats. With its flowered wallpaper, its shiny, newly painted bar, and its tabletops in fake marble, the cafe looked bright and clean. The wooden flooring in the bedrooms was covered with large, alternating squares of brown and yellow linoleum. For a long time, their only source of frustration was the half-timbered facade with its black and white stripes. Restoring the outside of the building in rough cast was something they couldn't afford. One of my schoolmistresses walked by one day and said what a pretty house it was, a true Normandy cottage. My father thought she was saying that just to be polite. Those who admired the old things we had, the water pump in the yard and the rustic half-timbering, only wanted to prevent us from acquiring the new things they already possessed, like running water and clean, whitewashed walls. He took out a loan to buy the premises and the land. No one in the family had ever owned property before. Although he was happy, he resented having to struggle for his livelihood. I've only got one pair of hands. Too busy even to take a leak. Walking, that's how I get rid of my flu. And so on. The daily chorus. How can I describe a world in which everything had its price? There was the smell of freshly laundered linen on an October morning, and the latest tune heard on the radio running around in my head. Suddenly my dress gets caught on the handlebars of my bike and the fabric tears. It's the end of the world. The shouting. The day is ruined. The child just doesn't think. Through necessity, we came to treasure our possessions. My parents saw greed and envy in everything they heard, even when it came from their own daughter. When I told them, one of the girls went to see the Chateau of the Loire, they would snap angrily, you can go later on in life. Be happy with what you've got. A continual wanting, never satisfied. They only really longed for things for the sake of it, because in actual fact, they didn't know what was beautiful, or what people were expected to admire. My father always followed the painter or the carpenter's advice when it came to choosing colors and shapes. Nothing fancy, just the standard thing. He didn't even realize that some people collected objects one by one. Their bedroom wasn't decorated, just a few framed photographs, some table mats made for Mother's Day, and on the mantelpiece, the large china bust of a child which the furniture man had given away as a free gift when they bought the corner settee. His motto was, better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion. He was always afraid of being ashamed or out of place. One day he got into a first-class compartment by mistake. The inspector made him pay the difference. Another embarrassing memory, a visit to the solicitor. He had to write read and approved, but wasn't sure of the spelling. In the end, he settled for read and approved. On the way back, he suffered the pangs of humiliation, obsessed by his mistake. He had come close to disgracing himself. Many of the comedies made around that time portrayed naive country lads who didn't know how to behave in the city or in polite society, vaudeville-type roles. We would shriek with laughter at the things they said and the terrible gaffes they committed, the very ones we ourselves were afraid of making. I once read that when Bécassine was serving her apprenticeship, she was told to embroider a bird on the first bib and ditto on all the others. She spent the whole afternoon sewing ditto in satin stitch. I wasn't sure that I wouldn't have done the same thing. Footnote: Bécassine is a fictional character invented by the French publisher Maurice Languereau for his children's weekly La Semaine de Suzette. Bécassine, from the French word bécasse, is a naive peasant girl from Brittany whose kind heart and easily abused incredulity lead her to commit one blunder after another. The series was illustrated by the cartoonist Jean-Pierre Pinochon and enjoyed tremendous popular success before and immediately after the First World War. In front of people whom he considered to be important, his manner was shy and gauche, and he never asked any questions. In short, he behaved intelligently. He realized we were inferior and refused to accept this, while at the same time doing everything he could to conceal the fact. We spent a whole evening wondering what on earth the headmistress had meant when she had said, "To play the part, your little girl will be dressed in town clothes." We were ashamed at not knowing what we would have known instinctively, had we not been what we were. In other words, inferior. His obsession. What are people going to say? The neighbors, the customers, the world at large. His maxim, never to lay oneself open to criticism, was achieved by being polite, remaining neutral and keeping a tight rein on one's temper, so as not to do or say anything one might regret later. If one of the neighbors was digging up the garden vegetables, he never looked in his direction unless he was encouraged to do so by a smile, a nod, or a friendly remark. He never visited anyone without being invited, not even somebody in hospital. He never asked questions which might betray envy or curiosity, so as not to give people a hold over us. The question, "How much did you pay for it?" was taboo. Now I often say we because I shared his way of thinking for a long time, and I can't remember when I stopped doing so. The local dialect was the only language my grandparents spoke. There will always be people to appreciate the picturesque charm of patois and popular speech. Proust, for instance, took delight in pointing out the mistakes and the old-fashioned words used by Françoise. His concern, however, was purely aesthetic, because Françoise was not his mother, but his maid, and because he knew these expressions were not natural to him. My father saw patois as something old and ugly, a sign of inferiority. He was proud to have stopped using certain idioms. Even if his French wasn't perfect, at least it was French. During the fêtes in Yves, those who had the gift of the gab would dress up in traditional costume and perform sketches in Norman French, while onlookers roared with laughter. The local paper had a regional column written in a light-hearted tone. When the doctor or some other high-ranking official peppered his speech with provincialisms, "She's as fit as a Mallee bull on Sundays," instead of "she's bursting with health," my father would repeat the sentence to my mother, relishing the thought that such respectable people still had something in common with us, some small inadequacy. He was convinced that they had let it slip out inadvertently. He found it impossible to believe that speaking properly came naturally to some people. Whether a priest or a local GP, one had to make an effort to watch one's language, even if one lapsed into patois at home. He was chatty with the customers and with us, but in front of educated people he would remain quiet, or would pause in mid-sentence, adding, "You know what I mean," with a vague gesture of his hand, willing the other person to finish the sentence for him. He always spoke carefully, terrified of using the wrong word, which would have been as bad as breaking wind. On the other hand, he hated highfalutin sentences and new expressions which didn't mean anything. At one period, everyone had taken to saying, "Surely not." He couldn't understand why people would use two words which meant exactly the opposite. Unlike my mother, who was anxious to pass for an educated woman, and who tried out the idioms she had read or heard somewhere, with only a flicker of hesitation, he refused to use words that weren't from his world. As a child, when I tried to express myself correctly, it was like walking down a dark tunnel. One of my imaginary fears was about having a schoolmaster for a father, a man who forced me to speak properly all the time, articulating each word separately. One was supposed to speak with the whole of one's mouth. Because the schoolmistress corrected me, I naturally wished to correct my father and tell him that expressions like "to disremember" and "somewhen" simply didn't exist. He flew into a terrible rage. On another occasion, I burst out, "How do you expect me to speak properly if you keep on making mistakes?" I was crying. He felt miserable. Looking back, I realize now that anything to do with language was a source of resentment and distress, far more than the subject of money. He was a cheerful man. He would often joke with the customers who enjoyed a good laugh. Veiled references to sex, scatological allusions. Irony was not his forte. On the radio, he listened to quizzes and the programs with chansonniers. He was always ready to take me to the circus, the fireworks, or to see silly films. At the fun fair, we went on the ghost train and the Big Dipper, and visited the tent to see the fattest woman in the world and the Lilliputian. He had never set foot in a museum. He would pause to admire a pretty garden, a cluster of trees in blossom, or a beehive, and had an eye for fleshy girls. He liked towering buildings and huge modern constructions, like the toll bridge at Toncarville. He enjoyed circus music and going for drives in the country. In other words, if he could gaze at the fields and beech groves while listening to the Bouglione Orchestra, he seemed happy. The emotion one feels on hearing a popular tune or admiring a pretty landscape was hardly a subject of conversation. When I first started going out with my middle-class school friends in E, they always wanted to know what I liked. Jazz or classical music, Jacques Tati or René Clair. I soon realized that I had entered a new world. One summer he took me to stay with the family for 3 days, down by the seaside. Out walking, he wore sandals over his bare feet, stopped to have a look at the German blockhouses, and sat at pavement cafes, ordering beer for himself and orangeade for me. He killed a chicken for my aunt, holding it between his legs and plunging a pair of scissors down its throat. The thick, greasy blood dripped onto the mud floor of the cellar. They didn't get up from lunch until the middle of the afternoon. They spent their time reminiscing about the war, the family, and passing round photographs over the empty cups. Ah, the hell with it. Let's enjoy life while we can. Maybe his true nature was just to take things easy after all. He invented things to do which kept him away from the business. Raising rabbits and chickens, building new outhouses, or starting on a garage. The appearance of the courtyard would alter according to his whims. The lavatory and henhouse changed place 3 times. He felt a compulsive urge to demolish and rebuild. My mother would say, "Well, what do you expect? He's a countryman." He knew all the birds by their song, and every evening he inspected the sky to see what the weather would be like. Cold and dry if the horizon was red, windy and rainy if the moon was watered deep, which meant wreathed in clouds. Every afternoon he would run off to his vegetable patch, which was always neat and tidy. Having an unkempt garden and neglecting one's vegetables was a sure sign of slovenliness, like drinking too much or being careless about one's appearance. It also meant that one had lost the notion of seasons, when certain varieties needed to be planted, and that one had given up worrying about what people thought. Occasionally, notorious drunks would redeem themselves by cultivating a pretty garden between binges. When my father had failed to produce perfect leeks or some other vegetable, he despaired. At the end of the day, he would empty the night bucket into the last row he had dug up, furious if he discovered a pair of old stockings or some used biros I had chucked in during the day, because I couldn't be bothered to go downstairs. When he ate, he insisted on using his Opinel clasp knife. He cut up the bread into cubes, which he stacked next to his plate. He skewered these with pieces of cheese and pork sausage and dipped them into the sauce. It grieved him to see me leave food on my plate. His own could have been put straight back into the cupboard. When the meal was over, he cleaned the knife on his overalls. If he had been eating herrings, he stuck it into the ground to get rid of the smell. Up to the late 50s, he drank soup in the morning. Later, he changed for coffee with milk, with reluctance, as if he were giving in to some feminine delicacy. He drank it with a spoon, sipping it as if it were soup. At 5 o'clock, he made his own tea, eggs, radishes, stewed apples, and was happy with a bowl of soup in the evening. Mayonnaise, cakes, and heavy sauces made him feel sick. He always slept in his shirt and his vest. He shaved 3 times a week in the mirror above the kitchen sink. He would undo the top buttons of his shirt, and I could see the pale white skin below his neck. Private bathrooms, seen as a sign of prosperity, were becoming more and more widespread after the war. My mother had a small washroom installed on the landing, but he never used it, and continued to wash downstairs in the kitchen. Out in the courtyard in winter, he spat and sneezed with relish. Had it been considered acceptable, I could have given a description of him back at school in an essay. One day, one of the girls in her last year at primary school gave a magnificent "Adishoo," which sent her exercise book flying across the desk. The schoolmistress was writing on the blackboard. She turned round and exclaimed, "Really, some people's manners." None of the middle-class people in E, white-collar workers, shopkeepers from the town centre, want to look as if they have come up from the country. Being taken for a labourer means that one isn't educated and that one's general appearance, along with the way one speaks and dresses, is outdated. A popular anecdote at the time: a labourer who had gone into town to see his son sits down opposite the washing machine in the kitchen. He stares thoughtfully at the soapy water and the laundry going round and round. After a while, he gets up, turns to his daughter-in-law, and says with a shake of the head, "I don't know. It seems to me that television has still got a long way to go." In E, however, one was less critical of the wealthy landowners who would turn up at the market in their brand-new Simca Vedette, to be replaced by a Citroën DS and later by a Citroën CX. There was nothing worse than looking and behaving like a farmer when you weren't one. He and my mother would invariably address each other in reproachful tones, even when they were showing concern. "Don't forget to take your muffler," and "Why don't you sit down for a while?" sounded like insults. They would always be bickering over trifles, who had lost the supplier's invoice or who had left the light on in the cellar. Her voice rose above his because everything got on her nerves. A late delivery, her monthly period, the customers, or the dryer at the local hairdresser's, which was always too hot. Sometimes she would snap, "You weren't cut out to be a shopkeeper," which meant you should have remained a worker. He responded to the insult by shedding his customary reserve. "You slut! I should have left you back where I found you." Every week they would exchange insults. "A nobody, that's what you are. And you're raving mad. You're pathetic. You stupid old bitch." And so on. It didn't mean anything. At home, when we spoke to one another, it was always in a querulous tone of voice. Only strangers were entitled to polite behavior. The habit was so deep-rooted that my father, who applied himself to speaking properly in front of other people, would automatically revert to Norman French and to his broad accent and aggressive tone whenever he told me not to climb on to the heap of rubble in the yard. This ruined his efforts to create a good impression. He always used popular speech when he scolded me. Besides, if he had spoken properly, I would never have taken seriously his threats about slapping me. For a long time, courtesy between parents and children remained a mystery to me. Also, it took me years to understand the kindliness with which well-mannered people greet one. At first I felt ashamed. After all, I didn't deserve such consideration. Sometimes I thought they had conceived a particular liking for me. Later I realized that their smiling faces and kind, earnest questions meant nothing more to them than eating with their mouth shut or blowing their noses discreetly. Now it is imperative that I unravel these memories, all the more so since I have long suppressed them, believing them to be of no consequence. If they have survived, it is through sheer humiliation. I surrendered to the will of the world in which I live, where memories of a lowly existence are seen as a sign of bad taste. In the evening, when I spread out my homework on the kitchen table, he would leaf through my books, especially the ones about history, geography, and natural science. He liked to be tested on these subjects. One day he insisted that I give him a dictation to prove that he could spell properly. He never knew which form I was in. He would say, "She's with Miss So-and-so." My school, a religious establishment chosen by my mother, was seen by him as a terrifying world which dictated the whole of my behavior, floating above me like the island of Laputa in Gulliver's Travels. "Honestly, if your schoolmistress could see you now," or "I'll have a word with your teacher and she'll put you right." He always said "your school" and pronounced "Mother Superior," which was how one addressed the headmistress, and "convent school" with deferential regard, taking care to separate each syllable. As if the normal pronunciation implied he was intimate with the closed world that these words evoked, a liberty he was not prepared to take. He refused to go to the school fete, even if I was in the play. This annoyed my mother. "There's no reason why you shouldn't go." To which he replied, "You know very well I never go in for all that." Quite often there was a serious, almost dramatic tone in his voice. "Listen carefully to what they tell you at school." Afraid that my good marks, seen as some happy quirk of fate, would suddenly cease. Every time I did well in composition, and later in my exams, he saw it as an achievement, and the hope that one day I might be better than him. I wonder when this dream came to replace his own dream, which, he once confessed, was to run a smart cafe in town, one with passing trade, complete with terrace and a coffee machine behind the bar. Nothing came of it. Insufficient funds, reluctance to start on something new, and a defeatist attitude to life. What do you expect? He was never to leave his small shopkeeper's world, irremediably split into two. On one side, there were the good customers, the ones who came to him, and on the other, the bad customers, the majority, in fact, the ones who went shopping elsewhere in the new part of town. The government was, of course, bracketed with the bad, as he suspected them of wanting to ruin us by favoring big business. Even the good customers were divided into two groups. The good ones did all their shopping with us, while the others snubbed us by dropping in for the odd pint of milk which they had forgotten to buy in town. And even then the good ones weren't to be trusted. They were always afraid of being done, and would walk out on us at the slightest opportunity. The whole world was locked in a conspiracy. There was hatred and servility, and the hatred he felt towards his own servility. Deep down inside, he cherished the dream of every shopkeeper, to be the only one in town to sell his goods. We walked 1 kilometer to get the bread, because the baker next door didn't shop with us. He voted for Poujade on principle, but without conviction. The man was too much of a braggart for his liking. No one could say he was unhappy. There was the warm cafe, the music playing in the background, and the stream of regular customers from 7 in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, prompting the ritual exchange of greetings. "Hello, mate, how are things then? Oh, not too bad, I suppose." There were the conversations about the rain, people's health, the dead, unemployment, or the bad drought that year. Statements of facts, variations on a theme. And then the last one for the road. "Cheers, Squire." "Cheers, be seeing you." Ashtrays were emptied, tables cleaned, and chairs wiped. If he had a free moment, he would replace my mother in the shop. He didn't enjoy it. He preferred to spend his time in the cafe, or maybe not. Maybe he just liked to potter around in the garden or knock away at the buildings in the backyard. The smell of privet blossom in late spring and the crisp, clear sounds of dogs barking and trains passing in November, a sure sign of cold weather. Yes, he had everything that makes the powerful, the influential, and the writers in newspapers say, but they're happy after all. Sundays meant a proper wash, a visit to church, and in the afternoon, a few games of dominoes or a drive round the country. On Mondays, it was putting out the dustbin. On Wednesdays, dealing with the wine and spirits rep. On Thursdays, buying the grocery supplies, and so on. Twice in summer, they would close the business for a whole day, to go and see friends, a railwayman and his family, and to make the pilgrimage to Lisieux. In the morning, they visited the Carmelite chapel, the diorama, and the basilica, ending up at their usual restaurant for lunch. In the afternoon, they went to Les Buissonnets and Trouville-Deauville. He turned up his trouser legs and went for a paddle while my mother bunched up her skirts. They stopped going when it went out of fashion. Sundays also meant having a good, decent meal at home. From then on, his life was to remain unchanged. But anyway, he felt that you can't be happier than you already are. He'd had a nap that Sunday afternoon. I get a glimpse of him as he walks past the attic window. He is holding a book which he returns to the crate that the naval officer has left in storage. He chuckles as he catches sight of me in the courtyard. It's a dirty book. A photograph of me on my own, standing in the courtyard with the row of outhouses on my right, the old alongside the new. At the time, I may not have been concerned with aesthetics, but I certainly knew how to make the most of myself. A narrow skirt hugs hips flattered by a 3/4 profile. My shoulders are thrown back to emphasize my bust, and a lock of hair is arranged on my forehead. I am smiling, so as to soften my features. I am 16 years old. In the foreground, one can see the shadow of my father, who took the picture. I would spend all day in my room, learning my lessons, playing records, and reading. I came down only for meals. We ate in silence. At home, I never laughed. I indulged in sarcasm. During this period, I broke away from the things that were closest to me. I was slowly drifting into middle-class circles, where I gained admittance to teenage parties. All one had to do to get in was prove that one wasn't soppy, and that was so difficult. Now everything I liked seemed provincial. Luis Mariano, the romantic fiction by Marianne Desmarais and Daniel Gray, lipstick, and the doll I had won at the fun fair, resting on my pillow in her sequined dress. Even the ideas coming from my own background seemed ridiculous. People's preconceptions, for instance, "We'll always need the police," or "You're not a man till you do your national service." The whole world capsized. I read proper literature and copied out verses and sentences which I thought expressed the state of my soul and the elusive quality of my life, like "Happiness is a god who walks empty-handed," Henri de Grenier. My father became what was known as a humble man, a simple man or a good man. He no longer dared to tell me stories about his childhood. I stopped talking to him about school. Apart from Latin, as a boy he had served at Mass, my lessons were incomprehensible to him, but unlike my mother, he didn't pretend to take an interest. He got cross when I criticized the curriculum or complained that I had too much work. He didn't like the words break, lines, or even prep. He constantly feared, or maybe hoped, that I would never make it. It annoyed him to see me studying all day, and he blamed the books for my bad moods and the sullen expression on my face. The light under my door at night gave him cause to say that I was ruining my health. Study was the price one had to pay to get a decent job and avoid ending up with a worker. The fact that I actually enjoyed learning was suspicious to him. Missing out on life in the bloom of youth, sometimes he seemed to think I was unhappy. In front of the family and customers, he was embarrassed, almost ashamed by the fact that I still wasn't earning a living at the age of 17. All the other girls my age had jobs in offices or factories, or else worked in their parents' shop. He was afraid people would think me idle, afraid, too, he would pass as a braggart. He often said by way of an apology, "You know, we didn't force her. She had it in her." He used to say I was a good learner, never a good worker. One only worked with one's hands. For him, school had nothing to do with ordinary life. Because he never washed the lettuce more than once, one often found slugs in the salad. He was scandalized when, after learning hygienics in the 4th form, I suggested that we change the water several times. On another occasion, he was dumbfounded to hear me speak English with a hitchhiker who had been given a lift by one of the customers. The fact that I had learnt a foreign language at school without ever visiting the country was beyond his comprehension. During this period, he would occasionally fly into a terrible rage which twisted his features into a rictus of hate. My mother and I were very close at that time. It was all about monthly pains, beauty products, and choosing the right bra. She took me shopping in the Rue du Gros Horloge in Rouen, and then we went to the Perrier tea rooms, where we ate pastries with silver forks. She wanted to use the same expressions as me. Having a smooch, she's the tops, and so on. We didn't need him. At mealtimes, the slightest thing would spark off an argument. I always thought I was right, because he was incapable of holding a rational discussion. I criticized his table manners and the way he spoke. Obviously, I couldn't blame him for not being able to send me away on holiday, but I felt I had the right to want him to improve his manners. Maybe he would have liked his daughter to be different. One day he said, "Books and music are all right for you. I don't need them to live." The rest of the time, he led a quiet life. When I got back from school, he would be sitting in the kitchen, right next to the door that led into the café. He would be reading Paris Normandie, his shoulders hunched, both arms resting on the newspaper, which was spread out on the table. He would look up. "Ah, here comes the lass. I'm starving. There's nothing wrong with that. Take whatever you want." At least he was happy to feed me. We talked about the same things we used to when I was a little girl. Nothing else. I imagined that I had nothing else to learn from him. His words and ideas wouldn't be heard in the French and philosophy lecture halls, or in the other girls' drawing rooms, where one sat on crimson plush sofas. In summer, through the open window of my room, I could hear the regular sound of his spade hammering the freshly dug earth. Maybe I am writing because we no longer had anything to say to each other. When we had moved back to E, the town center was in ruins. Now it offered small, cream-colored blocks with new shops that stayed lit all night. At weekends, the local youth would hang around the streets or watch television in the cafes. The women from our neighborhood did their Sunday shopping at the big food stores in town. My father finally got his rough-cast facade and his neon signs. Ironically, the cafe owners with flair were going back to half-timbering, fake beams, and old-fashioned oil lamps. The evenings were spent over the accounts. They wouldn't come even if you gave the stuff away. Every time a new shop opened in E, my father went round on his bicycle to have a look. They struggled along over the years, managing to achieve an acceptable standard of living. Our neighborhood became working class. In place of the executives who had left for modern flats with bathrooms, one found more and more people belonging to the lower income group, large families and young working-class couples who had applied for a council flat. "You can pay me tomorrow. I'll be seeing you around." The old boys from the hospice had died, and their successors weren't allowed to return drunk. There were no regulars now, just people who dropped in for a quick one and who kept to themselves, paying cash as they left. Now he felt he ran a respectable business. He came to fetch me from the holiday camp where I had been working as a supervisor. My mother shouted halloo from a distance, and then I saw them. My father walked with hunched shoulders, his head bent on account of the sun. His ears were pink, probably because he had just had his hair cut. On the pavement, in front of the cathedral, they stood bickering about the best way to get home. They looked like people who weren't used to going out. In the car, I noticed yellow stains at his temples near his eyes. For the first time, I had spent 2 months away from home, in a young, carefree world. My father was an old, worried man. I felt I no longer had the right to go to university. He started to feel uncomfortable after meals, something vague and indefinite. He took milk of magnesia, afraid to call the doctor. He finally had an X-ray, and the specialist in Rouen diagnosed a stomach polyp, which needed to be removed immediately. My mother complained that he was always fussing over his health. Also, he felt guilty because he was costing them money. In those days, tradesmen didn't benefit from the health service. He would say, "Just my luck." After the operation, he remained in hospital for as little time as was permitted and began his slow recovery at home. His strength had left him. He could no longer lift crates or spend several hours gardening, otherwise he risked pulling a muscle. I remember the familiar scene of my mother rushing from the cellar to the shop, or carrying the delivery boxes and the bags of potatoes, doing both their jobs. He lost his pride at the age of 52. "I'm useless now." He was speaking to my mother. This may have meant several things. Yet he was determined to get the better of it and start a new life for himself. He grew fond of his little comforts. He began to worry about his health. Food became something formidable, which was either good or evil, depending on whether it agreed with him or was shown the door. He sniffed a slice of beef or a fillet of fish before tossing it into the pan. He felt quite sick at the sight of my yogurts. He discussed his diet in the cafe and at family gatherings, exchanging comments on homemade broth, powdered soup, and so on. All the people around us who were approaching 60 held similar conversations. He satisfied his craving for food, a pork sausage or a paper cone filled with shrimps. The glimpse of happiness they promised vanished after the first few mouthfuls. At the same time, he pretended he wanted nothing and kept saying, "Just give me half a slice of ham," or "I'll have half a glass." He developed idiosyncrasies, such as splitting open his Gauloise, throwing away the paper, which he said had a bad taste, and carefully rolling himself new cigarettes with zigzag. On Sundays, so as not to become set in their ways, they would go for a drive along the banks of the Seine and revisit the piers where he used to work, in Dieppe and Fécamp. His hands would hang at his sides, fingers touching, palms facing outwards, or else they would be clasped behind his back. When he walked, he never knew what to do with his hands. In the evening, he would get back home exhausted. "Sunday's more tiring than the other days of the week." There were politics, too, with the overriding question of how's it all going to end? The Algerian War, the coup of the generals, the acts of terrorism of the OAS, and his assumed intimacy with the Great Charles. I entered the teacher's training college in Rouen to become a primary school mistress. I was fed, overfed, one could say, and my laundry was done for me. There was even an odd-job man to mend people's shoes, free of charge. My father seemed to respect this system, in which everything was subsidized. The state was offering me a place in society from the start. He was at a loss to understand why I left college before the end of the year. He couldn't see why I had given up a haven of security, where I was being fattened up like a goose, simply because I wanted to be free. I spent a long time in London. When I was away from home, I was certain of his affection for me, which I saw as something abstract. I was beginning to live my own life. My mother kept me informed about what was going on in the neighborhood. "It's turned quite cold down here. I hope it's not going to last." Sunday, we went to see our friends in Granville. Old Mrs. So-and-so died. She wasn't that old, only 60. She never joked about anything in her letters. It was bad enough finding the right words and expressions. She hadn't learnt to write the way she spoke. That would have proved even more difficult. My father signed the letter. I replied in the same neutral tone. Any attempt at style would have been taken as a snub. I came back home, then left again. I was studying literature at Rouen University. They argued less, just the usual bickering out of habit. "I don't know what you do hanging around at the church all day," or "We're out of orangeade again and we know who's to blame." Although he still had plans to do up the place, he wasn't aware of the momentous changes that were needed to attract a new clientele. He made do with his own customers, the ones who were put off by the pristine stores in the new part of town, and by the snooty salesgirls who looked one up and down. He had lost all his drive. He had accepted the fact that his business was merely a means of survival, which would disappear when he died. He decided to enjoy life. He got up later, after my mother, did some light work in the cafe and the garden, read the newspaper from cover to cover, and held long conversations with everybody. He would allude to death in the form of proverbs. We all know what's waiting for us. Every time I came home, my mother would say, "Look at your father. He's in clover." It is late summer, September. He catches wasps off the window panes with his handkerchief and throws them onto the burner of the coal stove, already lit despite the time of year. They die twisting and turning while their bodies are slowly consumed. He was neither worried nor excited to see me lead such a strange, surreal existence. He had come to terms with the fact that I was still learning at the age of 20 or more. "She's studying to become a teacher," he would tell customers. They never asked which subject. It was the title that mattered, and anyway he could never remember. Modern languages didn't ring a bell for him like mathematics or Spanish might have done. He was afraid that people would think me privileged, and that they would be seen as rich parents who had pushed me towards university. On the other hand, he never admitted that I had been given a grant. People would say that they were darned lucky to have the state pay me to do nothing. He felt that he was continually exposed to the envy and jealousy of others. Maybe this was the most distinctive sign of his social condition. Sometimes I came in on a Sunday morning, having been out all night, and slept until the following evening. They never said a word. They even seemed to approve of my behavior, as it implied that I was normal after all. Every girl's entitled to a bit of good, clean fun. It is possible, too, that they had romanticized notions of the intellectual, middle-class world I was frequenting, a world unknown to them. If a factory girl was pregnant when she got married, the whole neighborhood knew. During the summer holidays, I would invite a couple of friends from college to come and stay in E. Unprejudiced girls who claimed that the main thing was to have one's heart in the right place. To avoid any condescending remarks about my family, I had warned them, "I must tell you, it's very basic back at my place." My father was glad to welcome such well-educated young ladies. He took a keen interest in everything they did and spoke to them at great length, keeping the conversation going out of politeness. Planning meals was always a problem. "Does Mademoiselle Geneviève eat tomatoes?" He went out of his way to please them. When I was a guest in their house, they didn't let my visit upset their routine. I was allowed to share their lifestyle and step into their world, which, unlike mine, had nothing to hide, and which was open to me because I had forgotten the ways, the ideas, and the tastes of my own background. In middle-class circles, having one's daughter's friends to stay is commonplace. My father treated these visits as a special occasion because he wanted to honor my friends and show them that he had manners. Instead, he only managed to show he was inferior, a fact which they instinctively acknowledged by saying, for instance, "How's it going, sir?" One day he said to me proudly, "I have never given you cause for shame." One year, at the end of summer, I brought home a political science student to whom I was committed. This solemn ritual, which sanctions the right to enter a new family, was no longer observed in modern middle-class households where boyfriends came and went freely. To receive the young man, he put on a tie and changed his overalls for a pair of Sunday flannels. He was overjoyed because he believed that he would be able to treat my future husband as his own son, and that the two of them would establish a male bond that would transcend their social differences. He showed him the garden and the garage that he had built with his own hands. He made this offering in the hope that his merits would be acknowledged by the man who loved his daughter. All they asked from the boy was that he had good manners. It was the quality they admired most, because they saw it as a tremendous achievement. They didn't try to find out whether he was hardworking or whether he drank, as they would have in the case of a factory hand. They were convinced that being well-read and well-mannered were marks of an inner excellence that was natural in such people. It was something they had been expecting for years, maybe, a load off their mind. Now they knew I wouldn't end up with any Tom, Dick, or Harry or become a social outcast. He wanted his savings to go towards helping the young married couple. He hoped that this act of supreme generosity would iron out the social and cultural differences which separated him from his son-in-law. "There's not much your mother and I need now." At the wedding reception, in a restaurant overlooking the Seine, he is sitting with his head held straight, both hands resting on a napkin in his lap. He is smiling gently, at no one in particular, as bored people often do when they are waiting for the next course. His smile also means that everything here today is perfect. He is wearing a blue pinstriped suit, specially made to measure, and a white shirt with, for the first time, a pair of cufflinks. The image is frozen in my memory. I had glanced in his direction while I was laughing with my guests, certain that he wouldn't be enjoying himself. After that, he only saw us every now and then. We lived in a tourist resort in the Alps where my husband had been offered an executive position. We covered the walls with Hessian, served whiskey as an aperitif, and listened to 16th century music on the radio. A polite word or two to the concierge. My mother wrote saying, "Why not come and stay for a few days? It'd be a nice break," afraid to ask us over just to see them. I went alone, concealing the real reasons for their son-in-law's absence. My husband and I never discussed these reasons. I simply took them for granted. What could a man brought up in middle-class circles, where people got degrees and cultivated the art of irony, possibly have to say to honest, hard-working people like my parents? Although he acknowledged their kindness, in his eyes it would never replace a lively, witty conversation, sadly lacking in their case. In his family, for instance, if someone broke a glass, one would immediately cry out, "Touch it not, for it is broken," a quote from Sully Prudhomme's poem Le Vase Brisé. It was always she who came to meet me from the Paris train. She waited for me by the barrier and insisted on taking my suitcase. "It's too heavy for you. You're not used to carrying things." In the shop, there would probably be a couple of customers whom he stopped serving while he kissed me in his usual brusque manner. I sat down in the kitchen while they remained standing, she by the stairs, he silhouetted in the doorway that led through to the cafe. At that time of day, the sun played upon the tables and the glasses on the counter. Sometimes a customer listening to us was caught in the beam of sunlight. Away from home, I had stripped my parents of their speech and mannerisms, turning them into magnificent people. Now I was hearing their real voices again, loud and booming, and their broad Norman pronunciation, saying "ah" in place of "elle." I realized they had always been like this, without the decorum and the language which I now considered to be normal. I felt torn between two identities. I hand him the present I have brought with me. He unwraps it eagerly. It's a bottle of aftershave. There are embarrassed laughs. "What's it for?" Then he adds, "I'll smell like a tart now." All the same, he promises to use it. The typical scene of a badly chosen present. I feel like crying, won't he ever change? As in the old days. We talked about the people from our neighborhood who had got married, died, or left town. I described the flat, the Louis Philippe writing desk, the hi-fi system, and the red velvet armchairs. He soon lost interest. He had brought me up to enjoy the luxuries he himself had been denied. Therefore, he was happy, but the antique dresser and the Dunlop-pillow mattress meant nothing more to him than the signs of social success. He often cut me short by saying, "You're quite right to make the most of it." I never stayed long enough. He gave me a bottle of cognac for my husband. "Not to worry, we'll see him next time around." He was proud not to give anything away, keeping his feelings strictly under his hat. The first supermarket opened in E, attracting a working-class clientele from all parts of town. At last one could do one's shopping without having to ask for everything. Yet one still troubled the local grocer for a bottle of unpasteurized milk, the jelly babies one bought on the way to school, or the odd pound of coffee one had forgotten to get in town. He started thinking about selling the business. They could move into the adjoining house, which they must have bought at the same time as the shop, a 2-roomed flat with a kitchen and cellar. He would salvage some tins and a few good bottles of wine. He would keep hens for fresh eggs. They could come and see us in the Haute-Savoie. He already had the satisfaction of being on the health service at the age of 65. When he got back from the chemist, he loved to settle at the table and arrange the stickers on his reimbursement sheet. He enjoyed life more and more. Several months have passed since I started this narrative last November. It has taken me a long time because I find it is far more difficult to dig up forgotten memories than it is to invent them. One's memory resists. I could not rely on personal reminiscence, the squeaky doorbell of an old grocer's shop, and the smell of overripe melons would lead me to picture only myself and my summer holidays in E. The color of the sky and the poplar trees reflected in the river Oise could teach me nothing. It was in other people that I searched for the figure of my father, in the way they would call their children, sit down and look bored in waiting rooms and wave goodbye on station platforms. Anonymous figures glimpsed on a street corner or on a crowded bus, unwittingly bearing the stamp of success or failure, brought back to me the reality of his condition. Spring didn't come. I felt as though I had been locked in the same weather since November. It remained wet and mild, even in the dead of winter. I hadn't been thinking about the end of my book. Now I know that the time is drawing near. The hot weather set in at the beginning of June. By sniffing the air, one could tell it was going to be a nice day. Soon I shall have nothing more to write. I would like to put off writing the last pages and always have them ahead of me. Yet it is already too late to go back on what has been said, to alter or to add details, or even to wonder what happiness meant for him. As usual, I shall take an early morning train, and I shan't get there until nightfall. This time I am bringing their 2.5-year-old grandson to see them. My mother was waiting for me at the barrier. She had slipped the jacket of her 2-piece suit over her shopkeeper's coat, and had knotted a scarf around her head. She stopped dyeing her hair when I got married. The child, dumb with exhaustion and confused by such a long journey, let itself be kissed and led away by the hand. It wasn't quite so hot now. My mother still had her brisk, characteristic way of walking. Suddenly she slowed down, shouting gaily, "We mustn't forget his little legs, poor dear." My father was waiting for us in the kitchen. He didn't seem to have aged. My mother pointed out that he'd had his hair cut the day before in honor of his grandson. It was a muddled scene, with the two of them shouting, firing questions at the child without even waiting for answers, and criticizing each other for exhausting the poor little fellow, but oh, they were so happy. They tried to work out which side of the family he took after. My mother showed him the jars of sweets. My father led him outside to see the strawberries, then the ducks and rabbits. They took him over completely and decided everything he should do, as if I were still a little girl incapable of looking after a child. They were skeptical about my notion of education, having an afternoon nap, cutting out sweets, and so on. The 4 of us ate at the table by the window, with the child sitting in my lap. It was a magical evening, blissfully quiet, suggestive of redemption. My old bedroom was still warm from the heat of the day. A small bed had been set up next to mine for the little one. After trying to read, I couldn't get to sleep for 2 hours. As soon as I plugged in the bedside lamp, the wire blackened, sparks flew, and the bulb went out. The lamp was in the shape of a ball resting on a marble base, with a brass rabbit sitting upright, its front paws sticking out at its sides. I had once thought it very beautiful. It must have been broken for ages. They never got anything mended at home. They didn't care. Now it's another moment in time. I woke up late. My mother was speaking softly to my father in the next room. Later, she told me he had been sick in the early hours before he'd even had time to reach the bucket. She assumed it was indigestion, caused by the chicken leftovers we'd had for lunch the previous day. He was anxious to know whether she'd cleaned the floor and complained about pains in his chest. His voice sounded different. When the little one went up to him, he paid him no attention and remained motionless, lying flat on his back. The doctor went straight upstairs to see him. My mother was serving in the shop, but she joined him soon afterwards, and the 2 of them came down together. As he reached the foot of the stairs, the doctor whispered that he ought to be taken to the hospital in Rouen. My mother broke down. From the very start, she would say to me, "He insists on eating things that don't agree with him." And when she brought him his mineral water, she would tell him, "You know perfectly well you've got a funny stomach." She kept twisting the clean napkin, which the GP had used for his auscultation. She didn't seem to understand, and couldn't accept the fact that my father's illness, which we had dismissed as indigestion, was really serious. The doctor suggested that we wait until that evening to make up our minds. After all, it might only be the effect of the heat. I went out to buy the medicine. The sky was gray and overcast. The chemist recognized me. There was hardly any more traffic in the streets now than on my previous visit the year before. Because everything here was just like it used to be when I was a child, I couldn't possibly imagine that my father was seriously ill. I bought some vegetables to make a stew. Some of the customers asked after the boss, surprised that he still wasn't up on such a fine day. They gave simple reasons for his indisposition, which they backed up with their own experience. Yesterday it was at least 40 degrees in the back garden. If I'd stayed out like him, I'd have fainted. Or, this heat really gets one down. I couldn't eat a thing yesterday. Like my mother, they seemed to think that my father had fallen ill because he had challenged nature by behaving irresponsibly. He'd got what he deserved, but shouldn't do it again. When it was time for his afternoon nap, the child walked past the bed and said, "Mummy, why is the gentleman sleeping?" My mother would nip upstairs between customers. Every time the bell rang, I shouted out to her like I used to, so that she could come down and serve in the shop. Although he drank only water, his condition remained stable. When the doctor came round in the evening, he didn't mention the hospital again. The next day, whenever my mother or myself asked him how he felt, he would snort angrily or complain that he hadn't eaten for 2 days. The doctor hadn't made a single joke about my father's health, as he usually did. Not to worry, he's just farted backwards. Every time I watched him walk downstairs, I longed for him to come out with some pleasantry or other. That evening my mother said to me, lowering her gaze, "I don't know what's to come of all this." It was the first time she had acknowledged the fact that my father might die. For the past 2 days we had shared our meals and taken care of the child without mentioning his illness. I replied, "Well, we'll see." When I was about 18, she would sometimes snap, "If anything ever happens to you, you know what's left for you to do." It wasn't necessary to be more specific. We both knew exactly what she meant without her actually having to say the words, "getting pregnant." On Friday night, my father's breathing became deep and labored. Then we heard a loud, continual bubbling sound, which was distinct from his breathing. It was horrible because we couldn't tell whether it was coming from his lungs or his stomach, as if the whole of his inner body communicated. The doctor gave him a shot to sedate him. He calmed down. In the afternoon, I put some clean linen away in the cupboard. Out of curiosity, I took a piece of pink ticking and held it against the edge of the bed. He propped himself up and watched me, telling me in his new voice, "It's to put on your mattress. Your mother's already done this one." He pulled on the blanket to show me his own mattress. It was the first time he had shown an interest in anything around him since he'd had his attack. At the time, I thought this meant there was still hope. He spoke the words to prove that he wasn't ill, yet it was precisely because he was drifting away from this world that he was making such a desperate effort to cling to it. After that, he didn't speak to me again. He was perfectly lucid, turning over for his injection when he saw the nurse enter the room, and answering my mother's questions with a yes or no. Was he in pain, or did he want anything to drink? Every so often, he would decide to protest, "If only I could have something to eat," as if merely eating would cure him, a cure denied by some unknown authority. He couldn't remember how many days he had gone without food. My mother kept saying, "A bit of dieting's never harmed anyone." The child was playing in the garden. I kept an eye on him while I tried to read Les Mandarins by Simone de Beauvoir. It was a long book, and I couldn't get into it. I knew that when I reached a certain page, my father would no longer be alive. The customers were still asking after him. They wanted to know exactly what the problem was, sunstroke or heart attack. They were dumbfounded by my mother's vague replies, as they felt we were hiding something from them. For us, the name was no longer important. On Sunday morning, I was woken by a melodious mumbling, interrupted by pauses. The last rites of the Catholic Church, the most obscene ceremony of all. I buried my head in the pillow. My mother must have got up at the crack of dawn to catch the archpriest when he came out of his first service. Later that day, I went upstairs to see him when my mother was serving the customers. I found him sitting on the edge of the bed, his head bent forward, staring desperately at the chair by his bed. He was holding an empty glass at the end of his outstretched arm. His hand was trembling violently. At first I didn't realize that he wanted to set the glass down on the chair. For several interminable seconds, I watched his hand and the expression of despair on his face. Then I took the glass from him and put him back to bed, arranging his legs on top of the covers. I thought to myself, I can do that. Or, I must be a big girl now to be able to do that. Then I nerved myself to look at him properly. His face bore only a faint resemblance to the one I had known in the past. Around the dental plate, which he had insisted on keeping in, his lips had curled up, exposing his gums. He had become one of the aging, bedridden men of the old people's home where we were taken by the headmistress of our convent school to bawl out Christmas carols. And yet it seemed to me that even in this condition, he could have continued to live for some time. At 12:30, I put the child to bed. He wasn't sleepy and kept jumping up and down on his mattress. My father's breathing was labored, his eyes wide open. My mother closed the shop and the cafe around 1 o'clock, as she did every Sunday. Then she went back upstairs. My uncle and aunt arrived while I was doing the washing up. After seeing my father, they settled in the kitchen. I gave them some coffee. I heard my mother's footsteps cross the floorboards above and start to come downstairs. Despite her slow, deliberate pace, I thought she was coming down for her coffee. When she reached the bend in the staircase, she said softly, "It's all over. The business has closed down. Now it's a private house with terraline curtains hanging in what used to be the shop windows. It stopped being a business when my mother moved out. She now lives in a flat near the town center. She ordered a beautiful marble memorial for my father's tomb. Ah, day 1899 to 1967. Something simple, requiring no maintenance. Now I have finished taking possession of the legacy with which I had to part when I entered the educated bourgeois world. One Sunday after church when I was 12 years old, my father and I walked up the sweeping staircase inside the town hall. We were looking for the public library. I was terribly excited. We'd never been there before. We couldn't hear anything on the other side of the door. All the same, my father pushed it open. It was completely quiet in the room, quieter even than in church. The floorboards creaked, and there was a strange, musty smell in the air. Perched behind a high desk barring access to the shelves, 2 men watched us approach. My father let me say, "We'd like to borrow some books." One of them immediately asked, "What books do you want?" At home, it hadn't occurred to us that we had to prepare a list and reel off titles as easily as if they had been brands of biscuits. They chose the books for us, Colomba for me, and a light novel by Maupassant for my father. We never went back to the library. My mother must have returned the books, maybe when they were overdue. He would take me to school on his bicycle, carrying me from one shore to the other, in fair or bad weather. His greatest satisfaction, possibly even the raison d'être of his existence, was the fact that I belonged to the world which had scorned him. He liked to sing, "For rolling in the dew makes the milkmaids so fair." I remember the title of a book, which was L'Expérience des Limites. I was so disappointed when I started reading it. It was only about metaphysics and literature. While I was writing this book, I was also marking papers and sending out model essays, because that's what I'm paid to do. That type of intellectual exercise aroused the same feelings in me as notion of luxury. Both were unreal, and both made me want to cry. In October last year, while I was queuing at the checkout with my trolley, I recognized one of my former students. Or rather, I remembered that the cashier had been my student 5 or 6 years earlier. I couldn't recall her name or which class she'd been in. When it was my turn, just to say something, I asked her, "How are you doing? Do you like it here?" She replied, "Fine, yes. After she had registered the drinks and tinned food, she said in an embarrassed voice, "It didn't work out at the technical school." She seemed to think that I still remembered her history, but I had forgotten why she had been sent to a technical college and which stream they had put her in. I said goodbye. She was already on to the next customer, moving the stuff along with her left hand, while the right jabbed mechanically at the cash register. November 1982 to June 1983. This recording of A Man's Place was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 1983 by Édition Gallimard. English translation copyright 1992 by 7 Stories Press. Introduction copyright 2012 by Francine Prose. Sound recording copyright 2019 Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with 7 Stories Press. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for dreams. Dreamscape presents A Woman's Story by Annie Ernaux. Translated by Tanya Leslie. Narrated by Tavia Gilbert. It is said that contradiction is unthinkable, but the fact is that in the pain of a living being, it is even an actual existence. Hegel. My mother died on Monday, April 7th, in the old people's home attached to the hospital at Pontoise, where I had installed her 2 years previously. The nurse said over the phone, "Your mother passed away this morning after breakfast." It was around 10 o'clock. For the first time, the door of her room was closed. The body had already been washed, and a strip of gauze had been wrapped around her head and under her chin, pushing all the skin up around her eyes and mouth. A sheet covered her body up to her shoulders, hiding her hands. She looked like a small mummy. The cot sides had been taken down and left on either side of the bed. I wanted to slip her into the white nightdress with a crochet border that she had once bought for her own funeral. The nurse told me one of the staff would see to this and would also take the crucifix my mother kept in her bedside drawer and place it on her chest. The 2 screws that pinned the copper arms onto the cross were missing. The nurse wasn't sure they could be replaced. It didn't matter. I wanted her to have her crucifix all the same. On the trolley stood the bunch of forsythia I had brought the day before. The nurse suggested I go straight to the administration office while they drew up an inventory of my mother's personal belongings. She had very few things of her own left: a suit, a pair of blue summer shoes, an electric shaver. At the administration office, a young woman asked me what I wanted. "My mother died this morning." "Was she registered at the hospital or as a long-term patient? What was her name?" She consulted a sheet of paper and gave a faint smile. She had already been informed. She went and fetched my mother's record and asked a few questions about her: where she was born, her last address before being admitted as a long-term patient. These details were probably in the file. In my mother's room, a plastic bag with her belongings had been set aside on the bedside table. The nurse asked me to sign the inventory. I decided not to keep the clothes and other possessions she'd had at the hospital. All I took was a small Savoyard chimney sweep from Annecy and a statuette she and my father had bought when they made the pilgrimage to Lisieux. Now that I was there, my mother could be taken to the hospital morgue. It was customary for the body of the deceased to remain in its room for a period of 2 hours following the time of death. As I was leaving, I caught sight of the woman who shared my mother's room. She was sitting in the sister's office, behind the glass partition, with her handbag in her lap. She had been asked to wait there until my mother's body was moved to the morgue. My ex-husband went with me to the undertaker's. Behind the wreaths of artificial flowers, a few armchairs were arranged around a coffee table with some magazines. An assistant took us into a room and asked us questions about when she had died, where the burial was to take place, and whether or not we wanted a service. He wrote everything down on an order form, occasionally jabbing at a pocket calculator. Then he led us into a dark room with no windows and switched on the light. A dozen coffins were standing against the wall. The assistant explained, "All our prices include tax." 3 of the coffins were open so that customers could also choose the color of the lining. I settled for oak because it had been her favorite tree, and because she had always wanted to know whether the furniture she bought was made of oak. My ex-husband suggested mauve for the lining. He was proud, almost happy to remember that she often wore blouses of the same color. I wrote out a check for the assistant. The firm took care of everything, except the supplying of flowers. I got home around midday and had a glass of port with my ex-husband. My head and my stomach started to ache. Around 5 o'clock, I called the hospital to ask if I could go and see my mother at the morgue with my 2 sons. The girl on the switchboard told me it was too late. The morgue closed at 4:30. I got out the car and drove around the new part of town near the hospital, trying to find a flower shop open on a Monday. I asked for white lilies, but the florist advised against them. They were suitable only for children, possibly for young girls. The burial took place on the following Wednesday. I arrived at the hospital with my 2 sons and my ex-husband. The morgue wasn't signposted, and we lost our way before discovering the low concrete building which lay on the edge of the fields. An assistant in a white coat was talking on the phone. He signaled to us to sit down in a corridor. We sat on chairs lined up against the wall, opposite the lavatories. Someone had left the door open. I wanted to see my mother once more, and place on her breast the 2 twigs of japonica blossom I had brought with me. We didn't know whether they intended to show us the body one last time before closing the coffin. The undertaker's assistant we had seen in the shop emerged from an adjoining room and graciously asked us to follow him. My mother was lying in the coffin, her head thrown back, her hands clasped together on the crucifix. The white gauze had been removed, and she was wearing the nightdress with a crochet border. The satin shroud reached up to her chest. It was in a large, bare room with concrete walls. I don't know where the faint light came from. The assistant informed us that the visit was over, and he led us back into the corridor. I felt that he had shown us my mother simply to prove that his firm had carried out its duties satisfactorily. We drove through the new part of town until we reached the church, which had been built next to the arts center. The hearse hadn't arrived, so we waited in front of the church. Across the street, someone with tar had smeared, "Money, consumer goods, and the state are the 3 pillars of apartheid," on the facade of the supermarket. A priest stepped forward. He addressed me in affable tones, "Was she your mother?" and asked my sons where they went to university and what they were studying. A curious little empty bed, edged with red velvet, had been laid down on the bare cement floor in front of the altar. Later on, the undertakers placed my mother's coffin on top of it. The priest switched on a tape recorder that played organ music. We were the only people present at the service. Nobody around here knew my mother. The priest sang canticles and spoke of eternal life and the resurrection of our sister. I wanted the ceremony to last forever. I wanted more to be done for my mother. More songs, more rituals. The organ music started up again, and the priest extinguished the candles on either side of the coffin. Immediately after the service, the undertaker's hearse left for Yvetot in Normandy, where my mother was to be buried beside my father. I traveled in my own car with my sons. It rained during the whole journey, with the wind blowing in sharp gusts outside. The boys questioned me about the service, because it was their first experience, and they hadn't known how to behave during the ceremony. In Yvetot, the family had assembled near the entrance to the cemetery. One of my cousins shouted to me from a distance, "What weather! You'd think we were in November!" to cover the embarrassment of watching us approach. We all walked together towards my father's grave. It lay open, the freshly dug earth forming a yellow mound on one side. My mother's coffin was brought forward. When it was lowered into the pit, the men holding the ropes told me to step forward so that I could see it slide down in the hole. A few meters away, the gravedigger was waiting with his spade. He had a ruddy complexion and was wearing blue overalls, a beret, and boots. I felt like going up to him and giving him 100 francs, thinking he might want to spend it on drinking. There was no harm in that. After all, he would be the last man to take care of my mother. By covering her with earth all afternoon, he might as well enjoy it. The family insisted that I eat something before I left. My mother's sister had arranged for us to have lunch at a restaurant after the funeral. I decided to stay. I felt this was something I could still do for my mother. The service was slow. We talked about our work and the children. Occasionally, we mentioned my mother. They said to me, what was the point of her going on like that? They all thought it was a good thing she had died. The absolute certainty of this statement is something I cannot understand. I drove back home in the evening. Everything was definitely over. The week following the funeral, I would start to cry for no particular reason. As soon as I awoke, I knew my mother was dead. I emerged from a heavy slumber, remembering nothing of my dreams except that my mother was in them, dead. All I did were the daily chores necessary for living: shopping, cooking, loading the washing machine. Quite often I forgot how to do things in the right order. After peeling vegetables, I would have to stop and think before going on to the next stage, that is, washing them. To read was simply impossible. One day I went down to the cellar, and there was my mother's suitcase. In it were her purse, a summer handbag, and some scarves. I stood paralyzed in front of the gaping suitcase. The worst moments were when I left home and drove into town. I would be sitting behind the wheel, and suddenly it would hit me: she will never be alive anywhere in the world again. I couldn't come to terms with the fact that the other people behaved normally. The meticulous care with which they chose their meat at the butcher's filled me with horror. This condition is gradually easing. Even so, I still feel comforted by the fact that the weather is cold and wet, as in the first days of the month, when my mother was alive. I still get that sinking feeling every time I realize now I don't need to, or I no longer have to, do this or that for her. I feel such emptiness at the thought. This is the first spring she will never see. Now I can feel the power of ordinary sentences, or even clichés. Tomorrow it will be 3 weeks since the funeral. It was only the day before yesterday that I overcame the fear of writing "My mother died" on a blank sheet of paper, not as the first line of a letter, but as the opening of a book. I could even bring myself to look at some of her photographs. One of them shows her sitting on the banks of the Seine, her legs tucked neatly beneath her. It's a black and white photograph, but I can clearly see her flaming red hair and the sun reflected in her black alpaca suit. I shall continue to write about my mother. She is the only woman who really meant something to me, and she had been suffering from senile dementia for 2 years. Perhaps I should wait until her illness and death have merged into the past, like other events in my life, my father's death and the breakup with my husband, so that I feel the detachment which makes it easier to analyze one's memories. But right now I am incapable of doing anything else. It's a difficult undertaking. For me, my mother has no history. She has always been there. When I speak of her, my first impulse is to freeze her in a series of images unrelated to time. She had a violent temper. She was intense in everything she did. And to recall random scenes in which she was present. This brings back only the fantasy woman, the one who has recently appeared in my dreams, alive once more, drifting ageless through a tense world reminiscent of psychological thrillers. I would also like to capture the real woman, the one who existed independently from me. born on the outskirts of a small Normandy town, and who died in the geriatric ward of a hospital in the suburbs of Paris. The more objective aspect of my writing will probably involve a cross between family history and sociology, reality and fiction. This book can be seen as a literary venture, as its purpose is to find out the truth about my mother, a truth that can be conveyed only by words. Neither photographs, nor my own memories, nor even the reminiscences of my family can bring me this truth. And yet, in a sense, I would like to remain a cut below literature. Yvetot is a cold town, situated on a wind-swept plateau lying between Rouen and Le Havre. At the turn of the century, it was an important administrative center and the trading capital of a region entirely dependent on farming, controlled by a group of wealthy landowners. My grandfather, who worked as a carter on one of the local farms, and my grandmother, who earned a living from cottage weaving, moved to Yvetot a few years after they were married. Both came from a village 3 kilometers away. They rented a small cottage with a courtyard in a rural area on the outskirts of town. They were located beyond the railway, somewhere between the last cafes near the station and the first fields of colza. It was there that my mother was born in 1906, the fourth in a family of 6. She prided herself on telling people, "I wasn't born in the country." 4 of the children never left the town at all, and my mother spent 3/4 of her life in Yvetot. They moved closer to the town center but never actually lived there. They would go into town to attend mass, to buy meat, and to send postal orders. One of my cousins now has a flat in the town center, cut across by the N15, a main road streaming with lorries night and day. She gives her cat sleeping pills to stop it from going out and getting run over. The area where my mother spent her childhood is very much sought after by people with high incomes because of its quiet atmosphere and old buildings. My grandmother laid down the law and made sure her children were taught their place, shouting at them and hitting them when necessary. She was an energetic worker and a difficult person to get on with. Reading serials was her only relaxation. She had a gift for writing and came top in her canton when she passed her primary certificate. She could have become a schoolmistress, but her parents wouldn't let her leave the village. Parting with one's family was invariably seen as a sign of misfortune. In Norman French, ambition refers to the trauma of separation. A dog, for instance, can die of ambition. To understand this story, which ended when she turned 11, one must remember all those sentences beginning with, "In the old days." In the old days, one didn't go to school like today, one listened to one's parents, and so on. She was a good housekeeper. In other words, she managed to feed and clothe her family on practically no money at all. When the children lined up in church, they were dressed decently, no holes or stains, approaching a state of dignity which allowed the family to live without feeling like paupers. She turned back the collars and cuffs of the boys' shirts so that they would last twice as long. She kept everything: stale bread, the skin off the milk for making cakes, ashes for doing the laundry, the dying heat of the stove for drying plums and dishcloths, and the water used for our morning wash so that we could rinse our hands during the day. She knew all the household tips that lessened the strain of poverty. This knowledge, handed down from mother to daughter for many centuries, stops at my generation. I am only the archivist. My grandfather, a strong, gentle man, died of a heart attack at the age of 50. My mother was 13 at the time, and she adored him. After he died, my grandmother's attitude hardened, and she became suspicious of everyone. She was haunted by visions of horror, going to prison for boys and having an illegitimate child for girls. When cottage weaving died out, she took in people's laundry and cleaned offices. Towards the end of her life, she moved in with the youngest daughter and her husband. They lived down by the railway, in a prefab without electricity, which was once used as a refectory for the factory next door. My mother took me to see her on Sundays. She was a small, plump woman, remarkably agile despite being born with one leg shorter than the other. She read novels, spoke little, and was brusque in her manner. She enjoyed drinking eau de vie, which she mixed with the coffee dregs in the bottom of her cup. She died in 1952. My mother's childhood, in a nutshell. An insatiable appetite. She wolfed down the make-weight on her way back from the baker's. Until I was 25, I could have devoured the whole sea and all the fish with it. The 6 children packed into one room, sharing a bed with one of her sisters, the bouts of sleepwalking, when she was found standing in the courtyard, sound asleep, her eyes wide open. The dresses and pairs of shoes handed down from one sister to the next, a rag doll for Christmas, the apple cider that ruined one's teeth. On the other hand, going for rides on the old cart horse, skating on the frozen pond in the winter of 1916, skipping games and hide-and-seek, and the insults thrown at the young ladies who went to the local convent school. These insults were accompanied by the ritual sign of contempt, turning around and slapping one's bottom sharply. Leading the full outdoor life of a little country girl, displaying the same knowledge as the boys, sawing wood, shaking the fruit off apple trees, and killing hens by plunging a pair of scissors down their throat. There was, however, one difference. She made sure no one touched her place. She went to the local primary school, missing class when she was needed in the fields or when one of her brothers or sisters fell ill. She remembered little of this period, only that the schoolmistresses expected the girls to be polite and clean. They inspected their collars and fingernails and asked them to remove one of their shoes. They never knew which foot to wash. My mother went through school without experiencing the slightest flicker of enthusiasm. In those days, nobody pushed their children. They had to have it in them. School was merely a phase one went through before earning a living. One could miss school. It wasn't the end of the world. But not Mass. Even if one stood at the back of the church, one could share in the beauty, the opulence, and the spirit of the ceremony, gold chalices, embroidered chasubles, hymns, and get the impression one didn't live in total poverty. Early in life, my mother developed a strong taste for religion. Catechism was the one subject she learned with passion, and she knew all the answers by heart. Later, in church, her responses were said in the same breathless, exalted tones, as if to show that she knew. She was neither happy nor unhappy to leave school at the age of 12 and a half, the common practice in those days. Footnote: it would be a mistake to speak only in the past. In an article published by the French newspaper Le Monde, dated June 17, 1986, the Haute-Normandie, where my mother was brought up, is subjected to severe criticism. Despite recent improvements, this region is still suffering from appallingly low schooling standards. Every year, the French educational system turns out 7,000 unskilled school leavers. These young people come straight from remedial classes and therefore do not qualify for training courses. According to an academic expert, half of them are unable to understand even 2 pages written to their standard. She got herself a job in a margarine factory, where she suffered from the cold and the damp, her wet hands developing chilblains that stayed with her all winter. After that, she couldn't stand the sight of margarine. So no dreamy adolescence for her, but the long wait until Saturday evening, and the pay one brought back to one's mother, saving just enough to afford some face powder, a copy of L'Écho de la Mode, and a few giggles and grudges. L'Écho de la Mode was probably the most popular women's weekly in France between the 2 world wars. Originally launched in 1880 as Le Petit Journal de la Mode, subsequently renamed Le Petit Écho de la Mode, and later known as L'Écho de la Mode, this Sunday magazine covered a wide range of topics, including fashion, dressmaking, knitting, cooking, and gardening. It also provided invaluable household tips, as well as advice on child care and medical matters. Last but not least, it published feature stories and romantic fiction. The serials could also be bought separately in bound volumes. It closed down in 1955. One day, the foreman got his scarf caught in one of the machines. Nobody came to his rescue, and he had to disengage himself on his own. My mother was standing right next to him. How can one understand her attitude without having been subjected to the same degree of alienation? In the wake of the industrialization of the 1920s, a rope factory was set up in the area, tapping all the local youth. My mother was taken on, as were her sisters and 2 brothers. To make life easier, my grandmother moved into a small house 100 meters away from the factory, where she and her daughters did the cleaning after work. My mother liked it in the clean, dry workshops, where one was allowed to chat and joke. She was proud of her job. Working in a big factory made her feel civilized compared to the barbarians, the country girls who stayed behind with the cows, and free compared to the slaves, the housemaids reduced to licking the arses of the rich. And yet she realized how removed she was from her one and only dream to become a shop girl. Like many large families, my mother's family was a tribe. My grandmother and her children had the same way of behaving in public and of living out their semi-rural working condition. This meant that people knew at once who they were, the Ds. Whatever the circumstances, they would always be shouting, both the men and the women. Despite their gay, exuberant nature, they were touchy and quick to take offense, telling people straight out what they thought of them. Above all, they were proud of the effort they put into their work. They found it hard to believe that anyone could show greater physical commitment. They overcame the limitations of their class by assuming they were somebody. This may explain the frenzy with which they consumed everything. Their work, their food, laughing hysterically, only to announce an hour later, "I'm going to drown myself in the water tank." My mother was the one with the proud, violent temper. She was aware that she belonged to the lower class, and she resented it, refusing to be judged according to her social status alone. She would often say of the rich, "They're no better than us." She was an attractive blonde with gray eyes, pleasantly plump and bursting with health. She read anything she could lay hands on. She enjoyed singing the latest popular songs, making up, and going out with friends to the cinema or to the theater, to see Roger Lahont and Le Maître de Forge, always ready for a bit of fun. But in those days, in a small town where people's main concern was to learn as much as they could about their neighbors, one was inevitably torn between wanting to enjoy one's youth and fearing for one's reputation. My mother tried to live up to the best possible image people could have of her kind. Factory girls, but nonetheless respectable. She went to Mass and to Holy Communion, embroidered her trousseau at the local orphanage run by nuns, and never went to the woods alone with a boy. How could she know that her short skirts, she took them up herself, her urchin cut, the bold expression in her eyes, and especially the fact that she worked with men, meant that she would never be seen as a decent young girl, which was what she had always longed to be. My mother's youth involved trying to escape the dull certainties of her fate, inevitable poverty, the threat of alcoholism, and everything else that happened to a factory girl who had slipped into bad habits. Smoking in public, hanging around the streets at night, going out in soiled clothes. The sort of girl that no respectable young man would look at twice. None of her brothers or sisters were spared. 4 of them have died over the past 25 years. For a long time, their frenzied appetite was quenched by alcohol, the men together in cafes, the women alone at home. Only the youngest sister, who didn't drink, is still alive. Unless they had had a certain amount to drink, they remained sullen and taciturn. They slogged through their work in silence, a good employee or a charwoman who never gave any cause for complaint. Over the years, they got used to being judged solely in terms of how much they had drunk. They were tipsy or they were sloshed. One year, on Whit Saturday, I met my Aunt Em on the way back from school. It was her day off, and as usual, she was going into town with a shopping bag full of empty bottles. She kissed me on both cheeks, swaying slightly, incapable of uttering a single word. My writing would never have been what it is had I not met my aunt that day. For a woman, marriage was a matter of life or death. It was either the hope of making it work together or else hitting rock bottom. So one had to be able to recognize the man who would make a woman happy. Naturally, not a farmer's boy, even one with money, with whom one would end up milking the cows in a village without electricity. My father worked at the rope factory. He was a tall, well-groomed man who definitely had a style of his own. He didn't drink, but saved all his pay for the housekeeping. He had a quiet, cheerful nature, and was 7 years older than her. One didn't go for the young lads. Smiling and blushing, my mother would tell me, "I was courted quite a bit in my time. Several men proposed to me, but it was your father I chose." She used to add, "He didn't look common." The story of my father's life was no different from my mother's. He came from a large family. His father was a carter, his mother a weaver, and he left school at the age of 12 to start working in the fields. His elder brother had got himself a good job as a railwayman, and 2 of his sisters had married shop assistants. Before that, they worked as housemaids. They spoke without raising their voices, moved in a ladylike manner, and never drew attention to themselves in public. True, they enjoyed an air of respectability, but tended to look down on factory girls like my mother. Her appearance and her ways were too reminiscent of their own world, the one they were leaving behind. In their opinion, my father could have done better for himself. They were married in 1928. In the wedding photograph, she looks like a Madonna, with pale, regular features, a kiss curl and a half veil hugging her head, heavy breasts and hips, pretty legs. The dress leaves her knees uncovered. She isn't smiling, but her face wears a serene expression, a glint of curiosity and amusement in the eyes. He, with his mustache and bow tie, looks much older. His brows are knitted, and he looks worried. Maybe he is afraid the photograph will come out wrong. He's got his arm around her waist, and she's resting one hand on his shoulder. They are in a country lane beside a courtyard overgrown with grass. The leaves of 2 apple trees interlace to form a dome above their heads. A small house is visible in the background. I can conjure up the scene vividly, the dry earth beneath their feet, the loose gravel, and the country smell of early summer. But she is not my mother. Stare as I may at the photograph, until the faces actually seem to move, all I see is an impenetrable young woman, ill at ease in a costume that could have come straight out of a 20s film. Only the broad hand clutching her gloves and the proud upward tilt of her head tell me it is she. The young bride was both proud and happy. Of that I have very little doubt. But of her desires I know nothing. The first few nights of her married life, she once confided to a sister, she went to bed still wearing her pants under her nightdress. It didn't mean much. In those days, sex was inevitably tinged with shame. Even so, one had to make love, and properly, too, if one was normal. At first, she enjoyed playing the married woman who had settled down, showing off the new china and the embroidered linen, and walking arm in arm with her husband. There were the laughs, the arguments, she didn't know how to cook, the making up, she never sulked for long, and the feeling she was starting a new life. But wages were still low. They had the rent to pay and the installments on the furniture. They had to economize on everything and ask their parents for vegetables. They had no garden, so in effect they were leading much the same existence as before. They themselves lived their lives differently. Although they both wanted to succeed, he feared the struggle ahead and felt tempted to give in and accept their lot. She, on the other hand, was convinced that they had nothing to lose and that they should try to come up in the world at any cost. She was proud to be a factory girl, but too proud to stay one all her life, dreaming of the only ambition which lay within her reach, running a grocery business. She was the driving force behind their relationship, and so he followed her. In 1931, they took out a loan on a grocery shop and a small adjoining café situated in Lillebonne, an industrial estate of 7,000 inhabitants, 25 kilometers away from Yvetot. The store lay in the valley, where 19th-century cotton mills ruled people's lives from infancy to death. Even now, to mention the valley in pre-war times is to evoke images of horror, the highest concentration of alcoholics and unmarried mothers, the damp running down the walls, and the babies dying from diarrhea within 2 hours. My mother was 25 at the time. It was here that she must have become the woman that she was, and acquired the expression, the personality, and the manners that I thought had always been hers. As the business didn't bring enough money, my father used to get jobs working on building sites. Later, he was taken on by a refinery in the Bas-Seine, where he ended up as foreman. She ran the shop on her own. From the very start, she threw herself into it, a friendly word for every customer, always in a good humor, showing remarkable patience. I could have sold anything. She was familiar with the industrial poverty one found in the valley, having known it herself, if on a lesser scale. She was also aware of her situation and realized that her own livelihood depended on families who were living from hand to mouth. Not a moment to herself, I'm sure, what with rushing in and out of the shop, the cafe, and the kitchen where a little girl had started to grow up. She was born soon after they moved to the valley. Staying open from 6 in the morning, when the factory girls picked up the milk, to 11 o'clock at night, the last rounds were for the card and billiard players. Being interrupted at any moment by customers who would pop in several times a day. She resented earning little more than a factory girl, and was worried they would never make ends meet. On the other hand, she enjoyed a sense of power. After all, didn't she help other families survive by giving them credit? And she loved to share in the conversations. Oh, the lives that went on in that shop. In short, she felt happy in her new, broadened surroundings. She gradually became more civilized. Because she had to go everywhere, the tax office, the town hall, and deal with suppliers and representatives, she learned to watch her language and never went out hatless. Before buying a dress, she would consider whether it was chic. She hoped and later knew that she would never be taken for a country lass. Besides Delhy's popular romances and the Catholic works by Pierre L'Hermite, she took to reading Mauriac, Bernanos, and Colette's scandalous stories. My father found it more difficult to adapt. His experience as a factory hand had left him with a shy, gauche manner, and somehow he never quite felt at home behind the bar. There were the black years of the economic crisis, the strikes, Léon Blum, the first man to be on the side of the workers, the social reforms, and the late-night parties in the cafe. There were the visits from her relatives. They laid down mattresses in all the rooms, who returned home loaded with provisions. She was a generous person, and after all, the only one to have made it. There were also the arguments with the other side of the family, and then the sorrow. Their little girl had a gay, excitable nature. In one photograph, she looks tall for her age, with skinny legs and knobby knees. She is laughing, one hand raised to her forehead to keep the sun out of her eyes. Another photograph shows her at her cousin's confirmation. Although her face wears a serious expression, she is playing with her fingers spread out in front of her. She died in 1938, 3 days before Easter. They only wanted one baby, as they felt the child would be happier alone. There was the sorrow, over which a veil was slowly drawn, the stark silence of depression, the prayers, and the belief that their little girl had gone to heaven. And then, in early 1940, life once more. She was expecting a second child. I was to be born in September. I believe I am writing about my mother because it is my turn to bring her into the world. It was 2 months ago that I started this book and wrote, "My mother died on Monday, April 7th, on a blank sheet of paper. I can accept that sentence now. When I read it, the emotions I feel are the same as if someone else had written it. But I can't bear going near the hospital and the old people's home, or suddenly remembering details about the last day of her life. Initially, I thought I would find it easy to write. In actual fact, I spend a lot of time reflecting on what I have to say and on the choice and sequence of words, as if there existed only one immutable order which would convey the truth about my mother, although what this truth involves I am unable to say. When I am writing, the only thing that matters to me is to find that particular order. Then the Exodus. She walked all the way to Niort with some neighbors, sleeping in barns and drinking the local wine, then cycled back on her own, passing the German roadblocks, to have her baby at home 1 month later. She wasn't afraid and was so dirty when she got back that my father didn't recognize her. Under the occupation, life in the valley centered on their shop and the hope of getting fresh supplies. She tried to feed everyone, especially large families, because her natural pride encouraged her to be kind and helpful to others. During the bombing, saying she preferred to die in her own home, she wouldn't take refuge in the public shelters carved out of the hillside. In the afternoon, between warnings, she would take me for a walk in my stroller, claiming the fresh air would do me good. Those were the days of easy friendship, sitting on a bench in the public park while my father was left in charge of the empty shop. She would get talking to demure young women who sat knitting in front of the sand pit. The English and the Americans entered Lillebonne. The tanks crossed the valley, distributing chocolate and packets of orange powder, which one picked up from the dust. Every evening, the cafe packed with soldiers, maybe the occasional brawl, but all the same a time of rejoicing and, of course, knowing how to say, "Shit for you." Afterwards, she spoke of the war like a novel, the great story of her life. Oh, how she loved Gone with the Wind. I think she saw the war years as a break in the struggle to succeed. With so much misery around, fighting for social advancement had lost all meaning. The woman of that time cut a handsome figure, with a fine head of hair which she dyed red. She had a formidable voice and would often shout in thunderous tones. She liked to laugh, too, a deep, throaty laugh, which revealed her teeth and gums. She sang as she did the ironing, "Le temps des cerises, riquita jolie fleur de Java." She wore turbans and had 2 favorite dresses, a summer one with big blue stripes and a soft beige one made of seersucker. She powdered her face with a puff in a mirror above the sink and dabbed perfume behind her ear. When she put on lipstick, she always started with the heart-shaped bit in the middle. She turned to face the wall when she fastened her corset. Her flesh bulged through the crisscrosses of laces, joined together at her waist by a knot and a small rosette. I knew every detail of her body. I thought that I would grow up to become her. One Sunday, they are having a picnic on the edge of an embankment near the woods. I remember being between them, in a warm nest of voices, flesh, and continual laughter. On the way back, we were caught in an air raid. I am sitting on the crossbar of my father's bike, while she rides down the slope ahead of us, her back straight, the seat firmly wedged between her buttocks. I am afraid of the shells, afraid, too, that she will die. I believe we were both in love with my mother. In 1945, they left the valley, where the foggy climate made me cough and stunted my growth, and moved back to Yvetot. Life in the post-war period was more difficult than during the war. Food was still rationed, and those who had cashed in on the black market were slowly emerging. While she was waiting to take over a new business, she would walk me round the streets of the town centre, littered with debris, or would take me to pray in the chapel, set up in a concert hall to replace the church which had burned down. My father got a job filling in the holes left by the shells. They lived in 2 rooms without electricity, with the furniture dismantled and stacked up against the wall. 3 months later, she was a new woman, running a business in a semi-rural district that the war had passed by. As before, they had taken over a general store and a small cafe. All they had was a tiny kitchen, an upstairs bedroom, and 2 attic rooms, where one could eat and sleep in relative privacy. On the other hand, there was a large courtyard, a cider press, and several barns for storing firewood, straw, and hay. The main advantage, however, was that most customers could afford to pay cash. Although my father ran the cafe, he managed to find time to look after the garden, keep a few rabbits and hens, and make apple cider, which we sold to the customers. After 20 years of being a worker, he returned to a semi-rural lifestyle. She was in charge of the store, the accounts, and the orders, and reigned supreme over all money matters. Over the years, they came to enjoy a higher standard of living than the other working-class people around them. They eventually succeeded in buying the premises, as well as the small adjoining house. During the first few years, former customers from Lillebonne came over to see them in the summer holidays. They arrived by coach, bringing their whole families with them. There was a lot of hugging and crying. At mealtimes, they set up the cafe tables in long rows, sang songs, and reminisced about the occupation. They stopped coming in the early 50s. She said, "That's all in the past. One must look to the future now." Images of her, aged between 40 and 46. One winter morning, she has the nerve to enter the classroom and ask the schoolmistress to find the woolen scarf which I had lost in the lavatories, and which had cost her a pretty penny. I remembered the price for a long time. At the seaside one summer, she is fishing for mussels with a sister-in-law younger than herself. Her dress, black stripes on a mauve background, has been rolled up and knotted at the front. Several times during the day, they walk over to a cafe set up in a hut on the beach and order apéritifs and pastries, laughing all the time. In church, she sang hymns to the Virgin in a loud, booming voice. "One day I shall meet her in heaven, up in heaven." It made me want to cry, and I hated her for it. She wore brightly colored dresses and a black woolen suit. She read Confidence and La Mode du Jour, both popular women's weeklies. She put her soiled sanitary towels in a corner of the attic until washing day, Tuesday. When I stared at her, she got cross. "Why are you looking at me? Do you want to buy me or something?" On Sunday afternoons, she would lie down in her slip and stockings. She let me crawl into bed next to her. She fell asleep quickly while I read, huddled up against her back. Once at a confirmation reception, she got drunk and was sick right in front of me. After that, every time there was a party, I eyed the arm resting on the table and the hand holding the glass, and prayed with all my might that she wouldn't raise it to her lips. She had put on a lot of weight. She was 15 stone. She ate voraciously and stored sugar lumps in her apron pocket. Unknown to my father, she purchased some slimming pills from a chemist's in Rouen to lose weight. She cut out bread as well as butter, but lost only 20 pounds. She slammed doors. She banged the chairs when she stacked them onto the tables before sweeping the floor. Everything she did was done noisily. She didn't put things down, she seemed to throw them. One could tell whether she was upset simply by looking at her face. In private, she didn't mince her words and told us straight out what she thought. She called me a beast, a slut, and a bitch, or told me I was unpleasant. She would often hit me, usually by slapping my face or occasionally punching my shoulders. I could have killed her. 5 minutes later, she would take me into her arms, and I was her puppet. She bought me toys and books under any pretext. A party, a trip into town, or a slight temperature. She took me to the dentist's, the lung specialist, and made sure I had good shoes, warm clothes, and all the right stationery I needed for class. She'd enrolled me at a private establishment run by nuns, and not at the local primary school. If I mentioned that one of the other girls had an unbreakable slate, she would immediately ask me if I wanted one. I wouldn't want them to think you're not as good as the others. Her overriding concern was to give me everything she hadn't had. But this involved so much work, so much worrying about money, and an approach to children's happiness so radically different from her own education that she couldn't help saying, "You know, we spend a lot of money on you," or "Look at everything you've got, and you're still not happy." When I think of my mother's violent temper, outbursts of affection, and reproachful attitude, I try not to see them as facets of her personality, but to relate them to her own story and social background. This way of writing, which seems to bring me closer to the truth, relieves me of the dark, heavy burden of personal remembrance by establishing a more objective approach. And yet something deep down inside refuses to yield and wants me to remember my mother purely in emotional terms, affection or tears, without searching for an explanation. She was a working mother, which meant that her first duty lay with the customers who were our livelihood. I wasn't allowed to interrupt her when she was serving in the shop. I can remember standing behind the kitchen door, waiting for a few strands of embroidery silk, permission to go and play, and so on. If I made too much noise, she would burst into the room, slap my face, and go back to the counter without uttering a single word. I learned at an early age how to behave with the customers. Say hello in a nice, clear voice. Don't eat or quarrel in front of them. Don't criticize anybody. I was also taught to view them with distrust. Never believe what they say. Keep an eye on them when they're alone in the shop. She had two expressions, one for the customers and one for us. When the bell rang, she went in and played her part, her face beaming, a paragon of patience, asking people the ritual questions about their health, the children, and the garden. Back in the kitchen, she flopped into a chair and the smile faded. She remained speechless for a few moments, exhausted by the role she had taken on. She felt both excited and depressed by the idea that she worked so hard for people who, she was sure, would stop coming to her as soon as they found somewhere cheaper. She was a mother everyone knew, a sort of public figure. At school, when I was sent to the blackboard, they would say, "Suppose your mother sells 10 packets of coffee each at—" Naturally, they never mentioned the other possibility, which was equally likely. "Suppose your mother sells 3 aperitifs each at—" She was always in a rush. She never had time to do the cooking and look after the house properly, sewing on a button seconds before I left for school, or ironing her blouse on a corner of the kitchen table before slipping it on. After 5 o'clock in the morning, she scrubbed the floor and unpacked the cardboard boxes. In summer, she weeded the rose beds before opening the shop. She was a quick, energetic worker, and the chores that gave her the most satisfaction were, strangely enough, the most strenuous ones, the ones she cursed, like washing the sheets and scouring the bedroom floor with steel wool. She found it impossible to lie down or read a book without giving an excuse. For instance, "I think I deserve a little rest now." And even then, if she was interrupted by a customer, she would hide her novel under a pile of clothes that needed darning. The arguments she had with my father always centered on the same subject, the amount of work they carried out respectively. She used to complain, "I'm the one who does everything around here." My father would read only the local newspaper. He didn't go to places where he didn't feel at home, and said of many things that they were not for him. He liked gardening, playing cards and dominoes, and doing odd jobs around the house. He didn't care about speaking properly, and continued to use expressions in the local dialect. She, on the other hand, tried to avoid making grammatical mistakes, and chose her words carefully. For instance, she no longer said serviette, but napkin. Occasionally, in the course of the conversation, She would throw in an unfamiliar expression she had read somewhere or picked up from educated people. She would speak hesitantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, afraid of making a mistake, while my father laughed and poked fun at her highfalutin words. Once she felt confident, she took pleasure in repeating them several times. If she felt they were metaphors, "He wore his heart on his sleeve," or "We're only birds of passage," she would smile as she said them, hoping maybe they would sound less pretentious. She loved style, anything dressy, and the Printemps department store more chic, she thought, than the Nouvelle Galerie. Naturally, she was just as impressed as he was by the carpets and paintings that adorned the eye specialist's surgery, but she always tried to conceal her embarrassment. One of her favorite expressions was, "I had the cheek," to do this or that. When my father remarked on a new dress or her careful makeup before she left the house, she would reply sharply, "After all, one must keep up one's position." She longed to learn the rules of good behavior, and was always worrying about social conventions, fearful of doing the wrong thing. She longed to know what was in fashion, what was new, the names of famous writers, the recent films on release. Although she didn't go to the cinema, she hadn't time, and the names of the flowers in gardens. She listened attentively when people spoke of something she didn't know, out of curiosity, and also because she wanted to show that she was eager to learn. In her opinion, self-improvement was first and foremost a question of learning, and nothing was more precious than knowledge. She would often say, "One must occupy one's mind." Books were the only things she handled with care. She washed her hands before touching them. Through me, she continued to satisfy her thirst for knowledge. In the evening, over dinner, she would make me talk about school, the teachers, and the subjects I was taught. She liked using the same expressions as me, such as break, PE, and prep. She expected me to correct her when she had used the wrong word. She no longer asked me if I wanted my tea, but if I wanted my dinner. She took me to Rouen to see the museum and the other historical monuments, and to Villequier to visit the graves of Victor Hugo's family. She was full of admiration for everything. She read the same books I read, the ones recommended by the local bookshop. Sometimes she browsed through Le Hérisson, left behind by one of the customers, exclaiming in light-hearted tones, "It's silly, but one reads it just the same." Footnote. Le Hérisson is a highly popular satirical weekly founded in 1937 and named after the house mascot, a hedgehog, which proudly adorns the front page. Printed on green paper, the color of optimism, to quote the editor, Le Hérisson offers a blend of satire, political comment, humorous articles, cartoons, and quizzes. When she took me to the museum, it wasn't so much for the pleasure of admiring Egyptian vases, but for the satisfaction of helping me acquire the knowledge and the tastes that she attributed to cultivated people. Sacrificing confidence, and spending the day with Dickens, Daudet, and the recumbent statues in the cathedral was no doubt more for my benefit than for hers. I thought her a cut above my father, because she seemed closer to the school mistresses and teachers than he did. Everything about my mother, her authority, her hopes, and her ambitions, was geared to the very concept of education. We shared an intimacy centered on books, the poetry I read to her, and the pastries in the tea shop at Rouen, from which he was excluded. He took me to the fun fair, to the circus, and to see Fernandel's films. He taught me how to ride a bicycle and recognize the garden vegetables. With him, I had fun. With her, I had conversations. Of the two, she was the dominating figure, the one who represented authority. The images I have of her as she approached her 50s are those of a tense, irritable woman. Still the same personality, lively, energetic, and generous, still the blonde or reddish hair, but often a strained expression on her face when she didn't have to smile at customers. The slightest incident or remark would be an excuse for her to pick a quarrel with her brothers and sisters, or release her anger against their living conditions. Small local businesses were threatened by the shops in the new town center. After my grandmother died, she continued to wear mourning for a long time and took to attending early morning mass. Something Romanesque in her died. 1952, her 46th summer. We have come over by coach to spend the day in Etretat. She is climbing up the cliff, moving through the long grass in her blue crepe dress, the one with the big flowers, which she slipped into behind the rocks. She left home in her morning suit because of the neighbors. She reaches the top after me, breathless, the beads of sweat glistening through her makeup. She hasn't had her period for 2 months. During my adolescence, I broke away from her, and there remained only the struggle between us. In the world where she grew up, the very idea that young girls could enjoy sexual freedom was unthinkable. Those who did were doomed for life. Sex was either presented as a saucy business unfit for virgin ears, or else it served to dictate moral standards. People behaved properly or improperly. She told me nothing about the facts of life, and I would never have dreamed of asking her. In those days, curiosity carried the seeds of vice. I can remember the feeling of panic when I had to confess that I had my period and say the word in front of her for the first time. I can also remember her acute embarrassment as she handed me a sanitary towel, without explaining what to do with it. She didn't like to see me grow up. When she saw me undressed, my body seemed to repel her. No doubt she saw my breasts and hips as a threat, and was afraid I would start running after boys and lose interest in my studies. She wanted me to stay a child, saying I was 13 a week before my 14th birthday, and making me wear pleated skirts, ankle socks, and low-heeled shoes. Until I was 18, practically all our arguments revolved around my choice of clothes and her forbidding me to go out. For instance, she insisted on my wearing a girdle when I left the house. That way you'll be dressed properly. She would fly into a terrible rage. "You're not going out like that!" for apparently no reason. A dress, a new hairstyle. And although these outbursts were excessive, they seemed perfectly normal to me. We both knew what to expect from each other. She knew I longed to seduce the boys. I knew she was terrified I would have an accident. In other words, that I would start to sleep around and get pregnant. Sometimes I imagined her death would have meant nothing to me. As I write, I see her sometimes as a good, sometimes as a bad mother. To get away from these contrasting views, which come from my earliest childhood, I try to describe and explain her life as if I were writing about someone else's mother and a daughter who wasn't me. Although I try to be as objective as possible, certain expressions, such as, "if you ever have an accident," will always strike a sensitive chord in me, while others remain totally abstract. For instance, the denial of one's own body and sexuality. When I remember these expressions, I experience the same feeling of disillusion I had when I was 16. Fleetingly, I confuse the woman who influenced me most with an African mother pinning her daughter's arms behind her back, while the village midwife slices off the girl's clitoris. I stopped trying to copy her. I felt drawn to the feminine ideal portrayed in L'Echo de la Mode. The women one read about were slim and discreet. They were good cooks and called their little girls darling. They reminded me of the middle-class mothers whose daughters were my companions at school. I found my own mother's attitude brash. I averted my eyes when she uncorked a bottle, holding it locked between her knees. I was ashamed of her brusque manners and speech, especially when I realized how alike we were. I blamed her for being someone who I, by moving into new circles, no longer wanted to be. I discovered there was a world of difference between wanting to be educated and actually acquiring that knowledge. My mother needed an encyclopedia to say who Van Gogh was. She knew the classics only by name. My school curriculum was a mystery to her. Because of my strong admiration for her, I couldn't help feeling that she, much more than my father, had let me down, by not being able to lend me her support, and by leaving me defenseless in a strange new world, where the other girls' drawing rooms were lined with books. All she had to offer me were her anxiety and her suspicion. Who were you with? Are you getting your work done? We spoke to each other in quarrelsome tones. Her efforts to revive our former intimacy, you know you can tell your mother everything, were met by silence, because I realized this was no longer possible. If I showed enthusiasm for subjects other than school, sports, travel, parties, or if I discussed politics, it was during the Algerian War, at first she would listen attentively, flattered to be my confidant, then would snap angrily, "Stop worrying about all that. You know school comes first." I began to scorn social conventions, religious practices, and money. I copied out poems by Rimbaud and Prévert, stuck photographs of James Dean on the front of my exercise books, and played La Mauvaise Réputation by Georges Brassens. I identified with anonymous artists. In short, I was bored. My teenage crisis smacked of romanticism, as if my parents had come from a bourgeois background. For my mother, rebellion meant only one thing, the denial of poverty, and called for only one possible course of action: get a job, earn money, and work one's way up the social ladder. As a result, she criticized me bitterly, an attitude which was as incomprehensible to me as my behavior was to her. If we'd packed you off to a factory at the age of 12, it'd be a different story. You don't know how lucky you are. She would often say of me in bitter tones, "Look at her. She goes to a convent school, and yet she's no better than the rest of them." Sometimes she saw her own daughter as a class rival. I longed to leave home. She agreed to let me go to the lycée in Rouen and later to London. She was ready to make any sacrifice if it meant a better life for me. Better than she had known. She even consented to make the greatest sacrifice of all, which was to part with me. Away from her scrutiny, I rushed headlong into everything she had forbidden. I stuffed myself with food, then I stopped eating for weeks, until I reached a state of euphoria. Then I understood what it was to be free. I forgot about our arguments. When I was studying at the arts faculty, I saw her in a simpler light, without the shouting and the violence. I was both certain of her love for me and aware of one blatant injustice. She spent all day selling milk and potatoes so that I could sit in a lecture hall and learn about Plato. Although I didn't miss her, I was always pleased to see her again. I usually came back home after an unhappy love affair, which I couldn't talk about to her, even if she whispered secrets to me about the local girls, who was going out with whom, who had just had a miscarriage, and so on. It was somehow agreed that, although I was old enough to hear about these things, they would never concern me personally. When I arrived home, she would be serving behind the counter. The customers would all turn round. She would blush faintly and smile. We would embrace in the kitchen after the last customer had left. She would inquire about the journey and my studies, adding, "You must give me your washing," and "I've kept all the papers since you left." We behaved towards each other with kindness, almost shyness, as is the case with people who have stopped living together. For many years, my relationship with her consisted of a series of homecomings. My father underwent gastrointestinal surgery. He tired easily and hadn't enough strength to lift the crates. She took over and did both their jobs without complaining. She seemed to enjoy the responsibility. After I left home, they argued less and she grew closer to him, affectionately calling him Pop and showing more indulgence for his little ways, like smoking. After all, he's entitled to a bit of pleasure. On Sunday afternoons in summer, they went for a drive in the country or dropped in to see relatives. In winter, after Vespers, she visited the elderly. She came back through the town center, stopping to watch television in a shopping arcade where the local teenagers gathered when they came out of the cinema. The customers said she was still a handsome woman. She continued to wear high heels and dye her hair, But now she had bifocals and a touch of down around the chin, which she burnt off in private. My father noted these changes with secret amusement, pleased to see her catch up on the years that separated them. She gave up her flimsy, brightly colored dresses and took to wearing gray and black suits, even during the warm weather. She stopped tucking her blouse into her skirt so as to be more comfortable. Until I was 20, I thought I was responsible for her growing old. Nobody knows that I am writing about her. But then, in a sense, I feel I am not writing about her. It's more like experiencing again the times and places we shared when she was alive. When I am at home, I occasionally come across things that used to belong to her, like her thimble, the day before yesterday, the one she always wore on her crooked finger, the result of an accident at the rope factory. Suddenly, the reality of her death overwhelms me, and I am back in the real world, the one where she will no longer be. In these circumstances, to publish a book can mean nothing except the definitive death of my mother. How I long to curse the people who ask me with a smile, "And when is your next book coming out?" Until I married, I still belonged to her, even when we were living apart. When relatives or customers asked after me, she would reply, "The girl's got plenty of time to get married. At her age, there's no great rush." Seconds later, she would take it all back, protesting, "I don't want to keep her. It's a woman's life to have a husband and children." She blushed and started to shake when I announced one summer that I planned to marry a political science student from Bordeaux. She tried to find excuses, showing the same provincial distrust that she condemned in others. "The boy's not from our part of the world." Later, she relaxed and felt happier about my situation. After all, she lived in a small town where marriage said a lot about one's social status, and nobody could say I had ended up with a worker. We entered a new period of intimacy, revolving around the pots and pans Dubai and the preparations for the big day, and later, around the children. From then on, these were the only things that brought us together. My husband and I had the same level of education. We discussed Jean-Paul Sartre and freedom. We went to see Antonioni's L'Avventura. We shared the same left-wing views, and yet we weren't from the same background. In his family, they weren't exactly rich, but they had been to university, they were good conversationalists, and they played bridge. My mother-in-law was the same age as my own mother. She still had a good figure, a smooth complexion, and carefully manicured hands. She could sight-read piano music and knew how to entertain. She was the type of woman one saw in drawing-room comedy on television. In her 50s, disarmingly naive, a string of pearls on a silk blouse. My mother had mixed feelings about my husband's family. Although she admired their style, their manners, and their education, and was naturally proud to see her daughter fit in, she feared that beneath their icy politeness they held her in contempt. The feeling that she wasn't worthy of them, a feeling which in her eyes applied also to me, perhaps it needed another generation for this to pass, was blatantly obvious in the advice she gave me on the eve of my wedding day. "Make sure you're a good housewife, otherwise he might send you back." Of my mother-in-law, she once said a few years ago, "Anyone can see she wasn't brought up the way we were." Because she feared people wouldn't love her for what she was, she hoped they would love her for what she could give. She insisted on helping us through our last year at college, and was always asking what we wanted as a present. The other family had originality and a sense of humor. They felt they owed us nothing. We moved to Bordeaux, and then to Annecy, where my husband was offered a senior executive position. What with cooking the meals, bringing up a young child, and teaching at a lycée in the mountains 40 kilometers from home, I too became a woman with no time to spare. I hardly thought about my mother. She seemed as far away as the life I'd had before I married. I replied briefly to the letters she sent us every fortnight. She started with, "My dearest children," and always apologized for not being able to help us, living so far apart. I saw her once a year for a few days in summer. I described Annecy, our flat, and the ski resorts. In my father's presence, she remarked, "The two of you are doing fine. That's all that matters." When I was alone with her, she obviously wanted me to confide in her and talk about my husband and our relationship. She seemed disappointed by my silence, because it offered no answer to the question that was probably foremost in her mind. Does he at least make her happy? In 1967, my father had a coronary and died 4 days later. I cannot describe these events because I have already done so in a different book, and there can be no other narrative, no other possible choice and order of words to explain what happened. All I can say is that I remember my mother washing my father's face after his death, easing his arms into the sleeves of a freshly laundered shirt, and slipping him into his Sunday best. As she dressed him, she lulled him with soft, gentle words, as if he were a child one bathes and sends to sleep. When I saw her neat, simple movements, I realized she had always known he would die first. The first night following his death, she lay down beside him in bed. Until the undertakers removed his body, she popped upstairs to see him between customers, just as she had done during his 4-day illness. After the funeral, she looked sad and weary, and confessed to me, "It's tough to lose one's man." She continued to run the business as before. I have just read in a newspaper that despair is a luxury. The book I started writing after my mother's death, a book that I have both the time and the ability to write, may also be seen as a form of luxury. She saw more of the family, spent hours chatting to young women in the shop, and kept the cafe open till late because the local youth had taken to meeting there. She developed a keen appetite and put on weight again. She had become quite talkative and was inclined to share her secrets like a young girl. She was flattered to tell me that 2 widowers had shown an interest in her. During the events of May 1968, she exclaimed over the phone, "Things are happening over here too, you know." Later that summer, she sided with the establishment. She was furious when the leftists vandalized the top Parisian delicatessen Fauchon, which she saw very much like her own shop, only bigger. In her letters, she said she was far too busy to be bored, but in actual fact, she hoped for only one thing: to come and live with me. One day she ventured, "If I moved into your place, I could look after the house." In Annecy, I thought of her with a guilty conscience. Although we lived in a large, comfortable house and had a family of 2, none of it was for her benefit. I imagined her leading a pampered existence with her 2 grandsons. I felt sure she would enjoy this sort of life because she had wanted it for me. In 1970, she sold the business as private property. No one would buy it as an ongoing concern, and she came to live with us. It was a mild day in January. She arrived with the moving van in the afternoon while I was still out teaching. When I got back home, I caught sight of her in the garden, her arms clasped around her 1-year-old grandson. She was keeping an eye on the men moving the furniture and the last remaining boxes of groceries from the shop. Her hair had turned quite white. She was laughing, bursting with energy as usual. She shouted to me from a distance, "You're just in time!" Suddenly my heart sank when I realized, from now on I shall have to live my whole life in front of her. At first she wasn't as happy as we had expected. All of a sudden, her shopkeeper's life was over. No more financial worries and long working hours. But on the other hand, no more familiar faces and chatting to customers. Worst of all, maybe, she no longer had the satisfaction of earning her own money. In Annecy, she was just a granny. Nobody knew her in town, and she only had us to talk to. Her world had suddenly shrunk and lost its sparkle. Now she felt she was a nobody. Living with her children meant sharing a lifestyle of which she was proud. She would say to relatives, "They've done so well for themselves." It also meant remembering not to dry the dishcloths on the radiator in the hall, taking care of things, records, crystal vases, and observing personal hygiene, blowing the boys' noses on a clean handkerchief. We discovered that the things we considered unimportant meant a lot to her. Everyday news items, crime, accidents, being on good terms with one's neighbors, and trying not to trouble people. We even laughed at her attitude, which upset her. Living with us was like living in a world that welcomed her and rejected her at the same time. One day she said angrily, "I don't think I belong here." And so she wouldn't answer the phone when it rang next to her. If her son-in-law was watching football on television, she would make a point of knocking on the door before entering the living room. She was always asking for work. "Well, if there's nothing to do, I might as well leave then," adding with a touch of irony, "After all, I've got to earn my keep." The two of us would argue about her attitude, and I blamed her for deliberately humiliating herself. It took me a long time to realize that the feeling of unease my mother experienced in my own house was no different from what I had felt as a teenager when I was introduced to people a cut above us. As if only the lower classes suffered from inequalities which others choose to ignore. I also realized that the cultural supremacy my husband and I enjoyed, reading Le Monde, listening to Bach, was distorted by my mother into a form of economic supremacy based on the exploitation of labor. Putting herself in the position of an employee was her way of rebelling. After a while, she grew accustomed to her lifestyle, channeling her energy and her enthusiasm towards looking after her grandsons and helping to clean the house. She wanted to relieve me of all the household chores. She regretted having to let me do the shopping and the cooking, and start up the washing machine, which she was afraid to use. She resented having to share the only part of the house where her talents were acknowledged, and where she knew she could be of use. As in the old days, she was the mother who refuses to be helped, using the same reproachful tones when she saw me working with my hands. "Leave that alone, you've got better things to do." When I was 10 years old, this meant doing my homework. Now it meant preparing my lessons and behaving like an intellectual. We had gone back to addressing each other in that particular tone of speech, a cross between exasperation and perpetual resentment, which led people to believe, wrongly, that we were always arguing. I would recognize that tone of conversation between a mother and her daughter anywhere in the world. She adored both her grandsons, to whom she was devoted. In the afternoon, she strapped the younger one into his stroller and set off to explore the town. She visited the churches, went for a stroll round the old part of town, and spent hours in the amusement park, returning only at nightfall. In summer, she took the boys to the heights of Annecy-le-Vieux, showed them the lake, and satisfied their craving for sweets, ice cream, and rides on the merry-go-round. She got talking to people in parks, and would meet up with them regularly. She became friendly with the lady who ran the local baker's shop. She invented a whole new world for herself. Now she read Le Monde and Le Nouvel Observateur, showed an interest in antiques. It must be worth a lot. And dropped in on friends to take tea. "I don't like the stuff, but I haven't told them that," she would remark, laughing. She was careful not to use bad language and tried to handle things gently, keeping a close watch on herself and a tight rein on her temper. One could even say that she was proud of acquiring, late in life, the knowledge that most middle-class women of her generation had been taught in their youth, that is, how to manage a household. Now she never wore black, only light colors. In a photograph taken in September 1971, her face is beaming, crowned by a head of snow-white hair. She has lost weight and is wearing a rodier blouse printed with arabesque motifs. Her hands are resting on the shoulders of her two grandsons, who are standing in front of her. They are the same broad, folded hands to be seen in her wedding photograph. In the mid-1970s, she followed us to a new town that was still under development, located on the outskirts of Paris, where my husband had been offered a better job. We lived in a house that was part of a new residential estate built in the center of a plain. The shops and schools were 2 kilometers away. The only time we saw the neighbors was in the evening. On weekends, they washed the car and put up shelves in the garage. It was an empty, soulless place where one drifted aimlessly, devoid of thought and emotion. She never got used to living there. In the afternoons, she would wander along the deserted roads, named after familiar flowers, Daffodil Lane, Cornflower Grove, or Rose Walk. She wrote many letters to her friends in Annecy and to the family. Sometimes she walked as far as the huge shopping center that lay beyond the motorway, treading rutted lanes where the passing cars splashed her legs with mud. She came home with a strained expression on her face. She resented being dependent on me and the car whenever she needed to buy something, a pair of stockings, or go somewhere, the hairdresser's, Sunday Mass, and so on. She became irritable and would complain crossly, "I can't spend all day reading." When we bought a dishwasher, so depriving her of an occupation, she felt humiliated more than anything else. What am I going to do now? She spoke to only one person in the housing estate, a West Indian woman who worked in an office. After 6 months, she decided to return to Yvetot once more. She moved into a small ground-floor flat for elderly people, not far from the town center. She was happy to be independent again. She enjoyed seeing her youngest sister. The others had died. Former customers, and also married nieces who invited her to confirmations and other family gatherings. She borrowed books from the local library, and in October made the pilgrimage to Lourdes, together with the other parishioners. But gradually, without an occupation, her life fell into a forced routine, and the fact that all her neighbors were senior citizens annoyed her intensely. Naturally, she refused to have anything to do with the Old People's Club. I am sure, too, that she felt secretly frustrated. The people of the town where she had spent 50 years of her life, the only people who really mattered to her, would never witness the success of her daughter's family. The flat in Yvetot was to be the last place of her own. It consisted of a rather dark room, a kitchen area giving on to a small back garden, a niche for the bed and bedside table, a bathroom, and an intercom connected to the caretaker's lodge. The atmosphere there seemed to stifle one's movements. Not that it mattered. There wasn't anything to do except sit down, watch television, and wait until dinner time. Whenever I went to see her, she would look around her, muttering, "I'd be a fool to complain." I felt she was still too young to be there. We sat facing each other over lunch. At first we had so much to talk about that we kept interrupting each other. Our health, the boys' school reports, the new shops that had opened, the coming holidays, and so on. And then, suddenly, silence. As usual, she would try to pick up the conversation, venturing, "Oh, by the way..." It occurred to me on one of these visits that her flat was the only place where she had lived without me since I was born. Just as I was leaving, she would produce some administrative document that needed explaining, or start searching for a cleaning or beauty tip she had put aside for me. Rather than go and see her, I preferred it when she came over to our place. It seemed easier to fit her into our life for a couple of weeks than to share 3 hours of her empty existence. She rushed over as soon as we invited her. We had left the housing estate and moved to the old village, which was beside the new town. My mother liked this place. She would be standing on the station platform, usually in a red suit, holding a suitcase, which she refused to let me carry. As soon as she had unpacked, she would be out weeding the flower beds. In summer, she spent a month with us in the Nièvre. She would wander off on her own along country lanes, and would return laden with blackberries, her legs scratched by the brambles. She never said, "I'm too old to..." Go fishing with the boys, take them to the fun fair, stay up late, and so on. Around 6:30 one evening in December 1979, as she was crossing the N15, she was run over by a Citroën CX, which drove through the traffic lights on the pedestrian crossing. The article, published in the local newspaper, implied that the driver had been unlucky. It mentioned that visibility had been impaired owing to recent rainfall, and suggested that The glare of the cars coming in the opposite direction, together with a number of other factors, may explain why the driver failed to see the 70-year-old woman. The accident left her with a broken leg and multiple head injuries. The surgeon at the clinic was confident she would pull through thanks to her strong constitution. She struggled in her coma, trying to wrench the drip away from her body and lift her plastered leg. She shouted to her sister, the blonde one who had been dead 20 years, to watch out. A car was coming straight at her. I looked at her bare shoulders and her body, which for the first time I saw defenseless and in pain. I felt I was standing in front of the young woman who had suffered in giving birth to me one night during the war. With a shock, I realized she could die. She recovered and regained the use of her broken leg. She was determined to win the case against the driver of the CX and underwent all the medical examinations with brazen resolve. She felt proud when people told her how lucky she had been, as if the car hurtling towards her had been an obstacle which, as usual, she had managed to overcome. She had changed. She started laying the table much earlier, at 11 o'clock in the morning and 6:30 in the evening. All she read was France Dimanche, footnote, one of the more lurid Sunday tabloids, and the photo romances passed on to her by a former customer. She hid these in the dresser when I came to see her. She switched on the television when she got up. In those days, there were no programs, just the test card and background music. Left it on all day, barely glancing at it, and fell asleep in front of the set at night. She became irritable, saying about minor inconveniences, "It's disgusting." A 10 centimes increase in the price of bread, or a pleated skirt she had to iron. She was inclined to panic if she received a circular from her pension fund, or a leaflet announcing she had won a prize. "I didn't send in for anything." When she talked about Annecy and taking the boys round the old part of town, or feeding the swans on the lake, she was on the verge of tears. Her letters were shorter and less frequent than before. She seemed to have run out of words. A strange smell clung to her flat. Things started happening to her. The train she was waiting for on the station platform had already left. When she went out to buy something, she discovered all the shops were closed. Her keys kept disappearing. The mail-order firm La Redoute sent her articles she hadn't asked for. She turned against her relatives in Yvetot, accusing them of prying into her financial affairs, and refused to see them. One day she told me over the phone, "I'm sick to death of going round in circles in this bloody flat." She seemed to brace herself against invisible threats. The month of July 1983 was scorching, even in Normandy. She stopped drinking and lost her appetite, claiming that the drugs she took provided enough nourishment. One day she fainted in the sun and was taken to the medical service of the old people's home. A few days later, after she had been fed and rehydrated, she felt better and asked to go home. "Otherwise," she said, "I'll jump out of the window." According to the doctor, she could no longer be left on her own. He advised me to put her into an old people's home. I rejected this solution. At the beginning of September, I went over to fetch her in the car. I had decided that she would move in with me. By then, I had separated from my husband and was living with my 2 sons. As I was driving along, I thought, now I'll be able to look after her. Just as in my childhood days. When I grow up, I'll take her around the world. We'll visit the Louvre, and so on. It was a lovely day. She looked perfectly serene, sitting in the front of the car, her handbag in her lap. As usual, we talked about the boys, their studies, and my job. She was in a cheerful frame of mind and entertained me with stories about the women who had shared her room at the hospital. She made only one odd remark about one of the other patients. A real bitch. I could have slapped her face. That was the last time I can remember seeing my mother happy. And here her story stops, for there was no longer a place for her in society. She was slowly turning insane. She was suffering from Alzheimer's disease, the name given by the doctors to a form of senile dementia. Over the past few days, I have found it more and more difficult to write, possibly because I would like never to reach this point. And yet I know I shall have no peace of mind until I find the words that will reunite the demented woman she had become with the strong, radiant woman she once was. She got confused by the different rooms in the house and would ask me angrily how to get to her own bedroom. She started losing things. I can't put my hands on it, and was astonished to find them in places where she claimed she had never put them. She demanded that I give her some sewing or ironing or even some vegetables to peel, but as soon as she started on something, she lost patience and gave up. She seemed to live in a state of perpetual restlessness. Although she longed for new occupations, watching television, having lunch, going out in the garden, they never gave her the slightest satisfaction. In the afternoon, she settled down at the living room table with her writing pad and her address book, like she used to. She started several letters, but after an hour found she couldn't go on and tore up everything she had written. One of these letters, written in November, read, "Dear Paulette, I am still lost in my world of darkness." Then she forgot the order of things and how they worked. She couldn't remember how to arrange the plates and glasses on the table or how to switch off the light when she left the room. She climbed onto a chair and tried to unscrew the bulb. She wore tattered skirts and darned stockings which she refused to part with. "You must have a packet, the way you throw everything away." The only feelings she could experience were anger and suspicion. In every word she detected a threat against herself. She was plagued by urgent necessities, such as buying lacquer for her hair, knowing what day the doctor would come, and how much money she had in her savings book. Sometimes she affected a playful attitude, chuckling to herself to show that she was all right. She no longer understood what she read. She paced from one room to the next, searching all the time. She emptied the contents of her wardrobe onto the bed and rearranged her dresses and mementos on different shelves. The next day she started all over again, as if she couldn't get the order right. One Saturday afternoon in January, she crammed half her clothes into plastic bags and sewed the edges together with cotton thread. When she wasn't tidying up, she would be sitting in the living room, her arms crossed, staring straight ahead of her. Nothing could make her happy. She forgot people's names. She called me Madame in icy tones. She no longer recognized her own grandsons. At mealtimes, she asked them whether they got decent wages. She imagined she lived and worked on a farm where they too were employed. And yet she could see herself clearly. She felt ashamed when she soiled her nightdress, hiding it under her pillow and confessing to me one morning, I couldn't help it. She was desperate to cling on to the world. She started to sew furiously, forming piles of scarves and handkerchiefs and joining them together with large, irregular stitches. She became attached to things, like her sponge bag, which she carried around with her, entering a state of near panic as soon as she lost sight of it. During this period, I was responsible for 2 road accidents. My stomach ached and I had trouble swallowing. I lost my temper and felt like crying for the slightest little thing. Sometimes the boys and I would roar with laughter, pretending to see my mother's lapses of memory as a deliberate joke on her part. I talked about her to people who didn't know her. They stared at me in silence. I felt I was going mad too. One day I drove aimlessly along country lanes for hours and hours, returning home after dusk. I started an affair with a man who repelled me. I didn't want her to become a little girl again. Somehow she didn't have the right. She started talking to people who weren't there. The first time it happened, I was marking some essays. I put my hands over my ears. I thought, it's all over. Then I wrote down Mummy's talking to herself on a piece of paper. I wrote those words for myself, to make the thought more bearable. Now I am writing the same words, but for other people, so that they can understand. She decided not to get up in the morning. She would eat only sweet things and dairy products, Anything else made her sick. Towards the end of February, the doctor had her moved to the hospital at Pontoise, where she was admitted to the gastroenterology unit. Her health improved within a few days. The nurses had to tie her to her chair because she kept trying to escape from the ward. For the first time, I rinsed her false teeth, cleaned her fingernails, and applied cold cream to her face. 2 weeks later, she was moved to the geriatric unit, a modern 3-story building which stands in a small cluster of trees behind the hospital. Most of the patients there are women. Those admitted for only short visits are sent to the first floor. The second and third floors receive the old people who are entitled to stay there until they die. The top floor seems to be reserved for the disabled and the mentally handicapped. The rooms, single or double, are light and clean. They are decorated with flowered wallpaper, engravings, a wall clock, a couple of armchairs in imitation leather, and each has a small bathroom with a lavatory. Some long-term patients have to wait for months before they can get a bed, especially if there haven't been many deaths during the previous winter. My mother was sent to the first floor. She talked animatedly and recalled scenes she thought she had witnessed the day before, a hold-up or a child drowning. She told me that she had just been out shopping and that the streets were swarming with people. Fear and resentment had returned to torment her. She felt indignant at having to work her fingers to the bone for employers who didn't pay her. She was approached by men. She greeted me angrily. "I've been so hard up lately, can't even afford a piece of cheese." In her pockets, she kept bits of bread left over from lunch. Even in her condition, she refused to give in. The religious streak in her faded. She had no incentive to go to church or to keep her rosary. She wanted to get better. "They're bound to find out what the matter is," and leave the hospital. "I'll be all right once I'm with you." She wandered from one corridor to the next until she was exhausted. She begged for wine. One evening in April, she was already asleep at 6:30, lying across the rumpled sheets in her slip. Her knees were up, showing her private parts. It was very warm in the room. I started to cry because she was my mother, the same woman I had known in my childhood. Her chest was covered in tiny blue veins. Her statutory 8-week stay in the ward ended. She was transferred to a private nursing home, but only temporarily, because they didn't take in confused people. At the end of May, she was moved back to the geriatric unit at Pontoise Hospital. A bed had become free on the 3rd floor. As she gets out of the car and walks through the entrance, this is the last time that, despite her distracted air, she is unmistakably herself, wearing her glasses, her gray chine suit, a pair of smart shoes and stockings, her head held high. In her suitcase there are her blouses, her own underwear, and a few photographs and mementos. She slowly slipped into a world without seasons, warm, gentle, and sweet-smelling, where there was no notion of time, just the inevitable routine of eating and going to bed. In between meals, there was nothing for her to do except walk along the corridors, stare blankly at the American soap operas and the glossy commercials on television, and sit down for dinner an hour before the food was ready, folding and unfolding her napkin feverishly. There were, I'm sure, the small parties, the free cakes handed round by charitable ladies on Thursday afternoons, a glass of champagne on New Year's Day, and the traditional sprig of lily of the valley on May Day. There was love, too, with the women still holding hands, touching each other's hair and fighting. And, of course, the unchanging philosophy of the nurses. "Go on, Mrs. D. Have a sweet. It'll give you something to do." Within a few weeks, she lost her self-respect. Her body began to sag, and she walked around with her shoulders hunched and her head bent. She lost her glasses, and her eyes took on a glazed expression. Her face looked bare and slightly swollen because of the tranquilizers. There was something wild about her appearance, One by one, she mislaid all her possessions, her favorite cardigan, her second pair of spectacles, and her sponge bag. She didn't care. She had given up trying to find things. She couldn't remember what belonged to her. Suddenly, she had nothing of her own. One day, she glanced at the Savoyard chimney sweep she had carried around with her since Annecy, and remarked, "I used to have one like that." For reasons of convenience, my mother, like most of the other women, wore a smock open at the back and a flowered blouse on top. Nothing seemed to shame her now, not even wearing an incontinence pad or eating voraciously with her fingers. She gradually found it harder to distinguish between the people around her. The words that reached her were meaningless, but she replied at random just the same. She still felt the need to communicate. Her speech mechanism had remained intact, producing logical sentences and correctly pronounced words, but what she said was dictated by her imagination and bore no relation to reality. She invented the life she could no longer live. She went to Paris, she had bought herself a goldfish, she had been taken to see her husband's grave, and so on. And yet sometimes she knew, "I'm afraid my condition is irreversible." Or else she remembered, "I did everything I could to make my daughter happy, and she wasn't any happier for it." She lived through the summer. Like the other residents, she was dressed in a straw hat every time she went down to sit in the gardens, and the following winter. On New Year's Day, she was given a skirt and a blouse of her own and poured a glass of champagne. She walked more slowly now, one hand gripping the rail that ran along the walls of the corridor. Sometimes she fell down. She lost the bottom half of her false teeth and a little later the top half. Her lips shriveled, and the lower part of her face developed into one large chin. Every time I went to see her, I was terrified she would look even less human. When I was away from her, I pictured her with the expression and the features she'd had before, and never with those of the woman she had become. The following summer, she fractured her hip bone. They decided not to operate. There was no point in fixing her up with an artificial hip, nor, for that matter, making her new teeth and spectacles. Now she never left her wheelchair, to which she was tied by a cotton strip, wrapped firmly around her waist. She was installed in the dining room with the other women, opposite the television set. The people who had known her wrote to me, saying she deserved better than that. They felt that the sooner she was out of her misery, the better. Maybe one day the whole of society will agree with them. They didn't come to see her. For them, she was already dead. And yet she still wanted to live. She kept straining to get up, pressing on her good leg and tearing at the cotton strip. She tried to grab everything within her reach. She was always hungry. All her energy had become concentrated around her mouth. She liked being kissed and would purse her lips in an attempt at mimicry. She was a little girl who would never grow up. I brought her chocolates and pastries, which I cut up into little pieces and fed to her. At first I always got the wrong sort of cake. It was either too firm or too creamy, and she couldn't eat it. The indescribable pain of seeing her struggle with the crumbs, using her tongue and her fingers to finish them up. I washed her hands, shaved her face, and sprinkled her with perfume. One day I started to brush her hair, and when I stopped, she said, "I like it when you do my hair." After that, I brushed her hair every time I went to see her. I remained in her room, sitting opposite her. She often grabbed my skirt, passing her fingers over the fabric as if to inspect the quality. She tore up the paper from the cake shop with violence, her teeth clenched firmly together. She talked about money and former customers, laughing, her head thrown back. These were gestures she had always had, and words that had been with her all her life. I didn't want her to die. I needed to feed her, to touch her, and to hear her. On several occasions, I felt the sudden urge to take her away and give up everything else just to look after her. I realized instantly that I was incapable of doing such a thing. I still felt guilty about having her put into a home, even if, as people said, I had no alternative. She lived through another winter. The Sunday after Easter, I went to see her with some forsythia. It was a grey, cold day. She was in the dining room with the other women. The television was on. She smiled at me as I approached. I wheeled her back into her room. I arranged the forsythia branches in a vase. I sat down beside her and gave her some chocolate to eat. She had been dressed in brown woolen socks that reached above her knees and a short smock that revealed her emaciated thighs. I washed her mouth and her hands. Her skin was warm. At one point, she grabbed at the flowers in the vase. Later on, I wheeled her back into the dining room. The television was showing L'École des Fans. Footnote: a Sunday afternoon program in which children are invited to the studio to imitate their favorite singer. I kissed her goodbye and took the lift down to the ground floor. She died the next day. The following week, I kept remembering that Sunday when she was alive, the brown socks, the forsythia, her mannerisms, her smile when I said goodbye, and then the Monday when she was dead, lying in her bed. I couldn't put the 2 days together. Now everything is one. It's the end of February. The weather has turned mild, and it often rains. Tonight, after I had done the shopping, I returned to the old people's home. Seen from the car park, the building looked lighter, almost welcoming. There was a light on in what used to be my mother's room. I was astonished to realize for the first time someone else has taken her place. It also occurred to me that one day in the 21st century, I would be one of the women who sit waiting for their dinner, folding and unfolding their napkins, here or somewhere else. Throughout the 10 months I was writing this book, I dreamed of her almost every night. Once I was lying in the middle of a stream, caught between 2 currents. From my loins, smooth again like a young girl's, from between my thighs, long, tapering plants floated limply. The body they came from was not only mine, it was also my mother's. Every now and then I seemed to be back in the days when she was still living at home, before she left for the hospital. Although I realize she is dead, sometimes, for a split second, I expect to see her come downstairs and settle in the living room with her sewing basket. This feeling, which puts my mother's illusory presence before her real absence, is no doubt the first stage of healing. I have just reread the first pages of this book. I was amazed to discover that I had already forgotten some of the details, like the assistant from the morgue talking on the phone while we were waiting, or the supermarket wall smeared with tar. A few weeks ago, one of my aunts told me that when my mother and father started going out together, they would arrange to meet in the lavatories at the rope factory. Now that my mother is dead, I wouldn't want to learn anything about her that I hadn't known when she was alive. I see her more and more the way I imagine I saw her in my early childhood, as a large white shadow floating above me. She died 8 days before Simone de Beauvoir. She preferred giving to everybody, rather than taking from them. Isn't writing also a way of giving? Naturally, this isn't a biography, neither is it a novel. Maybe a cross between literature, sociology, and history. It was only when my mother, born in an oppressed world from which she wanted to escape, became history, that I started to feel less alone and out of place in a world ruled by words and ideas, the world where she had wanted me to live. I shall never hear the sound of her voice again. It was her voice, together with her words, her hands, and her way of moving and laughing, which linked the woman I am to the child I once was. The last bond between me and the world I come from has been severed. Sunday, April 20th, 1986 to February 26th, 1987. This recording of A Woman's Story was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 1988 by Édition Gallimard. English translation copyright 1991 by 7 Stories Press. Sound recording copyright 2019 Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with 7 Stories Press. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases. Dreamscape presents Happening by Annie Ernaux, translated by Tanya Leslie, narrated by Tavia Gilbert. I wish for 2 things: that happening turn to writing, and that writing be happening. Michel Leris. I wonder if memory is not simply a question of following things through to the end. Yuko Tsushima. I got off at Barbe Metro Station. Like last time, men were idly waiting, clustered at the foot of the overhead subway. People were trudging along the sidewalk with pink shopping bags from the discount store Tati. I turned into the Boulevard Magenta and recognized the clothing store Billy with its anoraks hanging outside. A woman was walking toward me, plump legs sheathed in black stockings with a bold pattern. The Rue Ambroise Paré was almost empty until you reached the vicinity of the hospital. I made my way down the long passage inside the Elisa wing. For the first time, I noticed a bandstand in the courtyard running along the glassed-in corridor. I wondered how I would be seeing all this on the way back. I walked through door 15 and up 2 floors to the reception area of the screening unit. I handed the secretary a card with my number. She consulted a box of files and pulled out a brown envelope containing documents. I held out my hand, but she didn't give it to me. She laid it down on the desk, instructing me to take a seat and wait for my name to be called out. The waiting room consists of 2 adjoining areas. I chose the one nearer the doctor's office, where there were more people. I began marking the essays I had brought with me. Soon afterward, a very young girl with long blonde hair handed over her card. I made sure that she, too, was not given an envelope and was told to sit down and wait. The people already waiting there were seated far apart: a man in his 30s, fashionably dressed with a receding hairline, a young black guy with a Walkman, a middle-aged man with weathered features slumped in his seat. After the fair-haired girl, a 4th man strode into the room. He settled confidently in a chair and pulled out a book from his briefcase. Then a couple arrived, the girl in leggings stretched over a pregnant stomach, the man in a business suit. There were no magazines on the table, only a few leaflets on the nutritional value of dairy produce and how to come to terms with AIDS. The woman in leggings was speaking to her companion. She kept standing up, embracing him, caressing him. He remained silent and motionless, both hands stiffly resting on an umbrella. The girl with sandy hair was staring at the floor, her eyes half closed, a leather jacket folded over her knees. She seemed petrified. At her feet lay a large overnight bag and a small backpack. I wondered if she had any particular reason to be worried. Maybe she had come to pick up her results before going away for the weekend or visiting her parents in the country. The lady doctor emerged from her office, a young woman, slim, vivacious, in a coral skirt and black stockings. She called out a number. No one stood up. It was someone from the next room, a boy who hurried by. I glimpsed a ponytail and glasses. The young black man was summoned, then someone from the other room. No one moved or spoke, except the woman in leggings. The only time we all looked up was when the lady doctor appeared in the doorway or when someone left her office. We would follow them with our eyes. The telephone rang several times, people wanting an appointment or inquiring about opening hours. At one point, the receptionist left the room and came back with a biologist to answer a call. He kept saying, "No, your count is normal, perfectly normal." His words rang out ominously in the quiet room. The person on the phone was bound to be HIV positive. I had finished marking my essays. I kept picturing the same blurred scene, one Saturday and Sunday in July, the motions of lovemaking, the ejaculation. This scene, buried for months, was the reason for my being here today. I likened the embracing and writhing of naked bodies to a dance of death. I felt that the man whom I had half-heartedly agreed to see again had come all the way from Italy with the sole purpose of giving me AIDS. Yet I couldn't associate the two: lovemaking, warm skin, and sperm, and my presence in the waiting room. I couldn't imagine sex ever being related to anything else. The lady doctor called out my name. Before I had even entered her office, she flashed a broad grin at me. I took this to be a good sign. Closing the door, she immediately said, "The tests are negative." I burst out laughing. I paid no attention to what she said after that. She seemed in a happy, mischievous mood. I rushed down the 2 flights of stairs and walked back the same way in a trance. I told myself that once again I had been saved. I wondered if the girl with long blonde hair had been saved too. At Barbe Station, crowds stood facing each other across the platforms with occasional bursts of pink tati bags. I realized that I had lived through these events at Lariboisière Hospital, the same way I had awaited Dr. N's verdict in 1963, swept by the same feelings of horror and disbelief. So it would appear my life is confined to the period separating the Ogino method from the age of cheap condom dispensers. It's one way of measuring it, possibly the most reliable one of all. In October 1963, in the city of Rouen, I waited for my period for over a week. It was a warm, sunny month. I felt heavy and stuffy in my winter coat, especially in the department stores where I had taken to browsing and buying stockings, waiting for college to resume. When I got back to my room in the girls' dorm in the Rue d'Herbouville, I would still hope to see a stain appear on my panties. I began writing in my diary every evening, the word "nothing" in big underlined capital letters. I would wake up in the middle of the night and instinctively know that nothing had happened. The year before, around the same time, I had started work on a novel. Now this seemed far away, something that was not to be pursued. One afternoon I went to see Il Posto, an Italian film in black and white. It was the slow, sad story of a young man working as an office clerk, his very first job. The cinema was almost empty. As I watched the frail figure of the boy in his cheap raincoat, the humiliations he suffered during his pathetic existence, somehow I knew the bleeding would not come back. One evening I was talked into going to the theater by some of the girls who had gotten a spare ticket. They were putting on Huis Clos by Jean-Paul Sartre, and I had never been to see a contemporary production. The theater was packed. I stared at the brightly lit stage at the back, obsessed with the fact that I no longer had my period. All I can remember about the play is the character called Estelle, a blonde girl in a blue dress, and the boy dressed as a manservant with red, lidless eyes. In my diary, I wrote, "Fantastic. If only I didn't have this reality inside me." By the end of October, I had given up hope. I made an appointment to consult a gynecologist, Dr. N, on November 8th. On All Saints' Day, I went back to spend the weekend with my parents, as I did every year. I was afraid my mother would ask me why my period was late. I was sure she kept an eye on my underwear, as she sorted through the dirty linen I would bring her once a month. The following Monday, I woke up feeling queasy, with a strange taste in my mouth. The druggist gave me a bottle of Epatume, a thick, greenish liquid that made me feel worse. Oh, one of the girls from the dorm suggested that I fill in for her and teach French at a convent school, the Institution Saint-Dominique. It was a great opportunity to earn some money on top of my scholarship. I was received by Mother Superior. She was holding a copy of the 16th century La Garde et Michère. Footnote: the standard textbook for French literature in schools throughout the country from the mid-50s to the 80s. I told her that I had never taught before and that the idea scared me. That was perfectly normal. She herself had been unable to enter a philosophy class for 2 years without keeping her head down and her eyes glued to the floor. Seated opposite me, she mimicked the scene. Suddenly, all I could see was her veiled skull. As I was leaving with the La Garde et Michère, I pictured myself in fifth form under the close scrutiny of the girls, and I felt quite sick. The next day, I called Mother Superior and told her I had changed my mind. In a curt voice, she instructed me to return the book. On Friday, November 8th, walking toward the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville to catch a bus to the Rue Lafayette, where I had an appointment with Dr. N., I ran into Jacques S., a humanities student whose father ran a local factory. He asked me why I was heading for the left bank. I replied that I had a stomachache and was going to see a stomatologist. He quickly put me right. A stomatologist is a specialist for mouth disorders, not stomach complaints. Fearing that he might suspect something because of my slip and might offer to accompany me to the doctor's office, I took leave of him hurriedly when the bus drew up. As I clambered down from the examination table, my thick green sweater falling back onto my thighs, the gynecologist informed me that I was most certainly pregnant. What I had taken to be stomach pains were bouts of morning sickness. He prescribed injections to bring back the bleeding, although he seemed to doubt their effectiveness. On the doorstep, he beamed at me. "Love children are the most beautiful of all." What a terrible statement. I returned to my accommodation on foot. In my diary, I wrote, "I am pregnant. It's a nightmare." In early October, on several occasions, I had made love with P., a political science student whom I had met during the summer vacation and whom I had been to see in Bordeaux. According to the Ogino method for birth control, I was in a risky period, but somehow I couldn't imagine that it would catch on inside my loins. When I made love and climaxed, I felt that my body was basically no different from that of a man. All the images I had of my stay in Bordeaux, the room giving on to the Cour Pasteur with its constant roar of traffic, the narrow bed, the sidewalk tables of the Café Montaigne, the cinema where we had been to see a historical epic, the rape of the Sabine women, had come to mean only one thing. I was there, and I didn't know I was becoming pregnant. The nurse on the university staff gave me an injection that evening, making no comment, and another one the following morning. It was the weekend of November 11th, Armistice Day. I went back to stay with my parents. At one point, I had a brief discharge of a pink, watery liquid. I placed my soiled underwear and cotton pants on top of the pile of dirty linen, clearly in view. In my diary, a false alarm, something to set my mother off the track. Back in Rouen, I called Dr. N., who confirmed my condition and announced that he would send me a certificate. I received it the next day. Pregnancy certificate of Mademoiselle Annie Duchesne, date of delivery July 8th, 1964. I saw summer, sunshine. I tore up the certificate. I wrote to P., informing him that I was pregnant and had no intention of keeping it. Neither of us had seemed particularly keen to pursue the relationship, and it gave me pleasure to ruffle his carefree attitude. Naturally, I had no delusions about the fact that he would be greatly relieved on learning that I planned to abort. 1 week later, Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. By then, I had lost interest in that sort of thing. The following months drifted by in a radiant state of limbo. I can see myself walking, wandering through the streets. Thinking back to this period, I am reminded of literary titles such as The Voyage Out, Beyond Good and Evil, or Journey to the End of the Night. I feel they are the perfect illustration of everything I lived through and experienced at the time, something indescribable and of great beauty. For years, these events have occupied my mind. Reading about an abortion in a novel immediately plunges me into a state of shock that shatters thoughts and images, as if words had metamorphosed into a maelstrom of emotions. Similarly, every time I chance upon a song that helped me cope during that period, La Javanaise, J'ai la mémoire qui flanche, I am deeply upset. I began this story 1 week ago, not knowing whether I would go through with it. I just wanted to make sure that the urge to write was still there, the same urge that would seize me as soon as I sat down to the book that I embarked upon 2 years ago. Despite my efforts to fight it, I became obsessed with the idea. Obeying this impulse seemed a terrifying prospect. On the other hand, I could die tomorrow without having done anything about it. If I were guilty of anything, it would be that. One night I dreamed I was holding a book I had published about my abortion. It was unavailable from bookstores and didn't feature in any catalog. On the bottom of the cover, in huge letters, were the words, "Out of print." I couldn't decide whether the dream meant that I should write the book, or that there would be no point in doing so. Through this story, time has been jerked into action, and it is dragging me along with it. Now I know that I am determined to go through with this, whatever the cost, in the same way I was determined to go through with my abortion after tearing up the pregnancy certificate, aged 23. I want to become immersed in that part of my life once again, and learn what can be found there. This investigation must be seen in the context of a narrative, the only genre able to transcribe an event that was nothing but time flowing inside and outside of me. The diary and the engagement book I kept back then will provide the necessary dates and evidence to establish what happened. Above all, I shall endeavor to revisit every single image until I feel that I have physically bonded with it, until a few words spring forth, of which I can say, yes, that's it. I shall try to conjure up each of the sentences engraved in my memory, which were either so unbearable or so comforting to me at the time that the mere thought of them today engulfs me in a wave of horror or sweetness. The fact that my personal experience of abortion, in other words, clandestinity, is a thing of the past, does not seem a good enough reason to dismiss it. Paradoxically, when a new law abolishing discrimination is passed, former victims tend to remain silent on the grounds that now it's all over. So what went on is surrounded by the same veil of secrecy as before. Today, abortion is no longer outlawed, and this is precisely why I can afford to steer clear of the social views and inevitably stark formulas of the rebel 70s, abuse against women, and face the reality of this unforgettable event. The following persons shall be liable to both a fine and a term of imprisonment. 1. Those responsible for performing abortive practices. 2. Those physicians, midwives, pharmacists, and other individuals guilty of suggesting or encouraging such practices. 3. Those women who have aborted at their own hands or at the hands of others. 4. Those guilty of instigating abortion and spreading propaganda advocating contraception. The guilty parties may also receive an injunction requesting that they leave the country. Moreover, those belonging to the second category will be deprived of the right to exercise their profession, either temporarily or definitively. Nouveau Larousse Universel, 1948 edition. Time ceased to be a series of meaningless days punctuated by university talks and lectures, afternoons spent in cafes and at the library, leading up to exams and the summer vacation, to the future. It became a shapeless entity growing inside me which had to be destroyed at all costs. I attended literature and sociology classes. I ate in the university canteen. I drank coffee twice a day at La Falouche, the students' hangout. Yet I was living in a different world. There were the other girls with their empty bellies, and there was me. To convey my predicament, I never resorted to descriptive terms or expressions such as I'm expecting, pregnant, or pregnancy. They endorsed a future event that would never materialize. There was no point naming something that I was planning to get rid of. In my diary, I would write it or that thing. Only once, pregnant. I would waver between sheer disbelief that it should have happened to me, of all people, and the firm conviction that it was bound to happen to me. I'd had it coming to me since I had climaxed alone in bed, aged 14, and had frequently repeated the experience, despite prayers to the Holy Virgin and a string of other saints, entertaining fantasies that I was a whore. Indeed, it was truly a miracle that I hadn't found myself in this situation earlier. Until last summer, I had succeeded in not going all the way at the cost of considerable effort and humiliation, being branded either a slut or a cock-teaser. Thankfully, I was saved by my impetuous feelings of lust, which could find little gratification in flirting, and which had therefore led me to fear even the most innocent kiss. Somehow I felt there existed a connection between my social background and my present condition. Born into a family of laborers and storekeepers, I was the first to attend higher education, and so had been spared both factory work and commerce. Yet neither my baccalaureate nor my B.A. in liberal arts had waived that inescapable fatality of the working class, the legacy of poverty, embodied by both the pregnant girl and the alcoholic. My ass had caught up with me, and the thing growing inside me I saw as the stigma of social failure. I wasn't the least bit apprehensive about getting an abortion. It seemed a highly feasible undertaking, admittedly not an easy one, but one that did not require undue courage. A minor ordeal. All I needed to do was follow in the footsteps of the myriad women who had preceded me. Since my early teens, I had gleaned many stories of abortions, taken from novels or inspired by local gossip through hushed conversations. I had acquired some vague idea about which methods to use: a knitting needle, parsley stalks, injections of soapy water, or violent horse rides, the ideal solution being to find a quack doctor or a backstreet abortionist. Both charged extremely high fees, although I had no idea how much. The previous year, a young divorcee had told me that a doctor from Strasbourg had rid her of a child, sparing me the details except it was so painful I was clinging to the washbowl. I, too, was prepared to cling to the washbowl. Little did I know it could cost me my life. 3 days after tearing up the pregnancy certificate, as I was leaving the university buildings, I ran into Gentil, a married student with a steady job whom I had helped out 2 years earlier by sharing my notes of a lecture on Victor Hugo. His impassioned speech and revolutionary views appealed to me. We went and had a drink at the Café Métropole opposite the train station. At one point I hinted that I was pregnant, possibly because I thought he might offer to help me. I knew he belonged to a vaguely underground movement supporting free contraception and birth control, and hoped his activities might prove useful. His face instantly took on an intrigued, thrilled expression, as though he could picture me with my legs wide apart, my vagina exposed. He may also have been amused by the sudden change from model student to desperate girl. He asked me who the father was and how long I'd been pregnant. He was the first person to whom I had mentioned my condition. Although he could offer no solution in the immediate future, the interest he showed was strangely comforting. He suggested we go back to his place for dinner, somewhere on the outskirts of Rouen. I didn't feel like going home to an empty room. When we arrived, his wife was feeding their young child, seated in a high chair. Gentil said cursorily that I was in a spot of trouble. One of their friends turned up. After putting the child to bed, she served us rabbit stew with spinach. The green leaves glimpsed through the chunks of rabbit made me feel sick. I told myself that if I didn't get an abortion, By next year, I would be just like his wife. After dinner, she and the friend left to pick up some equipment for the grade school where she taught, and I began washing the dishes with Gentil. He embraced me and said that we had enough time to make love. I pulled free and continued to wash the dishes. The child was crying in the room next to us. I felt like puking. Gentil kept pressing into me while he was drying the dishes. Then suddenly he resumed his normal tone of voice and pretended he was just testing my moral strength. His wife got back and they suggested that I stay the night. It was late, and I imagined neither of them could face driving me back. I slept on an airbed in the drawing room. The next morning I was back in my room, complete with its student's gear, which I had left the day before in the early afternoon. The bed was neatly made. Nothing had been touched, and almost a whole day had gone by. This is the sort of detail that tells us our life is beginning to fall apart. I didn't think that Gentil had shown contempt for me. In his mind, I had moved on from the type of girl who might say no to the type who had undoubtedly said yes. At a time when this distinction was paramount and dictated boys' attitudes toward girls, Gentil was merely being pragmatic, confident that he could no longer get me pregnant since I was already expecting. It was an unpleasant episode, but of very little consequence compared to my condition. He had promised to find me a doctor, and I had no one else to turn to. 2 days later, I dropped by his office, and he took me out to lunch to a cafe on the quayside, near the bus station, in an unfamiliar area that had been bombed during the war and rebuilt in concrete. Recently, I had begun to wander, straying from my familiar surroundings and the places where I usually met up with other students. He ordered sandwiches. He was still fascinated by my condition. Laughing, he said that he and the boys could fit me with a probe. I wondered if he really meant it. Then he told me about the Bees, a married couple he knew. The wife had had an abortion a few years before. Mind you, she almost croaked in the process. He didn't know their address, but I could get in touch with LB through the newspaper where she worked as a freelance journalist. I knew her by sight because we had both attended the same philology lecture. A small, dark girl with large spectacles and a stern appearance. After presenting her paper, she had been warmly congratulated by the professor. The fact that someone like her had gotten an abortion was a comfort to me. When he had finished his sandwiches, Gentil settled back in his chair and beamed at me, exposing his widely spaced teeth. God, do I love eating! I felt sick and lonely. I was beginning to realize that he wasn't too keen to get involved. Girls who chose to abort didn't quite embody the moral principles of his family planning association. What he wanted was to remain at the forefront and to find out how my story would end. It was a bit like seeing the show without having to pay the price. He had warned me that his involvement in a group campaigning in favor of planned pregnancy prevented him from lending me money for an illegal abortion on moral grounds. In my diary, had lunch with tea along the banks. More problems. My quest had started. It was imperative that I track down LB. At one time, I used to see her husband handing out tracts at the university canteen, but apparently he had stopped coming. I took to scouring lecture halls at noon and in the evening, hanging out in the lobby, keeping an eye on the door. 2 evenings in a row, I waited for LB outside the editorial offices of Paris Normandie. I dared not go inside and ask whether she had already arrived. I was afraid my behavior might come across as suspicious, and the last thing I wanted was to hassle LB at her workplace for something that had almost done her in. On the second evening it was raining. I stood alone in the street, under my umbrella, scanning the newspaper pages pinned up on the wall, on a board protected by wire meshing, checking out both ends of the Rue de l'Hôpital. LB was someplace in Rouen. She was the only woman who could save me, and she was nowhere to be found. Back in my room, I wrote, waited for LB in the rain once again. No luck. I'm getting desperate. This thing has got to go. I had no clues, no lead. Although abortion was mentioned in many novels, no details were given about what actually took place. There was a sort of void between the moment the girl learns she is pregnant and the moment it's all over. I looked up the word abortion in the library index. The only references I could find were to medical publications. I chose two, Surgical and Medical Records, and the Journal of Immunology. I was hoping for practical information, but the articles focused on the clinical consequences of criminal abortion, which held no interest for me. I had jotted down the names and references of these magazines: Père M 484, Number 5, Number 6, Norm, MM 1065, on the first page of my address book. These marks scribbled in blue ballpoint exert a strange fascination over me. Because of their physical, imperishable nature, these material traces may be more apt to convey reality than the subjective approach provided by memory or writing. One afternoon, I set off, determined to find a doctor who would consent to perform an abortion. Surely that person could be found somewhere. Rouen had become a forest of grey stones. I peered at the brass plaques, wondering who lay behind each name. I couldn't make up my mind to ring the bell. I was waiting for a sign. I began heading toward Martainville, a rough working-class area where I imagined doctors might be more understanding. A wan November sun shone over the city. As I walked, I began humming a tune that was often played on the radio, Dominique Nique Nique, performed by Sœur Sourire, a Dominican nun who also strummed the guitar. The lyrics were edifying and somewhat naive. Sœur Sourire didn't know the meaning of niquer, but the melody was gay and lively. Somehow it gave me the heart to go on. I turned into the Place Saint-Marc with its piles of empty market stalls. At the back stood the Frogère furniture store where my mother and I had come to buy a wardrobe when I was a little girl. By now I had stopped noticing the plaques on doors. I was wandering around aimlessly. About 10 years ago I read in the newspaper Le Monde that the singing nun, as she was known throughout the world, had committed suicide. The article stated that after the hugely successful hit Dominique, she had come into conflict with the clergy, had eventually left the orders and moved in with a woman. Over the years she had given up singing and had sunk into oblivion. She had taken to drinking. I was deeply moved by her story. She couldn't have imagined ever ending up that way. Social misfit, alcoholic, renegade sister with homosexual proclivities. Yet this, I felt, was the woman who had held my hand as I roamed the streets of Martainville, a lost, solitary figure. We had both lost our bearings, although at different moments in time. What gave me the courage to go on living that afternoon was the voice of a woman who was to hit rock bottom and die. I passionately hoped that life had brought her some small glimmer of happiness, and that on those lonely, whiskey-sodden evenings, having learned the contemporary meaning of niquer, to screw, she could tell herself that at the end of the day she really did screw all the other nuns. Sœur Sourire is one of the many women I have never met, and with whom I might have very little in common, but who have always been close to my heart. Be they dead or alive, real people or fictional characters, they form an invisible chain of artists, authoresses, literary heroines, and figures from my childhood. I feel that they embrace my own story. Like many doctors' offices in the 60s, the one belonging to the GP on the Boulevard de l'Isère, near the Place Beauvoisine, resembled a middle-class living room with its rugs, glassed-in bookcase, and antique writing desk. I have no idea how I ended up in this residential quarter, home to André Marie, a right-wing member of the French Parliament. Night had fallen, and it seemed a pity to go back without having tried my luck. An elderly doctor greeted me. I told him that I was feeling tired and that my period was late. After examining me with a 2-finger stall, he informed me that I was most certainly pregnant. I hadn't the courage to ask him to perform the abortion. I simply begged him to make the bleeding come back at any cost. He made no comment. Averting his glance, he then launched into a long diatribe against men who seduced young girls and then abandoned them. He wrote out a prescription for calcium capsules and injections of oestradiol. Toward the end of the visit, on learning that I was a student, he softened up and asked me if I knew Philippe Day, the son of one of his friends. As it happened, I did know him, a dark, spectacled boy with an unprepossessing appearance who had attended Latin classes with me in freshman year, and who had since left for Caen. I remember thinking that he was hardly the type to get me pregnant. "He's a real nice kid, huh?" The doctor was smiling. He was obviously pleased that I agreed. He seemed to have forgotten why I was there. He looked relieved as he walked me back to the front door. He didn't tell me to come back. Girls like me were a waste of time for doctors. With no money and no connections, otherwise we wouldn't accidentally end up on their doorstep, we were a constant reminder of the law that could send them to jail and close down their practice for good. They would never tell us the truth, that they weren't prepared to sacrifice their career for some sweet chick foolish enough to get knocked up. Or maybe their sense of duty was such that they would have chosen to die rather than break a law that could cost women their lives. They must have assumed that most women would go through with the abortion anyway, in spite of the ban. All in all, plunging a knitting needle into a womb weighed little next to ruining one's career. It has cost me quite some effort to resist the powerful hold of these images and leave behind the pale winter sunshine flooding the Place Saint-Marc in Rouen, the lyrics of Sœur Sourire, or even the hushed atmosphere of the medical office on the Boulevard de l'Isère, belonging to a physician whose name I have long forgotten. To capture that invisible, elusive reality unknown to memory that had sent me scouring the streets in search of an unlikely doctor, the law. The law was everywhere. In the euphemisms and understatements of my diary, the bulging eyes of Gentil, the so-called forced marriages, the musical The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, the shame of women who aborted and the disapproval of those who did not. In the sheer impossibility of ever imagining that one day women might be able to abort freely. As was often the case, you couldn't tell whether abortion was banned because it was wrong, or wrong because it was banned. People judged according to the law. They didn't judge the law. I doubted that the injections prescribed by the doctor would have any effect, but I was willing to try anything. Fearing that the nurse from college might be suspicious, I decided to ask a medical student whom I had often seen at the canteen. That evening she sent a colleague of hers round to my room, a pretty blonde girl perfectly at ease. On seeing her, I realized how low I was slipping. She gave me the injection without asking any questions. The following day, since neither of the girls was available, I sat down on the bed, screwed up my eyes, and plunged the needle into my thigh. The entry in my diary read, 2 injections and still nothing. Later on, I learned that the drug prescribed by the doctor on the Boulevard de l'Isère was used to prevent women from miscarrying. I feel that this narrative is dragging me along in a direction I have not chosen, proceeding along the inescapable road of fatality. I must resist the urge to rush through these days and weeks and attempt to convey the unbearable sluggishness of that period, as well as the feeling of numbness that characterizes dreams, resorting to all the means at my disposal: attention to detail, use of a descriptive past tense, analysis of events. I pursued my normal routine, attending classes and working at the library. That summer, in a burst of enthusiasm, I had chosen women in surrealist writing as the subject of my thesis. Now this topic seemed barely more exciting than the study of conjunctions in medieval French or the use of metaphors in Chateaubriand's work. I stared blankly at texts by Paul Éluard, André Breton, and Louis Aragon that celebrated spiritual women forming a bond between mankind and the universe. Every now and then I would jot down a few sentences in connection with my thesis. Yet I couldn't put my notes in order and was quite incapable of meeting my tutor's request, which was to hand in the synopsis and first chapter of my work. Connecting different spheres of knowledge and incorporating them into a structured piece of writing was beyond my strength. Since high school, I had shown a certain talent for juggling with abstract concepts. Although I realized that dissertations and other such college assignments were purely academic, I was proud to excel in this field. I assumed this was the price to pay to live among books, as my parents would say, and to devote my future existence to them. Now these intellectual heavens were out of reach. I was wallowing down below, my body overcome by nausea. One moment I would be longing to regain my powers of reasoning once I had gotten rid of my problem. The next moment I believed that the knowledge I had acquired was but an artificial structure that had definitely collapsed. In a strange way, my inability to write my thesis was far more alarming than my need to abort. It was the unmistakable sign of my silent downfall. My diary read, "I can't write, I can't work. Is there any way out of this mess?" I had stopped being an intellectual. I don't know whether this feeling is widespread. It causes indescribable pain. I'm sure I could be more thorough in my analysis of things, but I seem to be held back by something from my distant past, associated with the working-class world to which I belong, instinctively wary of brain-racking, or with my own body, the remembrance of these events inside my body. Every morning, on waking up, I imagined the feeling of nausea had gone, but seconds later it would well up inside me like a dark, sinister wave. I was seized with both desire and disgust for food. One day, walking past a butcher's, I spotted some salami in the window. I immediately went in, bought some, and wolfed it down on the sidewalk. On another occasion, I begged some boy to buy me a glass of grape juice. I was so desperate I would have done anything to get my way. The sight of some foods made me feel sick. Others, with a pleasing appearance, seemed to rot in my mouth. One morning, while I was standing in the hall waiting for a lecture to end, the figures of the students around me suddenly broke up into small, shiny dots. I barely had time to collapse onto the stairs. In my diary, I wrote, "Continual bouts of dizziness. I felt like puking at the library around 11. I am still sick." During my first year at college, I would fantasize about some of the boys without their knowing. I would stalk them, settling a few rows behind them in lecture halls, checking out when they came to the canteen or the library. These imaginary romances seemed a thing of the past. Those were carefree days verging on childhood. A photograph taken in September that year shows me sitting with my hair falling around my shoulders, a scarf knotted in the neckline of a striped blouse, suntanned, smiling, mischievous. Every time I look at it, I feel it was the very last picture of me as a young girl, caught up in the invisible yet pervasive web of seductiveness. Out partying at La Falouche with a few other girls from the dorm, I felt attracted to the gentle, fair-haired boy with whom I had been dancing for most of the evening, the first time since I learned I was pregnant. So nothing could stop a woman's cunt from stretching and opening, even when her belly already contained an embryo that would receive a stranger's spurt of semen without flinching. The entry in my diary read, "Danced with a romantic guy, but found it impossible to go any further." Everything people said seemed either naive or trivial. The habit some girls had of recounting the minutiae of their daily lives filled me with horror. One morning, a student from Montpellier with whom I had attended philology classes sat down beside me in the library. She embarked on a detailed description of her new accommodation in the Rue Saint-Maur, her landlady, the linen drying in the hallway, her teaching job at a private school in the Rue Beauvoisine, and so on. This meticulous, self-complacent account of her existence was both uncanny and obscene. I believe I can still recall everything she told me that day, in her Mediterranean accent, precisely because it was all so meaningless, and terrifying, too, since it signified my exclusion from the real world. Since I started writing about my abortion, I have been trying to conjure up the faces and names of the students I knew, most of whom I was never to see again after my move to Rouen the following year. Salvaged one by one from oblivion, they naturally resumed their place in the life I had at the time, reappearing in college, at the local library, the university canteen, or La Falouche, and on the station platform where they would flock on Friday evenings, waiting for a train to take them back home. A human crowd is gradually coming to life, and I am caught up in it. This throng can revive the 23-year-old that I was far more effectively than personal memories. It also reflects how deeply involved I was in the student community. These names and faces explain why I was so distressed. Compared to such people embodying normality, I had become an emotional outcast. I have no right to mention their names because I am not dealing with fictional characters, but real people. Yet I find it hard to believe they are living somewhere out there. In a way, I am right. What makes up their life today, their physical appearance, their opinions, their bank accounts, bears no resemblance to the life they led back in the 60s, the one I can see as I write. As soon as I feel like looking up their names in the electronic phone book, I realize this would be a mistake. I continued to visit my parents on weekends. Concealing my condition was no big deal. This was the type of relationship I'd had with them since adolescence. My mother belonged to the pre-war generation, marked by sin and shameful sex. I was certain that her beliefs were inviolable, and my capacity to endure them rivaled only by her conviction that I shared such principles. Like most parents, mine imagined they could unfailingly detect the slightest sign of misconduct at a mere glance. All it took to set their minds at rest was to go on visiting them at regular intervals, sporting a broad smile and serene features, arriving with a bundle of dirty linen and leaving with a sack of provisions. One Monday I came back from their place with a pair of knitting needles which I had bought one summer, with the intention of making myself a cardigan. 2 long, shiny, blue needles. I had found no solution. I had decided to take the matter into my own hands. On the previous evening, I had been to see Mein Kampf, footnote, a Swedish documentary about Nazi Germany made in 1961, with a bunch of girls from the dorm. I was extremely agitated and kept thinking about what I planned to do the next day. The movie, however, did point to one blatant fact. The pain I was about to inflict on myself would be nothing compared to the suffering experienced in death camps. This thought gave me courage and heightened my determination. Also, knowing that hundreds of other women had been through the same thing was a comfort to me. The following morning, I lay down on my bed and slowly inserted a knitting needle into my vagina. I groped around, vainly trying to locate the opening of the womb. I stopped as soon as I felt pain. I realized I wasn't going to manage on my own. I was enraged by my own helplessness. I just wasn't up to it. No luck. Impossible, damn it. I can't stop crying, and I've just about had it. I realize this account may exasperate or repel some readers. It may also be branded as distasteful. I believe that any experience, whatever its nature, has the inalienable right to be chronicled. There is no such thing as a lesser truth. Moreover, if I failed to go through with this undertaking, I would be guilty of silencing the lives of women and condoning a world governed by male supremacy. After my unsuccessful attempt, I decided to call Dr. N. I told him that I didn't want to keep it, and added that I had harmed myself in the process. It was a lie, but I wanted to make quite clear I would stop at nothing to abort. He told me to come straight to his office. At that point, I still believed he might help me. He greeted me in silence, his face solemn. After examining me, he announced that all was well. I began weeping. He remained seated behind his desk, motionless, his head bowed, visibly upset. I thought he was still struggling against his conscience and was about to give in. Then he looked up. "Don't tell me where you're going. I don't want to know. Just make sure you take penicillin 8 days before and after the operation. I'll write you out a prescription." Leaving his office, I blamed myself for having ruined my last chance. Circumventing the law involved a number of stratagems, and I had overestimated my powers of persuasion. More tears, more begging, and a more realistic description of my predicament would undoubtedly have done the trick. This I believed for many years. but I may have been wrong. Only he could say. At least he was anxious that I should not die of blood poisoning. Neither of us had mentioned the word abortion, not even once. This thing had no place in language. Last night I dreamed that I was back in 1963, desperately trying to get an abortion. When I woke up, I realized the dream had plunged me into the same state of despondency and helplessness I had experienced at the time. Then it struck me that the book I was writing was a doomed enterprise. I saw an analogy with orgasm, that split second when we get to the heart of things. What I was trying to convey through writing had been achieved spontaneously and without any effort, making my literary venture a lost cause. But now that impression has gone. The urge to write is all the more pressing since it has been justified by my dream. Among the students I knew, the only two girls whom I considered to be friends had both left. One had been sent away to the sanatorium in Saint-Hilaire du Trouvé. The other was training to become a child psychologist in Paris. I had written to both of them, telling them I was pregnant and was seeking an abortion. Although neither criticized me, they seemed alarmed by the situation. Other people's fear was the last thing I needed. They could do nothing for me. I had met O during my first year at college. Her room was on the same floor as mine, and we often went out together, but I hardly thought of her as a friend. Girls invariably bitch about one another without this ever affecting or damaging their relationship, and the prevailing opinion about O, which I shared, was that she was a nagging little bore. I knew she was greedy for secrets, which she treasured and then bestowed on her peers, making herself worthy of interest for a couple of hours. Moreover, because of her bourgeois Catholic upbringing and her observance of the Pope's teachings on contraception, she was probably the last person I should have turned to. Yet it was her I chose as my confidant that month of December, right up to the end. I realize now I had to reveal my condition, regardless of people's beliefs or possible disapproval. Because I was so powerless, the act of telling them was crucial. Its consequences immaterial. I simply needed to confront these people with the stark vision of reality. Neither was I a close friend of André X, a freshman in the French department, who delighted in recounting horrific tales taken from the satirical journal Harakiri, delivering the details in a cold, detached voice. One day, while we were having a drink in a cafe, I let on that I was pregnant and would do anything to get an abortion. He sat there mesmerized, staring at me with big brown eyes. Then he tried to persuade me to follow the natural way and to refrain from committing what he regarded as a criminal act. We stayed there for a long time, huddled over a table in the Café Métropole, near the entrance. He couldn't bring himself to leave. I felt that his determination to make me change my mind was underpinned by a powerful emotion combining fear and fascination. Men found my desire to abort strangely enticing. I realized that for André and Gentil, my abortion was a story, whose ending was unknown. It seems rather pointless to write. I can picture the Café Métropole, the small table where we were sitting, just by the door giving on to the Rue Verte, the inscrutable waiter called Jules, who reminded me of the character in Sartre's Being and Nothingness, who liked to pass for a waiter, and so on. After all, imagining and remembering are the very essence of writing. Here, however, it's different. I can picture helps to convey that precise moment when I feel I have bonded with my former life, the one that is gone forever. A feeling admirably rendered by the expression, "It feels like only yesterday." The only person who failed to show an interest was the boy who had gotten me pregnant, sending me infrequent letters from Bordeaux, in which he alluded to the many problems that stood in the way of a solution. My diary read, "He's leaving me to cope on my own." I should have realized this meant he no longer cared and was anxious to resume his breezy lifestyle, concerned solely for his exams and future career. Instinctively, I may have sensed this, But I hadn't the courage to break up and compound my frantic search for an abortionist with the loneliness resulting from separation. This refusal to face reality was a conscious decision. Although I couldn't stand the sight of boys joking and guffawing in cafes, he was bound to be doing the same back in Bordeaux. It gave me an incentive to carry on disrupting his peaceful routine. In October, we had arranged to spend our Christmas vacation at a winter resort with a young couple we knew. I had no intention of changing my plans. We were approaching mid-December. My buttocks and breasts strained against the dresses I wore, and my body felt heavy, but the bouts of nausea had stopped. At times, I would actually forget that I was 2 months pregnant. Maybe it was because of this numbing process in which our mind chooses to blot out the anxiety of D-Day that many girls would let weeks, then months go by, until they eventually gave birth. Lying on my bed, with the winter sunlight streaming through the window, I listened to the Brandenburg Concerti just like the year before. I felt that nothing in my life had changed. In my diary, I wrote, "I feel that my pregnancy is totally abstract. I touch my belly, I know it's there, but that's as far as my imagination will go. If I let time have its way, by next July they'll be pulling a child out of me, but I can't feel it at all." A week or so before Christmas, when I had more or less given up hope, LB came knocking at my door. Gentille had run into her in town and had told her I needed to see her. She still had on her large, daunting spectacles with their black frames. She kept smiling at me. We sat down on my bed. She gave me the address of the woman with whom she had dealt, a middle-aged paramedic who worked at a clinic, Madame Payer, Impasse Cardinet, in the 17th arrondissement in Paris. I must have laughed on hearing the word impasse, which epitomized the sordid figure of the backstreet abortionist in popular literature, for she added that the Impasse Cardinet gave onto the Rue Cardinet, a main street. I didn't know Paris that well, so the name meant nothing to me. All it suggested was a jewelry store, the Comptoir Cardinet, which was advertised daily on the radio. In a calm but cheerful voice, LB proceeded to tell me how Madame Payer worked. She inserted a probe into the opening of the womb using a speculum, and all you had to do was wait until you miscarried. A reliable woman with high standards of hygiene who sterilized all her tools. Such precautions, however, did not kill all the germs, since LB had contracted septicemia. I could avoid that by asking a GP to prescribe antibiotics soon afterward for some minor ailment. I told her I already had a prescription for penicillin. It all seemed so easy and straightforward. After all, LB had lived through it, and there she was, sitting right next to me. Madame Payer charged 400 francs for her services. LB volunteered to lend me the money. An address and a few banknotes were the only things I needed right then. I must resort to initials when mentioning her name. She was the first in a series of women who lent me their support, and whose knowledge, practical experience, and wise decisions helped me to overcome this ordeal as best I could. I longed to disclose her identity and reveal her lovely Christian name, symbolically chosen by exiled parents who had fled Franco's Spain. But the reason for my wanting to do this, the fact that she really does exist and deserves to be commended for her behavior, is precisely the reason that stops me from doing so. I have no right to expose a real living woman like LB. I have just checked in the phone book, using a public medium such as a book, exercising a right which is not reciprocated. After all, she could quite rightly claim that she didn't ask me for anything. Last Sunday, I made a detour via Rouen on my way back from the Normandy coast. I walked down the Rue du Gros Horloge until I reached the cathedral. I settled at a café terrace in the Espace du Palais, a new shopping mall. The book I am writing has plunged me into the heart of the 60s, yet nothing in the colored, refurbished town center suggested that period. Only after considerable effort was I able to recapture the town back in those days, stripping it of its bright facades, reinstating its gray, drab appearance, reviving traffic in the pedestrian streets. I stared at passers-by. I thought of that game where you have to make out silhouettes concealed among the lines of a drawing. Somewhere in the crowd there might be one of the students I had known in 1963. I can see them so clearly when I write, yet today they have become invisible to me. At a table nearby sat a handsome girl, chestnut hair, dark complexion, small pouting lips, who reminded me of L.B. I fondly imagined that she might be her daughter. Traveling to the Massif Central, meeting up with P., whose desire to see me again I seriously doubted, and spending part of the precious money I needed for the abortion was not a wise course of action. But I had never been to the mountains, and I needed a few weeks' grace before facing the Impasse Cardinet in the 17th arrondissement. I gaze at a town plan of Le Mont d'Or in the Michelin Guide and read the names of streets: Rue Ménadier, Rue Sidoine Apollinaire, Rue Montlosier, Rue du Capitaine Chazot, Place du Panthéon, and so on. I learn that the city features a spa and is cut across by the river Dordogne. I might just as well never have set foot there. The entries in my diary read: danced at the casino, meeting up at La Tannerie, went to La Grange last night. But all I can see is snow, and the crowded cafe where we would settle in the late afternoon with the jukebox playing If I Had a Hammer. I remember the arguments, leading to tears and sulks, not the words. I cannot say what P meant to me at the time or what I expected from him. Probably the admission that my abortion was a sacrifice verging on an act of love, despite my having made the decision purely in my own interest. Annick and Gontran, the two law students accompanying us, were not aware that I was pregnant and wanted to abort. P had not deemed it necessary to inform them of the situation, dismissing them as bourgeois and conformist. They were engaged but did not sleep together. Above all, he seemed anxious not to spoil our vacation by bringing up this unfortunate business. His face would darken as soon as I mentioned the subject. Apparently, he had found no solution in Bordeaux. I very much doubted he had even tried. The other couple, who were well off, were staying in an expensive, old-fashioned hotel. P and I had checked into a modest inn. We made love hurriedly and infrequently, failing to take advantage of my predicament. After all, the harm was done. In the same way, the unemployed seldom enjoy their new lease on life and freedom, and the terminally ill carry on eating and drinking with customary moderation. When the four of us were together, the prevailing mood was one of light-hearted banter, threatened briefly by some minor incident or caustic remark, soon forgotten in our quest for consensus. They had all worked hard at their subjects and had duly handed in their assignments. The carefree attitude they chose to flaunt was part of their reward for being good students. They wanted to have fun, to go dancing, and to see movies like Les Tontons Flingueurs. My primary concern during that term had been to find a solution to my abortion. I tried hard to share their enthusiasm, but somehow I wasn't up to it. I was the sort of girl who went with the flow. I turned all my attention to sport, hoping that my strenuous efforts, or maybe even a fall, might dislodge that thing, making it unnecessary for me to visit the woman in the 17th arrondissement. When Annick lent me her skiing gear, which I couldn't afford to hire, I would repeatedly tumble, imagining each time I did that I was inflicting the fall that would save me. One day, after P and Annick had refused to climb any further, accompanied by Gontran alone, I decided to brave the summit of Puy Jumel in my fake leather boots with their flared tops that let in the snow. I trudged on ahead, my eyes glued to the slope, dazzled by the reflection, finding it more and more difficult to extricate my feet from the powdery snow, driven by the overriding urge to make that embryo let go. I was convinced I had to push back my own limits and reach the top of the mountain to get rid of it. I wore myself out to kill it under me. Whenever I think about that week's vacation in Le Mont d'Or, I picture a shimmering stretch of snow and sunshine reaching into the dark recesses of January. No doubt because our primitive memory chooses to portray the past as a basic juxtaposition of light and shade, day and night. Writing invariably raises the issue of proof. Apart from my engagement book and my diary, I have no sure indication of what I thought and felt back then, because of the abstract, evanescent nature of what goes through our mind. The only concrete evidence I have stems from the lingering sensations associated with people and things outside of me: the sparkling snow at Le Mont d'Or, Gentil's bulging eyes, the ballad of Sœur Sourire. True memory has to be material. On December 31st, I left Le Mont d'Or with a family who had offered to give me a lift back to Paris. I didn't join in the conversation. At one point, the woman said that the girl in the maid's room had miscarried. She was moaning all night. All I remember about the journey was the rainy weather and that remark. This and other sentences, either frightening or comforting, mostly from strangers, guided me toward the ordeal, supporting me like a viaticum until I, too, went through with it. I think I began this story because I wanted to follow the path leading up to those images of January 64 in the 17th arrondissement. Similarly, when I was 15, my whole life hinged on one or two images of me in the future, making love, traveling to faraway countries. I have no idea which words will come to me. I have no idea where my writing will take me. I would like to stall this moment and remain in a state of expectancy. Maybe I'm afraid that the act of writing will shatter this vision, just like sexual fantasies fade as soon as we have climaxed. On Wednesday, January 8th, footnote, for me, mentioning the date is an absolute necessity that reflects the reality of an event. It is the date that separates life from death for every one of us. November 22nd, 1963, in the case of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. I went up to Paris to meet the woman and settle practical details, such as the date and her fees. To save buying a train ticket, I hitched a lift at the bottom of the Côte Sainte-Catherine, the main road leading out of town. In my state, taking extra risks seemed of little consequence. Sleet was falling. A large car pulled up. A Jaguar, the driver replied when questioned. He drove in silence, holding the wheel at arm's length, with gloved hands. He dropped me at Neuilly, and I took the métro. When I emerged into the 17th arrondissement, it was already dark. The street sign said Passage Cardinet, and not Impasse Cardinet, an encouraging sign. I reached an old dilapidated building. Madame Payer lived on the 3rd floor. Thousands of girls have climbed upstairs and knocked on a door answered by a woman who is a complete stranger, to whom they are about to entrust their stomach and their womb. And that woman, the only person who can rid them of their misfortune, would open the door in an apron and patterned slippers, clutching a dish towel, and inquire, "Yes, miss, can I help you?" Madame Payer was a short, plump woman with spectacles, dark clothes, and grey hair worn in a bun. She looked like an elderly peasant. She quickly ushered me into a dark, narrow kitchen, leading to a slightly larger area with old-fashioned furniture, the only 2 rooms in the flat. She asked me when I'd had my last period. According to her, 3 months was just about the right time to do it. She made me unbutton my coat and felt my stomach with both hands over my skirt, exclaiming excitedly, "My, that's some belly you've got." When I mentioned my exertions in the snow, she shrugged her shoulders and snapped, "What do you expect? The mountain air will have done it good." She spoke of it gleefully, as of an evil creature. I was standing by the bed, facing a woman with a sullen complexion who spoke fast, with quick, jumpy movements. This was the woman to whom I would surrender my insides. This was where it would all happen. She told me to come back the following Wednesday, the only day of the week when she could bring back a vaginal speculum from the hospital where she worked. She would insert the probe on its own. No soapy water, no bleach. She confirmed her fees, 400 francs, to be paid in cash. She attended to her business with quiet determination. Without being overfamiliar, she didn't address me as tu, or inquisitive. She asked no questions. She focused on the essentials of the job: the date of my last period, the price, the technique used. This emphasis on practicality was strangely comforting. No feelings, no morals. By experience, Madame Peyer knew that a conversation confined to basics avoided the tears and emotional outbursts that might lead the girls to procrastinate or even change their minds. Later on, when I recalled her blinking eyes, her habit of chewing on her lower lip, and that slightly haunted expression, it occurred to me that she too might have been afraid. Nothing, however, would have stopped her from doing what she did, just like nothing would have stopped me from having the abortion. Clearly, money was a strong motive, but she may also have felt she was helping women. Moreover, for someone who spent all day emptying the basins of the sick and pregnant, enjoying the same authority as doctors who barely noticed her, practicing in a 2-room apartment in the Passage Cardinet must have given her a secret thrill. Consequently, she charged high prices for the risk, the expertise that would never be acknowledged, and the feelings of shame she was to inspire in women afterward. After my first trip to the Passage Cardinet, I began taking penicillin, and my life was suddenly ruled by fear. I kept imagining the kitchen and the bedroom in Madame Peyer's apartment. I couldn't face what would come next. I told the girls at the canteen that I was afraid because I was having a large beauty spot removed from my back. They seemed surprised that such a harmless operation should make me so nervous. Admitting I was scared gave me a huge sense of relief. For a split second, I could see myself in a pristine operating room, attended to by a surgeon in rubber gloves, instead of an aging nurse in some dingy back kitchen. To experience anew the emotions I felt back then is quite impossible. The closest I can get to the state of terror thrust upon me that week is to pick out any hostile, harsh-looking woman in her 60s waiting in line at the supermarket or the post office, and to imagine that she is going to rummage around in my loins with some foreign object. On Wednesday, January 15th, I caught a train to Paris in the early afternoon. When I reached the 17th arrondissement, I was over an hour early for my appointment with Madame Peyer. I wandered around her neighborhood. It was a wet, mild day. I entered a church, Saint-Charles-Borromée, and sat there for a long time, praying that I should not suffer. It still wasn't time. I entered a café near the Passage Cardinet and had a cup of tea while I waited. At a nearby table, some students, the only customers, were playing a game of cards, cracking jokes with the owner. I kept glancing at my watch. Just before leaving, I went downstairs to the restroom, as I always did before an important event, a habit drilled into me since childhood. I stared at my reflection in the mirror above the wash basin, thinking, I can't believe this is happening to me, and I don't think I can take it. Madame Peyer had got everything ready. On the gas ring, I noticed a saucepan of boiling water that probably contained the surgical instruments. She seemed to be in a hurry and bustled me through into the bedroom. A table covered with a white towel had been set up at the end of the bed. I stepped out of my tights and panties. I think I kept on my black skirt because it was flared. While I was undressing, she asked me, "Did you bleed a lot when you lost your virginity?" She arranged the top half of my body onto a pillow on the bed and placed my hips and folded legs on the table in a raised position. She kept talking while she was going about her business, repeating that she would insert the probe on its own. Then she told me about a housewife who had passed away on her dining room table the week before, after being injected with chloride bleach and left there by an abortionist. The story clearly angered Madame Peyer, who was outraged by such manifestations of incompetence. Her words were intended to comfort me, but I wish she hadn't said them. It occurred to me later on that she was merely striving for perfection in her work. She sat down at the foot of the bed, facing the table. I could see her window shrouded in curtains, the windows across the street, her grey head bowed between my thighs. I had never imagined myself in this situation. I may have had a thought for the other girls, poring over their textbooks in class at that very moment, for my mother, humming her way through the ironing, or for P, strolling downtown in Bordeaux. But you don't need to picture reality to feel it around you. And knowing that life went on for most people made me wonder, what on earth am I doing here? Only now can I visualize the room. It defies analysis. All I can do is sink into it. I feel that the woman who is busying herself between my legs, inserting the speculum, is giving birth to me. At that point, I killed my own mother inside me. For many years, I saw that room and those curtains the same way I had seen them from my reclining position on the bed. Now it might be a room streaming with light, with IKEA furniture, belonging to a young executive who has bought the whole floor. However, I am convinced that the walls still resonate with the memory of the girls and women who went there to have a probe thrust up their belly. There was a blinding pain. She kept saying, "Stop screaming, girl, and let me get on with my job." Or maybe other words, but they all meant one thing. We had to go through with it. Later, I came across the same expressions in stories of women who had aborted illegally, as if the only words that mattered there and then were those conveying a sense of urgency, or possibly compassion. I can't remember how long it took her to insert the probe. I was crying. It had stopped hurting. Now I just felt a weight in my stomach. She said that it was all over, that I was not to touch it. She had stuffed a large wad of cotton wool between my thighs in case the waters broke. I could walk and go to the bathroom normally. It would go away in a couple of days. If it didn't, I was to call her. We both drank coffee in the kitchen. She, too, was satisfied it was all over. I don't recall handing her the money. She was concerned about my getting back home. She insisted on walking me to the Pont Cartinet station, where I could catch a train direct to Saint-Lazare. I wanted to take leave of her and be on my own. However, I didn't want to offend her by turning down her offer, prompted, little did I know at the time, by the fear that I would be found unconscious on her doorstep. She grabbed a coat, but kept on her slippers. Outdoors, everything seemed surreal. We walked side by side in the middle of the street, heading toward the far end of the Passage Cardinet, darkened by a long facade that let in only a narrow ray of light. The scene is in slow motion. Daylight is fading. Nothing from my childhood or my past life could account for my being there. We passed several people. I was sure they glanced at me and could tell from the two of us what had been going on. I felt everyone had abandoned me except this elderly woman in her black overcoat who was walking beside me like my mother. Out in the street, away from her den, her grey skin repelled me. The woman who had saved me could have been a witch or an old madam. She gave me a ticket and waited with me on the platform until the next train for Saint-Lazare drew in. I'm not too sure she kept on her slippers. The fact that I assume she did, portraying her as the type of woman who would unceremoniously shuffle down to the corner store, proves that I saw her as a figure of the working-class world, from which I was gradually drifting away. On January 16th and 17th, I waited for the contractions. I wrote to P, informing him that I never wanted to see him again, and to my parents, telling them that I wouldn't be back for the weekend. I was going to see the Viennese waltzes. Posters advertising the event all over Rouen provided me with the perfect excuse, and my parents could easily check this information in the local paper. Nothing. I could feel no pain. On the evening of the 17th, it was a Friday, I called Madame Peyer from the post office near the station. She told me to come back and see her the following morning. In my diary, which had remained blank since January 1st, my entry for the 17th read, "Still nothing. Tomorrow I'm going back to see the abortionist as she hasn't succeeded." On Saturday, the 18th, I caught an early train to Paris. It was bitterly cold. Everything was white. In the same car, two girls sitting behind me never stopped talking, punctuating their conversation with frequent bursts of laughter. Listening to them, I felt ageless. Madame Peyer greeted me with exclamations about the cold weather and quickly ushered me inside. A man was sitting in the kitchen, a younger man with a beret. He seemed neither surprised nor embarrassed to see me there. I can't remember whether he stayed or left, but he must have said something because I remember thinking he was Italian. On the table lay a basin full of steaming water, with a thin red pipe floating on the surface. I realized this was the other probe she was planning to use. I hadn't seen the first one. This one reminded me of a snake. Beside the basin lay a hairbrush. If I had to choose one painting to symbolize that episode in my life, it would be a small table with a formica top pushed up against a wall, and an enamel basin with a probe glowing on the surface. Slightly to the right, a hairbrush. I don't believe there is a single museum in the world whose collections feature a work called The Abortionist's Studio. Like before, she led me into the bedroom. This time I wasn't afraid of what she would do. It didn't hurt. As she was removing the first probe to replace it with the new one, she exclaimed, "You're in labor!" The words a midwife would use. Up to then, it hadn't occurred to me that all this could be likened to a delivery. She didn't charge extra. She simply asked me to send back the probe afterward, as that particular model was difficult to find. In the railroad car taking me back to Paris, a woman spent the whole trip meticulously filing her nails. Madame Peyer's practical contribution was over. She had done her job and had launched the mechanism that wipes out disaster. She was not paid to provide any further assistance. As I am writing this, I learned that a bunch of Kosovar refugees are trying to enter Britain illegally via Calais. The smugglers are charging vast sums of money, and some of them disappear before the crossing. Yet nothing will stop the Kosovars or any other poverty-stricken emigrants from fleeing their native country. It's their sole means of survival. Today, smugglers are vilified and pursued like abortionists were 30 years ago. No one questions the laws and world order that condone their existence. Yet surely, among those who trade in refugees, as among those who once traded in fetuses, there must be some sense of honor. Soon afterward, I tore out the page of my address book where I had jotted down Madame Peyer's name. I've never forgotten it. I came upon it 6 or 7 years later in the guise of a sullen, fair-haired boy with rotten teeth, far too tall and too old to be in the 6th grade. I couldn't call out his name to examine him or read it in an essay without associating it with the woman from the Passage Cardinet. In my mind, this boy could exist only in connection with an aging abortionist, whom I imagined was his grandmother. Similarly, over the years, the man I had glimpsed in Madame Peyer's kitchen, who was probably her companion, was to materialize in a small notions store on the Place Notre-Dame in Annecy, an Italian with a broad accent and a beret jammed tight on his head. So much so that today I have trouble distinguishing the copy from the original. When I think back to the Passage Cardinet on that bitter Saturday in January, my memory slots in the man who sold me bias binding and Carrozzo oil buttons in the 70s, standing beside a small, nimble woman of indeterminate age. As soon as I reached the station, I called Dr. N. I told him that I had been fitted with a probe. Maybe I hoped he would summon me to his office, like he had done the previous month, and would take over from Madame P.R. After a long pause, he suggested that I take mesogynestrol. Footnote: I'm not sure of the name of this painkiller prescribed for uterine contractions, which is no longer sold in drugstores. On hearing his voice, I understood that the last thing he wanted was to see me, and that I wasn't to call him again. I couldn't have imagined, as I can today, that he would be sweating behind his desk, suddenly overcome with panic on hearing a young girl tell him she'd been walking around with a probe up her womb for the past 3 days, faced with a terrible dilemma. If he agreed to see her, he would be forced by law to remove the device and to let the unwanted pregnancy follow its course. On the other hand, if he refused to see her, she might very well die. It was the lesser of 2 evils, and he was on his own, so he prescribed mesogynestrol. I walked into the nearest drugstore, just opposite the Café Métropole, to buy Dr. N's medicine. A woman asked me, "Do you have a prescription? We can't give it to you without a prescription." I was standing in the middle of the store. 2 or 3 pharmacists in white coats stared at me from behind the counter. My failure to produce a prescription was a sure sign of guilt. I felt they could see the probe through my clothing. Rarely have I ever felt so desperate. "Do you have a prescription? You need a prescription." I have never been able to hear these words or to see the druggist's features harden on hearing no without feeling utterly devastated. When I write, I must guard against lyrical outbursts such as anger or pain. I would not want crying and shouting to feature in this text, because they barely featured in my life at the time. Above all, I wish to capture the impression of a steady flow of unhappiness, conveyed by a pharmacist's inquisitive attitude, or the sight of a hairbrush by a steaming basin of water. The distress I experience on recalling certain images and on hearing certain words is beyond comparison with what I felt at the time. These are merely literary emotions. In other words, they generate the act of writing and justify its veracity. On weekends, the dorm was empty except for foreign students and a few girls whose parents lived far away. The nearby university canteen was closed. I didn't mind. I had no desire for company. Thinking back, I realize I wasn't afraid, but serene. All I needed to do now was wait. I was incapable of reading or listening to music. One day I took a sheet of paper and drew the Passage Cardinet the way I saw it as I was leaving the abortionists' building. Tall facades converging toward a crack in the background. The only time in my adult life when I have felt like drawing. On Sunday afternoon, I wandered along cold, sunlit streets in Mont-Saint-Aignan. I had grown used to the probe. It had become part of my stomach. It was an ally. My only objection, it wasn't acting fast enough. In my diary, the entry for January 19th read, "Slight twinges of pain. I wonder how long it will take for this embryo to die and to be expelled. A bugle playing La Marseillaise, sounds of laughter from upstairs. That's what life is about." It wasn't all about unhappiness. It was something to do with the impervious need I had to picture myself once again in that room on that particular Sunday in order to write my first book, cleaned out 8 years later. The desire to cram the first 20 years of my life into that room and that Sunday. By Monday morning, I had been walking around with a probe inside me for 5 days. Around midday, I caught a train to E for a brief visit to my parents, fearing that my condition on the following Saturday would not allow me to make the trip. Maybe, as was my wont, I tossed a coin to decide whether I could afford to take the risk. The weather had turned mild. My mother was airing the bedrooms. I checked my panties. They were soaking wet, blood and water oozing down the probe, which was slipping out of my vagina. I could see the small, low-roofed houses of our neighborhood with their tiny front gardens. Nothing had changed since I was a kid. This image is gradually giving way to another one, dated 9 years earlier. The large pinkish stain of blood and other bodily fluids left in the middle of my pillow by our cat, who died one afternoon in April while I was still at school, and who had already been buried with her dead kittens inside her when I got back home. I caught the 16:20 train back to Rouen. The trip was only 40 minutes long. As usual, I had stocked up with instant coffee, condensed milk, and packets of cookies. That evening, the Faluche Film Club was showing Battleship Potemkin. I went there with O. Spasms of pain, which I had barely noticed at first, seared through me. Each time my stomach contracted, I held my breath and stared at the screen. The attacks became more and more frequent. By now, I had lost track of the story. A huge piece of meat hanging from a hook, swarming with worms, suddenly loomed into sight. That was the last image I saw of the movie. I stood up and rushed back to the dorm. I lay down and began clinging to the bedstead in an attempt to stifle my screams. I vomited. Later on, O came into my room. The film was over. Not knowing what to do, she sat down beside me and suggested that I start breathing like a puppy, the way pregnant women are instructed to do. I could only pant between spasms, and they had become continuous. It was past midnight. O went to bed, telling me to call her if I needed her. Neither of us knew what the future would hold. I was seized with a violent urge to shit. I rushed across the corridor into the bathroom and squatted by the porcelain bowl, facing the door. I could see the tiles between my thighs. I pushed with all my strength. It burst forth like a grenade, in a spray of water that splashed the door. I saw a baby doll dangling from my loins at the end of a reddish cord. I couldn't imagine ever having had that inside me. I had to walk with it to my room. I took it in one hand. It was strangely heavy, and proceeded along the corridor, squeezing it between my thighs. I was a wild beast. O's door was ajar with a beam of light. I called out her name softly. "It's here." The two of us are back in my room. I am sitting on the bed with the fetus between my legs. Neither of us knows what to do. I tell O we must cut the cord. She gets a pair of scissors. We don't know where to cut it, but she goes ahead and does it. We look at the tiny body with its huge head, the eyes 2 blue dashes beneath translucent lids. It looks like an Indian doll. We look at the sexual organs. We seem to detect the early stages of a penis. To think I was capable of producing that. O sits down on a stool. She is crying. We are both crying in silence. It's an indescribable scene, life and death in the same breath. A sacrificial scene. We don't know what to do with the fetus. O goes to a room to fetch an empty Melba toast wrapper, and I slip it inside. I walk to the bathroom with the bag. It feels like a stone inside. I turn the bag upside down above the bowl. I pull the chain. In Japan, aborted embryos are called mizuko, water babes. The motions we went through that night came to us naturally. They seemed the only thing to do at the time. Nothing about her bourgeois ideals or her beliefs had prepared O to sever the umbilical cord of a 3-month-old fetus. Today she may have dismissed this episode as a temporary aberration, an inexplicable moment of chaos in her life. She may also hold anti-abortion views. But it was she and she alone who stood by my side that night, her small face crumpled with tears, acting as an improvised midwife in room 17 of the girls' dormitory. I was losing blood. At first I didn't take any notice. I was certain everything was over. Blood was gushing from the severed cord in spurts. I lay motionless on the bed. O kept handing me towels that soaked up the blood in no time. I didn't want to deal with any doctors. Up to then, I'd managed fine on my own. I tried to stand up and saw stars. I thought I was going to die of a hemorrhage. I screamed at O that I needed a doctor immediately. She went downstairs to wake up the janitor, but there was no answer. Then I heard voices. I was convinced that I had already lost far too much blood. The arrival of the doctor on night duty heralded the second part of the night. Sheer experience of life and death gave way to exposure and judgment. He sat down on my bed and grabbed my chin. "Why did you do it? How did you do it? Answer me!" His glaring eyes bore into me. I begged him not to let me die. "Look at me. Promise me you'll never do it again. Never." Because of his wild expression, I believed he might actually let me die if I didn't promise. He got out his prescription pad. "I'm sending you to the Hôtel Dieu hospital." I told him I would have preferred a clinic. He repeated the word Hôtel Dieu with emphasis, implying that a hospital was the only place for a girl like me. He asked me to pay for the consultation. I was incapable of standing up, so he opened the drawer of my desk and helped himself from my wallet. Searching through my papers, I came across a description of this scene written a few months ago. I see that I had chosen exactly the same words, "might actually let me die," and so on. Whenever I think about my abortion in the bathroom, the same image invariably springs to mind. A bomb or a grenade erupting, the bung of a casket popping. My inability to use different words, and this definitive coupling of past events with specific images barring all others, are no doubt proof that I truly experienced such events in this particular manner. I was taken downstairs on a stretcher. Everything was blurred. I wasn't wearing my glasses. So the antibiotics and the self-command I had shown during the first part of the evening had been in vain. I was to end up in hospital after all. I felt that I had done all the right things up to the hemorrhage. I wondered what had gone wrong. Probably our decision to cut the umbilical cord. I had lost all control. The same situation will probably occur after this book is published. My determination, my efforts, all this secret and even clandestine work, no one has been appraised of the project, all this will vanish overnight. I shall have no more power over my text, exposed to the public just like my body was exposed at the Hôtel Dieu hospital. I was laid down on a roll-away bed in a hospital corridor opposite the elevator, amid a stream of people coming and going. It was never my turn to be carted away. A girl with a huge stomach turned up, accompanied by an older woman who was probably her mother. She announced that she was ready to give birth. The nurse dismissed her claims, saying it was far too early. The girl insisted on staying. An argument broke out. Then the two of them left. The nurse shrugged her shoulders. "She's been having us on for the past fortnight." I surmised she was in her early 20s, unmarried. She had kept the child, yet people were no kinder to her. Girls who abort and unwed mothers from working-class Rouen were handed the same treatment. In fact, they probably despised her even more. In the operating room, I was naked, my legs raised, my feet strapped into stirrups under a blinding light. I couldn't understand why they wanted to operate. There was nothing left in my stomach. I entreated the young surgeon to tell me what he was going to do. He stood there before my splayed thighs, shouting, "I'm no fucking plumber!" The last words I heard before succumbing to the anesthetic. "I'm no fucking plumber." This sentence and so many other ones that punctuated this part of my life, ordinary sentences by people who uttered them without thinking, still resonate inside my brain. I wasn't expecting it, and nothing can deaden its impact, neither familiarity nor socio-political analysis. Fleetingly, I glimpse a man in a white coat with rubber gloves, beating me black and blue, yelling, "I'm no fucking plumber." In my mind, this sentence continues to split the world in two, ramming home the distinction between, on the one hand, doctors, On the other, workers or women who abort. Between those who rule and those who are ruled. When I woke up, it was nighttime. I heard a woman come into the room and tell me for heaven's sake to be quiet. I asked her if they had taken out my ovaries. She reassured me brusquely. I had only been curetted. I was alone in a hospital room, wearing one of their gowns. I could hear babies crying. My belly was a flaccid basin. That night, I knew I had lost the body I'd had since adolescence, with its secret, living womb which had swallowed a man's penis without changing, becoming even more secret and living. Now my loins had been exposed, torn apart, my stomach scraped, opened up. A body not unlike my mother's. I consulted the chart at the foot of the bed. Someone had written gravid uterus. It was the first time I had seen the word gravid. I found it offensive. When I remembered the Latin term gravidus, heavy, the meaning became clear to me. I still couldn't understand why they had written that since I was no longer pregnant. I guess they didn't want to mention my condition. For lunch, I was given a large piece of boiled meat on some tired cabbage leaves with prominent ribs and veins, filling the whole plate. I couldn't touch it. I felt that I had been served my own placenta. The corridor was the scene of frenzied agitation revolving around the food cart. At regular intervals, a woman's voice rang out, "Custard for Madame X or Madame E, who is breastfeeding," as if it were some kind of privilege. The intern I had seen the night before came round. He stayed at the back of the room, looking embarrassed. I thought he was ashamed of having behaved badly toward me in the operating room. I felt sorry for him. I was wrong. The only reason why he was ashamed, I found out that night, was that he had treated a college student like an ordinary salesgirl or a factory worker because he knew nothing about me. The lights had been out for some time. The nurse on night watch, a gray-haired woman, walked softly to the top of my bed. The glow of the nightlight lent her a kindly expression. She said stiffly, "Last night, why didn't you tell the doctor you were like him?" After a moment's hesitation, I realized what she meant. In other words, from the same world. He only discovered I was at college after the operation, probably on seeing my student union card. She mimicked the intern's reaction, a combination of anger and surprise. Why on earth didn't she tell me? Why? As though she too were outraged by my behavior. I guess I thought that she was right, and that I was to blame for his aggressiveness. He had no idea who he was dealing with. As she was leaving, she alluded to my abortion with a triumphant, "You're much better off now." The only comforting words bestowed on me while I was in hospital. I did not ascribe her remark to solidarity among women, but to the assumption prevailing among humble people that those in high places enjoy the right to place themselves above the law. If I had been told the name of the intern who was on duty that night, January 20th to 21st, 1964, and if I still remembered it, nothing would stop me from divulging it here. That would be a petty act of revenge indeed, and totally unfair, since his attitude merely reflected a common practice in those days. My breasts began to swell and ache. I was told this was caused by lactation. It hadn't occurred to me that my body would start producing milk to feed a dead 3-month-old fetus. Nature pursued its inexorable course, regardless. They wrapped a long swathe around my chest, winding it round and round, pressing my breasts flat, literally pushing them into my rib cage. I feared they would never grow back into shape. A nurse's aide placed a jug of herbal tea on my bedside table. "After you've drunk all that, your breasts will stop hurting." When Gentil, LB, and JB all came to see me together, I told them about the hemorrhage and my grueling reception at the hospital. A light-hearted narrative which they thoroughly enjoyed, and which carefully omitted the details that were to haunt me thereafter. LB and I gleefully compared our respective abortions. JB said the local grocer had told him there was no need to go all the way to Paris. A woman who lived round the corner would do it for 300 francs. We joked about the money I could have saved, 100 francs. Now we could afford to laugh at the fear and humiliations I had endured, and everything else that had not prevented us from transgressing. I don't recall reading anything during the 5 days I spent at the Hôtel Dieu. Transistor sets were banned. For the first time in 3 months, I had nothing to wait for. I lay in bed, gazing at the hospital roofs through the window. The newborn babies would cry intermittently. Although there was no cradle in my room, I too had delivered. I felt no different from the women in the next room. In fact, I was probably wiser because of the abortion. In my student bathroom, I had given birth to both life and death. For the first time, I felt caught up in a line of women. Future generations would pass through us. These were gray winter days. I floated in the midst of the world, bathed in light. I was discharged from the hospital on Saturday, January 25th. LB and JB attended to the paperwork and drove me to the station. From the nearby post office, I called Dr. N and told him it was all over. He advised me to take penicillin, as I had been given no medicine in hospital. I arrived at my parents' house and went straight to bed, pretending I had a cold. I asked them to call in Dr. V, the family physician. Informed of my abortion by Dr. N, he was to examine me discreetly and prescribe penicillin. As soon as my mother was out of hearing, Dr. V began whispering excitedly, asking me who was responsible. He chuckled, "Why go up to Paris? You've got old Mother X only a few doors away." I had never heard of her. She knows a thing or two about it. Now that I no longer needed them, suddenly bevies of abortionists were springing up left, right, and center. However, I had no illusions on one count. A right-wing voter and a devout churchgoer to boot, Dr. V could only impart this information now, when I no longer needed it. Sitting on my bed, he could well afford to indulge in the jocular relationship he'd always had with a bright pupil from a humble background who might end up in his world one day. Of those days spent at my parents' after leaving hospital, I retain only one image. I am reclining on my bed, with the window open, reading a paperback edition of Gérard de Nerval's poems. I gaze down at my legs sheathed in black tights, basking in the sun. They are the legs of a different woman. I returned to Rouen. It was a cold, sunny month of February. I walked back into a different world. Cars, strangers' faces, trays of food in the canteen. Everything I saw was vibrant with intention. But because of this profusion, it had all become meaningless. On the one hand, people and things were bursting with significance, and on the other, words had shed their substance. I was in a state of euphoria and acute awareness that transcended language, pursuing me even at night. I slept lightly, convinced that I was awake. A milky water babe floated before my eyes, reminding me of the dog whose corpse is plunged into ether, and who persists in following a group of astronauts in a novel by Jules Verne. I spent time at the library doing research for my thesis, which I had dropped around mid-December. Reading demanded considerable time and effort. I felt I was deciphering code. The subject of my assignment, the role of women in surrealist writing, came across as a radiant entity, but one which could not be broken down into ideas, a dreamlike vision that could not be marshaled into a coherent argument. And yet this shapeless concept was undoubtedly real, far more real than the students hunched over their books or the fat campus policeman hovering near the girls checking references in the index. I was intoxicated, wrapped up in wordless intelligence. I would listen to Bach's Passion According to St. John in my room. When the evangelist's solo voice rang out in German to celebrate the Passion of Christ, I felt the ordeal I had suffered between October and January was being recounted in an unknown language. Then came the chorus, "Wohin, wohin?" The horizons parted, the kitchen in the Passage Cardinet, the probe and the blood all became engulfed in the misery of the world and eternal death. I felt saved. I walked along the city streets, my body harboring the secret of that night of January 20th to 21st as something sacred. I couldn't decide whether I had reached the outer fringes of horror or beauty. I felt proud. A feeling not unlike that experienced by lone sailors, drug addicts, or thieves, who have ventured where others fear to tread. A feeling that may partly have contributed to my writing this book. One evening, O took me to a party. I sat at the back of someone's cellar, watching other people dance, wondering at their enjoyment, evidenced by memories of Annie L's beaming face and twirling white jersey dress, all the rage that winter. I was the odd one out, attending a ritual whose meaning escaped me. One afternoon, I followed a medical student called Gérard H. back to his room on the Rue Bouquet. He removed my sweater and my bra. I glanced down at my drooping, shrunken breasts, bursting with milk only 2 weeks before. I would have liked to tell him all about that, and Madame Peyer. Suddenly, I felt no more desire for this boy. We ended up eating some fruitcake that his mother had baked for him. On another afternoon, I entered Saint Patrice's church, just off the Boulevard de la Marne, to tell a priest that I'd had an abortion. I immediately realized this was a mistake. I felt bathed in a halo of light, and for him I was a criminal. Leaving the church, I realized that I was through with religion. A few months later, in March, at the library, I ran into Jacques S., the student who had walked me to the bus stop on my first visit to the gynecologist. He asked me how my thesis was coming along. We went out into the lobby. As usual, he kept swirling around me as he spoke. He intended to hand in his paper on Chrétien de Troyes in May, and was surprised that I had only just started work. Indirectly, I intimated that I'd had an abortion, out of pride or possibly social vindictiveness, to challenge this factory manager's son who spoke of workers as if they came from a different planet. When the truth dawned on him, he froze, staring at me with bulging eyes, mesmerized by some imaginary scene, utterly fascinated, as I remember all men were. Footnote: I immediately identified the same feeling, powerfully expressed in John Irving's novel The Cider House Rules. Through one of his characters, the author sees women who abort clandestinely die in terrible circumstances, then opens a model clinic where he performs clean abortions, bringing up the children they leave behind. Entertaining fantasies of wombs and blood, he assumes the right to dispose of the life and death of women in the manner he chooses. He kept saying, "Well done, old girl, well done," with a dazed expression. I went back to see Dr. N. After giving me a thorough examination, he smiled and said proudly, with a hint of approval, that I had pulled through remarkably well. Unwittingly, he too was encouraging me to turn this painful experience into a personal victory. He gave me a contraceptive device, a diaphragm to be fitted into the back of the vagina, and 2 tubes of sperm jelly. I didn't send the probe back to Madame Peyer. I felt that for the prices she charged, I could save myself the trouble. One day, I took my parents' car, drove into the forest, and threw it into some bushes. Later on, I regretted doing so. I'm not sure how long it took me to return to normal, a term understood by all, despite its vagueness, alluding to a world in which the sight of a gleaming wash basin or a row of heads on a train stops being a source of anxiety or speculation. I began working on my thesis. I took up babysitting in the evenings and manned the switchboard for a heart specialist to pay back the loan for the abortion. I went to the movies, saw Charade with Audrey Hepburn and Cary Grant, Peau de Banane with Jean Moreau and Jean-Paul Belmondo, neither of which made any impression. I had my long hair cut short and swapped my glasses for contact lenses. Slipping them into place seemed as difficult and precarious as fitting the diaphragm into my vagina. I never saw Madame Peyer again. I have never stopped thinking about her. Involuntarily, this avaricious woman, whose flat was nonetheless poorly furnished, wrenched me away from my mother and into the world. She is the one to whom this book should be dedicated. For many years, I celebrated the night of January 20th to 21st as an anniversary. Now I know that this ordeal and this sacrifice were necessary for me to want to have children, to accept the turmoil of reproduction inside my body, and, in turn, to let the coming generations pass through me. I have finished putting into words what I consider to be an extreme human experience, bearing on life and death, time, law, ethics, and taboo, an experience that sweeps through the body. I have rid myself of the only feeling of guilt in connection with this event, the fact that it had happened to me and I had done nothing about it, a sort of discarded present. Among all the social and psychological reasons that may account for my past, of one I am certain: these things happened to me so that I might recount them. Maybe the true purpose of my life is for my body, my sensations, and my thoughts to become writing. In other words, something intelligible and universal, causing my existence to merge into the lives and heads of other people. This afternoon I went back to the Passage Cardinet in the 17th arrondissement. I had checked the route beforehand in a map of Paris. I wanted to find the café where I waited until it was time to see Madame Peyer, as well as the church where I sat for a long while, Saint-Charles-Borromée. Only one church featured on the map, Saint-Charles-de-Monceau. It occurred to me that it might be the same one that had been renamed. I got off the métro at Malesherbes and walked until I reached the Rue de Tocqueville. It was around 4 o'clock, a cold day suffused with sunlight. A new street plaque had been set up at the entrance to the Passage Cardinet. The former plaque, blackened, illegible, had been left there above the new one. The street was empty. A huge board had been erected on the ground floor of one of the buildings: Seine-et-Oise Département, Association of Nazi Camp Survivors and Deportees. I don't recall ever having seen it before. I reached Madame Peyer's building. I halted in front of the door. It was locked, fitted with a digital entry system. I kept on walking down the middle of the street, staring at the crack of light at the end of the alley. I passed no one, and no cars went by. I felt like a puppet reenacting a scene without the slightest hint of emotion. At the end of the Passage Cardinet, I turned right and set out in search of the church. It turned out to be Saint-Charles-de-Monceau, not Saint-Charles-Borromée. There was a statue of Saint Rita inside. I guess I must have lit a candle in her honor that day, because she was believed to champion lost causes. I walked back to the Rue de Tocqueville. I wondered in which café I'd had a cup of tea while I waited for my appointment with Madame Peyer. From the outside, none of them looked familiar, but I was sure I would recognize the downstairs bathroom where I'd been just before going to her apartment. I went into the Café Bratza. I ordered a hot chocolate and got out some essays to mark, but I couldn't read a single line. I kept telling myself that I had to check out the restroom. A young couple were kissing, leaning over the café table. Finally, I stood up and asked the barman where the restroom was. He pointed to a door at the back of the café. It gave onto a tiny closet with a wash basin, a mirror just above, and a second door leading to the bathroom. It was a Turkish-style toilet. I couldn't remember whether the café I went into 35 years ago had one like this. It wasn't the sort of detail I would have noticed back then. Practically all public toilets were built that way. A hole in the cement with room on either side to place your feet and squat. Standing on the platform at Malesherbes metro station, I realized that I had gone back to the Passage Cardinet in the hope that something might happen to me. February to October, 1999. This recording of Happening was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2000 by Éditions Gallimard. English translation copyright 2001 by 7 Stories Press. Sound recording copyright 2019, Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with 7 Stories Press, Inc. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com